but he was originally a radiant young man, 1 meter 80 tall. Yet he transmigrated into a cultivation world and turned into an old man on the brink of death. But unexpectedly he awakened, an ability where the stronger his opponent, the stronger he becomes. No matter how powerful his opponent is, he will always be one realm stronger. From this old man's memories, he learned that this is a vast cultivation world, and the original owner of this body, Yi Junlin, was once the youngest golden core cultivator in the eastern region. At a young age, he had already become the peak lord of Misty Peak at the Profound Heaven sect. But during one mission, he was ambushed and his entire cultivation base was destroyed, turning him into a good-for-nothing. From then on, he lived his days in a daze, just hiding away on the mountain, ignoring worldly affairs. And just like that, he reached the age of 110. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he met his maker. With his years of experience reading web novels, Ye Junlin was certain he had to have some kind of hidden cheat. But no matter how he called out, no system responded. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. Maybe this is the old grandpa in a ring type of cheat. Perhaps he could even experience a scene of, "Don't underestimate an old man just because he's poor." The story begins in the eastern region, inside the Profound Heaven sect. The lakeside scenery was perfectly still. Beneath the rustling green willows, a pair of black swans were affectionately nuzzling each other. From time to time, a few soft quacks could be heard, as if they were whispering sweet nothings. But that peaceful atmosphere was suddenly torn apart by a scream full of anguish. An old man collapsed by the lake shore. His wrinkled face was trembling as he stared intently at his own reflection, mirrored in the water's surface. He couldn't believe the image before his eyes. Even the affectionate pair of black swans was startled. They flapped their wings, squawking chaotically as they scattered. "No, no, it can't be!" That old man slapped his hand on the water's surface. His voice trembled, breaking with terror. It was none other than Ye Junlin. Just yesterday, he was dozing off in a university lecture, but now he had transmigrated into the body of a frail old man. Ye Junlin felt his heart clench. 2 streams of tears flowed silently down his face. Oh, God. I was a respectable 1.85 meters tall. I had just started university and hadn't even had a chance to enjoy my glorious youth. And now I've turned into this scrawny old man. With 1 foot in the grave, he panted, his eyes turning red with helpless frustration. He cursed his fate. If I had to transmigrate, I should have at least become some hidden master. I need to see what this old guy's memories are like. Ye Junlin gritted his teeth, trying to piece together the remaining memories in his head. From the chaotic memories, he gradually understood that this was the Kunlun world, a world that revered cultivators. Here, cultivators were divided into clear ranks. Key refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul spirit transformation, body integration, Mahayana, tribulation transcendence, and then true immortal. But the body he was currently in belonged to the original owner, also named Ye Junlin. When this person was young, his talent was extraordinary. He reached the golden core stage at an early age, and was selected to join Piao Miao Peak, peak within the Xuantian sect, one of the 6 great sects in the eastern region of the desolate continent. Not everyone had such an honor, but during a purge of demonic cultivators, he was ambushed by an enemy. His Dantian was crippled, and his cultivation was completely destroyed. He became a cripple. For more than 15 years, he lived a bleak existence, gradually becoming dull and listless, avoiding the mortal world entirely. He stayed on a mountain, nursing his grief alone. Now over 100 years old, he was just waiting to return to dust. Damn it! Damn it all! Ye Junlin shuddered, drenched in a cold sweat. When I think about the age of this body, for a normal person like I was in my past life, living over 100 years is already pushing it. Couldn't I just drop dead at any moment? The thought of being so close to death made him tremble all over. The corners of his eyes turned red. However, thanks to years of reading web novels, his mind kicked into overdrive, trying to bullshit his way into calming down. If I've been transmigrated, there must be some kind of system. Definitely. Heaven wouldn't just throw someone into a dead end. He gritted his teeth and slammed his staff hard on the ground. He raised his head and pointed a finger to the sky. System, get out here, show your face already, don't you dare hide. Contrary to his expectations, the surroundings remained eerily silent. Ye Junlin started to panic. His voice cracked as he put on a pitiful act. Please, don't play hide-and-seek with me anymore. I was wrong, okay? I was just kidding. Say something, please. Still dead silence. He was in despair. Suddenly he blinked, remembering another familiar trope. What about an old grandpa in a treasure ring? So he frantically fumbled all over himself. Finally, he found an old, worn-out ring. He immediately bent down, put his ear to it, and whispered, "Medicine Elder, are you in there?" But the ring remained silent. Old man, stop pretending! I know you're in there! He called out several more times, but there was no reaction. Utterly hopeless, he angrily threw the ring away. Then he raised his staff to the sky and cursing the damned old man in the sky. Can you hear me cursing you, huh? Suddenly, from the void, a system's voice rang out. Warning, host detected using profane language. System automatically activating in passive mode. Please refrain from swearing, host. Please speak in a civilized manner. Ha, you finally decided to show yourself. Junlin was so happy he could cry, but he didn't forget to grumble with a hint of mockery. What kind of damn system is so slow? Almost. I was starting to suspect I was just a background character. But then the system's voice rang out, sounding apologetic. My sincerest apologies. This system overslept a little and has only just woken up. As compensation, the system will gift the host a starter pack. Does the host wish to open it? Awesome, so awesome. Open it for me right now. Yeah, Junlin shouted, his heart pounding with excitement. Instantly, a notification panel appeared before the system. Congratulations, host. You have received a special ability. The stronger the opponent, the stronger you become. As long as you face an enemy with a higher cultivation level, you will automatically raise your cultivation level to be 1 tier higher than your opponent's. And there are no side effects whatsoever. Yet Junlin's eyes widened, his jaw dropping in astonishment. Is this for real? For example, right now I'm just a mere mortal. What if I happen to confront an immortal? The system affirmed, this system does not deceive anyone. Just go and try it. I guarantee there won't be any problems. Almost mad with joy, he cheered. Then doesn't that make me invincible? Why would I even need to cultivate anymore? Cultivate my ass. The system coughed, feigning a serious tone. In that case, the host should also pay attention to the lifespan of this body. Right now, my scan shows that the host has exactly 1 hour left to live. What? What? June trembled as if he'd been doused with ice water. How can it be so soon? With only 1 hour left, how am I supposed to manage? I have to get down the mountain and find a master to fight so I can raise my cultivation level and extend my life. With that thought, he struggled to his feet, leaning on his staff. He took a few staggering steps down the mountain. Before he got far, Ye Junlin was already gasping for breath. His face was pale. He couldn't help but feel a surge of resentment. System, you and your talk about some celestial demon on this mountain. You're the reason I'm in this frantic mess. I don't have any strength left. The emotionless system appeared with a reminder. 35 minutes remaining for the host. Please find a way to save yourself quickly. He furiously shouted, Stop rushing me like a debt collector! These old bones can't go any faster even if I wanted to. But he could only grit his teeth and drag himself forward, step by step. Just then, from a distant mountain peak, dark clouds began to roll in, swirling and gathering. Thunder boomed and the very space around them trembled. Flashes of lightning lit up the sky continuously. That bizarre sight made Deep Kunlum jump in shock. That pitch-black monster. A moon beast, where the dark clouds had gathered. The disciples and elders of the Xuantian sect were assembled. Their leader, Hu Nian, had a grim expression. He roared, The audacity! What fiend dares to cause trouble at my Xuantian sect? High up in the sky, a demon king named Than Bang floated in the air. His entire body emanated a dark, demonic aura. He sneered. You lot from the Xuantian sect are a bunch of shameless scum. This demon king is still alive and well. Today I will slaughter every last one of you. Hearing this, Hu Nian's face paled as he recalled the events of the past. This fiend once massacred the Li kingdom. I gravely injured him and he fell from a 10,000 jang cliff. I never thought he would survive, and even bring a horde of demon beasts back for revenge. To think he'd repay kindness with such hatred. He clenched his fists, his voice filled with indignation. The Demon King. Than Bang circled in the air. His entire body erupted with a violent aura. He shouted with glee, Ha, is this enough for you? Hu Nian's expression changed, utterly horrified. You've broken through to the nascent soul stage? A panicked elder looked over at Hu Nian. What are we going to do? An enemy at the nascent soul stage. I'm afraid we're no match for him. Hu Nian gritted his teeth and looked behind him, resolutely. No matter what, we can't just stand by and wait to die. Everyone prepare for battle. Protect the Mystic Heaven sect to our last breath. As soon as the words were spoken, he and everyone else charged forward. Humans and demons clashed in an earth-shattering battle. The Green Rock Demon King roared, leading the charge. Slaughter every last one of these stinking Taoist priests. At the foot of the mountain, Ye Junlin, panting heavily, witnessed it all. His hands trembled uncontrollably. He stammered. Anyone, hurry up and hit me! He frantically looked around, but no miracle appeared. Hearing his plea for help, the system coldly reminded, Host has 20 minutes of lifespan remaining. Hurry up and think of something, oh my God. He slammed his staff on the ground, too frustrated to even cry. They're all the way over there. They can't hear me calling. Don't tell me I just transmigrated here only to die and reincarnate immediately. The fear of death made him break out in a cold sweat. But he still gritted his teeth, using his staff for support, and continued to climb back up the mountain. 3 on the mountaintop. The battle between the Green Rock Demon King and the people of the Mystic Heaven sect grew increasingly fierce. The sky was gloomy, filled with demonic energy. The Green Rock Demon King laughed smugly. Weak. Too weak! If this is the full extent of your power, then today is the day you all perish. I will let you taste the power of the nascent soul stage. As he finished speaking, he unleashed a terrifying beam of light. A few disciples were hit by the attack and sent flying, tumbling to the ground. Blood trickled from Shu Yunion's mouth in agony. He clutched his stomach, struggling to get back up. But the Golden Core stage is still too far from the nascent soul stage. The Green Rock Demon King looked at the scene of their defeat and burst out laughing. Ha! Does anyone else want to resist? If not, then just obediently wait for me to send you to the underworld. Suddenly, from a mountain not far away, an old but deeply sarcastic voice echoed. Hey, you stupid bird! Turn over here and listen to what I have to say! Don't look around, I'm pointing right at you! The Green Rock Demon King was momentarily stunned. He growled and turned his head. He saw an old man waving a staff around, while holding an old-fashioned loudspeaker and pointing it at him. You damn old geezer! The Demon King's eyes widened in fury. Are you looking to die? How dare you insult this king? Ye Kunlin's face flushed as he raised the loudspeaker. He provoked him in a loud voice. You stupid bird! If you've got a problem, then come at me! I've been standing here waiting for you from morning till night. If you don't show up, you're my grandson! It turns out, our boy Yi had been rummaging around on the mountain and found an ancient loudspeaker powered by spirit stones. He then used it to shout insults everywhere, hoping to lure a powerful opponent. The Green Rock Demon King was livid. His chest heaved, enraged by the provocation. Down below, several disciples of the Xuan Tian sect stared blankly at Ye Kunlin. A female disciple shouted in astonishment, Oh my God! Isn't that the once legendary figure from Misty Peak? That's right! It's senior brother Ye Kunlin! He's been secluded from the world for so many years. Why would he suddenly appear now? Someone's eyes went wide in disbelief. After all, his cultivation was crippled back then. How could he possibly stand up to a demon king? The Green Rock Demon King glanced at Ye Kunlin. He laughed boisterously. Ha! So it's just a useless old man. The one whose Dantian was shattered 15 years ago. Old man, you're already half dead before I've even made a move. And you dare run your mouth at this king? At this moment, Ye Kunlin was exhausted, his face ashen, but he still used his last ounce of strength to roar through the loudspeaker. Shut your mouth! You're just a pathetic bird. I don't even need cultivation to kill you. I'll turn you into roasted quail. If you don't believe me, then come on over. The system's voice spoke up. Host, in 10 more seconds, you will die of old age on the spot. Sweat poured down his face as he wiped his brow. His legs trembled uncontrollably. You damn black bird. Model. Hurry, get over here, or else I'll... He gasped for breath, his vision blurring. If you don't kill me, I'll die anyway. And if I can't kill you, I'll die too. Damn it all! 4. System initiating countdown. 19, 8, 7... Meanwhile, Deep Kun Lum was on the verge of despair. He screamed internally, Help! It'd be such a waste to die now! The Azure Rock Demon King narrowed his eyes in fury. His face twisted with rage. He gathered all of his spiritual energy and unleashed a devastating attack. A terrifying beam of light shot out, straight towards Deep Kun Lum. His voice hissed like the wind. If you're so eager to die, then I shall grant your wish and turn you to ash. But in the midst of this terrifying situation, Deep Kun Lum, on the contrary, showed no sign of panic. A wide, excited grin suddenly spread across his face. His eyes flew wide open. Within his pupils, a mystical light flickered, faintly resembling the shape of a flower. The system chimed, Ting! Detection complete. The host is under attack by an enemy at the early-stage nascent soul realm, activating the passive effect. The stronger the foe, the stronger I become. Instantly granting mid-stage nascent soul cultivation. In that very instant, an immense surge of energy erupted from within Diep Kun Lum's body. The wrinkled skin on his aged face gradually became smooth again. It was as if time itself was reversing. He stared in astonishment at his hands, now brimming with vitality. He murmured in a low voice, So this is what it feels like to be in the nascent soul realm? Incredible. Truly befitting of the pinnacle of power in the mortal realm. The system confirmed immediately, Of course, host. This system is extremely professional. 3. The aura around Deep Kunlun erupted with power. It transformed into a brilliant beam of light, blocking the terrifying attack of the Azure Rock Demon King. The two forces collided violently, creating a thunderous explosion that shook the ground. Dust and smoke filled the air. The Azure Rock Demon King was stunned. Cold sweat trickled down the back of his neck. What the hell is this? How is he so strong? Many disciples of the Profound Heaven sect, hiding in the distance, were also trembling, shielding their eyes from the terrifying pressure. A senior sister cried out worriedly, "Junior brother, yay! Is he still alive?" As the thick smoke began to clear, the figure of a young man emerged from the explosion, leaving everyone dumbfounded. His skin was clear and vibrant, his face handsome, radiating a brilliant aura. Yet Kunlun turned his hand over, gazing at the lotus flower, a mystical golden lotus shimmering in the palm of his hand. He thought to himself, so this is the power of the nascent soul stage? It truly lives up to its reputation as a powerhouse. The Azure Rock Demon King was speechless, his voice trembling. You're also at the nascent soul stage? The surrounding disciples were utterly astonished, breaking into a clamor of discussion. How can this be? Junior Brother Ye is a nascent soul expert? So all these years, Junior Brother has been living in seclusion. It was all just to deceive the world. In reality, he secretly broke through long ago. Oh my God! This guy is too good at hiding his strength. To think that Junior Brother Ye is at the nascent soul realm, I can't believe it. There are only a few people like that in the entire desolate continent. And yet, as it turns out, our Profound Heaven sect has produced one. Hearing these speculations, the Azure Rock Demon King became even more dazed. Finally, he clasped his hands, lowered his voice, and said obsequiously, "What just happened, it was all just a misunderstanding. This king has decided to call a truce. When I have time in the future, I will personally visit your esteemed sect." Yet Kunlun's face was stern, his eyes cold and filled with killing intent. A misunderstanding? You destroyed the foundation of the Profound Heaven sect. You slaughtered countless disciples, and have the gall to call it a misunderstanding? Just then, the system had chimed in again. Congratulations, host, for reaching the nascent, a soul realm for the first time. You have been gifted a random divine ability, Great Desolate Heaven Imprisoning Finger. Ye Junlin let out a triumphant laugh. Spiritual energy surged and coiled around his body. He gritted his teeth and sneered. I will wipe out your entire clan, slaughter every last one of them. And then I'll gently say to you, oh, my apologies, this was all just a misunderstanding. Sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? The Azure Rock Demon King's pupils contracted violently. Seeing that negotiation was impossible, he gritted his teeth and hissed, your cultivation is only slightly higher than mine. Don't you dare underestimate me. If you really want to fight to the death, I will gladly take you down with me. I'll burn my inner core to drag you to hell with me. Ye Junlin swung his arm forcefully, completely unfazed. He pointed directly at the demon and snorted. A cruel monster like you has killed countless innocent humans. You more than deserve to die. Enraged, the Azure Rock Demon King roared, Shut up! Even if I have to burn my inner core to ash, I'll take you on! He gently raised his hand, creating a massive sphere of energy. The corner of his mouth curled into an arrogant smile. You're the one who doesn't know your own limits. With that, Ye Junlin gathered his power and unleashed his ultimate technique. Great Desolate Heaven Imprisoning Finger! A colossal beam of light shot straight down onto the head of that arrogant great rock. It was like a bolt of divine punishment. A terrifying wave of energy blasted out in all directions, striking fear into the Azure Rock Demon King. He screamed in panic, Wait! We can negotiate. I'm willing to offer you my wife and my entire clan. Please spare my life. I only just broke through to the nascent soul realm not long ago. I don't want to die yet. But the moment his pleas left his lips, it was too late. The attack slammed into the ground with a deafening boom, making the cliffs tremble. After the thunderous roar, the thick dust and smoke cleared, revealing the blood-soaked corpse of the Azure Rock Demon King. Its life was ended by that fatal blow. Seeing their leader fall, the remaining demonic beasts panicked and roared, Our king! He's dead! Run for it! But there was no escape for them. Ye Junlin slowly raised his hand. His expression was cold. Run? Too late. He flicked his hand gently. Instantly, a giant hand of energy appeared. It crushed the horde of monsters like dry twigs and withered leaves. After cleaning up, he landed among the disciples of the Xuantian sect. His hair swayed gently in the wind, his demeanor calm and composed. From now on, these wretched birds won't dare to come and cause trouble for the Xuantian sect again. Xu Yunian stepped forward, clasping his hands to express his gratitude. Junior Brother Ye, this is a great kindness. If it weren't for you, Our sect might have faced annihilation. I truly apologize. I previously thought your cultivation had been crippled. I never imagined you would break through to the nascent soul stage. Ye Junlin just gave a faint smile, turning his head to look at the other disciples. Nearby, Su Qianshui, the peak master of Tianxiang Peak, of the Xuantian sect, also sighed in admiration. She stroked her soft hair. Look at that, she giggled. Look at junior brother Ye's demeanor. How could he possibly look like someone who was completely broken down? The head of the sword pavilion, Chu Daju, said excitedly. That's right. Junior brother has always been humble and never shown off. He must have been cultivating in secret to protect the sect. How admirable. Ye Junlin nodded slightly, chuckling to himself with satisfaction. Their imaginations are quite good, that's fine. I don't need to explain much. Before he could even rest, the atmosphere suddenly grew tense as a blood-curdling scream echoed from the distance. An elder covered in blood, carrying a heavily injured disciple, stumbled forward frantically. Sect Master! Something terrible has happened. The Feng Lei sect has launched a surprise invasion. They've seized our spirit minerals and spirit veins. The disciples guarding them were all brutally killed. Zhu Yunian trembled with shock and rage. What? The Wind Thunder sect has always been on good terms with us. How dare they be so bold now? Losing the spirit veins is no different from severing our path of cultivation. He immediately turned to Ye Junlin, his voice filled with urgency. Master Ye, I am preparing to lead our disciples to take back our resources. I was wondering if you would be willing to lend a hand. Ye Junlin's expression darkened slightly. The Wind Thunder sect? One of the 6 great sects in the wild continent. Although there have been conflicts in the past, we've always maintained peace. They're taking advantage of the demon clan's disturbance to fish in troubled waters. What a treacherous scheme. Just then the system's ding sounded. A new check-in mission has been activated. Host, please proceed to the Wind Thunder sect. Complete the check-in to receive an unimaginable reward. This notification made Ye Junlin chuckle with delight. So there's such a convenient mission, huh? It's about time I faced a strong opponent. And I happen to want to test out my new abilities. With that thought, he decisively turned to Shu Yunian. You all proceed with the plan. I will charge straight into the Wind Thunder sect and cut the weeds by the root. I'll make them pay the price. Shu Yunian clapped Ye Junlin on the shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. Excellent! Truly impressive. I have faith in you, junior brother. In just a moment, he was off. The disciples of the Profound Heaven sect watched Ye Junlin's departing figure, their eyes filled with admiration. Someone exclaimed excitedly, It's been so long since our sect has had such a powerful master. With Sect Master Ye here, we will definitely rise to the top of the 6 great sects. But at the same time, in the Wind Snow sect, the atmosphere was bustling. A group of people were whispering amongst themselves. I can't believe the plan went so smoothly. After luring the Demon King to attack the Profound Heaven sect, we'll just wipe out all their spirit veins. At this rate, the Wind and Thunder sect will rise to become the #1 sect in the barren continent. But what if that Demon King decides to turn on us? Another person replied loudly, full of confidence. What's there to fear? This time, the Wind and Thunder sect has invited a great master from the Feather Transformation sect. With him backing us, we have nothing to worry about. Inside the main hall, the sect master of this Wind and Thunder sect, Tran Van Hai, was cheerfully chatting with his guest, a man in a gray-blue robe, with white hair and a long beard, Elder Mu. I've heard that my son, Tran Q, is at the Feather Transformation sect, and his performance has been outstanding, and that he was even accepted as a direct disciple by a certain venerable one. Is this story true? Elder Mu slowly nodded. Sect Master Tran, this old man traveled all the way from the Azure continent, precisely for this matter. Your esteemed son is highly regarded by the venerable giant Sun. He is being taught the supreme Tao techniques. His future will be immeasurably bright. Hearing this, Tran Van Hai laughed with delight. Ha! That's wonderful. So, my son can reach the gate of eternal life and become an immortal? Someone beside them also chimed in to congratulate the sect master. Truly something to be proud of. At that moment, Elder Mu took a box from his sleeve. He opened the lid, revealing a medicinal pill that emitted a brilliant spiritual light. He respectfully presented it to Tran Van Hai. This is a superior-grade nascent soul pill. It is a personal gift from the venerable giant Sun himself. Tran Van Hai's eyes widened. A nascent soul pill? I can't believe it. The entire hall was in an uproar as everyone crowded around to offer their congratulations. Congratulations, Sect Master. With this pill, you will surely break through and become a nascent soul cultivator. Tran Van Hai held the box and let out a hearty laugh. Ha! This is truly a double blessing. My son has achieved a great merit. Now I've even been gifted a nascent soul pill. Excellent. He turned to Elder Mu, his voice filled with gratitude. Elder Mu, regarding the matter of the Beast King, I hope you will lend us your aid soon to quell this chaos. Elder Mu stroked his beard and nodded. We will resolve that matter swiftly. Emboldened, Tran Van Hai's eyes crinkled as he smiled. So, it's all going smoothly, thanks to Elder Mu's reassurance about the Beast King's cultivation realm. The Wind and Thunder Sect. I could now leisurely seize the resources of the profound Heaven Sect. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from outside the main hall. It startled everyone inside. All at once, they turned their gazes to the entrance. He saw that high up in the air, a figure was descending gracefully. His long robes billowed, and his hair fluttered in the wind. He narrowed his eyes, glancing around as he spoke in a cold voice. So this is the Wind and Thunder Sect you're all so proud of? Seeing the stranger, brazenly barge into the main hall. Tran Van Hai seethed with rage. He roared, his majestic voice filled with killing intent. Do you have a death wish? How dare you sneak into the main hall of my Wind and Thunder Sect? On the other side, Deep Quan Lam casually crossed his arms. A smirk played on his lips. His gaze swept over everyone in the hall, as if they were all beneath his notice. He announced clearly, I am Deep Quan Lam, the one who has come here to annihilate the entire Wind and Thunder Sect. All of you, all around. Panicked gasps immediately broke out. Those with slightly higher cultivation levels, and could also sense the spiritual power fluctuations of the nascent soul, realm emanating from him, leaving everyone staring wide-eyed in shock. This aura, it's the nascent soul realm. Just then, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Mission completed, check in at the location. Wind and Thunder Sect. Congratulations, host. You have received the Human King's seal and the Great Void Technique. Hearing the announcement, Deep Quan Lam was extremely satisfied. He gave the system a thumbs up in approval. Meanwhile, Tran Van Hai's face darkened, his mind in turmoil. This person is a nascent soul cultivator? Our Wind Thunder Sect made an enemy. Of an expert like this? When? But still, why does that name sound so familiar? He suppressed his anxiety, trying to maintain a calm tone. Fellow Taoist, what business do you have with our Wind Thunder Sect? Deep Quan Lam replied coldly, with a mocking glare. Playing dumb, are we? Didn't you hear my name clearly? I am the Peak Lord of Misty Peak of the mysterious Heaven Sect. Deep Quan Lam, you conspired with the Azure Rock Demon King to attack the territory of the mysterious Heaven Sect, committing heinous crimes. Today, your Wind Thunder Sect no longer needs to exist. Shaken by the familiar name, Tran Van Hai exclaimed in disbelief, Deep Quan Lam? Weren't you ambushed years ago and had your cultivation completely destroyed? How could you possibly have reached the nascent soul realm now? He wondered inwardly. Could it be that the Azure Rock Demon King was killed by this man? To think, the mysterious Heaven Sect secretly nurtured such a talent. But then he turned to Elder Mock standing beside him and asked in a low voice about the situation. Tran Van Hai's heart swelled with hope. With Elder Mock as his backing, even if this guy is a nascent soul cultivator, he's just an egg trying to smash a rock against an expert from the Feather Transformation Sect. Elder Mock immediately glared, his eyes filled with rage. His voice turned sharp. Junior, get on your knees and cut off both your hands. Do that, and this old man might consider sparing your worthless life. You should know I haven't even truly felt the urge to kill yet. Hearing this, Deep Quan Lam just shrugged and gave a disdainful smirk. He even pretended to clean out his ear. You old geezer. What god do you think you are? That I should give you any face? Huh. Being mocked like that, Elder Mock flew into a rage. All the spiritual power in his body erupted, releasing a surging pressure, causing the surrounding disciples of the Wind and Thunder Sect to cry out in terror. Spirit transformation realm? What a terrifying pressure. Witnessing that scene, Chen Yunhai felt as if he had grown wings, laughing arrogantly. Haha, with a spirit transformation expert here. That Ye Junlin from the Mystic Heaven Sect is dead for sure. I couldn't take your life all those years ago. Today I'll finish the job. Soon, the Mystic Heaven Sect will be without its pillar. My sect can do whatever it wants then. He turned and coldly pointed directly at Ye Junlin's face. Kneel before Elder Mu now. You might be able to keep your corpse intact. In response, Ye Junlin let out a cunning laugh. His eyes gleamed. Spirit transformation, you say? Sounds interesting. At the same time, at the Mystic Heaven Sect's spirit vein area, Xu Yunian and many other disciples had just arrived, only to realize with horror that the ground was littered with the corpses of people from the Wind and Thunder Sect. Unian's face changed. What is this? An elder from the Feather Transformation Sect is currently at the Wind and Thunder Sect. The last surviving enemy from the Wind and Thunder Sect grinned mockingly as he staggered, but he still managed to taunt them. Did you all think we would dare to openly collude with the demon clan and seize the Mystic Heaven sect's spirit vein? Without the Feather Transformation sect backing us up? Our young sect master joined the Feather Transformation sect many years ago. His outstanding talent is highly valued by the sect. Even if you kill that monster, you should know your place. Obediently become slaves for my Wind and Thunder sect, and you might just survive. As soon as he finished speaking, he was cut down by a single sword strike from Union. Union shouted anxiously, "Everyone hurry! To the Wind and Thunder sect to regroup with Peak Lord Ye!" Thien Tweet was worried, but still held on to a glimmer of hope. Maybe Sect Master Ye has a way to deal with the people from the Yuhua sect. But Duke True shook his head heavily. It's too difficult. The elders of the Yuhua sect are at least soul formation cultivators. For a nascent soul to face a soul formation cultivator is no different from an egg hitting a rock. Even if I have to risk my life, I will beg them to spare Sect Master Yi. He is the only hope for our Xuantian sect, for us. Back in the main hall of the Fenglai sect, the atmosphere grew increasingly taut like a bowstring. Ye Junlin smirked slyly. What's wrong? You're about to die, and you're still worried about what to say? The onlookers sneered and jeered. Has this kid been scared stupid by a soul formation expert? With his level of strength, he's not even fit to carry Elder Mu's shoes. Elder Mu frowned, his voice deep and grave. A mere small fry cultivator, from a desolate backwater like the barren continent. How dare you boast in front of me? The Xuantian sect is just a nest of worthless ants. From the Yuhua sect's perspective, it's less than a speck of dust. You are nothing. At this, the old man clenched his fist. You have been bold enough to provoke me. Now, even if you kneel and act like a dog, you won't be able to save your own life. I will annihilate your Xuantian sect to vent my anger. In contrast, Ye Junlin remained calm, his lips curling into a teasing smile. That sounds terrifying. So hurry up and make your move. Stop wasting words. Kill me now before you miss your chance. With that, he flicked his hand lightly, as if eager to fight. If you've got the guts, let's fight one-on-one. Whoever runs is a dog for life. His nonchalant attitude made Elder Mu's face turn purple with rage. He immediately roared. Unleashing a giant palm strike, he brought it down upon Ye Junlin's head. You're courting death! Seeing the man from the Yuhua sect display his might, Tran Van Hai was gloating. He's finished. The Xuantian sect has no way out either. Just then the system chimed in. Ding! Detected that the host is being attacked by a late-stage spirit transformation enemy. Activating the passive effect. The stronger the foe, the stronger I become. The host has received peak spirit transformation cultivation. A spark of lightning flashed in Deep Quan Lam's eyes. A colossal surge of energy erupted from his body. He scoffed, Spirit transformation realm, huh? Why doesn't this power feel very formidable? Raising his hand, he lightly flicked a single move. He easily shattered the old man's massive attack. Elder Mu's expression changed instantly as he screamed in terror, How? How are you also in the spirit transformation realm? In the blink of an eye, the entire hall was plunged into terror. Tran Van Hai was drenched in sweat, his voice trembling. How is this possible? A mediocre Xuantian sect in the desolate continent actually possesses a spirit transformation expert? The Xuantian sect. To think they were hiding a spirit transformation talent like this. And he's even reached the peak stage. The disciples of the Wind Thunder sect were trembling uncontrollably, their faces pale with fear. In the desolate continent, a nascent soul cultivator is enough to establish a sect and achieve glory for 1,000 generations, let alone a spirit transformation expert. We've never heard of anyone so young reaching this level. Tran Van Hai broke out in a cold sweat. He hastily shook Elder Mu's arm, begging for help. Elder Mu, what do we do now? Quick, save my Wind Thunder sect! Elder Mu tried to remain calm, but his eyes, filled with terror, narrowed as he growled. You think I came here empty-handed? I am from the Azure Continent, an elder of the Feather Transformation sect. I have countless immortal secret arts. How could he possibly fathom them? Deep Quan Lum burst out laughing. He raised one finger, taunting the old man. Old man, you really think that the techniques of the Feather Transformation sect are superior to mine? Elder Mu slammed his hand on the chair and roared, You're delusional! That's enough. The techniques of a lowly sect like the Xuantian sect. How can they possibly compare to the Yuhua sect? I'll let you witness the true power of an Earth-ranked technique. With that, the old man formed a hand seal, channeling his power. He unleashed a divine skill imbued with the wood attribute. Taiyi Greenwood Palm. Instantly, countless giant dark green palms materialized. They rumbled as they rushed towards Ye Kunlin, causing the surrounding crowd to panic. As expected of the Yuhua sect, to use an Earth-ranked technique right from the start. Techniques are divided into several ranks. Mortal, Spirit mystic, earth, heaven, and revered. In the desolate continent, even a spirit-rank technique can be a sect's ultimate treasure. What a massive gap in power this is. Elder Mu laughed smugly. Brat, to die by my hand is an honor for someone from a backwater sect, like you. Just then, Ye Kunlin also moved his hands to form a seal, a faint smile on his face. It seems you don't understand what it means to show off in front of a true master. Watch this, he roared. Human King Seal! A terrifying force erupted, completely shattering all of Elder Mu's greenwood palms. Immediately, a phantom appeared behind Ye Kunlin, a majestic figure, like an inviolable god of war. The overflowing energy it radiated plunged everyone in the hall into absolute terror. What rank is this technique? Heaven rank? Revered rank? Or even higher? Ye Kunlin swung his hand forcefully. A sharp aura radiated out, carrying with it unparalleled might. In that instant, he decisively unleashed the seal that shakes heaven and earth. The surrounding space trembled violently, as if the entire world was being overturned by his power. Ye Kunlin's gaze was as sharp as a blade, filled with coldness and resolve. His completely dominant presence overwhelmed Elder Mu. Elder Mu gritted his teeth, desperately trying to muster all his strength to fight back. But it was useless. The giant hand containing Diep Kunlum's power thundered forward, completely suppressing the old man. The old man panicked and roared, "Wait, please, stop! For the sake of the Yuhua sect, I beg you, senior, spare this old man's life." But Diep Kunlum's face was ice cold. The corner of his mouth curled down in a mocking sneer. "The Yuhua sect? What the hell is that? My rule is, if you don't mess with me, I won't mess with you. But if anyone dares to touch me, I'll dig up 18 generations of their ancestors and beat them to a pulp. Whoever comes, I'll annihilate them all." Elder Mu frantically threatened, "If you kill me, the Yuhua sect will take revenge on your sect. It will surely be annihilated. And as for you, the one who started this will suffer a miserable end." Diep Kunlum didn't flinch at all. On the contrary, he struck with even greater determination. "You're about to die, and you're still running your mouth? Begone!" A blood-curdling scream rang out. Elder Mu was hit by the unparalleled force and was crushed on the spot. The entire Grand Hall fell deathly silent. The Fenglai sect was instantly plunged into absolute terror. But Tran Van Hai was scared out of his wits. He immediately dropped to his knees before Diep Kunlum. Divine Lord Ye, this is all a misunderstanding." "The Fenglai sect, we are willing to submit to you. We are ready to be your servants." The disciples of the Fenglai sect also fell to their knees, their mouths stammering, "We submit." But Diep Kunlum sneered with utter contempt. It was clear these people weren't even worthy of being his slaves. "You're not resigned to this, are you?" Tran Van Hai gritted his teeth and suddenly screamed, "Divine Lord Ye! Do you really dare to make an enemy of the Fenglai sect? My son Tran Q is the heavenly prodigy. He was accepted as a direct disciple by a venerable one from the Yuhua sect. Do you think you can kill us without fearing the consequences? Don't bring about your own destruction." With that, he raised his head and looked straight at him. Ye Junlin narrowed his eyes. A sinister smile appeared on his face. "Oh, so you're the one destined for immortality, huh? Then go ahead, talk as big as you want. Don't just run your mouth in front of me, because this time it was your Wind and Thunder sect that took the initiative to invade my profound heaven sect. I've said it before. Today, not a single one of you should even think about surviving. When I say something, I make it happen." As soon as he finished speaking, the sky suddenly blazed with light. A figure like a celestial being appeared. Its presence carried a surging aura that pressed down on the entire Wind and Thunder sect. A colossal force erupted like a tidal wave, flattening everything. In the air, only a piercing, ear-splitting scream echoed. It was a heart-wrenching cry of resentment. "Today's humiliation will be washed away with blood! My son will repay you 100,000 times over!" In an instant, the entire Wind and Thunder sect was engulfed in a sea of flames. A box also fell from somewhere, thudding to the ground. Ye Junlin raised an eyebrow slightly. He looked quite intrigued. He thought to himself, "I'd love to see it too. Let's see what Chen Yunhai's immortal-to-be son is capable of." But at that moment, several figures glided across the sky, appearing above. Upon seeing Ye Junlin, they looked slightly puzzled. "Is that Shu Union?" Indeed, it was Shu Union, Su Tianshui, and Zhao Dezhu. They were anxiously flying down to find Ye Junlin. When they recognized him, their faces lit up with joy. Shu Union hurriedly landed, looking tense. "Thank goodness it really is Junior Brother Yi. You're still here?" Ye Junlin calmly nodded. "If I'm not here, where else would I be? Didn't I say I was coming to destroy the Wind and Thunder sect?" Shu Union frantically grabbed his arm as if to pull him away. "It's too dangerous. I heard a rumor that an elder from the Feather Transformation sect was here at the Wind and Thunder sect. Perhaps it's a coincidence that the old man isn't here today. That's why you were lucky enough to escape with your life. We still have time to run. Hearing this, Ye Junlin just waved his hand. With a half-joking, half-serious smile, he said, "That elder from the feather transformation sect you mentioned? I just killed him offhandedly." Yu Nian stood as if he couldn't believe his ears. He stammered, "What? You even killed the elder of the feather transformation sect?" "I heard he was a cultivator at the soul transformation stage." Su Tianshu's face lit up, her eyes sparkling. "I knew it!" Peak Lord Ye is truly a person of extraordinary power. He's more than capable of handling himself. But Yu Nian was still in a daze. He muttered like someone sleepwalking. "This is just unimaginable. Junior brother Yi defeated a soul transformation cultivator?" Ye Junlin chuckled. He lightly patted Yu Nian's shoulder. "I won't hide it from you all. Actually, I've also just reached the soul transformation stage. Anyway, enough talk. There's still a lot to do. Hurry up and finish sweeping through the Wind and Thunder sect. We need to reclaim the resources for our sect." Yu Nian stood there stunned and whispered, "So, Junior brother Ye really is at the soul transformation stage?" It's hard to believe. Just then, Zhao Deju bent down and picked up a box from under the rubble. His face beamed with joy. "Everyone look at this! There's a nascent soul pill inside." Master Zhao Deju held up the sparkling pill. Ye Junlin clicked his tongue and advised, "Give this nascent soul pill to the sect master. It will help him break through sooner. That way our profound sky sect will become even stronger." Yu Nian was overjoyed to hear this. He sincerely thanked Ye Junlin. "Thank you so much for your help, junior brother Ye." At that very moment, the system in his mind suddenly sent a notification. Model detected within a 100-mile radius. An individual suitable to become a disciple. Suspected to be a true immortal-level demonic cult leader. Does the host wish to go and recruit them? Completion will result in an unimaginable reward. Hearing the system's report, Ye Junlin was overjoyed. He thought to himself, "Excellent. Another interesting mission to receive. A disciple who's a true immortal-level demonic cult leader, huh? If I can just latch on and use my the stronger the opponent, the stronger I get ability, wouldn't I become an immortal instantly?" At that point, in the Barren Continent or even the entire Azure Continent, no one would be my match. Seeing Ye Junlin suddenly lost in thought, Su Tianshu grew anxious. Although we destroyed the Wind and Thunder sect, we've also gravely offended the Yuhua Gate. For the entire Eastern Domain and the Xuantian sect, will there still be any place left for us? Elder Yu Nian couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Indeed, the Yuhua Gate's power is terrifyingly immense. It's not something we can confront just because we want to. Junior brother Ye, you have unparalleled talent. You absolutely cannot let your future be buried. Here, I suggest you leave the Eastern Domain immediately. Just let us bear the burden. If the Yuhua Gate comes for revenge, the worst that can happen is we die. You must stay alive for the future of the Xuantian sect. Elder Deju also bowed in agreement. The sect master is right. Peak Lord Ye is a rare talent, skilled in both literary and martial arts. It would be a great pity to be sacrificed here. The surrounding Xuantian sect disciples shouted in unison. "That's right, Peak Lord Ye. You must carry our hopes with you. Find a path to survival for the sect. Even if we die, the sect's name will live on in the world. Please go and fulfill your potential without any worries." Seeing the entire sect united in protecting him, Ye Junlin was suddenly choked with emotion. The corners of his lips curved up, his eyes warm. "All right, I understand everyone's intentions. But rest assured, before I do anything, I always consider the consequences. Just let me handle everything, it'll all be fine." With that, he let out a hearty laugh and clapped Hu Nian firmly on the shoulder. "I'll leave this to you, Sect Master. Take your time cleaning up and gathering the resources. We have some important business to attend to. We have to leave right away." Before anyone could react, Deep Kunlum shot up into the air and vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving Hu Nian standing there, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This kid, he just kills someone, then dusts off his sleeves and leaves, without a single care in the world. The scene changes to the Zihi bamboo forest. A figure in red robes was frantically trying to escape. It was Hong Thien Ziep. From behind, a lewd, soft laugh echoed. "My dear beauty, where do you think you can run? Come on, let this Taoist master have a little fun with you." Hong Thien Diep angrily turned his head and yelled, "Get lost! How many times do I have to tell you? I am a man! A man, you understand?" The old man behind him had a look of pure lust. He stared at Hong Thien Diep with a ravenous look on his face. Now, a pretty lady like you? Oh, shouldn't lie to this old man. How could someone as beautiful as you possibly be a man? Hong Thien Diep was helpless. He could only charge forward blindly. His heart was filled with resentment and anguish. "It's true what they say. A tiger stranded on a plane gets bullied by dogs." To think that I, the great leader of the fire-worshipping demonic cult that once struck fear across the entire central region, once worshipped by billions of followers, would end up in such a pathetic state. But an old memory flashed before his eyes. The fire-worshipping demonic cult, founded by a true immortal, was an incredibly powerful force. It once controlled tens of thousands of nations. However, our enemies allied with numerous holy lands and launched a siege to exterminate us. It forced me to burn almost all of my primal energy, risking his life to escape the encirclement. Who knew he'd end up lost in this desolate wasteland? He fell into a humiliating situation once again. The old geezer behind him threw several nails his way, laughing with glee. "Keep running, my beauty. Run so this old man can see how long you can struggle!" Hong Tianya gritted his teeth. He channeled his spiritual energy and unleashed the crimson flame shield to block the nails. But as soon as they collided, he let out a grunt as his body was thrown into the bamboo forest, coughing. With a rustle, he struggled to his feet, his face deathly pale. The old geezer's eyes widened in surprise. A mere foundation establishment cultivator was actually able to block the five-nail technique of a golden core. And at the late stage, from this old master. Truly extraordinary. Could he be an outstanding prodigy from some great sect? But the geezer didn't bother thinking about it any longer. He immediately launched another volley of nails, surrounding Hong Tianye. Streams of black energy rose up, binding him tightly. The geezer's eyes burned with desire. Heh, beauty, don't even think about escaping this time. Now be a good girl and surrender. Hearing himself called beauty, Hong Tianye snapped. "You disgusting old dog." The geezer cackled. He crept closer and reached out to grab his chin, licking his lips lecherously. "Don't put up a useless struggle. My patience is limited. If you're obedient, we can both have a good time." "You've gone too far," Hong Tianye roared. He ripped open his collar, revealing his firm abs. "Open your dog eyes and take a good look. I am a man, do you hear me?" The bamboo forest fell silent in an instant. The geezer's eyes bulged. What? A real man? Then I wasted all that effort chasing you for nothing?" Hong Tianye pulled his robes closed. "What can you expect from someone with such poor eyesight?" "You've seen it. I am a man. Stop following me." But the nonchalant old man just smirked. "What's the rush? A man, you say? That is fine. This old master isn't picky." Hearing this, Hong Tianye became furious, clasping his hands to form a seal, unleashing his final burst of spiritual power. "Get lost. You're despicable. You won't even spare a man. Let me tell you something. Even if I have to burn my inner core, this master will never submit." Suddenly, fierce flames erupted all around him. The man's hair stood on end. Before he could even react, the raging inferno surged towards him. Hong Tianye unleashed a torrent of raging flames. "You've completely enraged me. Now die!" The old man screamed in terror and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body, completely engulfed by the flames, thrashed in desperation. "Ah!" Hong Tianye couldn't stand steady. He collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. "Ugh! You brought this upon yourself. It seems I've used up too much energy. My inner core is nearly shattered. I need to find a place to rest, quickly." Before he could compose himself, a cold laugh echoed from the distance. "That demon slayer deserved to die. But you don't seem to be ordinary at all." Hong Tianye was startled. He quickly looked up, scanning his surroundings. He shouted, Who's there?" Suddenly, from within the bamboo forest, an old man, holding a staff, slowly walked forward. He smiled gently. "Young friend, don't be so suspicious. This old one was just passing by. I have no connection to that pervert from before. Besides, this old one is normal. I don't have any strange hobbies. You can rest assured." Hearing this, Hong Tianye breathed a sigh of relief and replied with his hands clasped. "If that's the case, this humble Taoist has some matters to attend to and must leave first. I won't disturb you any longer, fellow Taoist." Unexpectedly, the old man instantly flashed forward. In the blink of an eye, he was right beside him. The old man's face twisted into a dark, sinister expression. But compared to that lecher, this old man is far more interested in the secrets you're hiding. Let me have a look at what's really going on inside that head of yours to possess such divine abilities. As he spoke, the old man lunged forward. An immense pressure forced Hong Tianye to his knees. His entire body was numb, unable to move a muscle. He screamed in despair in his heart. Could it be that my path of recultivation ends here? How can I accept this? I truly cannot accept this. Just then, as the bamboo leaves rustled softly, a faint figure flickered into existence from above. It radiated a powerful aura, as if wanting to crush everything around it. The old man's face instantly turned pale, as he sensed the power of the nascent soul stage. He whipped his head around in a panic and stammered, "Holy shit, what the hell is this?" In a small, desolate place like this? How could a great nascent soul powerhouse possibly appear? But before he could even compose himself, Deep Quan Lam had already appeared right in front of the two of them. His eyes were as cold as a blade as they swept over the old man. Seeing this, the old man trembled uncontrollably. He blurted out in terror, "Senior, please be merciful. He is yours. I wouldn't dare to fight you for him. I'll get the hell out of here right now." In response, Diep Quan Lam merely curled his lips into an ice-cold smirk. "Scum like you doesn't deserve to live any longer." The moment the words left his mouth, he swung his arm forcefully. A blinding pillar of light shot out, piercing straight through the old man's body. A throat-tearing scream echoed throughout the bamboo forest. The old man collapsed, dead before he could even close his eyes. Witnessing the entire scene, Hong Thien Deep, who was standing not far away, couldn't help but shudder. Heavens. First, a golden core expert, and now a nascent soul powerhouse appears. Is there truly no escape for me today? Deep Quan Lam strode slowly towards him, muttering as if talking to himself. System, get out here. What was that about finding a true immortal-level demonic cult leader? Isn't this long-haired guy in front of me just at the foundation, establishment stage, and a weak one at that? Are you messing with me? The system immediately spoke up. Host, rest assured I am not deceiving you. This person, his true former identity is the leader of the fire-worshipping demonic cult, a true immortal. It's just that his cultivation has been severely damaged. Ting, opening the inside eye for the host. Here is the information on the man Hong Tianye. Gender, male. Talent, heavenly grade, fire elemental spirit root. Identity, former leader of the fire-worshipping demonic cult. He was once a cultivator, who passed the tribulation to become an immortal of the true immortal realm. Current cultivation, early foundation establishment stage. Ye Junlin's eyes widened. What? That person with such an elegant appearance is actually a man? He leisurely circled around, observing Hong Tianye. From his fair skin to his delicate face, and his long, silky black hair flowing down, it was enough to make many women feel insecure. It was precisely that beauty that would easily make anyone who didn't know him mistake his gender. But as for Hong Tianye, he thought anxiously to himself, the way this guy keeps scrutinizing me. Don't tell me he's into men too? Meanwhile, Ye Junlin stroked his chin, silently considering. Although he's only at the foundation establishment stage now, with his talent and previous experience, it shouldn't be hard for him to return to his peak. Taking someone like that as a disciple might have more pros than cons. Thinking of this, he reached his hand out towards Hong Tianye, his voice leisurely. This master sees that your aptitude is rare. I'm certain you are a prodigy in cultivation. From this day forward, I have decided to accept you as my disciple. What do you say? Hearing those words, the corner of Hong Tianye's mouth twitched slightly. He wondered suspiciously, could it be that he knows my secret? Whether he wants to secretly probe me or seize the cultivation techniques and magic treasures I possess. Humph. In any case, he's just an old soul formation cultivator in this desolate place. What could he possibly be thinking? His face darkened as he sneered inwardly. Humph. With a cultivation level like this, back in the day he wouldn't even have the right to step into the outer sect of my fire-worship demon sect, let alone dream of taking me as his master. Ye Kunlin's lips curled into a faint smile, unable to hide his coldness. It seems you're unwilling to become my disciple, is that it? His ice-cold gaze bore straight into Hong Tianye, making him flinch involuntarily. An invisible pressure weighed down on him. Though it wasn't obvious, it was impossible to ignore. Hong Tianye clenched his fists, trying to calm himself. For someone like him, the former leader of the fire-worship demon sect, Ye Kunlin wasn't even worthy of being his junior or senior martial brother, let alone becoming his master. Although his current cultivation level was too weak to resist, his heart remained unshaken. He reminded himself silently, where there's life, there's hope. As long as he could wait until his cultivation was restored, he was certain he could turn the tables. Even though his cultivation was crippled, he still held on to his immense pride. But now, with his severe injuries yet to heal, he had no choice but to temporarily lower himself and yield. He hid his resentment, knelt down and clasped his hands, feigning the utmost respect. This disciple, Hong Tianye, pays his respects to Master. To be able to serve under you is truly the greatest fortune of my life. Though he spoke these words, he was gritting his teeth. In any case, it's just an act. I'll just play along for now. The day will come when I turn this situation around. I will definitely repay today's humiliation in full. Ye Kunlin looked at his submissive appearance and nodded with satisfaction. Very good. From now on, you are my disciple. You may rise. I shall call you Xiao Hong. Just hearing the name Xiao Hong, Hong Tianye's face darkened. He forced out an obedient tone, "Yes, master." But inside he wanted to scream, "Shao Hong my ass! I am the great and powerful leader of the demon cult, and I'm being called by this cheesy, tear-jerkingly cringy name?" Ye Junlin smirked, fully aware of his disciple's reluctance. But he didn't care. This kid's cunning was written all over his face. I doubt he's truly sincere about taking me as his master, but it doesn't matter. Even if you turn against me in the future, I, your master, won't be afraid. Just then, the system chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Recruit a disciple. Reward. Divine art cultivation method with automatic cultivation mode. Ye Junlin was stunned. A wave of euphoria washed over him. Automatic cultivation? Does that mean I can get stronger just by lying around and doing nothing? The system continued. Congratulations, host, you have received the heaven-burying coffin. This treasure has 108 restrictions. They will be unlocked gradually as your cultivation realm increases. Currently, it is a third-grade spirit artifact. Remembering the ranking system, Ye Junlin nodded to himself. Cultivation methods and divine arts all have stages. Entry, minor accomplishment. Major accomplishment, perfection, and transformation. Each level is exponentially more powerful than the last. This treasure seems to have limitless potential. The system emphasized, the heaven-burying coffin can bury the heavens. It can bury the earth. It can bury all of creation. When all restrictions are lifted, it even has the power to bury the myriad realms. Detecting that the host's disciple possesses outstanding aptitude, the system is providing a free upgrade service. Reward, fire-type cultivation method, the 3000 flame scripture. Reward, fire origin pill to regenerate the fire-type spiritual root and restore his foundation. Mission complete. Is the host satisfied? Hearing the introduction, Ye Junlin couldn't help but smile with interest. This magic treasure rewarded by the system. It actually claims to be so powerful it could bury the heavenly Tao itself? I'm starting to look forward to this. After my cultivation level gets higher, I wonder what kind of terrifying power this heaven-scattering coffin will be able to unleash. If I can get this kind of reward, it seems the system's attitude towards transmigrators is going to be quite special. Now then, with this savage treasure and the rewards for my disciple, this is perfect. Now I want to see what kind of attitude this little Hong will show me. He looked over and saw Hong Tianye clenching his fists, his eyes swirling with waves of indignation. Just you wait. Ye Junlin frowned. Little Hong, are you going to keep making that dissatisfied face? Do you think I am not qualified to be your master? His thoughts exposed, he panicked. No! Of course not, it's just my personality. I've always been quiet and have a naturally sullen face. Although his words were polite, Hong Tianye was sneering inwardly. A mere deity transformation cultivator from this backwater place dares to lecture me? Just wait until I recover my strength, you'll see. Guessing his intentions, Ye Junlin took out a jade slip and infused a stream of spiritual fire into it. He held up the cultivation manual. If I don't show you what I'm capable of, I doubt you'll ever truly submit. This is your discipleship gift. Study it well. Though he feigned humility on the outside, many thanks, master, for your gift. Inside, Hong Tianye was laughing with contempt. Let's see what kind of worthless, tattered technique a mere deity transformation cultivator from this barren wasteland can possibly produce to back up his big talk. With that thought, he closed his eyes to perceive it. The words 3000 flame scripture made him chuckle to himself. A name this flashy must belong to a technique that's all show and no substance. But as soon as he began to receive it, his eyes widened in utter shock. Every mystical page of the three heavens blazing flame scripture caused all his previous knowledge of fire arts to be completely overturned. Even compared to the rebellious fury fire art, a peak-level technique, the best in the central region, which he had once used to attain Tao and become an immortal. This heavens blazing flame scripture was immeasurably more transcendent. It was definitely at the immortal grade, perhaps even the legendary saint grade. In the cultivation world, all techniques are divided into different levels. Specifically mortal grade, spirit grade, mystic grade, earth grade, heaven grade, sovereign grade, immortal grade, and saint grade. This is absolutely beyond my comprehension. With this technique, in just a few steps, I can advance my cultivation at an insane pace. Regaining my true immortal status might be nothing in comparison. Ye Junlin caught a glimpse of his disciple's shocked expression and chuckled softly. Well, are you satisfied with the technique I've given you? Hong Tianye clutched the jade slip tightly. He turned to his master and bowed. Thank you, master. This disciple has truly gained an immense harvest. Although he said that, he was still thinking to himself, I wonder where this old soul formation geezer found such a treasure. From some ancient ruins or something. Someone of his level How could he possibly create such a terrifying technique? But it didn't stop there. Ye Junlin took out a vibrant red medicinal pill. He handed it over. Once you've comprehended the technique, this pill will also help you merge with the fire and quickly restore your cultivation foundation. Seeing the brightly glowing fire origin pill shining with a mystical light, Hong Tianye couldn't help but tremble. My God, he even has a fire origin pill? For cultivators who specialize in fire-type techniques, the fire origin pill is nothing short of an immortal elixir that heaven itself has bestowed. Its amplifying effects are so immense and precious that even immortals would fight over it. He accepted it with trembling hands, his heart in turmoil. He didn't know whether to be overjoyed or on guard. For a mere nascent soul cultivator to obtain 2 items like these, even I, in my prime, didn't possess such an ability. Who is this guy, really? Seeing the constantly shifting expression on his disciple's face, Ye Kunlin asked sharply, "What is it, Xiaohong? Are you doubting the gift I've given you?" Tianhong put on a calm expression. He cleverly defended himself, saying, "Master, how could that be? For this disciple to have met you, Master, and be accepted by you, it is a blessing spanning 3 lifetimes." But deep down, Tianhong was secretly thinking something else. This guy, he definitely doesn't understand how rare this cultivation technique and that elixir are. He clearly just stumbled upon them, or in some ancient ruins. I must remain calm. Ye Kunlin sighed softly, wondering to himself, I don't get what's going on in the head of this demonic sect leader. What does this sect contain? His expression keeps changing like this. It's actually quite amusing. With that thought, Ye Kunlin handed Tianhong an elixir and instructed, "Take this. I will personally stand guard for you." Tianye bowed politely. "Yes, thank you, Master." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately swallowed the elixir. Instantly, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted, enveloping his entire body. Tianye quickly formed hand seals to absorb the medicinal power. Seeing this, Ye Kunlin calculated inwardly, silently assessing. Early foundation establishment. Mid-stage, late stage, peak is perfected. Then golden core, and early nascent soul. This speed, it's like a reincarnated immortal. In just an hour, he went straight from the foundation establishment realm to the nascent soul realm. Not bad at all. Truly a formidable prospect. Suddenly, Thean Deep let out a low growl. A blazing fire ignited in the depths of his eyes. He was filled with excitement. This is amazing. To break through realms this quickly, the day I return to the central region, I will definitely repay the humiliation I suffered in the past. Just then, poof, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped everything. It then quickly dissipated. Tianhong, or perhaps we should call him Thean Deep, coughed a few times. He clasped his hands and apologized. I was rude just now, and I made Master worry. Deep Quan Lum waved his hand with a half-smile. It's nothing. Now follow me back to the sect. While we're at it, I will introduce you to your martial uncles. Sunset fell. Outside the main hall of the Huyan Thean sect. Here cheers echoed all around. The disciples saw Diep Quan Lam from a distance, and immediately started chattering amongst themselves. Peak Lord Diep is so incredible. He killed a nascent soul expert with a single finger, and he saved the Huyan Thean sect from annihilation several times. What a pity, I was so blind back then. I missed the chance to join the Misty Pavilion. If I had just been a little more persistent that year, then maybe by now I would have become Peak Lord Diep's disciple. With his level of power, I'm afraid his standards for accepting disciples must be sky high. I wonder who Peak Lord Diep will accept next. But in the midst of their discussion, Deep Quan Lum suddenly appeared. All the disciples clamored, "Look, Peak Lord Diep is back!" At the same time, many of them couldn't help but stare at the person walking behind him. Someone they mistook for a beautiful woman with an incredibly eye-catching appearance. Oh my God, who is that young lady behind him? How can she be so beautiful? Damn it, where did that woman come from? How can she be so close to Peak Master Ye? Tianhong heard those words and just let out a faint, cold smile. His heart was filled with contempt. This crippled cultivation sect. Their cultivation levels are so low they're not even worthy of carrying the shoes for our demonic sect. A moment later, the elders of the Xuantian sect, upon hearing that Ye Junlin had returned, all rushed out to greet him. From within the crowd, Chu Deju cleared his throat. "Junior brother Ye, on this trip back." Ye Junlin gently placed a hand on Tianye's shoulder. He smiled and introduced him. "This is a disciple I met on the road. I just took him in." Xiaohong, quickly pay your respects to the sect master. When Shu Yunian heard the word disciple, he exclaimed in shock. "A disciple?" Su Qian Shui, a beautiful female cultivator, suddenly blushed and stammered. "Peak Master Ye, where did you find such a pretty girl, junior brother, and bring her back to the sect as your disciple?" Unexpectedly, Tianye suddenly released a murderous aura. He stepped forward to face Su Qianshui, his voice low, almost a shout. I am a man. Su Qianshui was so scared her face turned pale, and she stammered, "Not nascent." Nascent soul. Witnessing this aggressive behavior, Ye Junlin frowned. He immediately reached out and smacked Tian Ye on the head. He reminded him sternly, "Xiao Hong, do not be rude. This is my senior sister. Apologize at once." Tian Ye gritted his teeth, clasped his hands, and bowed his head. This disciple was rude. I beg for forgiveness. Inwardly, he was fuming. Just endure it a little longer. When I reach the spirit transformation stage, I will definitely repay this debt of humiliation. Ye Junlin nodded in satisfaction. Ah, the young are so teachable. All right then, the introductions are over. I'm taking Xiao Hong back to Misty Peak to let him stabilize his realm a bit. Su Xinshu also waved her hand cheerfully. All right. You two, master and disciple, can go on ahead. Waiting for the two of them. Even after they were out of sight, Hu Yunian was still in disbelief. Peak Lord Yi. Where on earth did he find a disciple at the nascent soul stage? Truly unfathomable. Tuo Chanshu let out a soft sigh. It hasn't even been a full day, and junior brother Ye has already brought about so many things that are beyond imagination. At Misty Peak of the Mystic Heaven sect, Ye Junlin pushed open the old creaky door. Then he turned to Tian Ye. You are my head disciple. Feel free to pick any place to stay. No need to be formal. Looking around the desolate and dilapidated area, Tian Ye silently cried out to the heavens. He tried to force a stiff smile. Thank you, master. But in his mind, he was screaming. You call this dump a cultivation residence? The living quarters of the disciples of the fire-worshipping demon cult are 100 times more magnificent in comparison. And I have to live in a dump like this? Ye Junlin gave a faint smile. His gaze was stern. Remember this. Only the weak complain about their circumstances. The strong learn to adapt. For a cultivator, these superficial things are not important. If it's a bit dirty, then clean it up yourself. But those words were like daggers, stabbing straight into Tian Ye's pride. He was both angry and choked up, but he forced himself to swallow it. It's fine, I'll endure it. At my current cultivation speed, it won't be long before I can turn the tables. Ye Junlin, you just wait. Night gradually fell at the Yuhua Gate in Qing Province. Inside the vast main hall, torches flickered. A person was kneeling on the ground, their expression tense. Above, Venerable Zhu Yang of the Yuhua Gate's Hall of True Disciples sat majestically on the throne. In his hand, he held a tablet inscribed with the name Elder Mu. The person kneeling below reported with a trembling voice, Master, it is all this disciple's fault. This disciple asked Elder Mu to deliver medicinal pills to my father, which led to this disaster. I was afraid my father's sect would be implicated, so I wanted to go to the desolate continent myself to investigate. Venerable Zhu Yang spoke in a deep, gravelly voice. Zhao, do you know why I, your master, took you in as my disciple? Chen Zhao answered cautiously. Because I possess the sun physique, and have the aptitude to attain the Tao and ascend. A murderous glint flashed in Venerable Zhu Yang's eyes. His hand gripped the stone tablet until it cracked. That is only one of the reasons. The second reason is that I saw the immense ambition within you. How could someone as power-hungry as you allow a little father-son sentiment to shake your will? He paused, his voice as hard as steel. The personal disciple tournament is fast approaching. You must start preparing. As long as you defeat the other personal disciples and take first place, the sect will provide you with resources. That is the greatest prize. Hearing this, Chen Zhao, with sweat beading on his forehead, tried to speak. But my father... Venerable Zhu Yang growled, cutting him off. There are no buts. The Feng Shui sect is just a tiny, insignificant sect. I will send someone to the desolate continent and to investigate. You just focus on taking first place. Understand? But Chen Zhao didn't dare to object. He could only swallow his words. Your disciple obeys. I will absolutely not disappoint Master's expectations. The next day, at Piao Miao Peak of the Xuantian sect, Ye Junlin was still lying lazily on a long chair. He leisurely waved his hand and called out, Xiao Hong, are you done yet? Your master is about to starve to death here. Tian Ye, with rage simmering inside him, forced a strained smile. Yes, it's ready, master. Your disciple will bring it out right away. He silently cursed this guy. He's a cultivator at the spirit transformation stage. Yet all he ever wants to eat is grilled meat. I really don't get it. Just yesterday he was teaching me not to complain about my circumstances, and yet today he's just leisurely enjoying himself. Ye Junlin picked up a few skewers of meat and took a bite. He praised it as he ate. Oh, this is delicious. This meat was marinated with a secret spice mix gifted by the system. It's truly a delicacy. He enthusiastically waved his disciple over to sit next to him. Xiaohong, don't be so formal. Come eat with your master. Tianye pouted and avoided his master's gaze. Master, this disciple has already given up mortal food. I no longer have any interest in the food of the human world. Hearing this, Ye Junlin's face soured with displeasure. Are you disrespecting your master? If you cultivate without enjoying life like this, then what's the point of even trying? Hearing that, Tianye could only relent. Yes. Since master is being so kind, this disciple will try one skewer. He grumbled to himself. He's truly the weirdo of the cultivation world. What's so special about this meat skewer anyway? But the moment he took the first bite, an unexpected explosion of flavor made his eyes widen. The more Tianye ate, the more delicious it became. Unconsciously, tears started streaming down his face. I've never tasted anything this wonderful before. Ever since I was a child, I was always starving, dreaming of just a single piece of meat. Ye Junlin saw his disciple suddenly start crying. He frowned. Huh? Why are you crying? Is something wrong? But in reality, Tianye was lost in painful memories. As a child, he was always starving, so hungry it was agonizing. Only now was he experiencing the happy feeling of a simple human life. He thought to himself, I was always hungry and dreamed of eating a piece of meat. The feeling of happiness from eating meat for the first time is truly indescribable. But ever since I started on the path of cultivation, my heart has only known how to focus on killing and reaching the pinnacle of martial arts. I never cared about the feeling of a life like this anymore. It's just as he said. If cultivation means giving up all emotions, even the simplest desires like eating, then what's the point of cultivating at all? Instantly, a powerful aura erupted from Tianye's body. Ye Junlin was shocked, thinking to himself, what? You broke through just by eating a meat skewer? Early stage, nascent soul. Mid-stage, late stage, peak perfection. One thought away from deity transformation. This guy's talent is truly speechless. All right. He grabbed a few more meat skewers and laughed heartily. Little Hong, congratulations on reaching the deity transformation stage. Your cultivation level is about to catch up to your master's, you know. Hearing this, Tianye's eyes flashed. He schemed, so, reaching the deity transformation stage is this easy? If that's the case, this absurd master-disciple relationship, I will have to end sooner or later. Side story. Xuantian sect, Piao Miao Pavilion. Ye Junlin sat perched on a chair, casually crossing his legs. He laughed while munching on a melon. Little Hong, your massaging skills are getting better and better, huh? Tianye, who was currently at the early stage nascent soul realm, forced a smile. Thank you for the praise, master. Suddenly, Ye Junlin shot up. He casually tossed the melon rind aside. A smirk played on his lips. The sky is clear today, and I'm in a great mood. You've also made some progress recently. So as your master, I'll take you somewhere interesting. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them immediately headed out. Tianye pondered, his eyes lighting up. An interesting place? Could this be the place where that guy stumbled upon a fortunate encounter and rare medicinal pills? But unexpectedly, the two of them ran into someone else who had suddenly appeared. That person spoke with a mocking tone. Oh? You two are planning to go there as well? You're just nascent soul cultivators from the barren continent. Don't you know your own limits? This was Chen Zhao, a cultivator at the great perfection of the deity transformation stage. Ye Junlin glanced over, silently assessing him. Oh, great perfection of the deity transformation stage. This bag of experience points looks pretty good. I was just wondering how to raise my cultivation level a bit more. He grinned and turned to Chen Zhao. Hey, little Sparky. I'm looking for a servant to go to that place. How about you follow me and become my underling? Tranquil flew into a rage. Are you tired of living? In an instant, Deep Kunlum revealed his early-stage integration realm cultivation. His voice was full of provocation. Come and have a taste of my skills. A system immediately issued a ding notification. Detected that the host is being attacked by a peak-stage spirit transformation master. Passive effect, encountering the strong, has been activated, granting the host early-stage integration realm cultivation. Deep Kunlum immediately channeled Imperial Marvel of Heaven and Earth. Human King's soul supremacy. A terrifying surge of power erupted, sweeping away any thought of resistance from Tranquil. In just the blink of an eye, that guy was beaten to a pulp, unable to even lift his head. Hong Thin Deep, who was standing nearby, shuddered as she witnessed the scene. Her chest tightened. This guy is actually an integration realm cultivator? Just how many more cultivation levels is he hiding? I thought dealing with him would be easy. Turns out I was just too naive. Before they could fully recover, the two continued on their way. Deep Kunlum gestured with his eyes. Let's go. You'll know when we get there. Even if in the past, you were the true immortal realm leader of a demonic cult, you still might not have been able to reach this place. Hearing this, Hong Thien Deep was startled. What? Could it really be the secret realm of heavenly fate? Deep Quinlum chuckled, glancing at his disciple. Look! This is a real eye-opener. As soon as he finished speaking, a giant black hole appeared before them. Without hesitation, the master and disciple stepped inside. Inside was a vast and bustling space. People were coming and going, an unusually large crowd. Right in the center, a huge silk banner hung with the words, "Wishing the 15th Anniversary Conference a great success. Esteemed heroes, please take your seats. The 15th Anniversary Assembly is about to begin. We ask for your undivided attention." Ye Junlin squinted his eyes. His voice was excited, yet still extremely gentle. "This is my original world, and as for these people, they are all lords in their own respective worlds. Little Hong, if you follow me, you will learn many interesting things." Hong Tianye stood to the side, observing. He felt that everything here was beyond his comprehension. He thought to himself, although this isn't some kind of secret realm of opportunity, it's clear this place is beyond imagination. Some of the people here, I can't even probe their cultivation levels. Ye Junlin, you truly are unfathomable. Returning to the main story, after finishing their business at the conference, the two of them returned. At this moment, Ye Junlin leaned back in his chair. He slowly closed his eyes, his expression one of extreme comfort. "Little Hong, you've eaten the meat, and you've broken through to the next realm. Come here and give your master a little shoulder rub." Hearing those words, Hong Tianye's entire body instantly radiated killing intent. A vicious glint flashed in his eyes. "That bastard yet! I've reached the god transformation realm, and you dare order me around like a servant?" The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Just a petty god transformation cultivator, and you dare to be so arrogant? You will die by this venerable one's hand. He was enraged. He raised his hand, about to finish off this worthless master of his. Just then, someone came running over. In a panicked voice, "Reporting to Peak Lord Ye! Lord Ye, the sect master invites you to the main hall. He says there is a very important matter that needs to be discussed urgently." Ye Junlin tilted his head slightly and raised an eyebrow. "Oh? It's only been a day and something's already happened? All right, I'll be right there." Hong Tianye watched his master's retreating figure, his face turning pale. Such a heaven-sent opportunity ruined just like that. But no matter, this Yi fellow is full of openings. There will definitely be more chances for me to strike. Before the thought was even finished, Ye Junlin shot into the air with a whoosh, leaving behind a trail of faint smoke. And he said to his disciple in a calm voice, "Little Hong, your master is leaving first. Your massage technique is quite invigorating. When I return, remember to do my legs as well." Hearing this, Hong Tianye was boiling with rage. He screamed internally, You're infuriating! Do you really take me for a servant who's here to wait on you? I should have just landed the finishing blow back there. I should have just crushed that shameless, thick-skinned bastard to death." But at that very moment, in the Grand Council Hall of the Xuan Tian sect, the atmosphere was incredibly tense. Worried whispers echoed throughout the hall. Perhaps the heavens truly wished to destroy the Xuan Tian sect. What are we going to do now? Just as Ye Junlin appeared, he was immediately recognized by many. "Peak Lord Yi is here. Junior brother Ye, you've come at the perfect time." He looked around and spoke in a gentle voice. "Everyone, has the sect run into some kind of trouble again? Why such a grand assembly?" Everyone around him had a look of admiration. Tu Union stepped forward, his face heavy with worry. "Junior brother, this is what happened. Several years ago, the Wei Kingdom, which has always been under the protection of our Xuan Tian sect, sent a message asking for help. Recently, throughout their lands, a series of strange incidents have been occurring continuously, causing the common people to die one after another. The bodies of the victims are piling up into mountains, but all of their blood has vanished completely. It's as if they've been drained dry. This situation is getting more and more serious. There are even cities with populations of up to 1 million people that have been massacred, with corpses strewn everywhere." His voice grew increasingly sorrowful. "The sect master has determined that there must be some evil creature causing this chaos. So he sent a group of disciples to investigate. But they all vanished without a trace. Many people from the Xuantian sect went there, and none of them have returned." Tu Unian gently pinched his brow, a troubled look on his face. "This morning, the Wei Kingdom sent another urgent plea for help. The report says the situation is incredibly dire, and it's at risk of spreading to neighboring countries. If it's allowed to spread throughout the entire barren continent, I fear it will become a living hell. After this, how will the Xuantian sect ever recruit disciples again?" Hearing this, Ye Junlin frowned. This is truly serious. Could it be that the affected area is so vast that no one discovered it sooner? So does that mean we're powerless to stop it? Su Qianshu, with a worried expression, chimed in. "I'm afraid that anyone who witnessed this firsthand is already dead. The Xuantian sect is located in the barren continent, place with scarce resources where nascent soul disciples are few and far between. And the state of Wei is on the very edge of the barren continent. If those evil creatures were to invade, it would be catastrophic. Ye Junlin took a deep breath, silently weighing the situation. Is there still no news at all? Could there be an even more terrifying power behind all this? But at that moment, the system's voice rang out, announcing a new mission. New mission activated. Proceed to the state of Wei. Find the root cause of the disaster. Upon completion, you will receive an unimaginable reward. Ye Junlin was delighted, nodding slightly in praise. Oh, system, you're as perceptive as ever, aren't you? Yes. If it could, the system would have sounded embarrassed by the praise. He then turned to Shu Union. All right, I understand the sect master's concerns. The incident began in the state of Wei several years ago, and it remains the epicenter to this day. The root of the problem must lie there. I will go and see for myself. Shu Union was overjoyed. With junior brother Ye taking action, there's no better outcome. I'm certain this matter will be resolved swiftly. Ye Junlin responded with a smile, and without any hesitation said, Very well, I'll depart immediately. Everyone wait here for my news. With that, he shot off like an arrow from a bow. The Peak Master was just about to say, Wait, I haven't even finished speaking. Su Qianshu couldn't help but laugh. He sighed in admiration at Sect Master Ye Feng. Your style is truly as fast as lightning. Zhu Deju, standing to the side, looked worried. I wonder if Sect Master Ye Feng can handle this bizarre situation. Or not. Su Qianshu immediately tapped the blockhead Zhu Deju on the forehead. In this tiny barren continent, who could possibly trouble a spirit transformation cultivator? Don't worry so much. Hearing this, everyone looked in the direction where Ye Junlin had just disappeared and nodded in agreement. Zhu Deju went along with it. That's right. If even he is helpless, then I'm afraid the entire barren continent is truly helpless. Shu Union spoke up. Everyone return to your cultivation. Don't waste any more time. We must do our best to not disappoint junior brother Ye's expectations. The disciples replied in unison, Yes, Sect Master! But at the same time, at the eastern border of the barren continent, near the Wei country, two figures were flying urgently. Hong Tianyi wore a gloomy expression. His heart was filled with doubt. Why, after returning from that strange conference? Is he in such a hurry to get to this Wei country? Fine. I'll find an opening along the way to strike. I haven't forgotten our old debt. Great Peach Blossom Village, located in the Wei country. The people were suffering from rampant banditry. Looking down from above, Ye Junlin gestured with his chin and told little Hong, Look over there. There are some bandits running wild. Let's go down and see. Hong Tianyi sneered. You're actually bothered by such a trivial matter. Below, the Peach Blossom Village chief and the villagers were kneeling, crying, and begging. Please, heroes, our village is dirt poor. We only have a few chickens, cows, and goats. If you want them, we'll give you everything. We just beg you to spare the lives of us innocent people. The leader of the bandits. The bandit chief of Blackwind Fortress grinned maliciously. Heh! Who said I wanted those trivial things? What I want are your lives. He roared as he kicked the village chief hard, sending him tumbling across the ground. A flicker of cruelty appeared in the bandit chief's eyes. He laughed barbarically. Just wait for death obediently. It'll save you the pain of struggling. His minions also roared with laughter and cheered. Everyone, get back! The chief is about to unleash his divine technique. He saw the bandit chief arrogantly throw his head back and laugh. Then, streams of dark red blood from the villagers were slowly being absorbed into his body. Screams echoed everywhere. Help! Please don't kill us. Oh my God, he's a monster. Mommy, I'm scared. Someone please save us. This is horrible. We don't want to die like this. Watching this scene, Hong Thien Deep suddenly shuddered. A trace of unease stirred within him. This evil art. Why does it look so much like the one that once appeared in the central region? But I remember, it was surrounded and completely wiped out by the great sacred lands. Deep Quan Lam glanced at him and asked directly, What do you know about that technique? Startled, Hong Thien Deep immediately denied it. No, not at all. I just find it strange, that's all. Seeing his awkwardness, Deep Quan Lam didn't press him further. He muttered in a low voice, This kid's attitude is really suspicious. But whatever, I'll deal with it after this is over. Down below, the villagers wailed miserably as their blood was drained. Just as the bandit chief looked up, Deep Quan Lam appeared right behind him. His eyes widened and he stammered, Well, who the hell are you? You bastard! Are you looking to die? Just as he swung his arm to attack, it was immediately sealed. His arm swelled up grotesquely like an airbag. He let out a terrible, pained scream, and then, with a loud bang, his arm exploded. Fresh blood gushed out everywhere. Terrified, the bandit chief didn't even think twice. On your knees. Please don't kill me. I beg you to spare my life." His lackeys crowded around, anxiously crying out, "Chief!" The chief of the Black Wind Fortress was pinned to the ground. The closer he looked, the more he trembled. Spirit transformation realm. How could I have dared to cross someone like that? Ye Junlin narrowed his eyes and asked seriously, "Where are you from? Tell me everything." The chief of the Black Wind Fortress knelt prostrate on the ground. His face was ashen, his voice trembling and broken. I was originally a guard in the imperial palace of the Wei Kingdom, but I accidentally saw something I wasn't supposed to see. The prince then ordered a hunt to kill me. Not wanting to die for nothing, I risked my life to escape the imperial palace. Hearing this, Ye Junlin frowned and began his interrogation. His voice was calm, but held a stern undertone. "What was this thing you weren't supposed to see? And another thing, that evil art you're cultivating. Where exactly did you learn it from?" The fortress chief swallowed nervously in fear. His eyes darted about furtively. "I often saw the prince secretly visiting the back mountain, but I never dared to get too curious. As for this evil art, while I was on the run, I encountered a mysterious organization. They were the ones who taught me this technique, but I don't know anything about their origins." Ye Junlin nodded and pressed on. They just gave you the technique like that, without asking for anything in return?" The chief glanced furtively at the villagers, then lowered his head and confessed. "They only asked that I never stop using this evil art to devour the blood essence of other people, to use it as a way to increase my cultivation. So I had no choice but to accept. I swear I don't know anything else." After getting his answer, Ye Junlin fell silent, deep in thought. "It seems that behind all this, there's a very powerful force pulling the strings. Those barbaric acts. It might even be directly related to the series of bizarre incidents that have happened recently. Little Hong, what do you think?" Hearing this, Hong Theandeep's expression faltered. He secretly made a connection. This method of power transference is exactly the same as that person's. Could it be he's still alive? Why would he appear in the desolate continent? As he thought of that, he feigned indifference in front of his master. "This disciple does not know, master. Perhaps it's just a rare demonic art." In reality, Hong Theandeep had already begun to form his own plan. If that person is truly alive and causing trouble here, then this Ye Quan Lam guy, with his meager god transformation cultivation, is surely no match for him. I'm afraid he'll meet his end right here in the land of Great Wei. At that moment, Ye Quan Lam stood blocking the bandit leader. He silently waved his hand. An invisible wave of spiritual pressure made the man tremble uncontrollably, sweat pouring down his face. "Let me see what you're trying to hide." In the man's despairing eyes, blood vessels became clearly visible as his pupils dilated to their limit. As if he was being torn apart, the pressure slammed down on the bandit leader's body. He instantly let out a horrifying scream. His eyes bulged as he collapsed, dead before he could even close them, foaming at the mouth. Ye Quan Lam withdrew his hand, a serious look flashing in his eyes. He wasn't lying, but through my spiritual probe, I discovered a crucial piece of information. "We must head to the Imperial Palace of Great Wei immediately." Hong Theandeep coldly flicked his finger. A powerful spark shot out, incinerating the remaining bandits. The bandit leader's remaining subordinates screamed, writhing in the net of fire. In a matter of moments, they were turned to ash. The entire area was instantly filled with an acrid smell, mixed with ear-piercing screams. Seeing this, Ye Quan Lam was also a little surprised. He glanced over at Hong Tianye. The one who had just acted shrugged and smirked, asking back in a teasing tone, "Master, what your disciple just did, was there anything wrong with it? Don't these bandits deserve to die?" At the same time, a look of satisfaction flashed across his face. "I've been holding in my frustration for a long time. I finally got to vent some of this anger." Ye Junlin nodded slightly in approval. That was quite decisive. Not bad." Seeing the two immortals take action and eliminate the villains, the villagers all dropped to their knees in unison, endlessly praising the immortals for vanquishing evil and saving the people. "We are indebted to you, two great immortals. We of Peach Blossom Village will remember this for generations to come." At the Imperial Palace of Great Wei, in the eastern region of the barren continent, the Emperor of Great Wei sat on his throne, his face filled with sorrow. He sighed wearily and said, "The population of Great Wei has decreased by nearly 1/3 in the past few years. If this strange situation continues, my kingdom will sooner or later be destroyed at the hands of those evil cultists. I wonder if the immortal masters from the Mystic Heaven sect can help the nation of Wei overcome this calamity, or not." Just as the atmosphere grew heavy, a clear voice suddenly called out, "Royal Father! Royal Father!" A lovely young woman dressed in fine silks ran in. From her attire, anyone could tell she was the Princess of Wei. She smiled joyfully, announcing, I I just saw outside the city gates. 2 immortals are flying this way! It must be them from the rumors these past few days. The Emperor was so overjoyed he shot to his feet. Really? Then it must be the immortal masters from the mystic heavens sect. My beloved ministers, quickly follow me to welcome them. Outside the imperial palace, Ye Junlin and Hong Tianye hovered in mid-air, watching as the delegation from Great Wei rushed out to greet them. Ye Junlin tilted his head slightly, asking his disciple with a smile, "Little Hong, your master's entrance was quite majestic, wasn't it?" Hong Tianye replied flatly, "Master is wise. Your disciple feels the same." Although he said that, in his heart he sneered. What an act. Wait until you run into a real evil creature. Let's see how you handle it then. Don't expect me to help you then. The Emperor of Great Wei immediately stepped forward, so overjoyed that he knelt down. Clasping his hands, he said loudly, "I welcome the High Immortal's arrival. I have long awaited the High Immortal from the Xuantian sect." Ye Junlin's expression turned serious. His entire being suddenly radiated a transcendent aura. "I am the Peak Lord of Piaomiao, a peak of the Xuantian sect. My name is Ye Junlin. Now that I am here, I will surely help you, Great Wei, eliminate this disaster. Do not worry." The Emperor was ecstatic, his face beaming with joy. "On behalf of the people of the Wei Kingdom, I kowtow in gratitude to you, High Immortal. If you have any requests, High Immortal, please just give the word." Ye Junlin glanced at Hong Tianye, then announced loudly, "First, prepare a quiet place for my disciple and me to rest." Hearing this, the Emperor nodded. "Yes, of course. No problem at all. Please, you 2 High Immortals, follow me. I will personally escort you there." As the 2 followed the Emperor, they were completely unaware that someone was secretly tailing them from behind. A murderous aura flickered in the darkness. A cold voice whispered, "Just a mere peak lord of the Xuantian sect, and he's putting on such an act. I was just worrying about not having a worthy tribute to offer my master." You 2 have arrived at the perfect time. To summarize the situation, the Xuantian sect once sent a group of cultivators to hunt down the source of the evil cult in the Great Wei, but they all vanished without a trace. The nation of Wei is now on the brink of destruction, in utter chaos. At this time, Ye Junlin was ordered to resolve the disaster. Meanwhile, Hong Tianye harbored secret contempt and hatred, unable to find an opportunity to land a fatal blow on his master. Seeing Ye Junlin casually sitting on the chair, leisurely eating fruit, Hong Tianye grew even more irritated, cursing inwardly. He's like a lazy dog. All he does is eat and sleep all day. So how could he possibly have reached the spirit transformation stage? This desolate continent is such a low-level place. This guy got lucky with his meager achievements, yet he dares to be so arrogant. Just you wait. Sooner or later I'll surpass him and crush him under my foot. Meanwhile, Ye Junlin glanced at his disciple, a faint, hidden smile on his face. He thought to himself, "Oh, little Hong, you think you can outsmart me with your petty little schemes? Do you really think you can play tricks on me? Sooner or later you'll bring disaster upon yourself. Your greatest mistake was making me your target." Suddenly he leaned back and laughed cheerfully. "Little Hong, you must be curious about your master's cultivation methods, aren't you? If you are, then hurry up and bring me a basin of warm water to wash my feet. When I'm comfortable, I'll pass on the secret to advancing your realm to you." As soon as he finished speaking, Hong Tianye was so furious that veins bulged on his forehead, gritting his teeth so hard they audibly ground together. He thought furiously, "What? He's just a minor spirit transformation cultivator in this godforsaken backwater of a place. And he dares to claim he can teach me how to cultivate? How laughable! Back in my day, I taught immortal arts to countless immortals myself. If there's anyone truly worthy of teaching me, they should be the ones honoring me as their Grandmaster." Just then, Ye Junlin spoke up, his voice full of dissatisfaction. "What are you still standing there for? Don't you want to improve anymore? You're still so young, yet you want to retire early?" He is a high and mighty sect master of the fire-worshipping demonic cult, and he has to wash someone else's feet? Why not just turn hostile and get it over with? He thought angrily to himself. But reason quickly pulled him back to reality. Even though he was boiling with rage inside, he still had to suppress his emotions, forcing himself to swallow the rising anger. "Listen, before I could even do anything." From outside, the sound of urgent knocking echoed, along with a respectful voice, reporting to the 2 esteemed immortals, "Something strange has happened again in the Wei Kingdom. This lowly one has an urgent matter to report." Hong Tianye immediately perked up his ears to listen. Meanwhile, Ye Junlin asked in a loud voice, "Who are you? Come on in." The door creaked open. A young man dressed in formal dragon robes quickly knelt down. He clasped his hands and said, This humble one is the first prince of the Wei Kingdom. Zhao Heng, please, esteemed immortals, help me. This is a matter concerning the survival of the Wei Kingdom. I hope the esteemed immortals will grant me an audience. Ye Junlin nodded. All right, go ahead and speak. Hong Tianye observed quietly, thinking to himself, is this the prince that the master of the Black Wind stronghold mentioned? He looks quite respectable. He doesn't seem like the kind of cruel person who would order people to be killed. What is the truth of the matter? But Zhao Heng remained kneeling on the floor. His eyes revealed his anxiety as he reported, Esteemed immortals, I have never dared to report this matter to my imperial father. I suspect that there's a possibility evil cultists are plaguing the Great Way. It started from the back mountain of the imperial palace. A few nights ago, I saw with my own eyes pitch-black demon bats sneaking into a mountain cave. Furthermore, countless palace maids and eunuchs have gone missing recently. I believe that those demon bats are closely related to this matter. The esteemed immortals possess heaven-defying abilities. I beseech you to take action and suppress them. Exterminate the horde of bat demons in the back mountain. And save the Wei Kingdom. Ye Junlin let out a soft "oh." He immediately began to weigh the situation in his mind. My spiritual sense can scan a fairly large area, but I didn't detect anything unusual in the back mountain. Is this guy making things up? Or is there some power behind the scenes concealing it? Even so, he gave a faint smile and said, all right. This master will go with you to check it out. The back mountain of the imperial palace, right? Lead the way. He thought to himself, I want to see just what kind of tricks you're trying to pull. You dare use a diversionary tactic in front of me? Hearing this, Zhao Heng's face lit up with joy. He hurriedly stepped aside, beaming, Thank you, High Immortal. Please follow me, you two. Those evil creatures will surely be exterminated soon. Hong Tianye glanced over at Zhao Heng, his heart filled with suspicion. It seems things are starting to get interesting. I'll just follow along and see how that Ye Junlin fellow falls into the trap. On the deserted path leading to the back mountain, Zhao Heng walked cautiously, occasionally glancing back. From a hidden corner, a young woman in courtly attire caught a glimpse of the scene and frowned, muttering to herself. Eldest brother has always been known for his rebelliousness. Father Emperor has lectured him many times, but it's never worked. Now he's secretly leading those two immortals into the back mountain. I should probably report this to Father Emperor right away. She immediately turned and ran towards the main hall. Meanwhile, a dark and cold atmosphere enveloped the back mountain. Looking up at the bizarre, pitch-black rock formations, Ye Junlin asked the first prince, You said this is where the bat demons are hiding? It doesn't really look the part, does it? Zhao Heng stopped short and then whipped around. His voice was steely. That's right, this is the appointed place. I mean the place where the bat demons appear. At this moment, Ye Junlin suddenly smirked, his voice ice-cold. So they've finally arrived. What secret are you hiding here? Spit it out. Zhao Heng, seeing he could no longer hide it, threw his head back and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha! At first I was worried I couldn't fool you. Who knew you'd be so bold as to walk right into our trap? You think you're invincible just because you're a deity transformation cultivator? Don't forget, there's always someone stronger than you in this world. You can never anticipate everything. As he finished, his eyes glared, filled with killing intent. A peak lord of the profound heaven sect, you say? You dare stand in our way? Today this place will be your grave. From the darkness, a series of cloaked figures silently appeared, flying up to surround the master and disciple. Zhao Heng called out in a loud voice, Elders, please make your move. An old man with a white beard and hair immediately cast a formation, shouting, 5-layered God-binding formation, activate! In an instant, 5 intricate layers of light appeared, weaving into a formation diagram that enveloped Ye Junlin and Hong Tianye. The man sneered, I am an elder of this blood nether sect. At the late stage of nascent soul, I've long heard of the famous Peak Lord Yi of the profound heaven sect. Quite a reputation you have. It's a pity you've fallen into our 5-layered God-binding formation. Even a deity transformation cultivator would find it difficult to escape this. The first prince, standing nearby, suddenly let out a contemptuous laugh. He turned to the masters hiding in the surroundings and commanded in a loud voice, Everyone attack now! But remember, don't strike too hard. We still need to keep him alive for my master to use. As for that wench in red, I want you to cripple her cultivation. This prince wants to enjoy you slowly. As he spoke, he licked his lips with a lecherous expression, making anyone who saw it shudder in disgust. At this moment, a blazing killing intent flashed in Hong Tianye's eyes. His voice dropped low. What did you just say? A fire of rage exploded violently within her. Hong Tianye's face turned ice-cold. Almost nothing but hatred remained. I originally had no intention of getting involved in this, but you just couldn't keep your mouth shut. You dare touch my reverse scale? Instantly, a blazing torrent of fire erupted, emitting a terrifying heat, powerful enough to incinerate anything in its path. Amidst a furious roar, a massive vortex of fire shot out like a deadly maelstrom. The nameless masters lurking nearby were immediately caught in it, screaming their lungs out. The dreadful heat was like an explosion in the blink of an eye. They were all incinerated completely. The first prince, Zhao Heng, was startled and panicked. His face turned deathly pale as he stammered, "Shh! She destroyed the entire formation in a single move!" Unbelievable. The Phoenix God formation, prepared so meticulously, and yet it was shattered in a single blow. The remaining demons strained to resist, sweat pouring down their faces. They exclaimed, while still struggling to hold their ground, "First Prince, I can't believe the peak lord of the Xuantian sect brought along a disciple at the spirit transformation realm." What's more, the technique that woman is using is likely equivalent to an immortal grade 1. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible to break our Phoenix God formation. Zhao Heng suppressed his fury. He cursed under his breath, "Useless old fools." And yet he didn't forget to shout encouragement. "I hope you all will achieve a great victory to offer to our honored master." When he saw how dire the situation was, he quickly changed his tone and shouted to Hong Tianye, "Fairy, let's calm down and talk this over. With your cultivation level, if you follow my honored master, your future will surely be limitless." After hearing this, Hong Tianye just smirked faintly. Her cold eyes were filled with killing intent. "You dare try to seduce me? In that case, you can have a taste of a fate worse than death." With that, he gently waved his hand. Instantly, flames erupted, surrounding Zhao Heng. The terrifying heat made him scream in agony, writhing in the sea of fire. There was no way to escape. Seeing this, Ye Kunlin just stood with his arms crossed, a mocking smile on his face. "Oh, how tragic. But little Hong, you really know how to hit the spot. All right, don't play him to death just yet. I still have some questions for him." Hong Tianyi was cold, but he was also obedient. He flicked his fingertip. The flames were instantly extinguished. At this moment, the first prince, Zhao Heng, was sprawled out on the ground. He was burned to a crisp. His breathing was faint. Ye Kunlin walked over, his voice grim. "Who exactly is your master? Could he really have what it takes to make a god transformation realm cultivator submit to him? Don't you lie to me." But Zhao Heng still forced himself to speak. "My master was once an immortal in the central region. How can a mere god transformation realm cultivator even compare? You'd be wise to submit to him sooner rather than later. I can still put in a good word for you, otherwise when my master himself appears, you won't even have the luxury of dying." Ye Kunlin looked at him with a disdainful smirk. "Submit? What a joke. I'll see for myself just how powerful your master is. But for now, I'll start by killing one of you." The moment the words left his mouth, he unleashed an invisible attack, causing the head of a nearby expert to explode. Blood splattered everywhere. It was a horrifying sight. It made the remaining people tremble in fear. An elder of the Ming cult stammered in panic, He's also at the god transformation realm. How can there be 2 god transformation cultivators in the barren continent?" But it didn't stop there. Ye Kunlin attacked again, with just a single casual blow, and in turn took the life of the second man, then the third and the fourth. The fifth, crimson blood gushed out. Their bodies collapsed, dead before they could even close their eyes. Now only the elder of the Ming cult was left. "Only you are left." Ye Junlin smirked as he advanced towards him. He flicked his fingers slightly as if to signal that he could kill him at any moment. Zhao Heng, terrified, quickly shouted, "Wait! Wait!" At that very moment, in the dead of night, a scream echoed, "Master, save me!" A stream of power descended from the sky, creating a violent tremor. The earth and rocks were thrown into the air. Debris flew everywhere as if caught in a hurricane. Right at this moment, the group from the Imperial Palace managed to arrive on horseback. A little girl was also riding a horse. Looking at the terrifying, blazing red aura in the distance, she cried out in fear, "Father Emperor, what's happening? That blood-red aura is so scary." The Emperor quickly whipped his horse, urging it to gallop faster. "Quickly! Let's go see what's going on. I hope the 2 high immortals haven't run into any trouble." Back to the battle. Hong Tianyi frowned and muttered softly, "This aura, why is it so familiar? Could it really be him?" The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. "I can handle Ye Junlin, but having to face him again is not pleasant at all." Zhao Heng, as if grasping a life-saving straw, laughed loudly. "Ha ha! Master has finally arrived. Your day of death has come." From the darkness, a dim figure appeared. The person's entire body radiated a powerful pressure, making the surrounding air feel suffocating. He is the leader of the Blood Ming cult from the central region, Shitianjue. Ye Junlin slowly raised his eyes to look at the newcomer, faint, mocking smile on his face. Ah, so the turtle finally pokes its head out of its shell. So you're the one pulling the strings behind that evil cult, aren't you? I thought you'd just hide and never dare to show your face again. Thak Tien Tweet's eyes swept over Deep Quan Lam. A blood-red glint flashed in his pupils. With an arrogant look, he said, "You insignificant cultivator from the barren continent. I admit you have a few tricks up your sleeve. But what makes you think you're qualified to fight me? The one who interests me more is my old friend over there." With that, he stared intently at Hong Thien Deep. Hong Thien Deep's expression grew increasingly grim. He growled, "Blood demon, I can't believe you're still alive." Deep Quan Lam was slightly taken aback. "Oh? Does little Hong have some history with this guy?" But Thak Tien Tweet is also the one known as the Blood Demon hovering in midair. The Blood Demon sneered. "This title, more than 200 years ago, I was hunted down by the great sacred lands of the central region. Since then, no one has heard of it. And yet you still remember me, huh? Ha ha ha." Hong Thien Deep clenched his teeth, his expression as cold as ice. He recalled anyone who experienced that cataclysmic battle would surely never be able to forget it. Back then, Thak Tien Tweet was the strongest expert in the true immortal realm. He sustained himself by devouring human blood. He also passed on his evil techniques to countless followers. If he hadn't been hunted down, the world would have been plunged into chaos. In the end, he turned on his own, draining the energy of all his followers to make himself stronger. His evil was so great that in the end, an alliance of the top powers in the central region had to join forces to destroy him. Even those of the demonic path, like myself, joined the hunt. And yet he's still alive, hiding in this pathetic barren continent of the eastern region. If news of this were to spread to the central region, it would undoubtedly cause a massive uproar. Van Hang collapsed limply to the ground, whimpering continuously. "Master, please save me. They want to kill me." Thak Tien Tweet suddenly glared and snapped coldly, "Insolent!" Before he finished speaking, his eyes shifted. A stream of blood fire shot out. It incinerated Zhao Hang into ash right before everyone's eyes. Hong Tianyi watched, shuddering involuntarily. As expected, the blood demon's methods are still the most ruthless. He'd even kill his own disciple without a moment's hesitation. Shi Tianjui looked at little Hong and smirked. "He was just a disciple. I can find as many others as I wish. But if you wanted him dead, then I would be even more merciless. Do you understand what I mean?" Ye Junlin stood to the side, his face filled with amusement as if watching a good show, thinking to himself, "Whoa, what great drama! I have to see this through to the end." Hong Tianyi stepped back, scrutinizing the blood demon. His gaze was heavy. "I saw with my own eyes how your immortal body was crushed by the 4 divine artifacts, ground into dust. Even your blood was completely vaporized. So how in the world did you manage to escape?" Shi Tianjui burst out laughing. "It's all thanks to those self-righteous fools. I had long since prepared by separating a drop of my essence blood. I cast a spell and hid it in a secret place. After I fell, that drop of blood nurtured itself and revived me, allowing me to return. What a coincidence. You're just like me, aren't you?" As he spoke, he fixed his blood-red eyes on Hong Tianyi, his gaze full of meaning. "Right now, my cultivation is rapidly recovering, while you are only in the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. Why don't you just obediently surrender? Offer all of your blood to me, and then we can be together forever. What do you say?" Hong Tianyi's face changed as he roared in fury. "You're insane! In the central region, how many times did I reject you? And now that you've been reborn, you still haven't changed at all?" His entire body erupted with fiery energy. Arcs of furious lightning flashed around him. He hissed through clenched teeth. "Do you really think that I, at the peak of the spirit transformation stage, can't kill you? What?" Thak Tien Tweet laughed maniacally. "Good. The more you struggle, the more excited I get. Against others, you might have a glimmer of hope. But against me, your only path is death." Hong Thien Deep growled, his fists clenched. "Ha! How will we know the outcome if we don't even fight?" With that, he immediately unleashed his 5th move, the Absolute God Flame. A powerful wave of flames. It surged forward with immense destructive power. The blood demon, Thak Tien Tweet, his eyes flashing, roared, "This is—" But in the next moment he swung his hand to counter, with the blood slaughter palm. The 2 streams of power collided violently, causing a deafening explosion in midair. He was momentarily startled. Impossible. How can this flame be so tyrannical? He's only in the early spirit transformation stage. Yet he managed to shatter my blood slaughter palm? Where in the world did he learn such a technique? Hong Thien Deep snorted coldly. "That was just a greeting. Now witness my 2nd move, bone-chilling crackling flame." A bone-chilling flame shot out for a 2nd time, but Thak Tien Tweet wasn't one to stand idly by. He sneered. Just a defeated foe. You think that's all it takes? Soul-devouring blood lance. A giant crimson spear shot forward with a whoosh. It clashed fiercely with the bone-chilling, crackling flame. In an instant, the two forces were locked in a stalemate, clashing like opposing fire and water. In the end, the spear couldn't break through. Instead, it was partially frozen over. This astonished Thach tweet. What kind of fire element technique possesses ice properties like this? How can it have such powerful freezing abilities at the same time? At the same time, he shattered the layer of ice, his voice fierce. You dare stand in my way? Veins bulged on his face. He looked half furious, half excited. No wonder I took an interest in you back then. It's only been a moment, and you've already managed to get me this worked up. Was it after you left the central region? You've obtained some great fortune. Did you take some powerful expert as your master? Hong Tianya continued to emanate waves of a ferocious aura. Hearing his question, he cut him off immediately. My business has nothing to do with you. With this kind of technique, I will definitely be able to dominate the central region, he thought to himself. I can't let the blood demon know that this technique was actually taught to me by some nascent soul cultivator from the desolate continent. How disgraceful. Shitianju's eyes suddenly shot wide. Killing intent erupted from him. A brilliant red light flashed in the depths of his eyes. He became more and more terrifying. If you continue to grow stronger, I'm afraid even I will have a hard time subduing you. Unfortunately, everything has to end here. Now I will show you what the true power of the immortal demon void is. But just as he finished speaking, terrifying streams of crimson power shot out in all directions, writhing like a storm from hell. At the same time, in all the cities of the Wei Kingdom, countless citizens were wailing miserably. Their blood was being drained from their bodies in sheer terror. Help! Save us! We don't want to die! But all the blood of these people, through some unknown method, was being channeled and merged into Shi Tianjue's body. He burst into a resounding laugh. Ha ha! This feeling is incredible. Those mortals have long since become my personal food pantry. All I have to do is will it, and all their life force and cultivation are immediately refined and offered up entirely to me. Seeing how urgent the situation was, Ye Junlin, who was standing behind, couldn't hold back either. He urged him on. Little Hong, finish him off quickly. Don't drag this out and waste time. Unexpectedly, Hong Tianya snapped back, annoyed. I don't need you to give me orders. Damn it, his mind was a complete mess. How did things turn out like this? I thought Ye Junlin would be the one to clash with the blood demon, that he wouldn't be able to hold on, and would have to beg me for help. That's when I would make my move. Who knew everything would get turned upside down? Not only that, Hong Tianya could also feel a bizarre aura. Coming from Shi Tianjue, I'm afraid even I can't handle this situation. Is this guy about to break through to the integration realm? Just then, Shi Tianju's body swelled up to 10,000 times its size, compared to a normal person. Flames of black and red blazed fiercely around him. He laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha! Years ago with this body. Even when facing the most powerful experts, the Saint Demon was never at a disadvantage. Those old geezers from the Holy Land teamed up and used their immortal artifacts, but they still couldn't destroy my immortal body. Now I have recovered 70% of my power. Once I devour all the living beings in the desolate continent and restore myself to my peak, even in the central region, no one will be strong enough to stand in my way. His giant limbs were covered in tangled tentacles. Shi Tianjue extended a massive hand towards Hong Tianya. He said in a hoarse voice, "This sovereign will give you one last chance. If you don't know how to seize it, you will bear the consequences." Hong Tianya was extremely tense. This guy, he really has reached the integration realm. What do I do now? He gathered all his strength and unleashed the purple flame burning heaven technique, creating a shield of fire to block the terrifying blow. But the impact still made Hong Tianya cough up blood. On the spot, he gritted his teeth and thought, dragging this out with this blood demon is no different from suicide. The only way is to burn my Dantian and risk it all. With that thought, he unleashed a series of extremely powerful moves. Purple flame shatters the sky, Flame Dragon's wrathful flame. But Thach Tweet just smirked. With one hand, he crushed the flame dragon before it could even unleash its power. He said mockingly, "Useless. Your attacks are nothing more than a tickle to my immortal. A blood frame." With that, he roared. His flame-wreathed fist shot straight toward Hong Tiandeep. It's over, in the blink of an eye. Hong Tiandeep's strongest move was completely useless. I used my ultimate technique against him, and it had no effect at all. What am I supposed to do now? The enemy is just too powerful. He panicked. He had to summon the Golden Flame City Wall to protect himself. But Thach Tuet roared, "Break for me!" And with just a single devastating punch, he completely shattered the Golden Flame City Wall. Hong Thien Deep's slender body was thrown into the air. Then he crashed to the ground with a heavy thud. The impact was so great it cracked the earth wide open. Debris and shattered rock flew everywhere. At that moment, the Emperor and Princess of the Wei Kingdom had just arrived on horseback. Stunned, he cried, "High Immortal!" The princess trembled, her face pale as a sheet. She gripped the saddle tightly. "Father, well, what kind of monster is that? It's terrifying!" The Emperor was also dazed, drenched in a cold sweat. Could he be the source of the evil calamity? Even the High Immortal is no match for him. In that case, my Wei Kingdom, I fear it cannot escape destruction this time. Amidst the thick dust and smoke, Hong Thien Deep's dry coughs could be heard. He tried to force himself up, but his body was broken. His eyes were filled with utter defiance. Is my path to godhood really going to end here? After all the trouble I went through to get this heaven-defying technique, thinking of Ye Junlin, he seethed with resentment. Do I really have to beg that bastard for help now? If I admit that I'm weaker than him, what will be left of my pride? Not to mention, he's only at the peak of the spirit transformation realm. Fighting someone into the body integration realm is a completely different story. Could it be that begging him actually worked? Even so, Tien Tweet didn't give him any time to think. He waved his hand from high above, draining all the cold life force from the surroundings. We are all cultivators who yearn for eternal life. If you do not wish to live forever and ever with me, then let me kill you. After that, I will absorb both your soul and your blood essence, carrying your will with me. As I continue on this infinite path, blazing red claws reached directly for Hong Thien Deep's blood-soaked body. His mind went blank with despair. In that fleeting moment between life and death, his survival instinct flared up, making him grit his teeth. Master, save me! Hearing this, Thien Tweet frowned. Master? So you've already taken someone as your master. No wonder you possess such a flame cultivation technique. Just as he finished speaking, Deep Kun Lum appeared with a knowing smile. My good disciple, you finally decided to think of your master. After speaking, he strode forward, standing protectively in front of Hong Thien Deep, directly facing Thien Tweet. Deep Kun Lum seemed to find the situation amusing. He clasped his hands and introduced himself. His master? I, Deep Kun Lum, that very person. The blood demon narrowed his eyes. Hong Thien Deep, I never thought you would fall. So low as to take some lowlife from the barren continent, who has only reached the spirit transformation realm, as your master. What a complete disgrace to the demonic path. But being mocked like this, Hong Thien Deep gritted his teeth, trying his best to suppress his emotions and his pain. He thought silently to himself, I despise Deep Kun Lum, the one who always orders me around like a servant. But for him to stand up to the blood demon to protect me, I'm afraid this won't end well. That guy is too strong. But Ye Kunlin was calm, his voice slightly teasing. You're looking down on me, aren't you, Shi Tianjui? A booming laugh echoed from his bloated figure. You're just a mosquito who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If I were in my prime, just spitting would be enough to drown you. Hong Tianye, heavily injured, lay sprawled on the ground. He whispered, Master, I'm sorry. You're no match for the blood demon. Just leave me and run. He shut his eyes, waiting for the worst. But contrary to his expectations, Ye Kunlin still stood firm. A confident smile played on the corner of his mouth. Run? That's not an option. Little Hong, open your eyes and watch carefully. Today your master will kill him for you. Kill him? Hong Tianye's pupils suddenly dilated, shining with disbelief. Shi Tianzhu also burst out laughing. You? Kill me? You can't even block a single one of my moves. What makes you think you can win? As he spoke, he gathered his strength and swung a massive palm strike down. Seeing this, Hong Tianye cried out in despair, Master, forget about me! Just run! For a moment, it seemed as if Ye Kunlin would be obliterated. But at that very moment, a shimmering light erupted from his body. The system suddenly issued an alert. Ding! Detected host is being attacked by a late-stage integration realm cultivator. Passive effect. The stronger the foe, the stronger I become. Activated. Host has received mid-stage integration realm cultivation. Ye Kunlin let out a hearty laugh, like someone who had just drawn their trump card. So, this is what it feels like to break through to the integration realm, huh? Terrifying spiritual pressure instantly shot straight towards Shi Tianjui, shattering his ferocious attack. The blood demon roared in agony. How is this possible? You were clearly only at the spirit transformation realm. Wait a minute. When did you reach the integration realm? Hong Tianye stared at his master, his mind completely blown. What is this? He hit his cultivation level for all this time. So this guy is actually at the mid-stage integration realm, not the spirit transformation realm. No wonder he kept provoking me before. So he was relying on his integration realm cultivation all along? I was almost fooled by him. It's a good thing I didn't turn on him back then. In the distance, the princess of the Wei Kingdom rejoiced. Father Emperor, the High Immortal is truly as powerful as they say. Look! He's overpowering that monster! The Emperor still frowned. But I'm afraid that evil creature has an immortal body. This is still going to be very difficult. Ye Junlin laughed with excitement. All right, let's see just how powerful the integration realm is. Very good. My body is overflowing with power. It feels like with just a single wave of my hand, I could destroy the heavens and the earth. The wound on Shu Tianjue's arm began to gradually recover. He continued in a loud voice. We're both at the integration realm, but the cultivation technique of a country bumpkin from the barren continent like you, how could it possibly compare? In a moment, I will show you what true power is. Once again, he threw a ferocious punch. Ye Junlin didn't back down at all and even mocked him. Who is it that doesn't know what true power is? We'll have to see about that. Instantly, the human king seal erupted. A colossal phantom of the human king rose up. It was even more imposing than Shu Tianjue's bloated form. Many times over, its oppressive aura dominated the entire area. At this moment, Shu Tianjue desperately counterattacked, with countless fists cloaked in fire and blood Key. But his attacks seemed to have little effect. Both of his arms began to shatter. Chunks of flesh and blood splattered everywhere. What? No, this can't be. Ye Junlin gave a faint smile. You were saying something earlier about a difference in our cultivation techniques? I will show you the true gap between you and me. Shu Tianjue roared defiantly. Even so, you can't kill my immortal body. The longer we fight, the more of your spiritual energy you'll waste. The outcome will still be hopeless. Hearing this, Ye Junlin mused softly. Oh? The immortal blood frame, you say? That's good, I wanted to try a new move anyway. With that, he made a mysterious hand seal, simultaneously shooting out numerous channels of magical power. His voice echoed, Great desolate heaven imprisoning finger. First finger, imprison heaven and earth. Second finger, shatter mountains and rivers. Third finger, annihilate life. Fourth finger, break the firmament. Between heaven and earth, a colossal energy vortex formed, like a meteor descending, ready to destroy everything. Shu Tianjue was horrified. Damn it! What is this now? At this moment, his true demonic form was revealed. The evil flames around him flared up one last time. He roared, You're good! In that case, I'll risk it all too. Let's settle this life-or-death battle in one move. With that, he activated the blood surge of the Yellow Springs. His reddish-black muscles bulged, trying to block the terrifying attack. But all his efforts were in vain. His defensive layer was crushed piece by piece. His limbs, charred and burnt, were blown away. Blood splattered everywhere, mixed with bits of flesh. Shu Tianjue staggered in agony, finally revealing his original form. His naked body was on the brink of death, gasping for air. You! Who in the world are you? How could this tiny, desolate continent give birth to a monster like you? Could it be that I, this venerable one, have been secluded for too long, and the prodigies outside have already become this powerful? Hong Tianye witnessed it all. A wave of terror and admiration surged in his heart. He thought to himself, too strong. Before his terrifying technique, my 3 heavenly flames are nothing but a grain of sand. No wonder he's so confident. Turns out he never even saw me as a threat. Deep Quan Lum stood in the middle of the furious vortex, yet he remained perfectly calm. He announced clearly, I am the Peak Lord of Piao, Miao Peak of the Mystic Heaven Sect, Deep Quan Lum. But Thak Tien Tweet was utterly stunned. His face hardened, unwilling to accept it. He growled, filled with indignation. Impossible! When I secretly infiltrated the desolate continent, the sect master of the Mystic Heaven Sect hadn't even broken through to the spirit transformation realm. How could someone like you appear in such a short amount of time? He gritted his teeth. His 2 eyes blazed with a cold, hateful light as he stared intently at Deep Quan Lum. Deep Quan Lum, this master will remember your name. Suddenly, Thak Tien Tweet's body began to tremble violently. He unexpectedly tore through his own flesh and skin. Chunks of bloody flesh fell off him, gushing out horrifically. Hong Thien Deep's expression changed instantly as she shouted, Oh no! He's about to use the blood escape technique to flee! If he gets away, the consequences will be unimaginable. And just as she said, amidst that gruesome scene, Thak Tien Tweet's flesh was disintegrating. It transformed into countless drops of liquid blood swirling around him. He laughed mockingly at Deep Quan Lum. Next time, this master absolutely will not be as careless as I was today. In an instant, his body completely dissolved into a vortex of blood. A chilling laugh echoed, Ha ha ha! Consider this my retreat for now. But don't forget, this master will definitely return. No, However, Deep Quan Lam didn't let him disappear. A decisive glint flashed in his eyes. Without a single word, he shot forward. He reached out and grabbed the top of Thak Tien Tuit's head, which was currently in the form of a bloody vortex. Shi Tianjue suddenly screamed, his voice filled with terror. "No, no! I don't want it to end yet. Let me go!" The corner of Ye Junlin's mouth turned down. He gathered his strength and unleashed a powerful technique. "You devoured human blood, angering both gods and men. Now get the hell out of this world!" The entire blood vortex flared up, terrifying bolts of lightning burned away the blood demon's last glimmer of hope. Energy exploded outwards, leaving behind a thick cloud of dust and debris. Hong Tianye stood nearby, a thoughtful expression on her face. The blood demon, once a notorious figure throughout the central region, was actually destroyed by his hands, the emperor and princess of the Wei Kingdom. They hadn't even had time to dismount their horses. They cried out in joy as the demon lord was vanquished by the High Immortal. "The Wei Kingdom is finally saved." "Thank you, High Immortal." Ye Junlin lowered his hands, wearily retracting his spiritual energy. He looked up at the sky and said, "Job's done. Mission complete. Now hurry up and give me my reward." "System, you don't need me to remind you. You're a professional after all." The system's voice immediately rang out, "Coming, coming! Congratulations to the handsome and dashing host. The host has received a mysterious rune-engraved bone. It can grant its user a top-tier innate talent. In the future, you are destined to become an invincible supreme. May I ask if the host wishes to bind with it right now?" Ye Junlin was incredibly impatient, his eyes filled with desire. "An invincible supreme, huh? Hurry, I can't wait any longer." Without hesitation, he immediately began to absorb its power. The system continued its announcement. Initiating the supreme bone binding process. After binding, the host's combat power will soar. Binding complete. Congratulations to the host. Standing nearby, Hong Tianye noticed the spiritual energy fluctuating strangely around Ye Junlin. She frowned, inwardly shaken. Did he just obtain some other great opportunity? Could that be why a monster like him appeared in the desolate continent? There's simply no other explanation. Recalling the sight of Ye Junlin so easily destroying the blood demon Hong Tian, he couldn't help but silently recalculate. Damn it, I have to reevaluate his strength again. What happened today shows that I need to speed up my cultivation even more. Only when I reach the integration realm will I have the confidence to suppress him. Right. I must break through as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the emperor and princess of the Wei Kingdom knelt down in unison, proclaiming, "We deeply thank the High Immortal for saving the people of the Wei Kingdom. We will forever remember this kindness. We will certainly record it in the history books for all of posterity to remember." Ye Junlin looked at them calmly. He gave a slight nod. "There is no need for such ceremony. You must be a good emperor. Look after your people and ensure they are warm and well-fed. That is all that is required." The Princess of Wei spoke softly, her eyes shining brightly. "This little girl will take the High Immortal's teachings to heart." "High Immortal, may I ask if I could join the Xuantian sect? I also want to learn how to cultivate like everyone else, to eliminate demons and slay monsters to help the people." A flicker of interest flashed in Ye Junlin's eyes. Suddenly, a line of text appeared in his mind. Princess of the Wei Kingdom Zhao Lingling. Gender, female. Cultivation, none. Talent, top-grade water spiritual root. He thought to himself, oh, her innate affinity is quite good. It seems this seedling is also quite promising. Then he replied in a gentle tone, "Linger, you do indeed possess a top-grade water spiritual root. You have great potential. If you truly have this heart for it, this master is willing to accept you." The princess was immediately overjoyed. Hearing this, the emperor couldn't contain his excitement. "Is that true? Linger, what are you waiting for? Thank the High Immortal." The young girl immediately bowed deeply. "Linger thanks the High Immortal for his graciousness." The emperor turned to look at Ye Junlin with a look of reverence. "High Immortal, you saved the entire Wei Kingdom, and now you've taken in Linger. On behalf of the people of Wei, we are eternally grateful to you both. If it's not too much trouble, we invite you, High Immortal, to rest at the royal palace for a few days." Ye Junlin pondered for a moment, then nodded. "All right, then let's go." Meanwhile, Hong Tianye, who had just been severely injured, suddenly radiated a powerful aura from his entire body. He gave a faint smile, inwardly ecstatic. "Finally, I've recovered. And I even broke through to the peak of the spirit transformation realm. But ever since I started cultivating the 3,000 flames and continuously used medicinal pills, my cultivation speed has increased terrifyingly. But this time, Ye Junlin saved my life, but the humiliation of having to kneel before him is something I will never forget. When I reach the body integration realm, I will definitely repay this humiliation 3 times over. Tianyi gritted his teeth. You just wait, Ye Junlin. I'll wait for the day you kneel and beg me. That's when I'll truly be satisfied. He heard Ye Junlin's voice call out from behind. Little Hong, come here and greet your master. He reluctantly turned around, muttering, Here we go again. But I'll humor you for now. Seeing Ye Junlin sitting comfortably on the red chair, Tianyi overheard him muttering to himself. This martial arts novel seems pretty interesting. I wonder if the locals would be into this kind of thing. Something cool like this. Who knows, maybe I could transmigrate to a neighboring country. And publish stories like Battle Through the Heavens. I'd probably make a killing. Heh, what should the author's name be? Mad Earth Burrower sounds good. Hong Tianyi looked at his master's dazed expression, feeling both curious and confused. But outwardly he just cleared his throat. Master, did you call for this disciple for a reason? Ye Junlin stretched and replied with a smile, Ah, you're here. Good. My feet are tired. Hurry up and wash them for your master. As soon as the words were spoken, the color drained from Hong Tianyi's face, which made you choke on your words. However, he gritted his teeth, remembering the scene where the blood demon also died at Ye Junlin's hands. He knew very well that now was not the time to turn against him. He had no choice but to endure it. Ye Junlin raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? You think your master's feet stink? Hurry up, kneel down and wash them clean for me. Hong Tianyi clenched his fists, so tightly that his knuckles cracked. But he still forced himself to say, How would this disciple dare? He bowed, screaming internally, I, the once dignified leader of the demonic sect, a peak-stage true immortal who has killed countless people, now have to bow down and wash the feet of a cultivator. From the wasteland continent, this humiliation, I will carve it into my very bones. Ye Junlin glanced at his disciple with a mocking tone. Ha, still want to compete with me? Suddenly, a glint appeared in Hong Tianyi's eyes when he recognized the water in the basin. His jaw dropped as he mumbled in disbelief. Wait a minute. This water is Taiyi infinite water. If a mortal drinks it, they'll gain eternal youth, and can even live to be 200 years old. And if a cultivator drinks it, it will cleanse their impurities, making it incredibly easy to break through cultivation realms. In the central region, people would fight to the death, just to get their hands on this divine water. And yet this monster dares to use it to soak his feet. What a waste of a heavenly treasure. This also makes me even more certain. He must have obtained an incredibly great opportunity. Otherwise, how could he be so wasteful? If I could get all of this Taiyi infinite water and drink it all, it would be an enormous help to my cultivation. Thinking about drinking the water that had been soaked in, Hong Tianyi felt a wave of nausea. He just stood there in a daze. Seeing this, Ye Junlin asked, What are you spacing out for? Or do you find me disgusting? His voice trembled. No, not at all. This disciple was just lost in thought for a moment. Ye Junlin shrugged. The reward, Taiyi infinite water. The system has plenty of this water. It's so relaxing to use it for a foot soak. Combined with my disciple's skilled hands, it's even more wonderful. He smiled, savoring the moment. Ah, the water's getting a little cold. Little Hong, warm it up a bit. Hong Tianyi was forced to sigh. As you command, master. A flame ignited in his hand, warming the water in the basin to the perfect temperature. Ye Junlin nodded in satisfaction. That's it. This is the kind of warmth I like. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the hallway outside. A few moments later, Princess Zhao Lingling peeked her head in. Her face was full of excitement. Hi, immortal! But when she saw the scene of Ye Junlin comfortably soaking his feet, with the rumored woman in red, she had no idea he was a man, kneeling beside him, washing his feet. The princess froze, her face flushing bright red. Oh my God! What is this situation? The young girl quickly covered her mouth and spun around. How embarrassing! With that, Lingling retreated in a flash. Her face was beet red all the way to her ears. Ye Junlin was bewildered. Huh? Why did she run off? Did she need something? Hong Tianyi's face was also flushed as he mumbled, Master, I'm done washing. Are you satisfied? Ye Junlin blinked and grinned. Satisfied, very satisfied. Little Hong, it seems like you have something on your mind. Want me to help you talk it out? Hong Tianyi gritted his teeth. Talk it out, my ass! If I, this venerable one, revealed my secrets, it would scare you to death. He thought to himself, I must endure this and wait for the right opportunity. Just then, the ring on Ye Junlin's hand suddenly vibrated gently. He raised an eyebrow. Oh, a message from the sect master? Let's see. A stream of information flowed from the ring. Junior brother Ye, please return to the sect immediately to discuss an important matter. There are rumors that an ancient mystic realm is about to appear in the desolate continent. If our Xuantian, sect can gain some benefits from it. We'll surely become incomparably powerful. Yet Junlin murmured to himself, an ancient mystic realm, huh? When Hong Tianyi heard that, he immediately explained, ancient mystic realms are usually places that hide countless precious resources and rare opportunities. As long as you can obtain a treasure from a mystic realm, even an ordinary person can transform from a carp into a dragon and make a huge leap in their cultivation level. I never would have thought, and that a backwater place like this wild continent would have such a mystic realm. A profound smile appeared on his lips. Once the news spreads, the entire wild continent will surely be thrown into chaos. But for me, that's an opportunity. If I can get the treasure in addition to the 3 heavenly flames, won't I be able to break through even faster? He was already starting to scheme in his mind. Just then, a ding sound came from Ye Junlin's system. New mission. Enter the Luotian mystic realm. Upon completion, the host will receive an incredibly surprising reward. Ye Junlin jumped up excitedly. This is great! System, go ahead and tell me what this surprise is. The system acted coy. If I told you beforehand, it wouldn't be a surprise anymore, dear host, he chuckled. All right, fine, have it your way. I'll find out when I get to the mystic realm. Come on, little Hong, get ready. We'll go see the Wei Emperor, then head straight back to the Xuantian sect. Hong Tianyi bowed. This disciple obeys. 3. At the Great Wei Imperial Palace, the Emperor was emotional, his eyes welling up. Princess Lingling clung tightly to her royal father's hand, her voice trembling. Royal father, I can't bear to leave you. Maybe I should stay here with you? No! The Emperor's face turned stern. You cannot! You have already been accepted into the Xuantian sect. This is a great and rare opportunity. Countless people yearn for it and never get the chance. You must cherish it. Don't waste your future. He turned to Ye Junlin and cupped his hands. High Immortal, I will forever engrave this in my heart. Your teachings show your utmost concern for the people. You are a good emperor. I only hope that your majesty will look after this humble daughter. Yes. Ye Junlin nodded. The little girl has her own destiny. You can rest assured. I will not let her suffer any injustice. But how far she can go will depend on her own abilities. He waved his hand and called to Ling Shi. Let's go! The princess turned her head, tears welling up in her eyes. Waving, she said, Father, I will come back to visit you when I have the chance. Royal father. The emperor tried to suppress his sorrow and announced in a clear voice, a respectful farewell to the High Immortal. Meanwhile, at the Hall of True Disciples of the Yuhua sect, in a gloomy room, a hidden figure was speaking mysteriously. I heard many things have happened in the desolate continent. The ancient mystic realm is about to open, and I also heard a rumor that your father's Wind and Thunder sect has been annihilated. The one who did it was the Peak Lord of Piao Miao Peak, from the Xuantian sect. The person receiving the news frowned slightly and asked, what is his cultivation level? The other person replied, according to outside information, it seems he is a nascent soul cultivator who just broke through in the desolate continent. The eyes hidden behind the black cloak flashed with a cold light. Nascent soul? I can kill a nascent soul cultivator as easily as slitting a chicken's throat. 4. In the eastern domain, at the Hall of True Disciples of the Yuhua sect, a young disciple asked respectfully, Master, who was it that actually murdered Elder Mu? I've heard rumors that all spears are pointing towards the Xuantian sect. But is this information reliable? The man's face darkened as he said in a low voice, there are no clear conclusions at the moment. It's true that everyone's suspicion is directed at the Xuantian sect. However, how could a small sect like that possibly kill Elder Mu? Relying only on some so-called Peak Lord of Piao Miao Peak, who's merely at the nascent soul realm. Hearing this, the disciple pondered. If that's the case, could the culprit be someone else? Suddenly, his expression turned cold. A murderous aura flickered. But no matter what, the profound heaven sect must be destroyed. And that Peak Lord of Misty Peak, the one who killed my father, he will also pay with his life. The man glanced over, his tone carrying a hint of warning. Don't you forget. This time, an ancient mystic realm has appeared in the barren continent. The sect will be sending a few elders along. This struggle will also attract many other major powers. It cannot be taken lightly. First and foremost, you must remember, you are representing our emergence gate. Your revenge can wait until after the Mystic Realm event is over. I hope you know how to distinguish between what's important and what's not. Do you understand? He fell silent for a moment. Then he immediately bowed. This disciple obeys, Master. After speaking, he quickly strode away. The other man watched him go and suddenly let out a sinister laugh. In his hand, he held a mysterious object. A greedy glint flashed in his eyes. Oh, my dear disciple, just keep performing well. If you can bring back the precious resources from the ancestor, from the intersect competition. Then this master will have a solid chance to break through the 7th level of the Mahayana stage and enter the Tribulation Transcendent stage. At that time, we will both become famous. In the Kunlun world, a spirit transformation cultivator is called a divine lord. A body integration cultivator is called a heavenly lord. A Mahayana cultivator is called a venerable one or a supreme one. And if one successfully breaks through to the Tribulation Transcendent stage, they become a void immortal. To bear the title of immortal means to be an overlord. In a desolate place like the barren continent, it's rare for anyone to even touch that threshold. At the same time, in the barren continent, a remote prefecture in the eastern region, because of the immortal fate within the ancient mystic realm, suddenly became more bustling than ever before. In the sky, wave after wave of forces flew in. People were packed together, jostling for space. Some were laughing and joking loudly. Pidumari, Huangzhou, isn't that supposed to be the most destitute place in the eastern region? How could an immortal opportunity possibly appear there? What damn luck! Those cultivators from Huangzhou must be both weak and poor. So how could they possibly have what it takes to grasp an immortal opportunity? Someone else nodded in agreement. Let's hurry over and take it for ourselves. If we wait for the Yuhua sect or anyone else to arrive, all the good stuff will be gone. Outside the Luotian mystic realm, the scene was incredibly crowded. Everyone was chattering excitedly. An old man with white hair and a white beard frowned as he watched over the scene. With the mystic realm appearing this time, 4 of the 5 great sects of Huangzhou have already arrived. Only the Xuantian sect is nowhere to be seen. They probably knew their place and backed out. A man in the group said with a smirk, his arms crossed. I wouldn't be so sure. Recently, I heard the Xuantian sect absorbed the Fenglei sect. They almost took the top spot among the 5 great sects. Suddenly, an arrogant-looking old man appeared from a distance. It was Ouyang Feng of the Banshan sect, a spirit transformation stage cultivator. He laughed with delight. Haha, this old man has been in seclusion for a long time. So it turns out the Xuantian sect is that capable, eh? I hear they even have a spirit transformation cultivator. I'd really like to see what that person is made of. After all, my Banshan sect can't just let a sect that was once at the bottom surpass us. The person from before looked startled. Spirit transformation? The Xuantian sect of the past was only famous for having 2 nascent soul cultivators, and yet they dared to look down on everyone. And now they've produced another spirit transformation cultivator? Another spirit transformation cultivator has appeared in our Huangzhou. Now this is news. But on the opposite side, the disciples of the Banshan sect were lined up neatly. They bowed in unison. We respectfully welcome the old ancestor out of seclusion. Ouyang Feng laughed gleefully. It seems I've chosen the perfect time to come out of seclusion, to encounter the opening of an ancient mystic realm right as I appear. This must be the will of heaven. This time, my Bansan sect will be the first to enter. He scanned the crowd, his expression dark. If anyone here disagrees, speak up. Everyone around was too timid to utter a word. They thought to themselves, Ouyang Feng has broken through to the God transformation realm here in the barren continent. Today, he is the strongest one here. Who would dare to challenge him? The disciples of the Bansan sect grew even more confident. They shouted, a God transformation master has appeared. Who dares to contend with him? Sect master is mighty. Ouyang Feng is invincible. Ouyang Feng was smug and self-satisfied. He was about to speak. But then, suddenly a fierce wind kicked up in the sky and thunder cracked. A booming voice echoed from above. The heavenly martial holy temple is here. You natives of the barren continent, back off. Same goes for the Yuhua sect. You'd best get the hell away. This ancient mystic realm belongs to my Huangji sect. Don't any of you even think about touching it? A great warship appeared in the sky. It carried a host of aggressive cultivators. On a throne at the ship's bow sat a majestic man. At his feet were 2 ferocious beasts. That man was King Chen Nan, a late-stage god transformation expert from the Shuntian imperial dynasty. He narrowed his eyes. Oh? To think a place like the barren continent actually has a god transformation cultivator. Seeing this scene, Ouyang Feng broke out in a cold sweat, his heart filled with panic. God transformation! They have hundreds of people. I suffered countless hardships in the barren continent, just to break through to the God transformation realm. I thought I could finally be the undisputed ruler here. Who knew that to the outside world I'm nothing? He hesitated, bowing timidly. Fellow Taoists, I am the ancestor of the Bansan sect, Ao Duangfeng. You can all just call me Little Feng. The people from the Shuntian imperial dynasty shot him a sideways glance. They growled insults. Shameless old man. And you're trying to get friendly with us? Scram! There's no place for you here and you still dare to fight for it? Others also sneered in contempt. You people from the barren continent, even if you break through to the spirit transformation stage, you're still nothing but low-class peasants. You want to be on the same level as us? Dream on. Although Elder Ouyang Feng was afraid, he ultimately roared in anger. The conditions in this barren continent are harsh. Cultivation is incredibly difficult, but that doesn't mean we are slaves. To be trampled on by others! For my honor, for the Banshan sect, and for the barren continent, I cannot back down. He thought of the countless disciples of the Banshan sect, watching him from behind. If I bow my head and live like a coward, what face will I have left in the future? Having made his decision, Ouyang Feng unleashed his power, and a wave of pressure erupted from him. He directly challenged the group. The barren continent may be poor, but we are not afraid to fight. Anyone who disagrees, step forward. The group of cultivators sneered. What an arrogant old fool looking to die. They were about to rush forward and quickly eliminate the delusional man. But King Chen Nan raised his hand to stop them. Wait, this insignificant creature, this king can handle him personally. Why are you all rushing in? If word got out, what would become of my reputation? His eyes scanned the area as he sneered, floating in the air. You old dog. This king needs only one hand to suppress you. I will make you understand just how vast the gap between you and me truly is. As he finished speaking, a gigantic hand made of condensed spiritual energy came crashing down. Ouyang Feng roared. He drew his sword and slashed fiercely. He tried his best to block the attack. The two sources of spiritual power from the two spirit transformation cultivators collided. It created a thunderous explosion that shook the sky. King Tran Nam, I'll remember you, old man. It seems I've underestimated you. You do have some skill. Although Ouyang Feng was glad he blocked the attack, he still didn't dare to let his guard down. He immediately rushed forward to attack again. Still want to fight? Come on, you Tran bastard! Provoked, veins bulged on King Tran Nam's forehead. He pulled out a large, spike-covered mace. You insolent old fool! This king will crush you! He swung the mace, unleashing a fatal blow, filled with immense fury. Ouyang Feng was struck directly by the powerful blow. He spat blood non-stop, planting his sword in the ground to stay upright. His voice trembled. You just said you'd only use one hand. To think you'd play dirty and deceive me? You've brought shame upon the eastern region. His entire body trembled violently. But Ouyang Feng still held the hilt of his sword tightly. For the honor of the desolate continent, this old man will not retreat even in death. We are not lowly slaves for you to trample on. King Tran Nam laughed viciously. Good. In that case, this king shall grant your wish. With that, he raised the mace high, intending to smash down and finish off the old ancestor of the Ban Sun sect. Just at that moment, brilliantly glowing patterns appeared in the sky. It was accompanied by a voice chanting, Amitabha Buddha. It's certainly lively here today. The surrounding cultivators were startled. That's Great Master Jing Chan of the Xuankong Temple from the Buddha continent, and behind him is young Master Zhang Tianyi of the Zhang family. The #1 cultivation family in the spirit continent. They're here too? Great Master Jing Chan and his entourage of powerful experts slowly descended. They instantly drew everyone's attention. Ouyang Feng felt this immense pressure. They're at the integration realm? Our desolate continent stands no chance against them. But before he could even recover from the shock, the Yuhua sect from the Azure continent also arrived, appearing along with another giant ship. This time, the most powerful sects of the eastern region had all gathered. Look at that crowd of cultivators whispering over there. That's Chen Zhao, the holy son of the Yuhua sect. He possesses the sun immortal physique. At the same cultivation level, he is invincible. He must have come for this battle. A brilliant future. They say in the next 100,000 years, the legends of the eastern region will be written by him. But there were others who whispered differently. Chen Zhao, isn't he the son of the Wind and Thunder sect's master? He's originally from the desolate continent. Hearing this, Chen Zhao's expression darkened. He thought to himself, the desolate continent. This disgusting place so full of prejudice. I will make them all understand that I have nothing to do with that lowly place. Beside him, an old man roared in anger, unleashing a powerful attack. The holy son of the Yuhua sect. My, is not someone for a bunch of ants from the desolate continent to gossip about. All of you die! The person who had just spoken cried out in terror as he was burned alive on the spot. King Chen Nan immediately stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Holy Son Chen, just leave these little rats from the desolate continent to me. You don't need to dirty your hands, your holiness. Chen Zhao gave a casual, indifferent nod. At the same time, the profound heaven sect had arrived quietly. Sect Master Zhu Yunian frowned, just as I expected. The son of that old dog Chen, the master of the Wind and Thunder sect, is definitely here too. Fortunately, we're still hidden and haven't revealed ourselves. Elder Dezhu panted nervously. Sectmaster, while they're all focused on fighting for the secret realm, shouldn't we quickly leave the desolate continent and go into hiding for a while? Tu Shu slowly shook her head. We still have to see what junior brother Yi thinks. That disciple is the true hope of the Xuantian sect. But where are junior brother Ye and his disciple? Suddenly Shu Yunian froze. Wait a minute, aren't they heading towards the center of the conflict? Chen Zhao is there. Going there is no different from seeking death. Just as expected, Ye Junlin and Hong Tianye appeared right in front of everyone. Ouyang Feng rushed over in a hurry, trying to stop the kid from the Xuantian sect. Don't do anything rash! This isn't a place where you can just do whatever you want. Ye Junlin just glanced over indifferently. That single look from him made Ouyang Feng shudder. It was a warning. Don't come over here. The old man from the Ban Shan sect immediately froze and had no choice but to back away. Amidst the chaotic scene, Ye Junlin gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Damn it! These outsiders dare to bully and walk all over the people of the barren continent right here? He raised his voice, loud and clear, filled with killing intent. This barren continent can't do without me. All of you, shut up! No one is allowed to cause trouble. Stay right where you are, all of you. Chen Zhao was momentarily stunned. His face turned pale with anger. Who are you? How dare you show your face here and shout like that? State your name! An overwhelming killing intent erupted from Ye Junlin. His voice was just loud enough to be heard, but it was bone-chilling. Me? I'm your daddy. Ye Junlin. The surrounding crowd suddenly burst into an uproar. Someone blurted out, Ye Junlin? Isn't that the peak lord of the Piao Miao Peak? Ed from the Xuantian sect? Oh, really? But I remember he's only at the nascent soul stage, right? Showing up here. Isn't he just asking to die? Just then, Chen Zhao's expression changed completely, hardening and filling with murderous intent. He spat out each word. Ye Junlin, you've come at the perfect time. Ye Junlin smirked, his expression mocking. Oh? Why are you so worked up? You got a problem you need to air out? An overwhelming aura radiated from Chen Zhao. He growled. Are you the one who killed the sectmaster of the Fenglai sect? My father? Ye Junlin smirked, looking completely unconcerned. You mean that old geezer? The one who claimed his son had the makings of an immortal, right? I think I have some recollection of that. So you're that old geezer's son? Before he could finish, Chen Zhao's blood boiled, his eyes blazing with fury. That's right, I am his only son. Ye Junlin shrugged, speaking nonchalantly. So you're that idiot's son. That clears things up. Chen Zhao couldn't contain his rage and roared. Ye Junlin, I swear I'll kill you with my own 2 hands. Immediately, King Chen Nan, who was standing beside Chen Zhao, furiously rushed forward. He crossed his arms with a showy gesture. Holy Son, please allow me to capture this arrogant bastard and present him to you for judgment. An ignorant creature who dares to disrespect the Holy Son, but doesn't deserve to live. Just as he was about to show off, Hong Tianye suddenly cut in. His face was still ice cold. In an instant, killing intent surged from him. King Chen Nan saw this person dressed in fiery red robes, and with such a delicate and beautiful face, he stared and sneered. Haha, and where did this little beauty wander in from? Want to join the fun, Not only did he not know this wasn't some girl, but that it was, in fact, Hong Tianye. Being mistaken about his gender sent Tianye into an absolute rage. He roared, Get lost! Instantly, a scorching void flame erupted in a torrent, swallowing Chen Nan. The man screamed in terror, but there was nothing he could do in time. In the blink of an eye, his body was consumed by the fierce flames and burned to ashes. The surrounding crowd turned pale. A white-haired cultivator muttered in astonishment. A spirit transformation realm expert was burned to death so easily. But Ouyang Feng of the Ban Shan sect was just as stunned. The wild continent? Since when did such a terrifying figure exist here? And I even called myself the #1 expert in the wild continent. It's true. There's always someone stronger out there. After taking care of the matter, Hong Tianye cupped his hands in a salute. Master, this disciple has resolved the issue. That scene left the onlookers even more shaken. Ouyang Feng stared with a bewildered look. That's Peak Master Ye's disciple, my God. Didn't they say Peak Master Ye was only at the nascent soul realm? How could he accept a spirit transformation cultivator as a disciple? Those rumors must have been complete nonsense. Is the Xuantian sect really this powerful? Just then, Sectmaster Shu Yunian of the Xuantian sect hurried over to Ye Junlin's side. He lowered his voice. Junior brother Ye, do you have any idea what you're doing? That's the Yuhua Gate. You need to find a way to retreat now. We'll hold them off for a bit. You can't stay in this death trap. Shuta Ju chimed in, his face etched with worry. That's right. The entire future of the Xuantian sect rests on you. You absolutely cannot fall here. Ye Junlin waved his hand calmly. He cut them off. There's no need to panic. I'm fine. Oh, and while we're at it, let me introduce someone. He called to a girl sitting on a small cloud, who then leisurely descended. This is my new disciple, Zhao Linger. She was originally the princess of the Wei Kingdom. She also possesses a supreme-grade water spiritual root. She's a perfect fit for the sect's Tianxiang Peak. The girl bowed timidly and spoke softly. This junior, Zhao Linger, pays her respects to all the seniors. Su Qianshu smiled warmly, silently praising her. This little girl seems so bright. Chen Zhao, who had been suppressing his anger this whole time, could finally bear it no longer, and roared, Do you all look down on me this much? I will slaughter everyone in the profound heaven sect, and avenge my father. But in an instant, his face twisted in fury. He screamed, Ye Junlin, get out here and die! However, Ye Junlin remained calm with a hint of mockery. You want to fight me? You're not worthy. Xiaohong, go teach him a lesson for me. Show him what manners are. Hong Tianye clicked her tongue and thought to herself, He always calls for me like I'm some guard dog. But this time, she'd just have to bear with it. As soon as he saw Hong Tianye step forward, Chen Zhao suddenly sneered. Ha ha! That coward Ye Junlin doesn't dare to face the Holy Sun. So he sends a pretty girl out to die in his place? Xiaohong, not to be outdone, replied coldly, To deal with someone like you, my master doesn't even need to lift a finger. Chen Zhao was stunned, then tried to entice her. Young lady, why stay in a tiny sect that's just waiting to be destroyed? Just come with me, the Holy Sun, and I guarantee the Feather Transformation Gate will treat you with the utmost respect. But Hong Tianye glared and refused bluntly. Not interested. Chen Zhao tried to persuade her again, his voice full of confidence. Think about it carefully. With your looks and strength staying in the profound heaven sect, is it really worth it? But if you come to the Feather Transformation Gate, you could even have a status equal to that of an elder. Zhao Hong boiled with rage. My master was right! Your father was an idiot, and you're no better. Her words were like a slap across Chen Zhao's face. He roared, Fine, you're asking to die. Then don't blame me for being cruel. Chen Zhao unleashed a blazing fire dragon, which shot forward, intending to melt everything in its path. Hong Tianye faced it calmly. Using her meteor flame, she neutralized it in an instant. The fire dragon turned to ash, disintegrating before it could even touch her. Chen Zhao was horrified. What? You broke through my technique so easily? Xiaohong smirked. Is that all you've got? Provoked, Chen Zhao sneered, Don't get ahead of yourself. The real fun is just getting started. He unleashed Sun God Fist! Countless flaming fists rained down with a thunderous roar. An old man watching from the sidelines gasped in admiration. The Holy Sun is truly a prodigy. This Sun God Fist is a heaven-rank technique. At its peak, combined with his sun-immortal physique, I'm afraid even an ordinary spirit transformation cultivator would be defeated by it. A deafening explosion erupted, shaking the very heavens. A cloud of dust billowed up, making it seem as if everything had been annihilated. Chen Zhao thought he had gained the upper hand. As he eagerly searched for his opponent's figure, he was suddenly stunned. No, it can't be right. But amidst the gray smoke, Hong Tianye stood unharmed. A giant flaming lotus protected her from all sides. He screamed, How is this possible? I have the sun-immortal physique. I'm absolutely invincible among my peers. You, who in the world are you? She just snorted coldly. You're just a frog in a well. She roared inwardly. All the humiliation I've endured. Because of Ye Junlin, I will unleash it all on you. Then she waved her hand, launching a powerful counterattack. Chen Zhao attacked frantically with all his might, but every single one of his techniques was neutralized. Finally, Xiaohong swung her arm and slapped him hard. Chen Zhao was sent flying. He staggered, sweat pouring down his face. He couldn't believe his eyes. My techniques didn't harm her in the slightest. What's going on? Could it be that I'm no match for her? Even so, he refused to back down. This isn't over. At the Yuhua sect, I'm a top-tier genius. What would you know about that? Your pathetic Xuantian sect. What right does it have to produce a disciple like you? Hong Thian Deep chuckled. It's because you're too weak. The disciples of the Yuhua sect anxiously rushed to encourage their holy son. Don't be discouraged. You are a top-tier prodigy, chosen by the Yuhua sect from among tens of thousands. You have the potential to become an immortal. You are our hero. Hearing this, Chen Zhao clenched his right fist. This holy son still has a trump card. I haven't lost yet. A surging energy erupted from him. He roared, Sun Saint Body! Unleash the solar eclipse divine power initial venerable stage. A brilliant sun materialized above his head, shooting down sparks like meteors. Blazing and explosive, he screamed, Die! The sheer force of this attack was immense. The radiating heat forced the onlookers to retreat. However, Hong Thien Deep merely narrowed his eyes. You want to know what true invincibility is? At the same cultivation level, I shall open your eyes. It's time you realize the gap between us. He roared, unleashing the seven-colored burning flame. Waves of rainbow-colored fire surged forward. Boom! The collision between the seven-colored burning flame and Chen Jiao's sun created a terrifying shockwave in the sky. A member of the banned Sun sect exclaimed in horror, "A spirit transformation cultivator? How can he possess power on par with the body integration realm? Who's going to win?" 1 month later, Chen Jiao's figure plummeted from the sky with a thud. His breathing was ragged, his expression one of utter disbelief. The crowd murmured, "Is that the holy son of the Yuhua sect? Was he defeated so miserably?" Hong Thien Deep appeared, a hazy figure amidst the smoke. He spoke with disdain. "How dare the light of a firefly compare itself to the moon?" Seeing this, Hu Nian couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. "Junior brother Ye, your disciple is truly unbelievably strong." Diju is still on his guard. But defeating Chen Jiao alone isn't enough. The Yuhua sect still has many terrifying elders. You two should leave immediately. Ye Junlin waved his hand. "Don't worry, it's nothing." He turned his head and smiled. "Little Hong, you've performed a great service. Cook some extra delicious dishes tonight, all right?" Hong Tianye bowed her head and said flatly, "Thank you, master." But his words sent her into a state of contempt. Internally, it seems I'm still just a handyman for him. On the other side, the elders of the Yuhua sect rushed to help Chen Jiao up. He trembled, his voice filled with despair. "I lost. I thought I was invincible among those at my level. I've brought shame upon the Yuhua sect." An old solemn elder called out softly, "Holy son, please don't lose heart. You still have a bright future ahead of you. Your aptitude for immortality hasn't vanished. We have ways to reclaim our honor." He thought to himself, "I never expected the Holy Son to be defeated by a disciple of these barbarians. His Dao heart has also been damaged. If this continues, the prestige of the Yuhua sect will be greatly harmed. We must stabilize the Holy Son's Dao heart. We must eliminate these barbarians here in the wild continent. Only then can we restore the prestige of the Yuhua sect, of our sect." His eyes darted around as he gritted his teeth. "Injuring the Holy Son of the Yuhua sect? We demand an answer for this. Whoever dares to be disrespectful, kill all these barbarians from the wild continent." Someone volunteered, a murderous glint in his eyes. "Let me." From the side of the Xuankong Temple and the Buddhist continent, many people looked on. They whispered, "The Yuhua sect still hasn't revealed its full strength. I heard they brought 9 integration realm masters with them. Although this girl defeated the Holy Son is only at the spirit transformation realm. If she were to face someone at the integration realm, it would still be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. To waste such great talent like this, what a pity. Truly, what a pity." Feeling an immense pressure bearing down on her, Hong Tianye unconsciously took half a step back. She shouted, "Master!" Ye Kunlin smiled faintly. "It's all right, Xiao Hong, just leave it to me." A disciple of the initial sect, upon sensing the intense aura, had suddenly erupted. His face paled as he stammered in utter shock. Peak Lord Ye of the Heavenly Profound sect. Could he have already reached the integration realm? To think that here, in this desolate continent, was hidden a heavenly lord. This is truly an unprecedented sight. As soon as he finished, Ouyang Feng burst out laughing. His hearty laughter made the very air tense up. "Ha ha! I originally thought that just Peak Lord Ye's disciple alone was enough to put me to shame. Who would have thought that man would advance to become a heavenly lord? I used to boastfully call myself the #1 in the desolate continent. Looking at it now, I was just a joke. How utterly ridiculous." A flash of fury appeared in the other man's eyes. The flames of hatred seemed ready to explode. He brought his hands together, forming a hand seal. It emitted a dazzling light. His voice roared, filled with killing intent. "So what if you're in the integration realm? You think you're qualified to fight me?" With that, he suddenly conjured a giant hand, carrying a ferocious power, and commanded it to charge straight ahead. For a fleeting moment, he smirked smugly. "To disrespect the Holy Sun, all you barbarians of the desolate continent can just piss off." However, Ye Kunlin simply raised one hand slightly, as if casually grasping the raging flames in the palm of his hand. Then in an instant, he incinerated that feeble attack. He replied calmly, his voice tinged with mockery, "Oh? Is that all you've got?" The moment he finished speaking, the other man's expression changed drastically. He didn't know when, but Ye Kunlin had gotten too close too fast, landing a surprise blow, making him swallow the words he was about to utter. Before he could even finish saying, "You," A flash of light erupted, unexpectedly sending him flying. He slowly turned his head. The corner of his mouth curled up in a disdainful sneer as he spoke nonchalantly. "Is that all you've got?" A thought flashed through his mind. "I never expected this. Ever since bonding with the Supreme Bone, my physical strength has become great enough to crush opponents of the same level in just an instant." Elder Ran, who was standing nearby, saw his subordinate get sent flying so pathetically. He became so enraged that the veins on his forehead bulged. He roared, "Kill him for me!" Following his command, dozens of elders from the Yuhua sect charged forward aggressively. Every single one of them was determined to kill Ye Kunlun. Seeing such a large crowd, he immediately activated the Human King seal. Instantly, a giant, infinitely majestic figure appeared. As that giant hand descended, the men from the Yuhua sect were completely unable to resist. One after another, they were sent flying in utter humiliation. Old Yan spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face pale with terror. He stammered, What level of divine ability is this?" Another man, also covered in injuries, managed to say in a weak voice, "This guy's power is too terrifying. Everyone take out your magic artifacts and kill him, hurry!" That man gritted his teeth and roared, "Kill!" unleashing the BU sword technique. As soon as he finished speaking, they all took out their magic artifacts at once, hoping to suppress Ye Kunlun's power. But just as they were about to give it their all, a mysterious black hole suddenly appeared in the sky. Swirling violently, a disciple from the Xuan Kong Temple in Fuzhou immediately put his palms together and chanted, "Amitabha Buddha." "Alas, alas, I'm afraid this benefactor is in grave danger." Someone from the nearby Huangji sect saw this, and muttered disdainfully to himself, "Humph, that old bald donkey is such a hypocrite. On the outside, he acts all compassionate, but behind the scenes, he's done so many despicable things that even I find them repulsive. In any case, a monster like that should be eliminated sooner rather than later. Just to be safe." Xu Yunian watched from a distance. He screamed until his voice was hoarse. "Oh, heavens! Junior brother Ye is in danger," Deju said in a panic. "I told you we should have retreated earlier. Now it's too late to run even if we want to." On the other hand, Hong Tianyi was still calmly observing from the side. Showing no sign of fear, she spoke coldly. "What do you people even understand?" Tianyi looked towards him, thinking to herself, as if she was anticipating something. "Humph, let's see what other tricks you have hidden up your sleeve." Just then, Ye Junlin's eyes suddenly flashed with a terrifying light. His entire body levitated in midair. A bewitching smile appeared on his face as he slowly spoke. "If that's how it's going to be, then I'll let you all have a taste of this move." Along with him, a ferocious aura erupted. The great divine power, the supreme bone of the one sect, was suddenly activated. His entire body was enveloped in a bright light, forming circles that spun endlessly. Seeing this, Ouyang Feng was utterly terrified. "What is happening? Just what is this terrifying power?" Instantly, a colossal force swept directly towards the people of the Yuhua sect. It was the might of the high heavens tribulation light. Their swords, blades, and magic treasures all shattered at once. Even the integration stage cultivators were knocked back like falling leaves in a storm. They panicked, screaming continuously in terror. "This is bad! Elder Yan, save us!" At that moment, he was using every technique he had in an attempt to turn the tide. His old face hardened. "I can't believe this guy is so tough to deal with. Even the Holy Sun has been severely injured. If another elder from the Yuhua sect dies for the sect, how am I supposed to explain this?" From below, someone suddenly cheered with joy. "This is great! That's Elder Yan's third-grade spiritual artifact. It's thanks to that artifact that he was promoted to Grand Elder. We're saved now!" They saw a pagoda tower in Elder Yan's hand, shining with a brilliant spiritual light. As he suddenly appeared right behind Ye Junlin, he roared, "This is the end for you! Die for me!" Ye Junlin smirked and thought to himself, "Heh, perfect timing. This is the very target I've been waiting for." Just then, the system inside him announced, "Detected host is under attack by an enemy. Realm, peak integration stage, activating passive effect. Power enhancement when facing a strong opponent. Gained additional cultivation, perfected integration stage." But before he could even strike, Junlin was already prepared, ready to meet the large-scale attack. In the middle of the sky, two completely opposite extremes suddenly formed. Elder Yan screamed in terror. You were still hiding your cultivation level?" Before he could finish his words, he was incinerated by the terrifying power from the one who had just reached the perfected integration stage. His entire body was covered in blood. One of his arms was gone, and fresh blood dripped down relentlessly. In agony, Elder Yan begged, "Senior, we admit defeat today. The Yuhua sect is willing to withdraw from the competition for the secret realm." A cold glint flashed in Ye Junlin's eyes. He laughed loudly, his tone filled with killing intent. Ha ha! You think you can come and go as you please? Die for me! Elder Yan roared helplessly. How can you be so ruthless? Aren't you afraid of offending the Yuhua sect? Suddenly a memory flashed in his mind. Wait a minute. I remember now. Elder Mu of the Outer Sect also died at your hands last time. So you're the real culprit. But compared to that giant hand, his body looked like a feeble ant that could be crushed at any moment. Ye Junlin said indifferently. I've already been on your bad side for a long time. So sending a few more of you to hell is no big deal. Just consider it a gift to liven things up. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of violent attacks landed on Elder Yan. He only had time to let out a single cry. His eyes widened in shock, then rolled back into his head. The disciples of the Huangji sect were stunned in disbelief. Impossible. With just one hand, he crushed an elder from the Yuhua sect? The one who had just witnessed the elder's fall thought to himself in fear. Shenji's Dao heart was also damaged. The prestige and power of the Yuhua sect have surely suffered a heavy blow. His gaze swept over and stopped on the disciples of the Xuankong Temple from Fuzhou. He let out a sinister smile. I'm afraid. The situation in this eastern domain is about to become even more chaotic. This is getting interesting. Chen Zhao gently placed a hand, trembling on the side of the flying ark. A feeling of helplessness washed over him. Is all hope lost? Even Elder Yan was no match for him. It's truly unimaginable that the man who murdered my father is this powerful. Will I ever even have a chance to get my revenge? The people standing on the ark, seeing that Elder Yan had been defeated, immediately panicked and shouted, This is bad! Something's happened to the elders! We have to get the Holy Sun out of here, quickly! Start the Golden Ark! Hurry! Hong Thian Deep narrowed his eyes, filled with anger. He let out a cold snort. He clenched his fist, creating a blazing flame. His eyes widened as he spoke, flaunting his power. Think you can just run away after all that? This master will see you off. As soon as he finished speaking, Hong Thian Deep waved his hand, unleashing a fierce fire attack. All of you die for me! The flying vessel immediately burst into flames. The people on this side who witnessed the scene couldn't help but be shaken to their core. Faced with this terrifying power, they had just killed the elders of the Wu Hua sect, and now they wanted to annihilate their holy son as well. It was truly as if they intended to hunt them down to the very end. Great Master Tin Tian immediately stepped forward, his two hands forming a seal, unleashing a powerful technique to block Hong Thian Deep's attack. He chanted the Buddha's name in a deep, powerful voice. Amitabha Buddha, female benefactor. When will this cycle of vengeance ever end? Why must you hunt them down and kill every last one? Hong Thian Deep waved his hand in frustration. You old monk, don't think that this master can't see through the schemes of your Buddhist sect. This favor you want the Wu Hua sect to owe you is truly a tactic that this master finds disgusting. But Great Master Tin Tian maintained his compassionate smile, which at a glance looked extremely fake. He replied, Female benefactor, do not be so harsh. Your prejudice against the Buddhist sect runs too deep. Your heart has already strayed to the demonic path. This old monk advises you to come to your senses. Restrain yourself a little. Hong Thian Deep narrowed his eyes, looking at him sarcastically. When a master was still in the central region, your kind of Chan cultivator was what I hated the most. You're clearly acting only for personal gain, yet you always loved to preach from a moral high ground. So what if I've stepped onto the demonic path? I don't need a lecture from you. But Grandmaster Tin Tian's expression remained calm, clinging to your foolish delusions, refusing to see the truth. If that's the case, then this old monk will personally send you to your salvation. With that, he flew swiftly towards Hong Tianye. Seeing this, the young man was taken aback. The pressure coming from this old monk, it's immense. His cultivation is at the peak of the integration stage. Suddenly, from a distance, Ye Kunlin appeared. He stood with his arms crossed, blocking Hong Tianye. Ye Kunlin asked nonchalantly, Oh? Someone dares to take advantage of my absence to bully my disciple? The moment Great Master Jing Chan saw Ye Kunlin, he stopped in his tracks. Still maintaining his compassionate demeanor, he said softly, Patron Ye, I'm afraid there's been a misunderstanding. This old monk merely wanted to give a few pointers to this junior, that's all. Ye Kunlin sneered, his eyes narrowing. Pointers? Are you even worthy? Do you have any idea that my disciple is a reincarnated true immortal? A reincarnated true immortal? Why would he need some integration stage monk like you? To teach him anything? Hong Tianye, quick on the uptake, immediately cupped his hands with a look of grievance. Master, thank you for stepping in to help. This unworthy disciple was trying to stop that flying ship. But this old donkey kept interfering and let the ship get away. Great Master Jing Chan turned, skillfully trying to de-escalate the situation. Amitabha, peace be with you. This old monk simply thought that would be sufficient. I did not wish for either side to become too aggressive. If your excellency insists on placing blame, then this old monk has nothing more to say. Farewell. Seeing that he was about to leave, Ye Kunlun crossed his arms and deliberately raised his voice in an exaggerated manner. Trying to run? Stop right there! Great Master Jing Chan turned his head and frowned. Patron Yi, what is the meaning of this? Do you two think that after offending the Yuhua sect, you wouldn't dare to also offend the Xuankong Temple as well? This old monk would truly like to see just how audacious you can be. Ye Kunlun burst out laughing. Look at him trying to provoke that monk. You're quite the schemer, aren't you? Stopping me just to hand over a favor to someone else, then using that as an excuse for offending me. What do you possibly gain from a scheme like that? Perhaps it's just to know the day you'll die, and when that will be. Great Master Jing Tian's voice was already tinged with anger. Benefactor Ye, your words have gone too far. Ye Kunlun waved his hand. With a single move, he roared, "So what if I said that?" But instantly, Great Master Jing Tian also retaliated with the golden bell shield technique to block him. However, he was no match and was knocked backward. Seeing this, the disciples of Xuankong Temple rushed forward to form a defensive formation. Great Master Jing Tian gritted his teeth. He took out his Dharma staff, furious. "You've gone too far! Do you really think my Xuankong Temple is a pushover? Since you've pushed me this far, Benefactor Ye, don't blame this old monk for being merciless." With that, he roared, "Om Mani Padme Hum!" True form of the Amitabha Dharma idol. Instantly, a giant, illusory Dharma idol appeared. Great Master Jing Tian had completely unleashed his perfected integration realm cultivation. The group of people on the other side were all intimidated by the power of the Amitabha Dharma idol. Someone whispered, "That's the divine Dharma idol of Xuankong Temple, and he's even wielding the third-grade spiritual weapon, the 9-ringed Kakara staff." Even though Ye Kunlun has reached the perfected integration realm, it'll be difficult for him to withstand this kind of technique. Is he insane? How dare he offend the entire Xuankong Temple? Raising the Dharma staff high, Great Master Jing Tian still feigned compassion. "Benefactor Ye, this old monk gave you a chance to repent, but you stubbornly cling to your delusions. In that case, this old monk will have to send you to the other side." He channeled the Dharma idol to launch a powerful strike. A resounding shout, "Annihilate!" Watching the surging attack approach, Ye Kunlun just smirked. Now this is interesting. He raised his hand and summoned a giant coffin which levitated in the air. It looked both solemn and mysterious. Everyone had heard of its name, the immortal burying coffin. And now, it appeared with a power many times stronger than before, causing Grandmaster Jing Chan's eyes to widen in shock. "But what is that immortal burying coffin?" Ye Kunlun thought to himself with a hint of smugness. "I can't believe it. The immortal burying coffin actually leveled up along with my own cultivation realm. From a 3rd-grade spiritual weapon, it jumped straight to a 6th-grade spiritual weapon. Now let's see if your techniques can even compare." He raised his hand and roared, "All of you, get in here for me!" Instantly, a terrifying power erupted from the immortal burying coffin, sucking the Grandmasters of Xuankong Temple inside. Piercing screams echoed. "Ah, what is this? Grandmaster, save me!" Grandmaster Jing Chan also broke out in a cold sweat. His face pale, he stammered, An evil artifact. You people from the Xuan Tian sect, how could you possess such a demonic item?" "Everyone, they are demonic cultivators. Quickly eliminate them!" However, the surrounding crowd was terrified. Not a single person dared to rush forward. Everyone thought the same thing. Attack now? Who would dare? That power is just too terrifying. Hong Tianye glanced at Ye Kunlun, feeling secretly pleased. This master of mine really knows how to save his best moves for last. Truly formidable. Grandmaster Jing Chan's face was ashen. He used all his remaining strength to resist the suction force. Utterly desperate. "Patron Ye, Amitabha Buddha, you've already made an enemy of the Yuhua Gate. And now you dare to provoke the Xuankong Temple, the greatest in the eastern region?" Ye Kunlun growled coldly. "What I hate most are sanctimonious hypocrites like you. Now get in there for me!" But before he could finish his words, the exhausted Grandmaster Jing Chan was completely sucked into the immortal burying coffin. With a loud slam, the coffin shut tight. A murderous aura erupted from Ye Junlin. He held the immortal burying coffin, his gaze sweeping over the crowd as he spoke. "Does anyone else want to try?" Hearing his question, the crowd below went pale and fell silent. They didn't dare utter a single word. The scene became frighteningly quiet. It seemed no one wanted to be the next unlucky victim. Standing nearby, Shu Yunian clenched his fists in delight. Amazing! Junior brother, that was brilliant! But Chu Deju's eyes were wide and his jaw was on the floor. He mumbled in disbelief, "Oh, my God, am I dreaming?" Suddenly, he was slapped hard across the face by Su Qianshui. Chu Deju held his swollen cheek, confused, and cried out, "Junior sister! Why did you hit me?" Su Qiansh flicked her hand and retorted, "Does it hurt?" Chu Deju said pitifully, "Of course it hurts." Su Qiansh shrugged. "Then you're not dreaming." Ouyang Feng looked up at Ye Junlin, who was hovering high above. He still couldn't believe it. He stammered, bewildered, Did Huang Province win? I can't believe that with his strength alone, he was able to suppress all these heroes." With that, Ouyang Feng led a group of people to their knees. They shouted in unison, "Long live Ye Junlin! Mighty is Ye Junlin! Divine is the power of Ye Junlin!" On the other side, the young master of the Zhui family witnessed this scene, his face turning pale, then dark. He gritted his teeth, his mind racing. How could this be? Is this even Huang Province anymore? Did we come to the wrong place? That guy named Ye acted like he had a death wish so many times. But in the end, he's the one who beat the Feathering Sect, the strongest immortal sect in the eastern region until they were severely injured. And he even sucked all of Xuan, Kongzi's men, into that coffin. He has gravely offended two major powers. If he's strong enough to shatter the balance of power in the eastern region, then perhaps we can be the fisherman who profits from the conflict. Ha ha ha! Just then, a sudden surge of power descended from above. The secret realm that had long been the subject of rumors had finally opened completely. The people below saw the vast and magnificent gate to the secret realm and erupted in joyous clamor. Amazing, the secret realm is finally open. This is the first time I've ever witnessed something so magnificent. Do you think we still have a chance to get in? Ye Kunlin flew up near the gate of the secret realm, crossing his arms to observe it. He mused to himself, "It's finally open. Now I can go inside and complete my mission. But I still have to deal with that other group of people." With that thought, he turned around and announced in a loud voice to everyone, "All cultivators from the barren continent are qualified to enter this secret realm to explore. As for you outsiders, get the hell out of my sight." Hearing this, the young master of the Shi family flared up in anger, but there was nothing he could do. He gritted his teeth and strained to argue. "Our Zhui family has no grudge against the Xuantian sect, and yet you won't even grant us the right to enter. It's a damn shame the old ancestor isn't here. Let's see how long you can keep up this arrogance." His escort hurriedly advised him, "Young master, that Ye fellow is just feeling smug right now. Sooner or later, a day will come when he must face the consequences. Why should we confront him head-on at a time like this?" The young master of the Shu family snorted coldly in frustration, but he nodded anyway. "Right. Let him act wildly for a little while longer, daring to offend both the Yuhua Gate and the Xuankong Temple. I'd like to see just how long he can stay alive." With that, he turned and left. The other cultivators from the outer regions saw this and also felt dejected. Many shook their heads helplessly as they followed and left. To have come all this way, only to gain nothing in the end. Well, I guess we'll just let him be smug for a while. We'll just wait and see the good show that follows. Ye Junlin was indifferent, not paying them any mind at all. He led the group of cultivators from the barren continent and said enthusiastically, "All right, everyone, let's go. Let's enter the secret realm." Inside the Latian secret realm, Ye Junlin and Hong Tian. Ye gently landed on a flat piece of ground. Glancing around, Ye Junlin couldn't help but nod in approval. "I never expected that the scenery and spiritual energy here would be so pure and tranquil. It really lives up to its reputation." Hong Tianya scanned the surroundings. She maintained a calm demeanor, but the corner of her mouth quirked up slightly. At that very moment, the sound of the system in Ye Junlin's mind suddenly rang out. "Scan complete. The host has arrived at the correct location. Latian Secret Realm. Does the host wish to receive the check-in reward?" Hearing this, Ye Junlin enthusiastically accepted. The system immediately announced, "Congratulations to the host for checking in successfully. You have received the Celestial Emperor's Dharma form. The user can immediately summon this Dharma form, which will significantly amplify your power. At the same time, you will be able to execute several accompanying divine abilities." Hearing about the reward, Ye Junlin stroked his chin, looking pleased. The Celestial Emperor's Dharma form, huh? That's not a bad reward at all. Just as he finished speaking, he immediately recalled the battle outside with Jing-chan. "The Grandmaster," he mused. "That old man Jing-chan's Buddha Dharma form was truly formidable. If I didn't have the immortal burying coffin, I probably would have been in for an incredibly fierce battle." But in the meantime, the other cultivators who had just entered the secret realm had already quickly scattered in all directions. Upon seeing the countless precious spiritual herbs, they all cried out in joy. Heavenly spirit grass, purple crystal vine, golden ginseng. Oh my God, there's even a 10,000-year-old blood lingji! These are all top-tier treasures. Huyo Nian turned back and announced in a loud voice, "Everyone split up and search for treasures. But don't go in too deep. If you run into any trouble, you must help each other out immediately." A chorus of "understood" rang out clearly. Seeing their enthusiastic team spirit, Ye Junlin paused and smiled. At first, I just planned to complete the mission and leave, but seeing everyone so excited, I guess it wouldn't hurt to explore with them for a bit. Another disciple excitedly pointed forward. "Look, over there. It looks like there's something special. Let's go search over there." The person next to him immediately replied, "All right, I'll go with you." Suddenly, from beneath the damp soil, a giant larva burst out, its mouth gaping to attack. One unlucky person fell right into its sharp maw. "Ah! Everyone be careful!" The creatures in this secret realm are extremely ferocious. A group of cultivators hastily retreated in another direction, but they immediately ran into another larva, blocking their path. Someone shouted in fear, "There's another one over here too!" "We're trapped!" Huyo Nian shouted urgently. "Everyone fall back! These larvae have the strength of the golden core stage. They absolutely cannot be underestimated." Hong Tianyi stood with his arms crossed. He snorted lightly. If you want to come in here for resources, you have to have the skills to back it up. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world." From deep within the dense forest, a loud rumbling sound arose. Birds scattered, flying chaotically into the sky. Suddenly, a pack of ferocious apes appeared, charging out, growling. Seeing this, Huyo Nian immediately shouted a warning. "Everyone prepare for battle!" Thien Tweet decisively charged forward to engage the apes. The apes were taken by surprise. A large ape, looking extremely lecherous, bulged its jaundiced yellow eyes and opened its stinking maw wide, pouncing on a female disciple. The ape grabbed the girl's arm, causing her to shriek in panic. "Help! Help me!" Her comrades immediately rushed in to help. "Let our junior sister go, you filthy beast!" they roared in fury. However, their attacks seemed to only enrage the massive ape further. It continued to roar, its rancid breath washing down on her, making the girl turn pale with fear. "Don't! Please don't! Somebody save me!" Just then, a scorching pillar of fire surged from behind, incinerating the ape into dust in the blink of an eye. The one who had attacked was Hong Thien Deep. Her arms were still crossed. She squinted, watching the scattered ashes drift away. "Thank goodness you're all right." The girl, still shaken, stammered, Thank you. Thank you, Senior Sister Hong." Seizing the opportunity, Huyo Nian drew his sword, charging forward to slash at another ape. While swinging his sword, he turned and shouted, "Junior Hong, with you here I can rest much easier. I'll trouble you to look after the other disciples. This pack of white apes has a primal cultivation base. They are both numerous and agile. You need to be on your guard, too." Instead of feeling grateful, Hong Thien Diep just scoffed to herself, "Worrying about me? You should worry about your own neck first." Just then, several apes bared their fangs, roaring, and lunged towards him. Hong Thien Diep snapped in anger. "Are you all tired of living?" A blazing ribbon of fire fanned out, reducing the apes to black ash. The cultivators who witnessed this couldn't help but cheer with joy. Senior Sister Hong is so powerful, as expected of him. The 8 legacies of Peak Master Ye. Hearing those words of praise, Hong Tianyi only grew more irritated. He stomped his foot and roared, "All of you, shut up!" After speaking, he scanned his surroundings, thinking to himself, where did that dog surnamed Ye disappear to again? But while everyone was caught in the chaotic battle, in another part of the forest, one that was cooler and more serene, Ye Junlin was casually clapping his hands, calling for the system. "You said there was a special energy fluctuation here. Are you sure it's in this direction?" The system's voice replied clearly, reporting to host. "This is the exact location." The new mission is also inside. The rewards this time are even richer than for a check-in mission. Hearing this, Ye Junlin's eyes narrowed as he chuckled softly, a look of both anticipation and excitement. How enticing. I want to see just how many secrets the Luotian mystic realm has yet to reveal. Deep within the Luotian, a mystic realm. Atop a tall, massive tree known as the Great Luo Immortal Tree, several imposing figures were standing. One of them spoke, his voice filled with pride. "The Great Luo Immortal Fruit has finally ripened." But around this immortal tree, several beings of unusual shapes were murmuring amongst themselves. One of them expressed concern. "But the mystic realm has already opened. Those outsiders have invaded our territory. We should deal with them as soon as possible." Here stood the patriarch of the Stone Clan at the Peak Integration Realm. the patriarch of the Beast Clan, at the peak integration realm, along with various figures from the Feather Clan, the Spirit Clan, and the Wood Clan. All of them were equally powerful. The patriarch of the Beast Clan grumbled, pointing at the great Luo immortal fruit. In this old man's opinion, dividing the great Luo immortal fruit is the most urgent priority. As long as we absorb it, we can attain the great Luo immortal body. At that point, the intruders will be nothing more than ants. We can crush them whenever we want. The patriarch of the Feather Clan, at the peak of the integration realm, narrowed his eyes, carefully examining the immortal fruit tree. However, this great Luo immortal fruit is currently occupied by that white-furred rat. I haven't figured out a way to get it down. The patriarch of the Jia clan and the patriarch of the Spirit Clan both shook their heads. The fruit ripened too unexpectedly. We were caught completely off guard. Right now, the great Luo immortal tree is protecting that rat. We can't just attack it recklessly. Otherwise, the immortal tree will retaliate. Hearing this, the patriarch of the Wood Clan, at the peak of the integration realm, suggested in a low voice, "Then the only way is to wait for it to finish digesting the fruit. At that time, we'll use a secret technique to suppress it, then refine the rat and divide it amongst ourselves. Only then will it be fair." The patriarch of the Beast Clan snorted angrily. "I swear I'll make that greedy white-furred rat pay a heavy price." "Humph! How insane to dare swallow something so precious on its own!" Suddenly, the halo of light faded, and the white-furred rat was revealed. Its eyes blinked, its mouth curved into a delighted smile. "Ha! Squeak, squeak. I had such a good sleep, huh, eh?" The moment it opened its eyes, it saw a whole bunch of murderous glares fixed on it. Blinking, it looked around. The rat broke out in a cold sweat and stammered tremblingly, "Hello, big brothers. Let's talk things over slowly. Squeak, squeak. I'll just be taking my leave now." The moment it finished speaking, it shot off like the wind, making the Beast Clan patriarch's eyes go wide. "That damn rat! It's so fast!" It seems the effect of the great Luo immortal fruit is terrifyingly potent. The entire group gave chase at once. The Wood Clan patriarch stretched out his arm, while shouting, "Don't just stand there mumbling. Catch it!" The Wood Clan patriarch's vine-like hand almost grabbed Thu-Thu's tiny tail. The mouse, pale with fear, spoke up in Chi's place. "My good sirs, can we please talk about this calmly?" Squeak, squeak. "I'm a reasonable mouse. Please spare me and Chi. There's a portal up ahead." Squeak, squeak. Without a second thought, Liao Ming dove right in, his figure vanishing. Squeak, squeak. "I feel dizzy." Squeak, squeak. "Where did I just go? Who am I? Where am I?" The clan leaders, hopped on his heels, all gritted their teeth. "Clan!" The leader of the Feather Clan spread his wings, shooting out countless sharp feathers. Seething with rage, "I can't believe it just finished digesting the immortal fruit. It already has the ability to teleport through the void. If we let it escape and continue its secluded cultivation, I fear it will become even more terrifying." "Just give up and die here!" A barrage of feathers shot forward. A few of them pierced right into Squeaky, causing it to let out a miserable cry. "Argh! Squeak, squeak, it hurts like hell!" It looked down at its wound. It panicked, slipped, and fell flat on its face. Squeak, squeak, it wailed miserably. "Squeak, squeak, I don't want to die! Squeak, squeak, I have to be strong and keep living!" A cold snort echoed from the leader of the Stone Clan. He tucked his chin, scanned the area, then lunged forward, intending to deliver a fatal blow. He let out a deep, guttural sound, creating a concussive sound wave. The air blasted away. Squeaky slammed hard into a large tree in front of it. Squeak, squeak, it fell to the ground with a thud, crying out in searing pain, "Ow, ow, it hurts!" It hurts so much, taking this chance. The leaders of the Beast Clan and the Feather Clan landed simultaneously. They surrounded Squeaky, arrogantly. "Just a tiny little mouse dares to steal the great Luo immortal fruit. Do you have any idea how precious it is, huh? Someone of your lowly status thinks they're worthy of enjoying a treasure like this? Why don't you keep running? Ha ha ha!" Looking at the vicious expressions on their faces, poor Squeaky crawled backward, crying out resentfully, "You guys said it's not like your names were carved on that fruit. Why can't I Shushu eat it? And now you're blaming me? Shushu is having a hard time too, you know." The Stone Clan chief, still not over his anger, roared, "Do you have any idea what it takes to grow a great Luo immortal fruit? This entire secret realm has spent countless years of effort cultivating it. Whoever swallows it will obtain the great Luo immortal physique, which is ranked at the very top. The invincible physique in the Kunlun immortal realm. Our clansmen have waited for hundreds of generations just to see it appear. I can't believe it was snatched away by a stinking rat like you. Tell me, what kind of end do you think you deserve?" Hearing this, Shushu's face turned deathly pale. What? That fruit is that important? Then doesn't that mean Shushu is dead for sure? Is there a great hero somewhere who can come and save Shushu? Early in the morning, the Stone Clan chief furiously raised his hand, intending to crush Shushu to get justice. Just then, a powerful and immense pressure descended upon them. The Stone Clan chief immediately stopped his hand. Startled, he whipped his head around to look. This aura... Who is it? Amidst the swirling mist, Ye Junlin descended gracefully. The corner of his lip lifted into a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Seeing the chaotic scene before him, he silently asked the system in his mind, "You're saying the energy fluctuation is from this mouse? Is that right?" "Correct," the system immediately confirmed. "That is correct. The mouse has just swallowed the Great Luo Immortal Fruit. An initial Great Luo Immortal physique has already formed inside its body. Its cultivation potential is incredibly immense. The host has a new mission: recruit a disciple. If you successfully take this white-furred mouse as your disciple, you will receive a grand reward." After hearing this, Ye Junlin stroked his chin. A glint of interest flashed in his eyes. The Great Luo Immortal Physique seems pretty interesting. Below, it was as if Shushu had just grabbed a life-saving straw. With tears welling as its eyes, it cried out pitifully, "Oh, great hero! Please save Shushu! They want to butcher me!" Ye Junlin chuckled softly and mumbled playfully, "Why is it that every time I want to take in a disciple, this scene makes it look like I'm saving someone? Am I about to become Tang Sanzang or something? Oh well, I guess it's just fate. Little Hong was such a rebellious one. This white-furred rat is nice and plump. It looks pretty docile, too. Taking it as a disciple probably wouldn't be so bad, right?" With that, he squinted his eyes, glancing at the little rat with great interest. Meanwhile, the chief of the Beast Clan gritted his teeth, raising the mace in his hand and roaring, "You human intruder! How dare you look down on us like this? Watch as I make you pay a heavy price!" He let out a roar and swung his mace, stirring up a fierce wind, aiming straight for Ye Junlin. Seeing this, Ye Junlin simply raised one hand nonchalantly and effortlessly blocked the ferocious attack. He glanced coldly at his attacker and said curtly, "I'll give you all one chance. I want this rat. If you know what's good for you, I'll let you walk away with your lives. Otherwise..." Before he could finish, the chief of the Stone Clan and the chief of the Beast Clan roared in unison and charged forward together. "We are at the peak of the integration realm, second to none. What gives you the right to be so arrogant? Everyone get him! Crush him!" But amidst the whistling wind, Ye Junlin's brow furrowed slightly, his expression darkening. Suddenly, he threw a palm strike straight into the chest of the Beast Clan's chief, sending him flying a full 10 meters. The chief fell, coughing up blood repeatedly as he cried out in terror. "How can this be? How could a simple strike be so powerful?" The chief of the Feather Clan immediately launched a barrage of feathers, which glowed brightly as they flew toward their target. He squinted and yelled, "Human, you're finished!" In response, Ye Junlin simply tilted his body slightly, neatly dodging the rain of feathers, then said in a resigned tone, "I warned you all not to be so stubborn. If you insist on throwing your lives away, model, then I won't be holding back anymore." In the blink of an eye, he shot up high into the air. Spreading his palm, he unleashed the great desolate heaven-imprisoning finger. A colossal wave of energy rained down upon the crowd below. The chief of the Wood tribe was startled. He hastily raised a spirit wood shield, roaring furiously. "Don't think you can just walk all over us. I'm still here." He frantically channeled his spirit energy to heal the chief of the Stone tribe, hoping to hold on a little longer. Witnessing this scene, Ye Junlin clicked his tongue and let out a smirk. "So you know how to help each other? How interesting. Just in time, I was looking to test out my newly acquired reward." As soon as he finished speaking, he activated the Celestial Emperor's Dharma body. Instantly, a majestic apparition materialized behind him. Its aura, like a thunderstorm, was intensely oppressive, enveloping the entire space. The Wood tribe's chief's face turned pale as he cried out, "What in the world is this thing?" The Beast tribe's chief also trembled, stammering to himself, That apparition is too powerful. This man. There's absolutely no way we can defeat him. Who is he?" At that moment, many of the fighters nearby also looked up, terrified by the sight of the Celestial Emperor's Dharma body, which now loomed over a corner of the sky. From a distance, Ouyang Feng, who was dealing with a horde of demonic beasts, thought to himself in shock, "Is that a Dharma body? It even surpasses Xuan Kong's Buddha Dharma body. Could that be Ye Junlin?" Hong Tianyi was also astonished. Seeing that apparition exuding a sky-shattering aura, his face couldn't hide his terror. He wondered, how could he still be hiding something like this? This Dharma body is too strong, even in the central region. I've rarely seen anyone with such a brilliant and majestic Dharma body. That dog, yeah. Just how many more terrifying things are you hiding? In the center of it all, Diep Kun Lum stood proudly. His hands were clasped behind his back. He roared down, "Your heavenly emperor has descended! Do you all still dare to resist? Show no mercy!" The flames of hatred blazed in the eyes of the Stone Clan chief, burning fiercely, casting aside his fear. He still flew forward, shouting, "Everyone, we have to risk our lives and fight him!" But after advancing just a little, he stopped and looked back. He saw that the other clan chiefs were trembling. Not a single one dared to make a move. The Stone Clan chief was enraged. You all—" Deep Kunlum looked at him coldly. He shrugged. "The most stubborn one, and is probably you." Then he pointed a single finger down, unleashing the heavenly annihilation finger. A flash of light burst forth, piercing straight through the Stone Clan chief's body. He screamed in despair, "No!" Then his body shattered into pieces like broken stone, and rained down to the ground. Seeing this, the Wood Clan chief was utterly terrified, his whole body trembling violently. What was that?" "That's absolutely horrifying." The four Beast Clan chiefs gritted their teeth, trying to suppress their fear, but their words came out weakly. "Lord Heavenly Emperor, I admit I acted rashly for a moment. How about we call a truce? There's no need for this to end in mutual destruction, right?" "Yes, however." The Heavenly Emperor's avatar was already bringing its giant hand down, right on top of him. The Beast Clan chief screamed in despair. "You damned human! You dare to kill me? My Beast Clan will never let you get away with this." Deep Kunlum was indifferent. He gave a faint smile to the man who already had one foot in the grave. "What's the point of saying all that now? If you all had the power to kill me, I would have acted right from the start. Why beg for a truce?" With that said, he poured more spiritual power into the finishing blow. The Beast Clan chief, the Heavenly Emperor's Dharma form, is incredibly powerful. After that one move, it also cost Deep Kunlum 80% of his mana. He frowned slightly. This move is really powerful, but it's too draining. I'll have to be careful in the future, or I might completely drain my spiritual power. Glancing at the deep crater left behind by the attack, he snorted lightly. "All right. Now I need to go recruit my disciple." Deep Kunlum turned his head back, but the mouse was nowhere to be seen. He frowned. "Huh? Where's my future disciple? This damn mouse. I didn't even get a chance to tell it that I just saved it, and it dares to run away?" Meanwhile, Thu, the little white mouse, was running for its life. It ran headfirst, panting heavily, its mind spinning. "What kind of fate is this? So scary. That two-legged beast is even more terrifying than those 6 villains. That phantom earlier almost made my heart jump right out of my chest. Even though he saved me, he still scared the daylights out of me." As it spoke, it touched its old wound, and was shocked to find that the wound from that evil blockhead's punch, barely hurt anymore. Also, I've never run this fast before. Could this be the effect of the great firmament immortal fruit? "It's a miracle!" Thu suddenly shuddered and cried out, "Wait! Why do I feel a killing intent nearby? Is that two-legged beast chasing me?" Yes. Sure enough, Deep Kunlum was already using his maximum speed, hot on Thu's tail. He narrowed his eyes and spoke to the system. "It's up ahead. Right?" "Yes, host, you're about to catch up." Hearing that, his expression relaxed into a cold smirk. This mouse must be blessed by the great firmament immortal body. Otherwise, it would be hard for me to keep up. When I catch it, I'm going to teach it a proper lesson. How dare you run from your future master? The moment he spoke, he flashed and appeared right in front of Shushu. The tiny little mouse immediately froze solid. Tears and snot streamed down its face as it frantically cried out, "Wah! Don't kill Shushu, Heavenly Emperor." The Dharma form extended a giant hand and grabbed it by the tail, lifting it high into the air. Shushu shrieked, "Shushu doesn't want to die!" Don't cook, Shushu." Yeah, Kunlun frowned slightly. His voice was a bit reproachful. "Didn't you just cry out, 'Oh, master,' and I'm willing to be your beast of burden? So why did you run away?" Shushu trembled all over, stammering, That's because your aura was just too terrifying, wasn't it?" Shushu was scared. "What if you wanted to eat me too?" Ye Kunlun gave a wicked smile and licked his lips. "Beef and horse meat, I've had them all. But mouse meat? That sounds new. Maybe I should give it a try." Seeing him deliberately put on a twisted expression, Shushu was so scared it almost fainted, drool foaming at the corners of its mouth. "No, Shushu, I taste awful. I'm really stinky, and after you eat me, you'll let out stinky farts." "You wouldn't want to try that." The more Ye Kunlun heard, the more delighted he seemed. "Oh, stinky farts, you say? That makes it even more interesting. Who knows, the flavor might be just as special." Shushu shrieked in horror, nearly fainting on the spot. Seeing the tiny mouse dangling there, Ye Kunlun found it rather amusing. To think it possesses a Grand Luo immortal body, yet it's as timid as a rabbit. Then again, with the way I was acting just now, who wouldn't be scared? Oh well, since I've already saved it, I might as well see this through. Maybe raising a mouse as a pet would be fun. With that, he pinched Shushu's 2 chubby cheeks, causing tears to well up in its eyes. It looked both comical and pitiful. 4 hours later, night had fallen. Ye Kunlun stopped beside a large tree. He started a fire to cook. While he was grilling meat and making soup, Shushu was curled up nearby, having passed out from sheer exhaustion. The tantalizing aroma wafted over, waking it up. It rubbed its eyes. Wow, what's that amazing smell? I'm not dead? Then Thuthu's gaze fell upon the pot of soup, which was steaming furiously. It immediately panicked and backed away a few steps. That pot is huge. Don't tell me you're planning to stew Thuthu, are you? Deep Kunlun waved his hand in annoyance. You idiot, get over here now! Don't make me chase you down again. I don't have time to play cat and mouse. Thuthu hesitated for a few seconds, then slowly crept closer. Deep Kunlun handed it a skewer of meat. Eat up. You look starving. The little mouse sniffed the aroma, licked its lips, and carefully took a bite. As it chewed, its eyes crinkled into a smile. So delicious. What kind of meat is this? Thuthu has never eaten anything so tasty before. It's rabbit meat, Deep Kunlun replied nonchalantly. Thuthu stopped chewing, its face falling. Rabbit? Rabbits are so cute. How could you eat rabbit meat? Deep Kunlun smiled slyly. If not rabbit meat, then should we eat mouse meat instead? Hearing that, Thuthu jumped and broke into a cold sweat. Ah, no! Mouse meat is awful! Rabbit meat is 100 times better! Master, could Thuthu have another piece? He smirked, his voice half joking, half serious. All right, but from now on, I'm not just your master. I'll also be your Shizun. Do you agree to take me as your teacher? Thuthu! Its eyes went wide with a mix of surprise and delight. But become your disciple? Thuthu, I have no virtue or talent. Am I worthy? Besides, will being your disciple be very dangerous? Deep Kunlun cleared his throat and gave a salesman-like smile. Don't worry. As my disciple, your food and lodging are covered, and you'll be guaranteed protection by me, your master. Doesn't that sound good, Hearing that, Thuthu's eyes lit up and it jumped for joy. Good? It's great, it's great. Thuthu desperately needs someone to rely on. I want to be your disciple. Seeing the prey take the bait, Ye Junlin leisurely stood up and waved his hand. His voice was somewhat otherworldly. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and greet your master. Without hesitation, the little hamster prostrated himself. Disciple by Xiaoxi. Greets you, master. Immediately, the system's voice rang out. Congratulations, host, for completing the Recruit a Disciple mission. Reward: the Supreme Divine Art. 5 extremes. Samsara Great Annihilation. This divine art can shatter all things and inflict wide-area damage. Additionally, based on the disciple's aptitude, the system has gifted a set of the Great Luo Dao scripture. All rewards have been distributed. We hope the host and disciple will love and care for each other. Absolutely no abusing small animals. Hearing that last reminder, Ye Junlin's face stiffened and he forced a smile. That's a low blow. You damn system, stop worrying for nothing. With my noble character, how could I possibly abuse my disciple? Xiaoxi looked at his master with wide, innocent eyes and asked, Master, were you talking to this little one? Ye Junlin coughed dryly, waving his hand in embarrassment. It's nothing. I was just sending a mental transmission. All right, now I will teach you a cultivation technique. Remember to practice diligently. Strive to become an outstanding warrior for me, your master. No, I mean my most powerful disciple. The cultivation technique was just transmitted directly into Xiaoxi's mind by Ye Junlin. It caused the little hamster to suddenly have an epiphany. His big round eyes widened, shining with a mixture of shock and joy. The great Luo Dao scripture. This technique is so divine. Never before has this little one... I've never seen anything so miraculous. As he spoke, Xiaoxi was moved to the verge of tears. He then bowed deeply in respect. Thank you, Master, for bestowing such a precious technique upon this little one. This little one will definitely cultivate diligently and not disappoint your expectations. Seeing his disciple's excited expression, Ye Junlin smiled. He reached out and scooped a bowl of fragrant soup from the pot bubbling over the fire. I know you're both hungry and tired. Have some soup, then try the grilled meat to get your strength back. It's really delicious. An excited Xiaoxi took the bowl of soup. Sniffing the air, he said, Thank you, Master. This soup is so fragrant and hot. Let me try it. I'm so lucky to be your disciple. In the future, I will do my best to repay you for your teachings. But just as Xiaoxi took his first sip of soup, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. Debris of all sizes came plummeting down from above. catching even Ye Junlin by surprise. He immediately narrowed his eyes. What is happening? Why is the sky of the secret realm cracking apart? The system's voice suddenly rang in his head with an urgent alert. The great Luo immortal tree has been detected to be depleted. Its lifespan can no longer sustain the operation of the secret realm. The Luo Tian secret realm is on the verge of collapse. Host, please leave as soon as possible. Ye Junlin looked over at Xiaoxi. He saw the little mouse with tears welling up in his eyes. He couldn't help but find it strange. The secret realm is about to vanish. We have to leave now. But why are you crying? Xiaoxi sobbed, panting with worry. Master! I don't know why, but my heart feels so tight and I'm just so incredibly sad. Ye Junlin guessed that perhaps the great Luo, immortal physique within Xiaoxi, was intimately connected to the Luo Tian secret realm. However, he didn't have time to explain. He immediately swept Xiaoxi up into a streak of light. Space warped, and then they both vanished. First, I have to find everyone and get out of here fast. If not, the collapse of the secret realm will bury us all. All across the secret realm, gaping cracks began to appear. Blinding streams of light poured down from the cracks in the water, carrying with them crashing chunks of debris. On the other side, Chu Yunian's group had managed to gather most of the disciples. He shouted instructions for everyone to hold the formation. Get out of here now! Watch out for falling rocks! Hurry up! Chu Deju wiped his sweat and cried out in panic. I can't believe it. For something this terrifying to happen inside the secret realm. Does this mean all our efforts, risking our lives to come here, were for nothing? Xu Yunian suddenly looked around, startled as if he just remembered something. Where's junior brother Ye? Should we wait for him? Just as he finished speaking, a familiar voice called out. Ye Junlin appeared, his entire body shimmering with a powerful aura. He was holding Xiaoxi in his arms. I'm here, the situation is critical. We need to get out of this secret realm as soon as possible. Seeing that Ye Junlin was safe, Xu Yunian let out a sigh of relief. Oh, thank goodness. I was worried something happened to you. Now we're just missing your disciple. At first, Chu Deju didn't pay attention, but when he saw the white mouse nestled in Ye Junlin's hands, he blurted out, Hey, Peak Lord Ye, what kind of creature are you holding? Ye Junlin gently lifted Xiaoxi and said with a mischievous smile, This is my newly accepted disciple. It's this little guy. After hearing that, both of them were dumbfounded. Huh? You took a mouse as your disciple? Chu Yunian couldn't contain his curiosity. So, what about that previous disciple of yours? That one, despite her fiery temper, was beautiful and had a powerful cultivation. Why would you now choose a huge mouse? That doesn't seem to have much cultivation at all. But before he could explain, Ye Junlin had already dashed off. Waving his hand, he said, Hong Tianye must have already left. Everyone, hurry up! Don't hesitate! As the group of people emerged from the La Thien mystic realm, blazing sunlight shone down, bringing them a moment of relief. Seeing that Deep Quan Lum was safe, the surrounding cultivators erupted in cheers. Look, Deep Quan Lum is out! Hooray! Just then, Ao Duong Fong stepped forward, his voice full of pride. Thanks to Deep Quan Lum, on this trip to the mystic realm, we managed to harvest quite a few precious resources. It was dangerous, but in the end, it was all worth it. Not far away, the real Hong Thien Deep had also emerged. He immediately flew over, cupped his fist, and bowed. Master! Deep Quan Lum said nothing. He passed Tiu Tich over to Hong Thien Deep, as if handing him a cotton ball. Here, take this. This is my new disciple. From now on, you two can treat each other as senior and junior martial brothers, or senior and junior sisters. Whatever works. In short, just get along. Got it? Hong Thien Deep was stunned and fumbled with his hands. What? Tiu Tich was knocked aside, stumbling and falling headfirst to the ground. Oof! They cried out. Seeing this, Hong Thien Deep felt a pang of guilt and cleared his throat. Yes, understood, Master. Tiu Tich sat on the ground, rubbing their sore bottom, their eyes red and welling up with tears. Wah! Where is Shushu? That mystic realm is completely destroyed. Does that mean Shushu's home is gone forever too? Just as the creature feared, the mystic realm had not yet fully closed. Wave after wave of ancient species took advantage of the cracked exit, pouring out into the outside world in droves. The creatures of all sorts of bizarre shapes and sizes were squinting and looking around in all four directions. So this is the outside world, huh? Why is the spiritual energy so thin here? These two-legged creatures, they must be the so-called human race from the records, right? They look so weak. In that case, let's just occupy this land. We'll divide the territory and make it our own. A white-haired girl with sharp eyes. She let out a crisp laugh. How interesting. First, let's enslave those humans. After that, we can do as we please. The group of cultivators, including Hu Hu Nian and Chu Duk Tru, and Ao Duong Fong, all turned pale with fear. Hu Hu Nian said, We're in grave danger. These are ancient creatures. They've been hidden deep within this secret realm for who knows how long. Their cultivation levels are far higher than ordinary demonic beasts. At a glance, I can count hundreds in the spirit transformation realm. There are even several dozen in the fusion realm. This is big trouble. In the Kun, Lun realm, there are thousands of races and countless species of creatures. Their origins were recorded on the stone tablets in the secret realm. The beings in this secret realm all came from various places across the myriad worlds. They were exiled to this secret realm. This secret realm is inherently very suitable for cultivation. On top of that, it has existed for countless years. If this group of foreign creatures were to band together, they could rival the 5 great cultivation forces of the eastern region. Chu Duk-Tru asked frantically, "Ancient creatures? So should we try to negotiate?" Hu Hu-Nien gave a forced smile. "I'm afraid that's unlikely. They are inherently wild, and they think we destroyed their home. This bunch will surely want to invade the wild continent for revenge." Hearing this, the other cultivators began to tremble, drenched in sweat. "This is too dangerous. How can we possibly stand against such a massive ancient army?" Ao Duangfang raised his hand and shouted, trying to calm everyone down. "Don't panic. We still have Deep Quan Lam. He is definitely capable enough to face that horde." The crowd seemed to gain strength. "That's right. With Deep Quan Lam here, those ancient creatures might not be able to win. Deep Quan Lam is mighty. Deep Quan Lam is divine." Behind them, Hong Thien Deep crossed his arms. His face was indifferent as he let out a soft snort. He seemed quite confident. It seems he's not worried at all in the face of those countless strange beasts. At that very moment, the system suddenly announced the activation of a new mission. Make the 100,000 residents who once belonged to the Luotian secret realm join the Xuantian sect, complete the mission, and the host will receive a desired reward. Ye Junlin's face twisted. "Are you kidding me? All these otherworldly creatures, and you're telling me to recruit every single one of them? Don't tell me I'm not allowed to just wipe them out. To complete this, I have to win them over?" The system replied curtly, "Please do your best, host. Do not give up." Before he could even come up with a plan, from high above, a giant eagle spread its wings and descended. Its eyes were filled with belligerence. It squinted at Ye Junlin. "Are you the one they call Ye Junlin? The one those people spoke of? The strongest of the human race?" Ye Junlin sighed and gave a faint nod. "Yes, that's me." Looking at the thousands of different species before him, he frowned to himself. "The Xuantian sect, I'm afraid, doesn't have enough room for this many freaks. So what am I supposed to do?" A creature with long horns glared and roared. "What are you all afraid of him for? He's just one man at the perfected integration realm. How can he possibly fight all of us?" "Comrades, charge!" Immediately, its countless species roared like a disturbed beehive and charged straight at Ye Junlin. He channeled his protective aura. His eyes lit up. "I'm good at fighting, but with this many of them, it's not going to be easy. How am I supposed to convince them?" Outside, Xiaoxi watched in shock as wave after wave of ancient creatures appeared. It rushed towards its master. A wave of fear washed over it. "Master has treated me so well. He even gave me food and taught me cultivation techniques. I can't just sit by and watch him get cornered." With that thought, Tutich gritted its teeth and lunged forward with all its might. Hong Thien Diep exclaimed in surprise, "That mouse! Where do you think you're going?" Tutich's voice called back, trembling but resolute. "Mousy isn't scared anymore. Mousy has to help Master!" Whoosh! He charged straight into Deep Quan Lum's protective barrier. He cried out instinctively, "Tutich, what are you doing?" "It's dangerous." Tutich spread its 2 tiny arms. Its body began to emit a strange light. Mystical runes flickered in and out of existence around it, as if awakening an infinite power. A faint sigil appeared on its forehead, causing everyone standing around to be shaken by that immense pressure, forcing them to fall back. "My God! Junior Brother Diep's new disciple is no ordinary being. What a terrifying aura. It makes me want to kneel down and worship it." Hong Thien Diep also broke out in a cold sweat. This mouse was hiding such a terrifying secret? Meanwhile, among the ancient ones, the white-haired girl and the long-horned man suddenly had a change of expression. "This is the aura of the Daluo Immortal Tree. Does this mean the Daluo Immortal Tree hasn't abandoned us?" Spontaneously, they all knelt down in unison, facing Tutich. "We pray for the Daluo Immortal Tree's blessing, and for you to guide us on the path of survival in this new world." Hong Thien Diep turned to look. Deep Quan Lum's lips twitched. It's clear his plans have always been extraordinary. Truly a masterstroke. Deep Quan Lum looked at Tutich's tiny glowing body and frowned, thinking, perhaps when it ate the Daluo immortal fruit, Xiaoxi has merged with a part of the immortal tree's will. If that will awakens now, I'm afraid it will try to take over its body. He quickly shouted, Xiaobai, are you still okay? Answer me now! Inside the halo of light, Xiaoxi's brow was furrowed, struggling with all its might. Master is calling. Shu can't. Shu must not fall asleep. Ye Junlin's urgent and concerned words were like a torch, illuminating the little mouse's mind. It grunted, slapping its own face repeatedly. It yelled, Shu, you have to stay awake. Master needs me. Suddenly, a stream of light flashed around it. Xiaoxi's body began to fade. It looked up, its voice filled with joy. Thank you, Master, for waking Shu up. Shu is okay now. Ye Junlin let out a relieved chuckle and patted its head. Thank goodness, you're still yourself. The ancient creatures were all stunned, shouting in unison, What? Why would the great Luo immortal tree be so respectful to a human? Impossible. Noticing their bewildered gazes, Ye Junlin glanced at Xiaoxi and sent a telepathic message. You should say something in the name of the immortal tree. Be clever about it and win them over. Xiaokai nodded eagerly. It turned to face the crowd and cleared its throat. Ahem. Listen here. The collapse of the mystic realm this time was also a part of heaven's will. But rest assured, everyone, there is no need to panic. All of you are the children of the great Luo immortal tree. I will absolutely not abandon you. Ye Junlin waited for the perfect moment. He leaped into the air. His sharp gaze swept across the ancient creatures, as filled with power. The heavens cherish all life, since you have all lost your homes. And then the Xuantian sect is willing to become your new sanctuary. The great Luo immortal tree and we will advance together and retreat together, facing all hardships as one. Ye Junlin's words sent the ancient beings into a noisy uproar. Xiaoxi turned around. Her tiny face beamed. Thank you, Master. The ancient beings gradually drew closer, some of them stammering, others hesitating. Finally, one of them timidly ventured a question. Do you mean we have to bow our heads and live in the territory of humans? Divine Tree, do you really want us to follow the human race? Xiaoxi suddenly tilted her head. Her two eyes flashed with a sharp, cold light. Her adorable face, from just a moment ago, suddenly radiated a terrifying killing intent. What's this? Could it be that you all are doubting me? Terrified by her gaze, the horned one hastily bowed his head in fear. This lowly one wouldn't dare. I would absolutely never dare to doubt you. Xiaoxi glanced over, her voice becoming clear and resonant. Good. In that case, from now on, all of you will follow me and my master back to the Xuantian sect and live there in peace. Do not cause any trouble on your own again. The ancient beings shouted in unison, Understood! At that moment, the system issued a cheerful notification. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. You have received the reward, Sun Orbiting Treasury. The system explained the Sun Orbiting Treasury. The Sun Orbiting Treasury opens a special cultivation space, where 100 years inside is equivalent to 1 day outside. After hearing this, Ye Junlin smiled with satisfaction and muttered, Oh, it's a success. In any case, I don't need to train that hard myself. I've already got a golden finger up my sleeve. The stronger my opponent, the stronger I become. So the cultivation effect of the Sun Orbiting Treasury isn't that great for me. But on the other hand, it's perfect for Xiao Hong. His innate talent is high. If I let him go into seclusion there for a few years, he'll definitely make incredible progress. Then I can just rely on him and life will be even better. But this kid is rebellious to the bone. Before I let him go, I need to make a few adjustments. He secretly glanced over at Hong Tianye. The corner of his mouth twitched up in a scheming smirk. Hong Tianye, who was standing nearby, furrowed his brow in confusion when he caught that look. He thought to himself, What's with the way that guy's looking at me? Is he blaming me for not stepping in to help him? In contrast to the master and disciple duo, most of the cultivators in the Xuantian sect breathed a sigh of relief, mixed with excitement. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, Am I dreaming? Those incredibly powerful creatures are actually willing to join the Xuantian sect? Another person chimed in cheerfully. In that case, from now on, our Xuantian sect, we are officially #1 among the 10 great immortal sects of the Eastern Domain. Ha! It's all thanks to Peak Lord Ye. Hearing this, the group of outer sect disciples started chattering even more excitedly. This is truly unexpected news. As expected, Ye Kunlin can resolve any crisis. From a distance, Wu Yangfeng watched the joyous scene, unable to hide the bitterness in his heart. His face paled as he mumbled, Although I am glad that the desolate continent has escaped a great disaster, my Banshan sect, I'm afraid there will be no place left for us from now on. Meanwhile, a delighted Xiaoxi sent a telepathic message to Ye Kunlin. Master Thu did it! They really listened to Thu. I'm so happy! Ye Kunlin gently raised his hand. You did very well. Your master is very pleased. Oh, and about the will of the great Luo immortal tree inside your body. It hasn't been causing any trouble, has it? Xiaoxi flicked her ears and quickly shook her head. Not at all. Ever since Thu woke up, it's been completely silent. It hasn't made a single move. Ye Kunlin nodded. That's good. Now lead them all and follow me back to the Xuantian sect. Yes, master, Xiaoxi hurriedly replied, then immediately went to arrange for the ancients to be moved. Qing Province, Eastern Region. At the Yuhua sect's plaza. At that moment, a battered flying ship had just landed. Its smoldering flames drew the attention of the disciples. Alarmed, they rushed over and crowded around it. Holy Sun, why are you in such a terrible state? What on earth happened? And where are Elder Yan and the other elders? Chen Jiao, the holy son of the Yuhua sect, was trembling all over. He was on the verge of a mental breakdown. He needed someone to support him just to drag himself forward. A few elders rushed out from the main hall in a panic. As soon as they saw the Holy Sun's battered appearance, their faces turned pale. Holy Sun! What happened to you? Quickly, tell us what happened. Chen Jiao struggled to speak, his voice raspy and hoarse. I need to see my master right now. I must report to the Venerable Zhu Yang. A white-haired elder quickly explained. Reporting to the Holy Sun, the Venerable Zhu Yang is currently in seclusion. Whatever it is, please tell us first, Holy Sun. And Elder Yan, where is he? Hearing the question, Chen Jiao's heart twisted in pain. His eyes turned bloodshot as he gritted his teeth. They're all dead. Every single one of them is dead. When the elder heard this, he shuddered and nearly fell, trembling as he demanded, What? Who did this? Tell me at once so I can report to the sect master. Chen Jiao's eyes were filled with fury. He roared, It was the Xuantian sect! More specifically, it was that Ye Junlin. He killed our Yuhua sect's elders. He almost took my life, too. The surrounding Yuhua sect disciples erupted in a horrified uproar. Impossible. Even Elder Yan was killed? That country bumpkin from Huang Province? Dares to look down on the Yuhua sect? How audacious. They killed an elder, and nearly killed the Holy Sun. What is the meaning of this? Are they declaring open war? This is unforgivable. The atmosphere was boiling with rage. Countless rogue cultivators were running all over the place, spreading the latest hot news. A huge shakeup in the eastern region. The Holy Son of the Yuhua sect has returned, heavily injured. Many elders have died in battle. The culprit is the Xuantian sect from the barren continent. Everyone who heard the news was shocked. Is this story for real? The Holy Sun was defeated by a woman in red of the same cultivation level. The Yuhua sect lost 9 integration stage masters. If that's true, then that bunch from the barren continent must be insane. How dare they pick a fight with the Yuhua sect? A top-tier cultivation force. The one that once produced an invincible true immortal? I think sooner or later, that Xuantian sect will be wiped off the map. What's there to even discuss? Who would dare to oppose the Yuhua sect? That's right, the Yuhua sect is a top-tier cultivation force. In the distant past, this place was once an immortal sacred land that produced a true immortal. How can these country bumpkins even compare to their foundation? In less than 10 days, that Xuantian sect will probably cease to exist. Yes, at that very moment, in the grand hall of the Xuankong Temple in the Buddhist continent of the eastern region. A solemn abbot clasped his hands together and announced before a large crowd of disciples, Amitabha Buddha, the Yuhua sect has just sent word. They have decided to declare war on the Xuantian sect. Our Xuankong Temple cannot stand idly by. We must punish evil and promote good, and make the Xuantian sect pay their blood debt with blood. A disciple standing nearby also clasped his hands and replied, This disciple understands. I will pass down the order. To summon all the Zen cultivators of the eastern region, to vanquish the demons and attain enlightenment together. Meanwhile, as turmoil brewed in the barren continent, after the collapse of the Luo Tian mystic realm, the remaining spiritual energy poured out across the region. Like a whale fall, all living things were blessed, causing the once barren continent to suddenly flourish, with spiritual energy soaring to the heavens. Many creatures on this continent broke through their cultivation realms one after another. The Xuantian sect also benefited by absorbing tens of thousands of different from the secret realm, causing their power to skyrocket. However, the news that the Feathering sect and the Xuankong Temple had simultaneously declared war was a huge blow to the disciples' morale. Many were terrified, gathering in groups of 3 and 5 in the martial arts square, whispering, I heard the Feathering sect is about to attack. And then there are those monks from the Xuankong Temple. They see us as evil heretics. They definitely won't let us off the hook. It's so strange, these past few days. I haven't seen the sect master or any of the peak masters. Where could they have all gone? I heard they're in seclusion, cultivating. Even someone as skilled as Peak Master Ye has to work this hard. It seems The Profound Heaven sect might not make it through this storm, but maybe that's our greatest hope. But in another corner, on Misty Peak, within the Profound Heaven sect, Ye Kunlun was leisurely lying down, without a hint of worry. Suddenly he let out a loud sneeze. He sat up, rubbed his nose, and looked around. Just then Xiaoxi ran out from inside, holding a large, sweetly fragrant cup in her 2 hands. "Master, try this! I just finished making the traditional milk tea. The supreme invincible one you asked for." Ye Kunlun's eyes instantly lit up as he shot up, urging her, "Quickly! Hurry up and put a straw in it. I need to take a big gulp to feel refreshed." As he took a sip, he closed his eyes, savoring it with a look of pure bliss. "Ah, this is the taste. So refreshing." Then he beamed, turning to praise Xiaoxi, "You've done well. I'll allow you to make 50 more cups. And as a reward, you can also choose 1 cup for yourself." Xiaoxi was ecstatic. "Really? Thank you, Master. I'll go make them right away." Ye Kunlun let out a soft chuckle. I thought to myself, this milk tea recipe is a reward for the daily sign-in mission. It's even better than the one from my past life. Even if the Snow King himself came here, he'd probably have to offer me a cigarette, no joke. That day, Hong Tianye witnessed his master and his junior brother, the mouse, having a blast together. He felt a surge of irritation. His face darkened as he scoffed. "That mouse! You idiot! One day you'll just be sold off for money." Hearing that, Ye Junlin glanced back. He called out loudly, "Xiao Hong! Are my spicy squid skewers done yet? Look at how quick Xiaoxi is. And you're so slow, you're not even as good as a mouse." It was as if Hong Tianye had inhaled a plume of fire. He gritted his teeth, but his hands still had to grill the squid. Almost done, Master. Your disciple will bring it right over." Placing the tray of steaming hot squid in front of Ye Junlin, Hong Tianye's face was as black as if he'd just stepped in shit. "Please try it, Master. How is the spiciness? Does it need any adjustments?" Ye Junlin took a bite and nodded. "Keep this up." Hong Tianye swallowed nervously and boldly asked, "Master, could you let this disciple enter the Sun Treasury to cultivate for a few days? Your disciple wants it to achieve a breakthrough as soon as possible." Ye Junlin stopped sipping his tea and glanced over. "What's the rush? The sect master and the other peak lords? I've already let them into the Sun Treasury." Hong Tianye's voice fell, but he was still pleading. "Master, please give me a chance. If I become stronger, I can better support the sect." Ye Junlin indifferently took a sip of tea and gave a faint smile. "It's fine. I, your master, will worry about the sect. You just need to stay here and serve me." Hong Tianye's hands holding the squid tray trembled. His expression darkened. Is he afraid I'll surpass him or something? How hateful. Just then Xiaoxi walked by carrying a large mortar. I happened to overhear the conversation. He looked at his master and quickly spoke up. "Master, if Senior Brother Hong wants to go that badly, please grant him a spot for the training session. Shushu will try his best to cover his duties." Ye Kunlun crossed his arms. Holding 2 skewers in his hands, he appeared thoughtful, then smiled. "All right. Since your junior brother has spoken up for you, and is even willing to do your work, I, your master, will allow you to enter the Sun Treasury for a few days. You should thank your junior brother." Hong Tianye immediately knelt down to thank his master. "Thank you, junior brother, for speaking up for me." Ye Kunlun let out a smirk, a smile that was both magnanimous and inscrutable. Then he turned and walked towards his room. "I'm going back to rest. You two can take your time and enjoy the food. Little Hong, you should also prepare well for the long training session." Hong Tianye clenched his fists. A fierce determination surged within him. "Just you wait, Ye Kunlun. The day I come out of seclusion will be the day you bow your head to me." Watching Hong Tianye's departing figure, Ye Kunlun scoffed coldly to himself. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. He's clearly getting impatient after being provoked. I know he wants to advance and is trying to suck up, but what a pity. The system I possess makes me more invincible the stronger it gets. I'll just have to let that guy obediently bury his head in training to level up. And help me out. "Master, over here!" Little Shi gleefully brought out 50 cups of milk tea, filling up a large area of the courtyard. The little guy's beady eyes sparkled as he excitedly held up a cup. He licked his lips and sniffed. "Master, the 50 cups of milk tea you ordered are ready. Shushu, can I have one of these with jelly?" Ye Kunlun was at ease, strolling amidst the piles of cups, overflowing with fragrance. He smiled with satisfaction. "Of course. As your master, I already told you that you could pick any cup you wanted." Hearing that, Xiaoxi quickly stuck a straw in. He took a big, refreshing slurp. "Thank you, Master. This is absolutely delicious. It was worth staying up late to prepare this." Ye Junlin chuckled and patted the little mouse's head. His expression was cheerful. Other people usually pet cats, but here I am petting a mouse, and yet it feels pretty interesting. Xiaoxi was sipping his milk tea. when he was startled by the word cat. His white fur puffed up. He panicked and yelled, "A cat? A cat? Where's the cat? Where is it?" This little mouse is most afraid of cats. Every time he sees one, his legs turn to jelly. Ye Junlin looked at his over-the-top reaction and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You possess the great Luo immortal body, and you command 100,000 subordinates from the secret realm. And you're still afraid of a tiny little cat? Xiaoxi sniffled, his eyes welling up with tears. But I'm still really scared. Suddenly remembering something, Ye Junlin snapped his fingers and turned to ask, "Hey, why don't you enter the sundial to cultivate? 100 years in there is only one day out here. Your great Luo immortal body would surely advance by leaps and bounds." Xiaoxi obediently put down his milk tea. His voice held a hint of flattery. "I don't want to be away from Master for that long. Imagining not seeing you for 100 years, I would die of sadness. Besides, cultivating all the time is boring. I'd rather stay by Master's side and eat delicious food." Hearing the little mouse express his loyalty, Ye Junlin burst out laughing, patting his head enthusiastically. "Ha ha! I like your personality. Unlike a certain someone who's always scheming to surpass me." Right. At that moment, Hong Tianye was flying swiftly through the sky. He suddenly let out a sneeze. Achoo! A loud one, as if someone was talking bad about him behind his back. Ye Junlin continued to tease Xiaoxi. He suddenly remembered something and pointed at it. "That's right. Aren't you from the spirit beast tribe? Once you cultivate to the spirit transformation realm, you should be able to take human form. So how come I've never seen you turn into a person? Why is that?" Xiaoxi tilted its head shyly. Because I forgot." Ye Junlin burst out laughing enthusiastically. "Well then, try it now. Quick, turn into a human and let's see." "Here?" Xiaoxi broke out in a sweat and gritted its teeth. "Okay, I'll do my best." It gathered its strength and let out a soft cry as a spiritual light flashed around it. Immediately after, a pair of slender legs appeared. The figure gradually grew taller, like that of a petite little girl, but its mouse face remained exactly the same. Seeing the half-human, half-mouse spectacle, Ye Junlin nearly choked on his bubble tea. He clutched his chest, his eyes wide in horror. "My God, what in the world is this?" Xiaoxi raised two tiny hands and touched its face, blinking. "Master, is this form very ugly?" I think it's kinda cute." Ye Junlin covered his face and wailed. "It's not just not pretty, it's terrifying. Are you trying to scare your master to death or something?" Xiaoxi panicked, tears welling up in its eyes. No, I didn't. I really did try my best. But this is the only result I could manage." It sighed, hanging its head low, its voice full of self-pity. I don't understand why it turned out like this. I'm very sad about it, too." Ye Junlin clutched his forehead, rubbing his temples. All right. Just change back quickly. I don't want to be haunted by this image any longer." Xiaoxi nodded obediently. "Yes, I'll change back right away." And then, half an incense stick's time passed. Ye Junlin drank 3 more cups of bubble tea, and still saw no change in Xiaoxi. He stomped his foot in frustration. "Hey, it's been half an incense stick's time. You still haven't changed back?" Xiaoxi gave an awkward laugh and wagged its tail. "Master..." Testing. I suddenly forgot how to transform back." Ye Junlin nearly fell over backward, pointing a finger at it. "Are you sure you're a mouse? You're not a pig in disguise, are you?" Xiaoxi waved her hands frantically. "Master, don't worry. In a few more days, Shushu will get its shape back again. It will definitely be able to transform back." Ye Junlin let out a weary sigh, but still offered some comfort. "All right, then. Do your best. I'll be supporting you in spirit." Xiaoxi lowered her head and asked in a quiet voice, "So, Master, do you want to pet Shushu now?" Hearing this, Ye Junlin recoiled and squinted. "No, never mind, just leave me in peace for a bit." Xiaoxi immediately dashed over to a nearby water urn. She looked at her reflection at the bottom. Strange. Shushu thought this appearance wasn't that bad. Why did Master have such a strong reaction? In the eastern region, at the border between the barren continent and the spirit continent, countless flying ships streamed towards the same point. In a tea house down below, few cultivators looked up. They sneered at the sight of hundreds of flying ships. No one can withstand the wrath of the Yuhua sect. That Xuantian sect is finished for sure this time. No matter how arrogant that Ye fellow is, he's going to die. Another person chimed in with a sly tone. "I bet he's so scared he's pissing his pants right now." "Ha ha!" Meanwhile, from a private room, the faint sound of moaning could be heard. The young master of the Xie family was enjoying himself with 2 young women. Suddenly, a subordinate burst in, panicking. "Young master! We're in trouble! We're under attack!" The young master, annoyed at being interrupted, yelled, "You blockhead! Tell me clearly who's attacking, or I'll throw your head into the cesspit." The terrified subordinate stammered, It's the Yuhua sect." They've invaded the barren continent, and there are a huge number of them. After hearing this, the young master of the Z family immediately pulled up his pants and rushed outside. His face lit up with excitement. What? Oh, this is fantastic. The Xuantian sect is doomed. Just a bunch of country bumpkins, and you dare to act so brazenly before me? Ha ha! Looks like there's going to be a good show to watch this time. Here at the Banson sect in Huangchao, Duongfang's group poured out of the gates. They saw dozens of flying arcs filling the entire sky. They were terrified. Damn, what a massive army this is. Just how many cultivators did the Yuhua sect mobilize? Ao Duongfang sighed wearily. Ye Junlin, this old man begs you, don't be so stubborn. If we can't defeat them, we should retreat to preserve our lives. You are the strongest in Huangchao. You're also our spiritual leader. If you die, our defeat is certain. Inside the Xuantian sect at the martial arts plaza, the disciples were in chaos, anxiously discussing amongst themselves. The enemy is right at our doorstep. Their army is terrifyingly huge. Both the Yuhua sect and the Xuankong temple want to destroy us. A great enemy is before us, and yet the sect master and the peak lords are still nowhere to be seen. Is this situation really going to be all right? Suddenly, from the back mountain of the Xuantian sect, a massive wave of energy erupted. A group of people walked out one after another. Each of them was brimming with a powerful aura. Su Tianshui and Chu Deju were in the lead. Their expressions were solemn. 500 years of arduous cultivation in the Sun Abyss. We almost broke through to the integration stage, but we were still one step short. It seems even long-term seclusion has its limits. Su Tianshu turned to look at Chu Deju, comforting him. Senior brother, you should be satisfied. If it weren't for the techniques and pills that junior brother Ye gave us, we would have struggled to even reach the nascent soul stage, let alone dream of cultivating in seclusion for 500 years. The other disciples poked their heads out, whispering anxiously, "Where is the sect master? Hasn't he come out yet?" A moment later, Shu Yoyan emerged from the exit of the Sun Abyss and set foot on the ground. His entire body radiated a powerful aura, his face resolute. A great battle is upon us. The only thing I can do now is risk my life. Luckily, I managed to break through to the integration stage in time. Even though it's not stable yet, I have to give it my all. Suddenly, another pillar of light flashed, causing Hu Nian to turn his head. What now? This aura is terrifying. It seems even stronger than junior brother Ye's. A familiar figure appeared. Hongthian Deep emanated a suffocating pressure, sending a chill down everyone's spine. Chu Duk Tru, seemingly not recognizing him, stammered, "So it's junior brother Ye's first disciple. This master and disciple duo, truly something else. But wait, what level did you break through to?" The moment he finished speaking, Chu Duk Tru was suddenly and insolently shouted at by Hongthian Deep. "How dare you speak nonsense about me?" Along with the shout, Hongthian Deep swung his hand, striking directly at Chu Duk Tru. Hu Nin and Tu Thien Tweet rushed forward in horror to block the attack. They yelled, "Why did you suddenly attack so viciously? Chu Duk Tru is your martial uncle!" But Hongthian Deep had already revealed his arrogant, demonic nature. He laughed dryly. "Fellow disciples? This venerable one was originally a reincarnated true immortal and an old demonic sovereign. It was only because of Ye Quan Lam that I had to bow my head, but no more." Tu Thien Tweet's face darkened as she pointed a finger. "Have you cultivated so much that you've gone mad? Be careful or I'll tell junior brother Yi." Hongthian Deep waved his hand scornfully. "Go ahead. I don't give a damn about him. Besides, that guy can barely save himself right now. If you've got the guts, tell him to come here. Ha ha! Now, with my current cultivation level, it's not yet certain who would win or lose." He glanced over at the sundial. He sneered. "Why let a supreme treasure like this go to waste? It would be better to hand it over for me to use." Seeing this, Hu Nian shouted in panic. "What do you think you're doing? Aren't you afraid of being punished by junior brother Ye?" Hongthian Deep laughed arrogantly. With a wave of his hand, he sent them all flying with a single move. "Get the hell out of my way! Who the hell do you think you are to lecture me?" Blasted back, Hu Nian trembled with rage. His demonic nature is too strong now. After this breakthrough, the difference is like night and day. Compared to the disciple junior brother Ye took in before, just what is his background? Hong Tianye slowly turned his head, the corner of his mouth curling into a contemptuous sneer. "What can a bunch of rabble like you do to me?" After speaking, he suddenly turned back towards the sundial with a confused expression. "What's going on? Why isn't the sundial moving at all? The surrounding rocks and dirt began to fly about chaotically, carrying a dangerous, murderous aura. This situation made Shu Yunian even more panicked. He still tried to reason with Hong Tianye. You are the esteemed disciple of junior brother Yi. You're also the most outstanding prodigy of the sect. The sect will use all its resources to nurture you. So why must you do these despicable things? Hearing this, Hong Tianya's brow furrowed. A vicious glint flashed in his eyes. Shut your mouth, you damn bastard! Do you think I need you to lecture me? He continued to wave his hand, unleashing a powerful strike and knocking Zhu Yunian away once again. Seeing this, Su Tianshui cried out worriedly, Sect Master! Zhu Yunian gritted his teeth, trying to dig his feet into the ground to keep from being pushed back further. A sense of helplessness welled up inside him. What kind of cultivation level is this? With just a wave of his hand, I couldn't even resist. Compared to before he entered, the sundial, the difference in his power, is truly night and day. Hong Tianyi snorted, speaking without restraint. A bunch of mere ants dare to posture before me? Out of consideration for what just happened. The fact that I haven't killed you is already merciful enough. After he spoke, he suddenly hesitated for a moment. The grand army of the Yuhua sect has already arrived. Yet that ringleader, Ye Junlin, still hasn't shown his face. Come out and die! It's about time I showed my hand to that lot. With that said, his figure immediately flickered, disappearing from before Zhu Yunian's group. As soon as he saw Hong Tianyi leave, Zhu Yunian didn't hesitate either. He quickly signaled his disciples. Let's go over there and see what's happening too. But during all this, Ye Junlin was still casually lounging on his long chair, leisurely sipping the milk tea made by his own disciples' hands. His expression was so relaxed that anyone who saw it would find his carefree demeanor infuriating. The moment Hong Tianyi landed, he couldn't hold back the irritation boiling inside him. He thought to himself, what a disgrace to all cultivators. Such a lazy and slovenly style, and he dares to call himself a cultivator? He just got ridiculously lucky and obtained a supreme opportunity, a rare cultivation technique, and heavenly treasures. But now all of it will belong to me. Seeing his precious disciple appear, Ye Junlin called out affectionately, My good disciple, you've come out of seclusion? Your master missed you to death! Hearing those shameless words, Hong Tianyi didn't hold back at all. He glared, The people outside are about to break in. They want to take your life. And yet you're still lying here so leisurely? Are you not afraid of death? Ye Junlin indifferently took a sip of milk tea, his eyes half closed. Huh? They're already here? Why didn't I know anything about it? Hong Tianyi waved his hand, instantly shattering the soundproof barrier that enveloped this little paradise. Then he said loudly, You're holed up in here, and even put up a soundproof barrier to enjoy yourself. Of course you wouldn't know anything. Now take a good look. See how chaotic the crowd outside is? Sure enough, the scene outside was immediately revealed, and deafening shouts echoed, Ye Junlin, get out here! Come out and die! Ye Junlin let out an "oh," but he still casually raises his cup of milk tea and takes a sip. Oh, so you want to declare war on me? How interesting. Hong Tianyi sneered, crossing his arms smugly. See, the situation is this dire. But if you just obediently hand over everything you have to me, I can step in and save your life. Hearing this, Ye Junlin just looked blank. Huh? What do you mean? Hong Tianyi flew into a rage and screamed. Don't play dumb with me, we're all smart people here. Stop beating around the bush! Hey, wait a minute! Suddenly his face turned pale as he stammered, looking towards Xiaoxi. A figure was approaching from behind Ye Junlin. In its hands, was a plate of chicken wings. Hong Tianyi's face was filled with terror. Oh my God, what the hell is that thing? Xiaoxi ignored Hong Tianyi's panicked expression and politely turned to Ye Junlin. Master, these are the iron chicken wings, with the spicy flavor you asked this disciple to make. Please try them, Master. Oh, senior brother Hong, you're out of seclusion? Hong Tianyi's eyes widened. He unconsciously backed away, his voice trembling. You stay away from me! A thought surfaced in his mind. Is this that white-furred rat from before? Why does it look like this? What kind of monstrosity is this? He glanced over at Ye Junlin, his face full of disbelief. He silently cursed. This damn guy has some really strong tastes. What kind of demonic cultivation technique is he practicing? Ye Junlin shot him a questioning look. What's with that expression? Is he letting his imagination run wild? Just then Zhu Yunian and the others rushed in. They frantically shouted, Traitorous disciple! Are you trying to harm your master? Junior brother Ye, be careful. But then all three of them jumped, crying out in unison. That's Xiaoxi? Xiaoxi turned and grinned. Everyone, don't be afraid, it's me, master's disciple. Zhu Yunian stammered, forcing an awkward smile. So you two are junior brother Ye's disciples. Quite an impressive look you've got there, huh? As expected of junior brother Ye, not only is your talent unparalleled, even your taste is a cut above the rest. Hearing that, Ye Junlin slowly stood up, crossing his arms. What are you all talking about? Why did you rush over here? What on earth happened? Shu Yunian suddenly remembered the important matter. He pointed at Hong Tianye, his voice filled with indignation. Junior brother Ye, your eldest disciple is planning to rebel. Not only does he want to steal the sundial, but he also brazenly attacked us. Ye Junlin glanced over at Hong Tianye. He asked gently, my good disciple, and is what they're saying true? Hong Tianye gritted his teeth and clenched his fist. So what if it is? What can you do to me? The Grand Army is already at the foot of the sect's gate. Your death is imminent. Do you really not understand the situation? Shu Yonian fumed. You? You're clearly an ungrateful beast. Junior brother Yi never mistreated you. Hong Tianye growled as his killing intent flared. What the hell do you people know? All this time I've been treated like a mere servant, looked down upon and trampled on. Now I can't take it anymore. Hearing the two sides argue, Ye Junlin just stood there wide-eyed, looking helpless. Then he suddenly clutched his forehead and sighed sorrowfully. Karma. This is truly karma. Ye Junlin pretended to be on the verge of tears. He held Xiaoxi's hand and lamented, Don't blame him, it's my fault. I failed to understand my disciple's feelings. I regret it so much. Hearing this, Xiaoxi also started to whimper, calling out, Master! Shu Yunian, standing to the side, was stunned. Junior brother Yi, this is the first time I've ever seen you like this. But as for Hong Tianye, there was no way he'd believe him. He shouted, Keep acting! Go on, keep up the act! I know exactly what you're really like. You still dare to pull a stunt in front of everyone, huh? Junlin placed a hand on his chest. His voice was so sincere it was like he was baring his soul. Little Hong, no. Hong Tianye, my beloved disciple, I, your master, truly know that I was wrong. Will you forgive me? After all, we are master and disciple. How about we start over? Hong Tianye dodged to the side. Frowning, she said, Stay away from me. Are you trying to make me sick or something? Just then, the system's voice suddenly rang out. In his mind. Ye Junlin, congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Temporarily take the initiative to admit your mistake. Wholeheartedly express your remorse, and gain everyone's sympathy. Reward 1 immortal tyrant body art. The immortal tyrant body art is a supreme cultivation technique that combines physical strength and the mortal body. When cultivated to the highest realm, one can condense the immortal tyrant body, powerful enough to shake the ages. After hearing this, Ye Junlin's expression quietly changed, instantly relaxing. He dropped his tearful, dramatic act. He thought to himself, finally the mission's done. Good thing the reward is pretty generous. My efforts weren't for nothing, since that's done. Then next I should have some fun messing with this girl. Ye Junlin lazily plopped down onto the chair. He slowly rested his chin on his hand. Little Hong, you must remember, once a master, always a master. No matter how high and mighty you get, I'm still your daddy. Ah, no, I mean your esteemed master. As he said this, Ye Junlin deliberately gave a wicked smile, as if wanting to provoke her even more, to see where the limit of Hong Tianye's patience was. If this girl snaps, I'll just consider it a free contribution of experience points. When Hong Tianye heard that, her eyes widened as she hissed through her teeth. You! What did you just say? Ye Junlin pretended as if he hadn't heard a thing. He casually raised the cup of milk tea to his lips, took a slow sip, and then turned his head to call Xiaoxi over. Come and massage your master's shoulders. Hearing the call, Xiaoxi immediately nodded and stepped forward respectfully. Yes, master. Watching this scene, Chu Daju couldn't help but widen his eyes and mutter in suspicion, Everyone, is it possible that junior brother Yi was under so much pressure that his mind snapped and he developed a split personality? The moment those words were spoken, Su Tianshu turned and snapped at him. Shut your mouth! What nonsense are you spouting? Meanwhile, Hong Tianye was utterly bewildered. He frowned, unable to guess what game Ye Junlin was trying to play. He was both confused and filled with simmering indignation, so he just said in a stern voice, What on earth is this guy planning? Ye Junlin remained seated with his legs crossed, a half-serious, half-mocking smile on his face. He glanced at Hong Tianye with a look of ridicule. Little Hong, you've been in seclusion in the Sun Arc for 200 years. The moment you show your face, do you really think you've become all that powerful? Hong Tianye lost his patience. He clenched his fists, veins bulging, and roared. Enough with the useless chatter. Hurry up and offer everything you have to me, and I might be able to help you. Otherwise, you'll die right here, right now. Chu Daju leaned over and whispered into Shu Yunian's ear. Sect Master, it seems this guy is still willing to help protect our Xuan Tian sect. He still has some conscience left. The Great War is about to erupt. If he steps forward, we'll surely be in less danger. Shu Yunian listened with an anxious heart, not daring to act rashly. He only replied, This matter still depends on what junior brother Ye thinks. Ye Junlin suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha! He waved his hand tauntingly. Are you so sure that you're stronger than me? Am I right? Hong Thien Deep sneered, his confidence on full display. If it weren't for you suppressing me, forcing me to do all that time-wasting nonsense, I wouldn't have wasted 200 years of cultivation for nothing. But now I have achieved a breakthrough inside the sundial. Both my cultivation and my actual strength have far surpassed yours. As soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't contain his killing intent and roared, Hurry up! Stop dawdling! The Yuhua sect's fleet is already closing in on Misty Peak. Don't tell me you want this master to personally take action. Seeing his overwhelming killing intent, Xiao Shi shrank back in fear. Whoa, senior brother Hong is terrifying. Xu Yo Nian standing beside him was also tense. Sweat beaded on his forehead, his mind in turmoil. This hot-headed bastard is now revealing his wild ambition to seize all of Junior Brother Ye's opportunities. This is bad, he shouted. Junior Brother Ye, let me help you. But just then, an attack was suddenly launched from one of the airships. A powerful palm strike descended, rumbling as it bore down on Hong Thien Deep. The sudden scene terrified everyone. Hong Thien Deep, already seething with rage, turned and roared, Insolent! He swung his hand, returning the palm strike. The surge of energy collided with the attack from above, instantly deflecting the assault back towards the airship. The people on the airship screamed in panic. What? My attack was reflected? Get out of the way! Just then, the airship shattered into 1,000 pieces. 7 piercing screams echoed through the air, mixed with extreme fury. Help! Whoever did this, get the hell out here and die! Hong Thien Deep didn't even give them a moment to recover. He shot up into the air, coldly stating, You lot dare to cause trouble in front of this master? In any case, Ye Junlin is no match for me, so his resources will fall into my hands sooner or later. First, I'll deal with these flies. He directly faced the group from the Yuhua sect, his voice like steel. I was the one who struck. Can you withstand a single blow from this old man? An inner sect elder of the Yuhua sect. Cultivation. Late-stage integration realm. Seeing that his opponent was just a first-order female cultivator, he leaped up in fury. How dare a little brat like you run your mouth here? He roared. Another elder behind him fumed. Let this old man take care of her. He lunged forward, screaming, Die! Hong Tianya's eyes flashed with mockery. A bunch of ignorant flies. She immediately unleashed a single move. As it flashed past, the elder only had time to let out a single cry before turning into dust. Hong Tianya's face was cold. She waved her hand. I will give you half an incense stick's time to get out of the desolate continent. Otherwise, the only path is death. The remaining inner sect elder on the flying ship gritted his teeth, his face purple with rage. What? You think you can boss us around just because you got lucky with one move? The #1 immortal sect of the eastern region, you say? Do you really think you can take on the hundreds of integration realm cultivators here? He roared and charged down along with everyone else. Everyone execute this woman! Slaughter the Xuantian sect! Hong Tianye glanced sideways and sneered. Refusing a toast. Only to drink a forfeit, is it? Very well, then I shall commence a massacre. With that, she clasped her hands and unleashed countless streams of demonic energy, dense with ghoulish skulls. She shouted, Nether soul-devouring fire! The group of integration realm elders clashed with it. This attack immediately forced them back continuously. After only a few seconds of fighting, the Yuhua sect side had already suffered heavy losses. Up to 1/3 of their experts died on the spot. Countless dark green skulls swept violently across the battlefield, like a swarm of hungry locusts, burning everything in their path. The screams and cries of the Yuhua sect disciples echoed. Ah, this is unbearably tragic. My arm, don't let it bite you, you'll be poisoned. Stop, please. The entire sky was covered by the dark skulls. The horrifying scene was crystal clear, chilling to the absolute bone. Just then, a halo of light appeared, accompanied by the sound of a Buddhist chant. Amitabha Buddha. Esteemed benefactors, the Xuan Kong Temple has come to assist. Hong Tianye snorted upon hearing this. More people looking to die. The Xuan Kong Temple, huh? A Dharma master at the peak of the perfected integration realm, Master Huichi led a group of Buddhist disciples forward. Looking at the situation, he frowned. According to our intelligence, Ye Junlin's disciple should only be at the spirit transformation realm. Why is she so terrifying now? Could it be that she possesses some heaven-defying abilities? If the disciple is already this formidable, then Ye Junlin himself must be far more frightening. Master Huichi took a deep breath and looked up, his voice grave. Demoness! Do not continue your rampage! Hong Tianye laughed coldly, launching a counterattack. What I hate most is hypocritical monks like you! Die! The evil demonic flames erupted violently, shattering Master Huiqi's defensive barrier. The surrounding Zhuangkong Temple disciples screamed in horror. Why can't our Dharma seals extinguish this monstrous flame? Amitabha Buddha, it's coming for us! No, I just got here! The netherworld flames, like venomous snakes, tore into the Buddhist disciples. Screams echoed everywhere. Master Huiqi's face turned pale. In just the first exchange, he had already lost tens of thousands of inner sect disciples. The helpless monk roared in fury, "Yuhua sect! What in the hell did you people provoke?" He gathered all his strength and screamed at the demoness, "The Buddha will not forgive you." Then he launched a devastating palm strike. But unexpectedly, Hong Tianye simply added more flames, blocking the attack. She stood defiantly. "Even if the Buddha himself came, I would still kill him." "Do you really think I'm afraid?" Huiqi's pupils contracted. He was terrified, watching as his ultimate technique was completely nullified by those flames. His whole body trembled violently as he let out 7 screams, "Ah, ah, ah!" Hong Tianjiep waved his hand, retrieving the ghostly flames with contempt. "You don't even understand your own strength." How utterly ridiculous. Below the ground, Hu Hu Nian, Deep Kunlum, and Chuduk Tru witnessed everything. Hu Hu Nian stared blankly, muttering, "Junior brother Diep. This wretched disciple's talent is just too terrifying. The humble Huyantian sect. I'm afraid it won't be able to contain this great Buddha." Chuduk Tru nodded slowly. "Right now, he is protecting the Huyantian sect from a great disaster. We just need to satisfy his demands. There's no need to confront him. Staying alive is more important." Tutik clapped and jumped up and down in excitement. "Senior brother Hong is so powerful. Go, go!" Deep Kunlum remained calm and did not interfere. He stroked his chin, thinking to himself, he was in seclusion in the Sun Treasury. How did he get this terrifying in just 2 days? Well, I'll just use my heavenly eye to take a look. The moment he opened his heavenly eye, he immediately saw that Hong Thien Deep's cultivation had reached the half-step Mahayana realm. Deep Kunlum raised an eyebrow slightly. So he's broken through to the very threshold of the Mahayana realm. No wonder he's so confident. It's not surprising that he thinks he can fight me, but this is even better. I'll wait for him to clean up these invaders, and I can just sit back and reap the experience points for an upgrade. Suddenly, with a tearing sound, the space ripped itself open, forming a massive rift. An overbearing power poured out from within. Countless people around saw this and cried out, "Look, the core elders are here to help us. All hail the Venerable Ones." The moment Hu Hu Nian heard the words Venerable One, he was horrified. Venerable Ones? That means the 18 Mahayana realm cultivators from the Yuhua sect have arrived. That's the immortal foundation of the strongest immortal sect in the Eastern Domain. This time we're in grave danger. Is the mysterious Heaven sect going to be wiped out at my hands? He muttered, utterly terrified. Those 18 venerables are the core power of the Feather Transformation sect. Every single one of them is at the peak of the Mahayana realm. They once joined forces to suppress the North Sea Demon King and annihilate the Southern Emperor demonic cult. They are known as the undefeated legends of the Eastern Domain. Ye Junlin just chuckled, rubbing his chin. Heh. Compared to a half-step Mahayana, genuine Mahayana expert is far more interesting. Interesting? Background reminder. After completing the mission, Ye Junlin regained his composure and tried to provoke Hong Tianye. When Hong Tianye fought back against the Feather Transformation sect's attack, she displayed power that broke through to the Mahayana realm. Finally, with the arrival of the 18 venerables, a great crisis has befallen the mysterious Heaven sect. Venerable Dragonwind, at the perfected Mahayana realm, was the first to descend. He sneered, "A bunch of useless trash. You've completely disgraced our Feather Transformation sect." Beside him was Venerable Golden Snake, also at the perfected Mahayana realm. She scoffed. "To think the most powerful immortal sect in the Eastern Domain would be torn to shreds by a little girl. If we hadn't come to oversee this battle ourselves, wouldn't the whole world laugh their heads off at us?" Hearing this, Hong Tianye remained as defiant as ever. She gave the woman a sidelong, contemptuous glance. "You old hag." Just what old hag crawled out of her hole to act so insolently before me, huh? The moment Venerable Golden Snake heard this, she nearly coughed up blood, her face turning purple with rage. "You! What did you just say?" Several core elders of the Feather Transformation sect, all at the initial stage of the Mahayana realm, also jumped forward. "Venerable Golden Snake, don't lower yourself to this dying brat's level. She's merely a half-step Mahayana, yet she dares to stand against the Feather Transformation sect? What's even more laughable is that arrogant fool Ye Junlin. He's so conceited, sending his own disciple out to face us. He's clearly looking down on the Feather Transformation sect. Let's kill his female disciple first. I want to see just how heartbroken he'll be." Hearing those people mention Ye Junlin's name, Hong Tianyi immediately flew into a rage. I have nothing to do with him. The golden snake venerable sneered. Such deep affection between master and disciple, isn't it? Men, seize her! You old hag. I want to destroy that face of hers and rip out her tongue to satisfy my hatred. The three old men charged forward at once. One of them roared, You junior! Countless resentful souls have fallen under this old man's azure Luan palm. Today your soul will be utterly annihilated as well. Your bones turn to dust. A single palm strike from me can shatter 10 brats like you. Another aggressively added, Today I'll use your head as a sacrifice for my sword. Perhaps it will nurture a peerless sword spirit. Hong Tianyi laughed coldly without a hint of fear. A blood sacrifice to nurture your sword, is it? This venerable one will show you what true hell looks like. As he finished speaking, he waved his hand. A colossal surge of power erupted, striking directly at his opponents. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. Ye Junlin, just you wait. After this venerable one finishes sweeping away these ants, I want to see how long you can remain silent. Without hesitation, Hong Tianyi raised his hand and condensed, a giant hand carrying ferocious power. That force came crashing down with a roar, aiming straight for his opponent's spiritual seals, creating a violent tremor in the space around them. The three old men were horrified. Impossible! He's only at the half-step Mahayana stage. How could my azure Luan palm, which is fused with an ancient demon soul, be stopped by a mere commoner like you? The surge of power exploded, shattering the boastful one's sword. He cried out in despair, My sky-shattering sword! These demonic flames, they even incinerated the sword spirit. The red-haired man, along with Ling Feng and the golden snake. Venerable grew even more furious upon seeing this. One of them's eyes widened. Just a half-step Mahayana, yet he repelled 3 early-stage Mahayanas. Actually, dot model. I can't believe it. To think a monstrous prodigy like this exists in such a desolate place. This brat cannot be allowed to live. The entire group from the Feather Transformation sect immediately charged forward. They all unleashed the Great Compassion Palm at once. Star-plucking hand, dragon-subduing tyrants killing art, soul-extinguishing concealment. Hong Tianyi countered by unleashing the Brahma Dragon Flame. A roaring, blazing dragon charged towards the group. Countless smaller fire dragons scattered, entangling the members of the Feather Transformation sect. But the flames gradually began to weaken. Down below, Hu Yunian was also astonished. I never thought he could fight against so many venerables at once. This, Chuda Zhou was worried, but the flame is already weakening. Those streams of blue, red, purple, and yellow power are rushing towards Hong Tianyi. One of them sneered, Looks like you're still out of your league. If you don't dodge in time, you'll be sliced into 2 pieces. Hong Tianyi powered up, roaring loudly, Annihilation Demon Flame, come forth! Instantly, a dragon of spiritual energy surged forward, devouring the multicolored attacks. The group from the Feather Transformation sect snorted, Kill him! After completely swallowing those techniques, Hong Tianyi also devoured that power with sheer arrogance. Is this all the Feather Transformation sect has got? You might as well change your name to the Rabble sect. Long Feng was shocked. What is that bizarre flame? It can even devour our attacks? The red-haired man crossed his arms, his face full of disbelief, pushing back 15 venerables all by himself. Can a half-step Mahayana cultivator really do that? Ling Feng shook his head. I've never heard of such a monstrous talent. Truly a rarity in all of history. Hearing this, the golden snake venerable seethed with rage and gritted her teeth. Are you all blind? She must be using some heretical cultivation technique. This demoness must be eliminated soon. Otherwise, she will become an endless disaster in the future. But Hong Tianyi was currently in his true dragon form. He scoffed, That vicious old hag. Why don't you come at me yourself? I, this master, will grant you 3 free moves. So no one can say I'm bullying the weak. The golden snake venerable roared, You wretch! Just wait until I rip your mouth open and see if you can still talk so tough. The red-haired man also unleashed his power. If she's allowed to live, the eastern region will face a great calamity in another 100 years. Today her body and soul must be utterly destroyed. He and Ling Feng joined forces. Unleashing an incredibly powerful palm strike, they ambushed Hong Tianyi. He let out an angry groan as his body shuddered. In that instant, Hong Tianyi felt a sharp pain and was filled with bitter resentment. Damn it! This is all Ye Junlin's fault. He refused to hand over the secret treasure to me sooner. Who would have thought the Yuhua sect would send 18 Mahayana realm experts to this desolate place? It's like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. One of the red-haired men roared, It ends here! He unleashed the tyrant's palm, striking Hong Tianyi directly in the chest. It sent him flying, crashing to the ground. Hong Tianye coughed violently. Cough, cough! Xiaoxi rushed over in a panic. Senior brother Hong, are you all right? Meanwhile, Ye Junlin remained completely unfazed. Casually eating and drinking, he turned and said with a click of his tongue, "My dear disciple, didn't you promise to drive them back? Why do you now look no different from a beaten dog? You truly disappoint me, your master." Hong Tianye was furious. He staggered to his feet and yelled, "You still dare to provoke me? No matter what, I can still retreat in one piece. As for you, you can just stay here and wait for death." Just as he finished, he was about to chant something to escape. But Ling Feng, who was hovering above, laughed coldly. "With this old man here? Don't even think about escaping from the Xuantian sect." Xu Yunian and Chu Dezhu saw the spatial compass in Ling Feng's hand. Their faces turned ashen. The spatial compass! Don't the ancient records say that 100 years ago? Venerable Ling Feng used this very item, evaporated 3/10 of the North Sea with a single thought, annihilated 100,000 from the demon race, and even sealed an ancient demon god? This guy, the Xuantian sect, is beyond saving. Hong Tianye gritted his teeth. A wave of damn indignation washed over him. Why do I have to die with these flies? I refuse to accept this. Xu Yunian turned back and shouted, his voice choked with emotion. Junior brother Ye, how can you be so calm in a situation like this? Hong Tianye also saw it. Ye Junlin was still taking his sweet time. He was so furious he could burst, screaming, "Eat! Eat! What time is it to be eating? Still chewing and swallowing? Just die already?" Ye Junlin finished his pastry. He dusted off his hands and casually called out, "Xiaoxi, your skills aren't bad at all. Next time I, your master, would like a honey-flavored one." Huh? Xiaoxi heard him, dazed. "Master." "There's a next time?" Ye Junlin smiled nonchalantly. "Of course." With that, he lazily stretched his limbs and slowly floated up. The red-haired man glared and roared at Ye Junlin. "So you finally decided to show yourself." Ye Junlin smirked. As he spoke, he didn't forget to take a jab at Hong Tianye. "You all beat my useless disciple like a dog. In that case, as his master, how could I not show my face?" Down below, Hong Tianye was so hateful he was speechless. He could only hiss through his teeth. "You absolute bastard!" Lang Feng and Venerable Golden Snake burst out laughing. "Ha ha! Your fate is sealed. We're going to skin you, pull out your tendons, and grind your bones to dust. Let it be an example for the entire eastern region." The Yuhua sect crowd roared. "That ringleader Ye Junlin has shown himself. Get him now!" The intel said he's only at the integration realm. But his disciple is so strong. There must be some secret to him. That's it. Everyone charged forward to attack Ye Junlin at once. "Kill him!" But Ye Junlin remained calm, a glint flashing in his eyes. Just then, the system suddenly announced, "Executing mission. Host detected being attacked by an early Mahayana realm cultivator. Activating passive effect. The stronger the foe, the stronger I become. You have temporarily reached the cultivation level of the mid-Mahayana realm." The corner of Ye Junlin's mouth twitched into a delighted smile. He waved his hand. "You all are too weak." Below, Xu Yunian witnessed this with his own eyes. He cried out in shock, "Junior brother Ye! He's another Mahayana realm expert." So it turns out my Xuantian sect has long had a venerable guarding it. Hearing this, Hong Tianye was stunned in disbelief. "Impossible. How the hell did you hide your cultivation level? Who even fights like that?" The people from the Yuhua sect also turned pale, stammering, "Mahayana! Since when was he a Mahayana realm expert?" Ye Junlin crossed his arms and sneered. "The title of Integration Realm. It must have disappointed you all greatly, huh?" But Venerable Golden Snake stubbornly shouted, "Even if the information was wrong, you're still only at the mid-Mahayana realm. You're nothing but an ant. Everyone form the array with me and finish this guy off." She roared, "Immediately, Baoli formation." The Yuhua sect members obeyed and began to set up the formation, muttering, "With my blood essence I sacrifice to the sword of immortal execution. 15 heavenly executions!" Ye Junlin watched them set up their little killing formation, and just chuckled knowingly. Instantly, countless swords were summoned. They all pointed their tips towards Ye Junlin, bristling as if ready to pierce through everything. Yet he just stood there calmly, without moving a single muscle, showing no sign of resistance. At the edge of the battle, Xu Yunian was so anxious he broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly cried out, "Oh my God, what is Junior Brother doing? Why isn't he blocking the attack? This is a sword formation created by the combined power of 15 venerables. Even someone at the peak Mahayana realm might not be able to withstand it." Hong Tianye also frowned in suspicion. He muttered to himself in frustration. What kind of trick is he plotting? Could it be that he's really decided to give up? Sword energy swept out, stirring up a chaotic, dense cloud of dust. As the dust cloud gradually settled, Ye Junlin remained completely calm. He lightly brushed the dirt from his clothes. He asked coldly, his voice full of arrogance, "Is that all? You couldn't even make a single drop of this venerable one's sweat fall? The immortal overlord body. Art truly is a marvelous technique. It can block a combined attack from so many people, of the same cultivation level." The old men from the feather transformation sect, watching from the side, were stunned silent by the absurd scene before them. One of them spoke, his soul trembling. How is this possible? Even a perfected Mahayana venerable would have a hard time blocking the 15 heavenly cycle sword formation, and he's merely in the Mahayana mid-stage. He withstood that combined attack using only his physical body. Hong Tianye gritted his teeth tightly. A greedy thought flashed through his mind. I was right. This guy is definitely hiding some great secret opportunity. I must seize it. No matter what, I cannot let this go. Another old man was trembling, realizing that Ye Junlin was walking towards him. He stammered in fear, You are absolutely not just in the Mahayana mid-stage. Who in the world are you? Ye Junlin just casually waved his hand, sending the old man to his death. His expression remained as indifferent as ever. What's the point of asking when you're already dead? His eyes glinted. In an instant, he flashed towards another man. Seeing his terrifying demeanor, the man immediately backed away. His face turned pale, but he still couldn't escape in time. Ye Junlin struck coldly, sending him on his way cleanly. Not wanting to waste any more time, he charged in, one after another. Each swipe of his hand annihilated almost the entire group. The members of the Feather Transformation sect were terrified beyond belief. They hurriedly scattered and fled, screaming their lungs out, "This guy's physical body is too monstrous! Quick, escape, great venerable! We need your assistance." The moment the words were spoken, the group on the other side had been completely wiped out by Deep Quan Lum. Seeing him raise his fist again, about to continue the slaughter, several streams of spiritual energy flashed out to block him. It turned out, Venerable Hongvu had made his move, blocking the ferocious and fierce attack from Diep Quan Lum. The people behind him, panicked and pale as ghosts, cried out in terror, "Thank you, Venerable Hongvu, for saving our lives." The power of that punch was truly terrifying. It's a good thing the Venerable's physical cultivation is top tier, compared to that kid. We're completely outmatched. Hearing this, Deep Quan Lum just smiled. His eyes flashed with amusement. Interesting. You managed to block one of my punches. Looks like you have some strength after all. Venerable Hongvu tried to maintain his composure, but he coughed dryly and thought to himself, I was so confident in my physical cultivation, especially with the enhancement from my beast soul seal. And yet just one simple punch from him nearly shattered my defenses. If I take another hit like that, I'm afraid I won't be able to withstand it. Right after that, Venerable Kim Sa suddenly summoned a giant snake, commanding it to lunge forward. She sneered, "This old lady wants to join the fun, too." I refuse to believe. You can withstand the attacks of the three of us great perfection masters. Deep Quan Lum frowned, glancing at her. Long Fong also roared, unleashing a chaotic breath of great annihilation. Venerable Hongvu seemed determined to risk it all, unleashing his ultimate move. Let's see you block this, kid. All three techniques surged forward like a tidal wave, crashing down on Deep Quan Lum. But he just smirked instantly. A system notification rang out in his mind. Host detected, and to be under attack by an enemy of the late-stage Mahayana realm. Now activating passive effect, the stronger the foe, the stronger I become. Acquiring cultivation of the peak Mahayana realm. But at the same time, three sources of power came crashing down. An attack that everyone thought could level those very mountains only left Ye Kunlin completely unfazed. He showed no sign of being injured at all. Venerable Hongwu cried out in horror, his voice cracking, "Impossible!" His cultivation level? Venerable Golden Snake and Ling Feng were horrified. He roared, "The sect's intelligence was wrong! Turns out he's a damn peak Mahayana. We were clearly tricked." Ye Kunlin waved his hand and laughed heartily. Thank you all for this gift that allowed me to perfect myself. Now it's my turn to return the favor. But with just a flick of his hand, he sent one of the old men flying. Venerable Golden Snake's face turned pale. He spoke grimly to the other two. There's no other way. We have to use the sect's secret art. No matter the cost, we must kill him. The other two old men replied in unison, their voices filled with grim determination. I agree. If we fail, the Yuhua sect will lose all its honor. We can't retreat anymore. The three of them strained to channel their power, summoning the secret art passed down by the founding ancestor. Venerable Golden Snake roared, his killing intent flaring. Ye Kunlin, you forced us to use the founding ancestor's technique. Don't blame anyone but yourself when you die. Strange patterns began to appear on their faces, radiating a bizarre power. The Yuhua sect disciples watching from the side trembled and whispered, "Could that be the secret art? From the legends of the Yuhua sect? The immortal Tao imprint? I heard the founding ancestor created it to lay the foundation for the Yuhua sect. Anyone who uses this secret art, it can achieve a combat power close to that of a void immortal." One of them shuddered and said with certainty, "This time that Ye Kunlun guy is definitely dead." Witnessing the surge of dark, formidable power, Hong Tianyi also frowned with worry. That secret art is truly terrifying. They might even rival the great sects of the central region. Chu Yonian cried out in alarm, "Heavens, what in the world is this terrifying secret art? Junior brother Ye, you have to be careful." Venerable Hong Wu clenched his fists, feeling the energy surging through every muscle in his body. His head was still ringing. This state of using the secret art, it feels incredible. The power is surging, but I have to be quick, because it can't be maintained for long. The price to pay is my very foundation. Ling Feng's eyes blazed with fire. He turned to remind Venerable Golden Snake and Venerable Hong Wu. "Move now! The time this secret art can be maintained is very short. If we stop, it will all be for nothing. We have no way out." The three of them roared, gritting their teeth for a fight to the death. "Great annihilation art! Die!" Successive streams of energy collided, kicking up a thick cloud of dust and smoke everywhere. Amidst the chaos, Ye Junlin just chuckled calmly. "Not bad," he praised. "Compared to the others, you lot actually have some substance." In that instant, he summoned the great heavenly emperor's Dharma idol. A colossal phantom appeared, towering majestically above his head. With a mere lift of its hand, a voice echoed out. "Insects, kneel!" Hong Tianyi's eyes widened in horror as he thought to himself, "This Dharma idol, didn't this appear in that secret realm before? This pressure is even more terrifying than the primordial demon god. So from the depths of the demon abyss." Venerable Hong Wu and Ling Feng gritted their teeth, resisting. Their entire bodies were trembling. What kind of monstrous Dharma idol ability is this? No one has ever seen anything like it." Ye Junlin raised his hand, glancing at them with a condescending look. "Had enough of a show? The main event is next?" Venerable Golden Snake was still stubborn. The old woman's voice hissed, "Don't think you can scare me. This old woman has been through countless battles. Don't tell me you're scared." Ye Junlin chuckled and immediately unleashed the heaven-sundering technique. A single beam of light pierced right through her. Without wasting a single moment, he raised his hand towards the hiding disciples of the Yuhua sect. From behind them, his voice was cold. "And now, for the rest of you." The group snapped out of their stupor and scrambled to flee, screaming at the top of their lungs. "Run! Run for your lives! This demon isn't human! The Yuhua sect tricked us! He's a reincarnated void immortal monster!" Ye Junlin waved his hand coldly. Still using the great Samsara annihilation technique, he sneered, "This move is specially made for those who refuse to submit. Don't worry, I'll see you all on your way. No need to thank me. Just take your time screaming." Desperate cries echoed continuously. "Help me! Someone save me!" Venerable Hong Yu, standing to the side, was trembling uncontrollably, his legs almost giving out. The old man stammered, his voice choked. He tears through the Mahayana realm as easily as tearing a piece of paper. That power, it's far beyond anything I could have imagined. "We have to run! We can't fight this!" Venerable Hong Yu and Ling Feng exchanged a look, then decisively turned and retreated. "Let's run! Fucking run!" However, the giant celestial emperor's Dharma body reached out and snatched the two of them, squeezing them tightly as if crushing two ants. Ye Junlin sneered, "Trying to escape?" The two old men were squeezed so hard that they coughed up blood continuously. Foaming at the mouth with hatred, one of them roared, "You demon! The Yuhua sect will never let you go. You are a great demon born from the desolate continent." Ye Junlin snorted coldly and tightened his grip. Without a hint of hesitation, he made them both explode into a mist of blood. As if I care. If you didn't want to die, you shouldn't have come crawling here. What's the use of complaining now? He looked down at his hand and chuckled softly. This truly is a supreme divine art, although the consumption is quite significant. But it's time to go settle the score with that traitor. Below, Hong Thien Deep witnessed the horrifying scene of slaughter and shuddered. He muttered to himself, "Damn it, I'm really done for this time. This guy is clearly at the peak Mahayana stage, yet he pretended to be in the integration realm. In all my life, I have never seen anyone so shameless." Deep Quan Lam then descended and landed. When Chu Duk Tru saw him, he grinned excitedly and shouted, "Great Master, does your leg need any more accessories to hang on it to complete the set?" To Thien Tweet heard this and immediately cut in, swinging her hand and bonking Chu Duk Tru on the head, as if Junior Brother Diep would ever need a stinky man like you. "Junior Brother, You've worked so hard this time. Let your senior sister give you a shoulder massage, okay? Hu Nian ignored the two of them, arguing loudly behind him. He stepped forward and cupped his fist. He spoke seriously to Diep Quan Lam. This battle has shown us your true cultivation level. Honestly, if it weren't for this fight, how long were you planning on hiding it from us, huh? Junior brother Diep, no. Venerable Diep. Diep Quan Lam let out a dry cough, trying to act embarrassed. I was just being humble, that's all. One has to be humble. Looking around, he saw Hong Thien Deep still standing there, his face ashen. His eyes were filled with anxiety. He gritted his teeth, screaming internally, "What do I do now? In this situation, is there any way for me to escape? That sly bastard is clearly at the peak Mahayana stage, but he just kept pretending like it was nothing." Diep Quan Lam Ten jerked his chin towards Hong Thien Deep. He asked with a smirk, "So you're still here? Good." Hearing this, Hong Thien Deep tensed up, his mind reeling with all sorts of thoughts. What does he mean by that? He still wants to settle the score, doesn't he? Ye Kunlin pointed the meat skewer he was holding at him. "Senior brother Chu," he said, "I'll have to ask you to turn that guy into minced meat and use him to fertilize the parasol tree in my courtyard. How about it? Thanks in advance." Chu Deju immediately drew his sword and replied forcefully, "Right away!" Hong Tianyi was utterly terrified. He dropped to his knees with a thud. Wailing loudly, he begged, "Master, spare my life! This disciple is willing to do anything to atone for my crimes. I beg you, Master, please calm your anger." Ye Kunlin gave a cold smile. He slowly walked over, his voice dripping with mockery. "Weren't you so arrogant just a moment ago? Why are you so spineless now?" Hong Tianyi kowtowed, his face pale. "Master, this disciple was too arrogant this time. Please give me a chance to correct my mistakes." A cunning glint flashed in Ye Kunlin's eyes. He folded his arms and said curtly, "Slap yourself. You can only stop when I say so." "Yes." Hearing this, Hong Tianyi's eyes widened. His expression froze. But knowing he had no other choice, he gritted his teeth. "Yes." With trembling hands, he began to slap his face so hard that fresh blood spurted out. Shou-Si, who was standing nearby, watched in alarm and worry. She whispered, "Senior brother Hong." Witnessing the scene, Shu Union became somewhat pensive. He thought, "This Hong fellow has a terrible personality." But there were times. He did protect the Xuantian sect until the very end. Perhaps he still has some value. If we let Ye Kunlin straighten him out, who knows, he might be useful to the sect. With that in mind, Zhu Union stepped forward. He tried to say a few words to save him. According to the laws, betraying the sect is indeed punishable by death. But Hong Tianyi, at the very least, did step up when the sect was in peril. We can consider that a small merit on his part. I propose we banish him to the back mountain to reflect on his actions. Junior brother Ye, what do you think? After hearing this, Ye Kunlin chuckled and nodded. Fine. He can be spared death, but he won't escape punishment. Now scram and go face the wall at the Repentance Cliff. Hong Thien Deep's face was now completely swollen, like a meat bun. He still managed to cup his fist and stammer, "Disciple." "Thank you, Master, for your mercy." Waiting until Hong Thien Deep's figure was far in the distance, Hu Nian finally let out a sigh. He's really unbelievable. A guy like him is just a burden to everyone. Chuduk Tru and Tu Thien Tweet breathed a sigh of relief, speaking in unison. Only junior brother Diep is strong enough to keep that guy in check. Otherwise, he wouldn't give a damn about any of us. In any case, his talent is quite high. Keeping him around is still a benefit to the Xuantian sect. It's all thanks to junior brother Diep for stepping in. Diep Quan Lam put on a troubled expression. He reached up and scratched his head. It's my fault for being so careless usually, letting him run wild like that. Don't worry, I'll continue to teach him how to be a proper person. But inside, he was secretly gloating. I just love seeing the look on his face when he has to swallow his anger and force a smile through his gritted teeth. Thinking this, Diep Quan Lam returned to his seat. He called out in a loud voice, "Shou-Si, I want to eat hot pot!" Hearing this, Shou-Si quickly grabbed a ladle and ran over gleefully. "Rest assured, Master, this disciple will get it right away." But at that very moment, in the back mountains of the Xuantian sect, Hong Thien Deep was clutching his swollen face, gritting his teeth in bitter resentment. "I refuse to believe you'll be triumphant forever. I will train with all my might. Sooner or later I will reach the peak of the Mahayana stage, and perhaps even surpass that peak. And then I'll show you." In his fury, he clenched his jaw tightly, staring down at the river. "Diep Quan Lam, you just wait. I will not let you get away with this." But in the eastern region, the Buddha continent was in no less chaos. The streets are buzzing with gossip. What the hell is going on? Did you hear? That guy, Ye Junlin from the Xuantian sect, has already reached the Mahayana realm? They say he slaughtered all 18 venerables that the Yuhua sect sent. It's unbelievable. What? He wiped out an entire army of 1,000,000 cultivators, too? My gods, what a monster! But in the middle of the crowd, one man turned pale and stammered, My older brother was in that army. Looks like I'll just have to take care of my sister-in-law for him now. Someone else shuddered. A massacre like that white-haired old devil will definitely be struck down by heavenly punishment. He's the #1 killer in the eastern region, after all. Meanwhile, in the spirit province of the eastern region, inside the young master's estate, the news struck everyone like a bolt from the blue. The young master slammed his fist on the table. Impossible, he roared. Those peasants from the barren province didn't just survive. They wiped out the entire allied army? Could a great power from the immortal realm have been reincarnated or something? He breathed a sigh of relief, muttering to himself, Good thing I didn't make a move that day. If I had crossed paths with him, I'm afraid not even my father could have saved me. At this thought, the young master grew agitated. He immediately snapped at the subordinate before him. What are you standing there gawking for? Go find this young master some female cultivators. I need to relieve this fear. The subordinate's jaw dropped. Huh? Young master, but... A wave of fury washed over him. The young master waved his hand dismissively. Are you deaf? He yelled. Get going now, or else I'll drag your mother out here to take their place. Startled, the man hastily used his lightness skill and vanished. This lowly one obeys. I'm going right now. In the lower eastern region, in the grand hall of the Yuhua sect's direct disciples, an old man was reporting the situation to the Holy Sun. When Chen Zhao heard this, the color drained from his face. Are you telling the truth? Elder Jia bowed his head, his voice grave as he reported, Holy Sun, every word I've said is the truth. By now, everyone in the entire eastern domain knows. This time, our Yuhua sect has suffered a devastating defeat. Chen Zhao trembled with rage, growling, Ye Junlin. So you were already at the Mahayana stage, and you deliberately hid your cultivation level. You were clearly toying with me, the Holy Sun. I thought reaching the integration stage was enough to compete with you. Turns out I was just sleepwalking. Elder Mo beside him quickly tried to reassure him. Holy Sun, you mustn't lose heart. That white-haired old demon has probably lived for tens of thousands of years. Otherwise, it would be difficult to have such a terrifying cultivation level. But you are still young. The Mahayana stage is just a midpoint on the journey. In the future, you can reach even greater heights. Chen Zhao's eyes were bloodshot as he ground his teeth. That's right. I, the Holy Sun, must surpass the Mahayana stage. I must overcome the tribulation and become an immortal. How could I possibly admit I'm inferior to someone like him? Elder Mo, report this to the higher-ups. Tell them I've decided to refine that Supreme Yang object first. Only by doing so can I quickly increase my cultivation and strength. Elder Mo, alarmed, steadied Chen Zhao. Holy Sun! You want to do it now? This is far too dangerous. Like a madman, Chen Zhao yelled at Elder Mo. You have to trust me. I just want to become stronger. The true sun fire has already been prepared for me. This is the moment for me, the Holy Sun, to achieve nirvana and be reborn. Elder Mo turned, about to leave. He still managed a final warning. Very well, I will report it. But Holy Sun, you must also prepare yourself mentally. It won't be simple at all. At this moment, Chen Zhao's eyes blazed with blood-red streaks. Ye Junlin! This time I, the Holy Sun, will definitely take your life. 3 months later. At the Xuantian sect, on Misty Peak, Ye Junlin was leisurely lounging on a chair. He raised a glass of wine and called out loudly, Little Hong, bring me a glass of 82 Lafitte. Hong Tianye had no choice but to approach with the wine jug. He respectfully offered it, saying, Mr. Yi, please take your time and enjoy. Watching the way Ye Junlin raised the wine glass, Hong Tianye could only weep internally. This guy is acting up again. There's really something wrong with his head. When will I ever escape this miserable life? Just then, the system's voice rang out in Ye Junlin's mind. Ding! Today's login has been refreshed. Does the host wish to claim the reward? He smiled and replied concisely, Of course. The system continued to announce, Congratulations, host! Your luck has exploded! You've received a supreme grade mount! Upon hearing this, Ye Junlin was so stunned, he dropped the wine glass on the ground. He said excitedly, What? A supreme grade mount? Hong Tianye, standing beside him, was startled and bowed deeply. This disciple knows his mistake. Please forgive me, master. But Ye Junlin paid no attention to that nonsense. He excitedly asked the system, A supreme grade mount? What is it exactly? The system's cold voice rang out. It is a Kunpeng, currently in its infant stage. However, it has already reached the Mahayana realm. I hope the host will take good care of it. This ancient divine beast has limitless potential. It can roam the high heavens and the vast seas. Ye Junlin's eyes lit up. Ha ha! A handsome and dashing cultivator like me when I go out? I must have a majestic mount. And a kunpeng is a divine beast. It's mentioned in so many fantasy novels. This time I can show off to my heart's content. But seeing his ecstatic expression, Hong Tianye became even more confused. Damn it. Don't tell me he stumbled upon some great fortune again. Just then, Xiaoxi rushed in breathlessly with a letter. Master, the sect master has received an invitation. Tell a disciple to bring it to him. Ye Junlin took the letter. He glanced at it, then read it aloud. An invitation to a banquet from the Shu family's old ancestor in the Spirit Province. I heard that old geezer just came out of his secluded cultivation. His breakthrough to the Tribulation Transcendence realm shook the entire eastern region. Now he's holding a banquet and inviting our Profound Sky sect. I'm afraid he wants to show off his power and assert his prestige at the same time. Hearing this, Hong Tianye quietly added, the Shu family's old ancestor has been hailed as a false immortal after his breakthrough to the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Although he's not a true immortal yet, we can't afford to underestimate him. In the past, the Profound Sky sect made quite a few enemies. Will attending this banquet be dangerous? Yet Junlin smirked confidently. Dangerous? There's no such thing. Just follow me and everything will be fine. He thought to himself, a false immortal is very strong, right? Let's see if I should make that old man my subordinate. Aha, and I can use this chance to make my debut to the world. And show off my kunpeng mount too. Then the system dinged. Random quest activated. Host, bring your new mount to the Zhu family's banquet. If successful, intimidating everyone present will grant a special reward. Yet Junlin chuckled to himself. System, you really know how to pick the right moment. I was just itching to blow everyone's minds anyway. Xiaoxi eagerly asked, Master, when are we leaving? He nodded slightly. Prepare now. Witnessing his master's calm demeanor, Hong Tianye frowned. Why does this guy always act so certain of victory? Yet Junlin suddenly snapped his fingers. Instantly, the clouds in the sky began to churn violently. From a distance, a colossal creature seemed to glide through them, radiating a powerful aura. So much so that all the demonic beasts in the area trembled in fear. The disciples of the Profound Sky sect looked up in a panic. What's going on? A demonic beast is attacking the sect? Sect Master, this thing, it's a supreme-level Mahayana realm demonic beast. Why would it appear here? Could it be the Yuhua sect? Faced with this unprecedented sight, Chuduk Tru and Huhu Nian's faces drained of all color. They hurriedly shouted to sound the alarm. Quick, activate the sect-protecting formation! Everyone prepare for battle! Streams of spiritual light flashed, and the sect-protecting formation was activated. Hong Tiandeep stammered, while Tutik, crying in fear, held her head. What level of demonic beast is this terrifying? You are watching on... Deep Quan Lam watched the chaotic scene and chuckled to himself. Even as a juvenile, it's already thrown the entire sect into an uproar. I'm afraid that even if those 18 elders from before were here, they still wouldn't be its match. If it were fully grown, it would surely be many times more terrifying. As the creature came into clearer view, Hong Tiandeep panicked. He backed away. An ancient divine beast. Am I doomed? I'll be dragged into this catastrophe before long. Do you see this? This is your retribution. Just then, Deep Quan Lam shot up into the sky, heading straight for the giant creature. Hong Tiandeep was stunned. That guy, does he have a death wish? Why would he take the initiative to attack? Deep Quan Lam flew forward and stopped right in front of Akun. Seeing this, Hong Tiandeep was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but exclaim, What on earth is this guy trying to do? He's already walked right into his own death. But is he trying to drag the rest of us down with him? As soon as the words left his mouth, his eyes shot wide open. Utter shock was written all over his face. He couldn't believe the scene unfolding before him. This is impossible. But in just a flash, everyone stared wide-eyed at the dreamlike scene. Ye Junlin approached the demonic beast. He gently stroked its head, and even smiled as he praised it. Good boy, from now on I'll call you Akun, okay? Follow me, we shall roam the four seas together. Down below, Chu Dejun and Su Tianshui cried out in astonishment. Am I seeing things? Junior brother Yi just made a hand sign. And he tamed this monster? Could it be that they knew each other from before? Look at them! This demonic beast is acting so affectionate with him. Everyone stared, wide-eyed, and only then did they realize the giant creature's form. And it was exactly that of a legendary kunpeng. I think the ancient texts mentioned in that a fully grown kunpeng is large enough to swallow an entire planet, roaming across all the heavens and myriad realms. Look at it. It's still just a juvenile, yet it's already this massive. Just imagine when it's fully grown. How powerful will it be? Ye Junlin landed and waved his hand to reassure them. Everyone, there's no need to be afraid. This is my kunpeng mount. Those words made Zhu Yunian almost choke. What? An ancient divine beast has become Junior Brother Ye's mount? The heavens truly favor our junior brother too much. Or perhaps this is the legendary mandate of heaven, Hong Tianyi muttered, his face darkening. Before many in the immortal, a realm claimed the Kunpeng was extinct. Who would have thought a descendant would pop out of nowhere and willingly become his mount? This is absurd. On what grounds? That lazy, good for nothing degenerate gets blessed by the heavens like this, while I endure arduous cultivation, only to have my dignity trampled by him in the end? As he was seething with rage, Hong Tianyi heard Ye Junlin call out in a loud voice, "Sectmaster, let's prepare for departure. With Ah Kun with us, everyone can rest assured." He tilted his head, admiring the Kunpeng. Then he snapped his fingers as if he'd just remembered something. Something's still missing. Before he even finished speaking, he formed a hand seal. A bright flash of spiritual energy erupted. The entire Xuantian sect was instantly teleported and gently placed on Ah Kun's back. Standing back to observe his masterpiece, Ye Junlin gave a satisfied thumbs up. Perfect. Now I can lie down in my own sect, no matter where I am. Shu Union jumped in shock, screaming in horror, "What the? That's my home!" Ye Junlin laughed, waving his hand and calling out to the disciples. "Hurry up and get on Ah Kun, everyone, we're setting off." Xiaoxi quickly replied, "Yes, master." "Let's go, big sister and senior brother." The little girl gently tugged on Hong Tianyi's sleeve. "Senior brother Hong, let's go or we'll be late." Hong Tianyi mumbled reluctantly. He snorted, full of resentment. "Fine, I'll endure this for now. I refuse to believe I'll have to bow my head to him forever. As long as I dedicate myself to cultivation, sooner or later I'll seize that guy's fortune for myself. The day will definitely come when I turn the tables." Ah Kun flicked its tail and soared gently into the sky. A group of disciples on the ground witnessed this miraculous sight. They all gasped in unison, "Oh my God!" I just hope junior brother Ye doesn't cause any major trouble when he gets to the Zhe family. After all, the Shu family's old ancestor is a void immortal. Someone burst out laughing. "Ha! You should know junior brother Ye by now." Frankly, if he didn't cause a scene, that would be the surprising part. Someone else chimed in. "That's true. This time, the arrogant Zhue family has invited a tiger into their own home. I'm afraid they're in for a serious beating, no joke." Meanwhile, at the Shui family's floating island in Lingzhou, countless factions from the eastern region had gathered. The Shu family's old ancestor had just broken through to the void immortal realm. His prestige echoed far and wide, drawing countless prominent families to offer their congratulations. Inside the Shu family's estate, the place was bustling with people. What a festive atmosphere. Everyone was buzzing, offering their congratulations. The Tiet family will have a void immortal watching over them for the next 300,000 years. They won't have to worry about anyone causing trouble. That's right. I heard a void immortal is only one level below a true immortal. For ages to come, he will protect the Tiet family. It's like having their own great wall. I'm so envious. Another person chimed in admiringly. Who knows, maybe in the future the old ancestor will advance even further. A lifespan of millions of years. Now that's what's truly terrifying. Young Master Tiet, don't you agree? Young Master Tiet is the direct line grandson of the Tiet family. Doesn't that mean his status is even higher now? Forget about Lin Chao. Even throughout the entire eastern region, he can do as he pleases. Young Master Tiet flicked his fan, a haughty smile playing on his lips. You all flatter me. After all, the Tiet family is always willing to look after our friends. Suddenly, someone remembered something. By the way, I wonder if the Tiet family sent a letter inviting the Profound Heaven sect? Young Master Tiet lifted his chin smugly. Of course we did. I just don't know if they'll dare to send anyone. If they do come, they'd better not send some nobody to ruin the party. Otherwise, they won't even make it past the gate. Someone else interjected. What if Ye Kunlin himself shows up? Hearing this name, young Master Tiet became even more spirited. He snapped his fan shut. All the better. Let him see the true immense power of the Tiet family of Lin Chao. He thinks those country bumpkins from the barren continent can win wherever they go. Once he gets here, he'll learn how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. After everyone heard young Master Tiet's boastful words, they could only force a laugh and chime in with a few words of agreement. Young Master Tiet truly has an imposing aura. Even though Ye Junlin is hailed as a venerable, when he meets our young Master Shui, he'll still have to obediently offer a toast in respect. Ha ha ha, that's right. No matter how powerful a venerable is, how could he possibly compare to a virtual immortal like the old ancestor of young Master Zhu? Hearing those flattering words, young Master Shui clenched his fist even tighter, a smug smile playing on his lips. He thought to himself, Ye Junlin, no matter how famous you are, you're nothing in front of me. Even a divine dragon would have to tuck its tail and bow before me. Just then, an old man standing in the distance squinted his eyes, then jumped in shock and cried out in terror. Heavens, what is that charging towards us? Everyone looked up at the sky. They saw a colossal demonic beast, its powerful form seeming to tear through the wind, ripping through the sky as it shot straight towards them. That majestic and powerful sight caused the surrounding flying arcs to sway and rock violently. Everyone, whether on the island or on the flying arcs, hurriedly rushed outside. Their jaws dropped in astonishment. Oh my God! What kind of demonic beast is this? I can feel the aura of a venerable emanating from it. Could this be the Kunpeng? But that ancient, divine beast was lost to the ages long ago. Someone blurted out in shock, their eyes filled with both fear and reverence. Young Master Shui, is some great power riding the Kunpeng to attend the banquet? The appearance of a Kunpeng must be a good omen, oh my heavens. Who could possibly have the incredible fortune, the terrifying fortune, to turn a supreme-level divine beast into their personal mount? That's just unbelievably shocking. Hearing this, the others also began to whisper amongst themselves, both stunned and excited, making all sorts of wild guesses. Few people clicked their tongues in amazement, as expected of the Shui family's ancestor. I heard his cultivation is unfathomably deep. No wonder he even knows such a mighty figure, using a Kunpeng as a mount. Seeing everyone gathering around and buzzing with excitement, young Master Shui cleared his throat, lifting his chin smugly. He was deliberately trying to attract attention, and it was working perfectly. The guest who is about to arrive has a connection with my family's old ancestor. My parents once told me that when I had just been born, that very person expressed a desire to take me as his godson. It's just that my parents felt this karmic bond was too great, so they had to refuse. Thinking back on it now, it's a real pity. Those words made everyone even more curious. At the same time, all eyes began to turn towards the person riding the Kunpeng. Someone exclaimed in awe, "Oh, so it turns out the Shui family has had a connection with such an expert for so long. Who on earth could that mighty figure be?" Young Master Shui immediately raised his voice, his tone solemn and dignified, calling out towards the Kunpeng. "May I ask the fellow Taoist who has come from afar to attend this banquet? I wonder, who might your excellency be? This precious favor and connection, I shall accept it on behalf of the Zhu family." From the back of the Kunpeng, a calm voice rang out, carrying a carefree ease, like a gentle breeze. "I am Ye Lin of the Xuantian sect." The moment they heard the name Ye Junlin, the entire crowd below was instantly stunned. After a moment, they broke into hurried whispers. "What? It's actually Ye Junlin? That name has been causing a stir everywhere lately. I heard the Xuantian sect is an ancient sect. I was skeptical before. But seeing someone use a Kunpeng as a mount like this is enough to know just how terrifyingly deep the foundation of the Xuantian sect is. At that moment, young Master Shui's jaw dropped, his face a mixture of shock and annoyance. Why is it him? Everyone around immediately turned to look at young Master Shui. One person glanced at him, then said hesitantly, "Young Master Shui, didn't you just say?" Before he could finish his words, young Master Titch began fanning himself, an arrogant and annoyed look on his face. Did this young master just say something? I advise you all to think carefully before you eat." What nonsense. No, everyone instantly grew timid. Not daring to offend him, they all shook their heads and waved their hands frantically. No, it's nothing, young Master Titch. We didn't hear a thing." Someone hiding in the back of the crowd muttered under their breath. Despicable. Changing their tune in an instant. So shameless. At that very moment, an immense pressure descended from the sky. The Tiet family ancestor, at the early stage of the tribulation transcendence realm. He descended by stepping on the wind, his hands clasped behind his back. His expression was filled with both shock and admiration. "To think that the one riding the Kunpeng is a junior from the Xuantian sect. Your reputation is truly well-deserved." Seeing the Tiet family ancestor arrive, the surrounding crowd hurriedly bowed and cupped their fists. "Greetings, ancestor," they said in unison. His gaze was fixed intently on Deep Quan Lam. The Tiet family ancestor sighed, a hint of regret in his heart. If our Tiet family could possess that ancient divine beast, how wonderful would that be? However, the Xuantian sect just shook the entire eastern region. Not to mention, the origin of this Kunpeng is anything but ordinary. I have no choice but to show them respect. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have already tried to seize it. With that, the Tiet family ancestor stepped forward, a cordial smile on his face. "So it is Venerable Ye who has come. Our Tiet family is deeply honored." At this exact moment, the system in Deep Quan Lam's mind silently displayed a notification. "Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Reward, the automatic. Cultivation speed of all techniques and divine abilities. has been increased by 50 times. Deep Quan Lum felt a sense of delight and nodded slightly. It seems having a powerful mount is a really good thing. Even a void immortal has to show some respect. This reward was well worth it. He smiled lightly towards the Zhui family ancestor. I, Yi, on behalf of the Mystic Heaven sect, congratulate you on stepping into the Tribulation Transcendence realm. The Zhui family ancestor smiled with satisfaction. He gestured with his hand, inviting them in. Venerable Yi and your 2 disciples, please come inside. The doors to our feast are always open today, to welcome guests from afar. The people around them were buzzing with discussion. Someone lowered their voice. I heard the monks from the Buddha continent say that Ye Junlin is the white-haired old devil, but seeing him today he looks so dashing and incredibly handsome. He doesn't look like the wicked person the rumors describe. Another person glanced at the woman in red, walking closely beside Ye Junlin. He marveled. That girl must be his head disciple, the one called Fairy Hong. As for the small child next to her, I can't see their face clearly, but I'm sure they're just as adorable. It seems this group doesn't look like villains at all. Xiaoxi, Ye Junlin's disciple, had her eyes light up. She let out a delighted, "Oh," as she looked at the food spread out on the table. Wow, there are so many delicious dishes, Master. Senior brother Hong, hurry and look. Seeing his little disciple's craving, Ye Junlin chuckled in amusement and gently patted her head. If you want to eat, then go ahead and eat. Don't be shy, Master gives you permission. Yay! Xiaoxi cheered happily and dashed towards the banquet table. But she still turned her head back to ask, Really? Then I won't be polite anymore. Amidst the lively scene, young Master Shi stepped forward again. His tone was sickeningly cheerful. Senior brother Ye, it's been a while, hasn't it? Ye Junlin furrowed his brow in confusion, wondering, who is this guy? Why does he talk? As if we're really close? Seeing that Ye Junlin hadn't responded yet, young Master Shi raised his voice, not forgetting to show off. I am the young master of the Tiet family, a direct descendant of the great ancestor. Deep Quan Lum casually picked his nose, his expression indifferent. He thought, what kind of nonsense is he spouting? But young Master Tiet just waved his hand cheerfully. Ha, it's no problem. It's not too late for us to get acquainted now. But Deep Quan Lum simply turned and walked away, leaving behind a single blunt sentence. What's that got to do with me? Young Master Tiet's face darkened. Flames of anger surged within him. But on the surface, he gritted his teeth and suppressed it, thinking to himself, this young master is the heir to the Tiet family, with a void immortal ancestor. How dare a country bumpkin like you be so disrespectful? How dare you? Just you wait. He turned to the crowd around him. Seeing that everyone was staring at him, he roared, What are you looking at? Have you never seen this young master before, huh? By chance, young Master Tiet's gaze swept over Hong Thien Deep. He immediately froze, captivated by the stunning beauty and sharp aura of the woman in red. A thought flashed through his mind. This must be that peerless prodigy, the one who defeated the holy son of the Yuhua sect? Looking at her, her aura is truly unparalleled. If I can conquer her, I'll surely be able to control Deep Quan Lum as well. With my charm, getting her to fall into my trap won't be difficult. As he was lost in his fantasy, the young master suddenly saw Hong Thien Deep standing under a flowering tree. He immediately approached and spoke up, his voice fawning, Fairy Hong, do you like flowers? This type of flower is the Diep Da and it's incredibly rare. My Tiet family has only managed to collect 6 of them. If they please you, please take them all as a token of my sincerity. Hong Thien Deep glanced at him and let out a scornful huff. She thought to herself, this idiot. In the central region, this flower is called spirit. It's a top-grade ingredient for pill refining that helps strengthen one's spiritual power. And yet this idiot is using it for a vase arrangement, treating it like some common wildflower? What a country bumpkin. But young Master Shi didn't give up and tried to ask, Fairy Hong, you don't like it? Hong Tianye turned away coldly. Don't call me fairy. I am a man. Hearing this, young Master Shi was taken aback. But then he burst out laughing, thinking Hong Tianye was joking. Ha, Fairy Hong, you're so humorous. Such a beautiful figure and a charming personality. Why don't you come to my room for a chat? We can exchange cultivation insights. Unexpectedly, Hong Tianye whipped around. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. If you keep pestering me, I'll kill you. In that instant, young Master Shi seemed to see a blazing red figure, like a celestial being. Its posture radiated a terrifying pressure. Even though he was backed by a void immortal ancestor, he couldn't help but tremble so hard he wet his pants. His whole body went limp as he collapsed to his knees. This caused a stir in the crowd. Oh my God! Young Master Shi is on his knees! Is this the newest way to confess your love? The head of the Shi family saw this and was furious. He immediately strode forward and slapped his son hard across the face.
You disgrace!
Ashamed, young Master Shi stammered, "Father, I—" The Shi family head's face was still dark with anger. He immediately turned to Hong Tianye and cupped his fists. His voice was sincere. "Fairy Hong, it's all my fault for not raising my son properly. I hope you can forgive him, young lady." Hong Tianye let out a sigh, and replied wearily, "I am a man." Only then was the head of the Shi family startled. He carefully re-examined Hong Tianye's aura and physique. Deep saw that his figure was tall and large. His aura was restrained, not at all delicate like a woman's. The old man's face turned beet red. "So he really is a man. I must have been mistaken. How foolish of me." His expression was incredibly awkward. He didn't know how to smooth things over. The more he thought, the redder his face became. His heart pounded as he told himself, "How could I have made such a mistake?" "Fairy Hong, you're quite the joker." Just then, Hong Tiandeep let out a cold snort. "You people time and time again. You make a laughingstock out of me. Are you looking to die?" Tutik had just run over nimbly, still holding a small gourd in her hand. Her face was beaming as she called out, "Senior Brother Hong! Master told me to bring this for you to try. Brother, hurry and taste it. It's delicious." Her eager demeanor had made the corner of Hong Tiandeep's mouth twitch with annoyance. He gritted his teeth inwardly. His eyes were filled with a frustration that was about to drive him mad. "It's all because my power isn't strong enough yet. That's why I'm being suppressed by that damn Ye Zhonlin, and even being pushed around by that void immortal ancestor of the Zhui family. He's walking all over me." The head of the Zhui family stepped forward at this moment, clasping his hands. He bowed to Hong Tiandeep, his face full of apology. "So it is Fairy Hong. Ah, no, I should be calling you Young Master Hong now. I have been truly rude." Hong Tiandeep took the gourd from Tutik's hand and huffed. He let out a cold snort, trying his best to suppress his rage. The old man's attitude only made Hong Tiandeep even more irritated. Without saying a word, he just gave a slight nod and abruptly turned away. Beside him, Tutik's eyes sparkled as she giggled. She took the veiled hat she usually wore, casually took it off, and happily began chugging from the gourd. She couldn't be bothered to care about anyone else's stares. But this act left the surrounding crowd stunned. Someone's jaw nearly hit the floor. "Oh my God, what is that stuff? Could it be that the white-haired old devil likes this kind of bizarre drink? So his disciple is trying to copy him? This is just unbelievable." Ye Kunlin, who was standing nearby, also shook his head in exasperation. He took the hat back and quickly placed it on Xiaoxi's head. His voice was like a reminder. "Hey, Xiaoxi, be a little more careful. If you let your hat fall, people might misunderstand your master for some kind of weirdo. Have some decency." In response, Xiaoxi just waved her hand, not seeming to care. "Ah, that was so refreshing. Look at all this delicious food. Since Master gave me permission, why should I hold back?" Seeing his little disciple pay no mind to her embarrassment, Ye Kunlin just chuckled and patted her head. All right. Let's go over there and see if there are any other tempting desserts." Xiaoxi happily nodded. "Yes, I'll listen to you, Master. Yes!" Meanwhile, young Master Shi was seething with rage. He furiously ordered his underlings. "Get some beautiful girls over here for me. This young master needs to blow off some steam right now." One of his subordinates meekly replied, "Yes, young master." Let this subordinate go and prepare." Before the man could even turn to leave, Hong Tianye was watching every single move of young Master Shi from a distance. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He quietly gritted his teeth. Grind. He glared sideways in the direction of Ye Kunlin, growling to himself. "You dare ride a Kunpeng here and use the prestige of my Shu family to make a mockery of us? You even humiliated me like I was some kind of insect. An ant in front of everyone! I will absolutely not let you get away with this. And that goes for your little disciple, too. The profound sky sect, huh? You just wait. I will burn it to ashes. Then I will capture you and make you watch your own disciple be turned into mincemeat." In a fit of rage, before young Master Titch could show off any further, suddenly, a figure wearing a face-concealing hat swiftly passed by, catching Hong Tiandeep's eye. That figure was emitting a heavy killing intent. Hong Tiandeep noticed the sinister smile on that person's face, and thought to himself, "Oh, it looks like a good show is about to start." At the same time, young Master Titch slammed the table and roared, "What kind of service is this? This young master has been waiting all this time, and those women still haven't dragged themselves over here. A bunch of useless trash making this young master wait." Two maids bowed low, trembling in fear as they pleaded, "Please calm your anger, young master. We servants." Before they could finish, the hatted figure suddenly drew a blade and slashed straight at young Master Titch. Startled, young Master Titch screamed, "Who dares to assassinate me?" Fortunately, the protective shield on his body immediately lit up, pushing the attacker back. The hatted figure landed, maintaining their balance well. Then, holding their blade level, they pursed their lips and huffed. I didn't expect you to possess such a high-level protective treasure. It seems my opportunity has become a bit more difficult. Young Master Tiet's face was pale, but he immediately became even more arrogant and boastful. Ha! How bold of you to assassinate this young master right here on Tiet family grounds. Guards, protect me! His subordinates immediately surrounded him, shouting, Assassin! Keep the young master safe. The hatted figure glanced at the people blocking their path. Their killing intent surged. Spiritual energy gathered in their hand as their voice turned steely. They're fast. I have to be faster before more people arrive. As long as I can kill this animal. Even if I can never be reincarnated for all eternity. And so what? Blood sacrifice, kalpa annihilation. Whoever dares to stop me will die! Kill Tiet Tianyut! With that, he swung his blade like a whirlwind. Young Master Shui waved his hand, ordering his subordinates to shield him. This mad dog, he's actually burning his own life force. Is he trying to take us all down with him? Stop him! The man in the conical hat swiftly cut down countless guards who were rushing forward. In the midst of the chaos, young Master Shui was caught off guard and had one of his arms chopped off. He let out a piercing scream. Someone save this young master! Seeing the fresh blood dripping, everyone shuddered in horror. But the man in the hat didn't stop. He continued to swing his blade. Just one more strike would be enough to take a life. But some of the Shui family's subordinates managed to risk their lives to block the blow, helping young Master Shui escape the jaws of death by a hair's breadth. The man in the hat roared in frustration. Damn it! Blocked again! I was so close! Ignoring everything, he unleashed his spiritual energy, sending a wave of oncoming subordinates flying. Anyone who stood in his way was cut down. Fresh blood splattered everywhere as sky-shaking screams filled the air. He roared, You bastards! Today I will kill this animal! Seeing the situation grow more and more perilous, young Master Shui, his face pale with fear, tried to back away, his voice trembling. That good sir, you... Who on earth are you? This young master has no grudge against you. Why are you being so reckless? The man in the hat leaped up, raising his blade over his head, determined to land the finishing blow. Ha ha! Your sins are piled high. Meeting me is your retribution. Now die! Elsewhere, a group of people were gathered. Someone ran over in a panic, shouting, This is bad! There's an assassin in the rear courtyard trying to kill young Master Shui. The Shui family guards are also completely overwhelmed. It seems they can't hold them back. Hearing this, the crowd erupted into a commotion. Huh? Is this for real? An assassination attempt right inside the Shu family manor? Quick, let's go see. Hong Tianye asked Tiu Hong softly, a doubtful look on his face. Did you have a feeling beforehand that this commotion would happen? Hong Tianye frowned and replied seriously. Master, your disciple was only making a guess. Meanwhile, the man in the hat was about to bring his blade down on young Master Shui's head. But in a flash, he was blocked by an old man with a full head of white hair and a beard. It was the Shui family's old ancestor who had appeared. You dare to pull tricks right here in my Shu family's home? How audacious! He casually flicked his hand, clamping down on the blade. Then he suddenly grabbed the hatted man by the neck and slammed him into the ground. The ground cracked wide open. The old man's voice was ice cold. Speak! Who put you up to this? Despite being subdued, the hatted man just laughed maniacally. Who put me up to this? No one! That young Master Zhu is a degenerate bastard! His sins are piled high! It's just a pity you jumped in so quickly. Otherwise, I would have definitely taken his life. The Shu family's old ancestor snorted coldly and glanced towards young Master Shu Tianyi. Do you know this man? Young Master Shui Tianyi clutched his severed arm. His face was pale as a sheet and he was trembling uncontrollably, but he still managed to answer, Old ancestor. He's a madman. I have no idea where he came from. His only insane goal is to kill me. The hatted man roared, his voice screeching, You don't know me? Then listen up. I'm not one to hide my name. I am Li Wuji. Hearing this name, all the cultivators in the courtyard were stunned. Li Wuji, the blade demon? The Li Wuji who kills without batting an eye? Ye Junlin, who was standing nearby, frowned slightly and asked, The blade demon? Is he that powerful? A man in yellow turned to him and said in a low voice, That's right. His blade techniques are both fast and vicious, and his temperament is completely unpredictable. I heard that if he meets anyone he finds displeasing, he'd immediately draw his blade and kill them. There was a time he scoured all of Yunzhou, looking for masters to challenge. Anyone he defeated died from the most horrific blade wounds. It got to the point where people in Yunzhou, just hearing his name, would go weak at the knees. And yet, this time he dares to come to the Zhui estate to assassinate the young master. The absolute audacity! Hearing this, the head of the Zhu family, his face turned purple with rage as he roared, "You bastard! An invitation to my Shu family? How did it end up in the hands of a demonic cultivator like you?" Li Wuji waved his hand and replied nonchalantly, "Humph. Stop bellowing like an ox. So what if I stole the invitation myself?" The young master Shui pointed an angry finger. "Tianyi, I have no grudge or history with you. Why do you want to kill me? No grudge, no history?" Li Wuji swallowed hard and roared in fury, "My little sister! Li Xiaofei died at your hands." Tianyi was startled, his forehead beading with sweat. "Your little sister? Li Xiaofei?" Li Wuji let out a soft sigh, his eyes filled with a mix of sorrow and hatred as he slowly began to recount. "Since we were children, Xiaofei and I only had each other to rely on. After we became accomplished cultivators, we roamed the eastern domain together. That year my sister excitedly broke through to the Golden Core realm. She wanted to go to Lingzhou and to see the Sea of Flowers, famed as the most beautiful in the eastern domain. But because I was engrossed in seclusion, forging my blade, I couldn't go with her. Who would have thought that just a few months later, I would discover that the jade pendant she left me had suddenly shattered. I knew something terrible had happened. I rushed to Lingzhou, searching everywhere. I even spent a small fortune, just to find out that my sister had a confrontation with you at the Kuijin restaurant in Anyang City. After that, the Shui family guards arrested her, and since then no one has ever seen her again." At this point, Li Wuji's voice choked with emotion, his eyes becoming bloodshot with rage. "I've heard rumors that you're an insatiable lecher. He also secretly practices a vile art that drains female essence to bolster his own power. That's why countless female cultivators have fallen victim to him, their bodies left completely ravaged. My little sister was a golden core cultivator who fell into your hands. She certainly couldn't escape the fate of being cruelly tortured. But just thinking about what my sister had to endure is enough to drive me insane." He slammed his fist on the ground. The thud echoed loudly. "From that day on, I swore I would avenge my sister no matter the cost. I put everything aside and trained arduously until I broke through to the integration realm. But every time you went out, you were escorted by a group of extremely powerful subordinates. If I had recklessly charged in, I would have only died in vain. So I had no choice but to hide and patiently wait for an opportunity. And this banquet of the Shui family was the moment you'd be at your most careless. I wanted to take your head right here on your own turf, so you wouldn't even have time to react." Having said that, Laveau Keep snorted coldly, glaring intently at Thien Nhut. He was on the verge of madness. "It's just a pity I was just a little short of taking your life. You bastard, you're really hard to kill." After hearing this, Thien Nhut let out a faint, cold smile. It seemed he remembered something from the Tui Tien Pavilion. I think I do remember that girl, Le Tuofi. Let's see, that little girl was quite fierce. Ha ha, she must have been your sister then." He slowly licked his lips. A wicked glint flashed in his eyes. "Countless women have passed through this young master's hands. I've killed so many I can't even remember them all. But there are a few who left a deep impression, so deep that I still remember them vividly. Your sister was one of them. I must say she had a fiery figure. It's just a shame her temper was like a lit fuse. She'd throw a fit at the slightest thing." His words were like daggers stabbing into Laveau Kep's heart. He roared, his eyes turning bloodshot. He frantically recalled the image of his sister, the sister who used to call out to him affectionately, "Brother, stop practicing your sword and come play with me." Meanwhile, Thien Nhut was still smirking like a wild beast. Stubborn women are all the more thrilling to break. What a pity. "Ha ha!" He waved his hand, his face filled with undisguised smugness. He began to spout his boastful words. "The number of female cultivators who have passed through my hands is countless. I can hardly be bothered to remember any of them. However, there are a few who left a deep impression. Even after so many years, they're still worth reminiscing about. And as for the stubborn type of woman, the pleasure after breaking them is truly extreme." A lecherous look appeared in Thien Nhut's eyes as he recalled the scene at the Purple Immortal Pavilion. At that time, this young master was sitting in the Purple Immortal Pavilion. I wanted to strike up a conversation with her, but the bitch didn't know her place. So I had my subordinates bring her to my room. When she was caught, she struggled and cursed me endlessly. But after I did what I did, she immediately started crying, wailing and begging for mercy. It was truly music to my ears. Ha ha! His expression grew more despicable by the second. He grinned, a crazed look on his face. That mare was so fierce. But in the end, she still had to obediently let me ride her. This young master played with her for 3 whole days and 3 nights. I pushed her until her cultivation was completely drained and her mind was a daze. Seeing that she had no value left, This young master casually snapped her neck. Well, killing her like that could be considered an act of my mercy. Say, Laveau Keep, you love your little sister so much. Shouldn't you be thanking me for liberating her? Ha ha ha! Hearing this, Laveau Keep couldn't stop the tears from streaming down his face. His whole body trembled as he clenched his jaw tightly. He lifted his bloodshot eyes and roared ferociously. You goddamn animal! You deserve to be cut 1,000 times. Why does someone like you even exist in this world? I will kill you, no matter what it takes. Luigi raised his arm forcefully. His spiritual power erupted violently, his expression utterly crazed. Die! You will die by my hand! But at that very moment, the Z family ancestor standing beside him, his eyes flashed with a cold light. He struck out with a single, powerful, chaotic finger. The wave of spiritual power immediately sent Luigi flying back, coughing up blood. He spat out a mouthful and staggered backward. The head of the Z family then waved his hand. His voice was scathing, his expression utterly arrogant. Let me tell you something. You're nothing but a lowly demonic cultivator. Your younger sister, ending up in Tianyi's hands to be used as a cultivation vessel, can be considered atonement for her own sins. And yet you still dare to kill the Keelan that our Z family raised? That alone is enough reason for you, Luigi, to die a miserable death. Then he snorted coldly and waved his hand dismissively. Get lost. Drag this animal down to hell. Let him join his sister. He doesn't deserve to live another second. Luigi clenched both fists, his eyes burning with indignation. You're not worthy. You're all just a bunch of bastards. At that moment, Tianyi became even more excited. He threw out a few more insults about the sister. Dying by my hand was a blessing for her. As for you, you're just a demonic cultivator hunted by everyone. You dare to come here and bark nonsense? What a joke. The subordinate behind, Tianyi, also chimed in arrogantly. That's right. It was your sister's honor to be favored by the young master. Her death wasn't in vain. So what if you lost a sister? The young master. I lost a precious arm. Hearing this, the head of the Ji family became even more aggressive. He pointed his finger and continued authoritatively. See? It's perfectly clear who's right and who's wrong here. You, Luigi, are truly arrogant. Luigi trembled, clenching his fists so tightly they bled. He muttered hopelessly under his breath. You are also ruthless. Watching from afar, Ye Kunlin witnessed this scene. His expression darkened. He thought to himself, someone who risked everything, cultivating like a madman, just to avenge his younger sister, ends up being branded a demonic cultivator. And that young master of the Z family, with his illustrious status, yet his actions are filthy and vicious. A backstabbing murderer, dares to proudly proclaim himself as righteous. How laughable. Just then, a notification suddenly appeared from the system in Ye Kunlin's mind. Congratulations to the host for activating an optional mission. Option 1. The host steps forward to protect Li Wuji and takes him as a disciple. Furthermore, you must make the Z family's old ancestor personally eliminate Xie Tianyi. Upon completion, the Z family's old ancestor must be grateful to the host and will also gift you a supreme fist technique, the Battle Saint Fist. Option 2. The host remains silent in the face of this injustice. You will be rewarded with 10 low-grade spirit stones. Ye Kunlin was stunned into silence. He contemptuously flipped the middle finger at the system. 10 low-grade spirit stones? Such a huge value, I bet I couldn't spend it all in a lifetime, right? This damn system dares to hand out charity to me like I'm some beggar? When you compare it to the reward for option 1, there's really no choice but the first one. The annoying part is that I didn't even want to get involved. But the system is demanding I put on a show, forcing the Z ancestor to kill Tianyi himself, and then he even has to thank me. Tick, this really seems like a tough one. But fine, let's give it a try. In the tense atmosphere, Tianyi walked towards Li Wuji with a malicious grin on his face, sword in hand. Everything ends here. In your next life, remember the name of this young master. He sneered, raising his sword to strike down. Suddenly a figure flashed and rushed forward, directly blocking the sword's path. It was him, Ye Kunlin. He caught the blow with his bare hand as if it were a mere itch. Thien Nhut's sword shattered from the force. Crack! Thien Nhut stumbled back a few steps. You! What the hell do you think you're doing? The surrounding crowd was also bewildered. The Schwantian sect wants to save a demon swordsman? That man is a demonic cultivator. Isn't Ye Kunlin afraid of offending the Shui family? Someone nudged their companion, whispering as if afraid of causing trouble. This is the Zhu family's territory. Doing this, isn't it the same as slapping them in the face? The third master of the Shu family's face darkened as he spoke in a gloomy voice. Venerable Ye, what is the meaning of this? Why did you stop my Tien Nhut from killing that demonic cultivator? Ye Kunlun tilted his chin slightly, glancing at them leisurely. I suddenly felt an impulse to take this man as my disciple. Anyone who dares to touch him will have to answer to me. His words left everyone stunned into silence. From the guests to the Shui family's subordinates, everyone was frozen. Is this guy insane? How dare he say something like that? Li Wujie, who was kneeling weakly on the ground, slowly lifted his blood-stained eyes and asked in astonishment, Senior, you. I know you are the one who recently became famous throughout the eastern region, but why would you risk offending the entire world? Just to take me as your disciple? The Zhu family's old ancestor suddenly erupted with a powerful aura. He unleashed a terrifying spiritual power and sent a voice transmission to Ye Kunlun. Have you considered the consequences? If you leave now, I will pretend this never happened. But if you insist on protecting that demonic cultivator, don't blame me for putting you down myself. Hearing this, Li Wujie grew even more anxious. He gritted his teeth and pleaded with Ye Kunlun, Senior, please, you must leave this place. I will remember your kindness for all eternity. If fate allows it in the next life, child, I am willing to work like a horse and ox to repay you. Don't risk your life for me. Hong Taiyanyi watched from the sidelines. In his heart, he felt a great deal of sympathy for Li Wujie, but he still felt that Ye Junlin's interference was far too risky. This guy is truly reckless, offending a void immortal old monster just for a complete stranger. He's absolutely insane. Yes. But just then, Ye Junlin used a voice transmission. He called out, Little Hong, what are you still spacing out for? Hurry over here and help your master protect your new junior brother. Hong Tianyi was speechless. He silently cursed, I curse you and 18 generations of your ancestors. If you want to die, then die alone. Why are you dragging me into this? But on the outside, he still hesitantly approached, saying, Yes, master. The Zhu family's ancestor's face turned purple with rage, his eyes flashing with a ferocious light. He snorted coldly, spreading his palm and unleashing a terrifying wave of pressure. His voice boomed, You two, master and disciple, do you really have no regard for the Shui family? Let's see if you can withstand this attack of mine. The power radiating out was as heavy as a collapsing mountain. Hong Tianyi staggered, forced to take several steps back. He could barely breathe. Damn it! So this is the real difference in power? Master! Xiaoxi cried out in a panic, her eyes welling with tears. She was so scared she even dropped her gourd. Master Gourd? What is this? I won't drink it anymore. The surrounding crowd of heroes also cowered in unison. And yet in that very moment, Junlin burst out laughing. He looked extremely excited. Good! This is it. Hurry up and make your move. Let me see what a void immortal is truly capable of. Although I don't fully understand this mission yet. But if I can level up or kill a boss, that would be pretty fun. Suddenly a strange power erupted from him. It caused the Zhue family's ancestor to feel a bit startled. Taking a step back, Long was secretly terrified. Who is this person? I only just broke through to the void immortal realm. Why is this guy's aura so much stronger than I expected? He must have some other formidable backing hidden up his sleeve. Boom! In the midst of the tense atmosphere, a deep, low voice suddenly echoed across the sky. Where is Ye Junlin? Ye Junlin looked up. He scowled and yelled, What dog is barking? Get out here! From high up in the sky, a figure radiating a brilliant golden light appeared. An immense pressure bore down on everyone. Ancestor Shuira raised a hand to block it. He narrowed his eyes and asked, And who might you be, fellow Taoist? A sense of dissatisfaction welled up inside him. I went through so much trouble to finally break through to the void immortal realm. I was planning to host a banquet to let everyone admire my prestige. Who would have thought that one person after another would show up? All of them powerful experts beyond my level. Yet Junlin also shouted out with a defiant tone, Who the hell is acting so high and mighty looking for me? The old man in the sky smirked. He began to introduce himself. This venerable one is from the Feather Transformation sect. My title is Zhu Yang. As soon as they heard the name Zhu Yang, the crowd immediately erupted in a flurry of comments. Oh, that's the strongest venerable one of the Feather Transformation sect. Rumor has it he's also the master of the Feather Transformation sect's Holy Sun. Back then, the Holy Sun was defeated and even lost his Tao heart. 18 elders were killed. Zhu Yang. He must be here to get revenge on Ye Junlin. Ancestor Shuira shot a quick glance at Ye Junlin. He sneered inwardly. I thought he was here as backup. But it turns out he's an enemy. This Ye Junlin has walked right into a death trap. I probably won't even have to lift a finger for him to die here. He then cupped his hands, nodded, and said to Zhu Yang, The Ye Junlin you are looking for is right here. Please, fellow Taoist, feel free to deal with him as you wish. I Shuira will not interfere. Zhu Yang tilted his chin up, looked at him, and replied coldly, When I do things, I don't need your permission. Hearing this, Ye Junlin showed no fear, only annoyance. He waved his hand dismissively. What nonsense were you just spouting? I'm right here. What do you want with me? Hong Thian-jiep almost choked, screaming internally. Master! Your mouth is going to get you killed this time. Don't you know he's a void immortal? Q-dung seemed to have gone completely insane. His face twisted with every word from Diep Quan Lum. But across from him, Diep Quan Lum still wore an arrogant expression. He raised his middle finger. You dog! What are you barking about now? I'll ask again, you mutt. What do you want? Q-dung gritted his teeth. He gathered a golden orb of spiritual power. Bastard, die for me! Crimson Sunflame Art! He roared and unleashed the massive golden fireball down at his target. Hong Thian-jiep broke out in a cold sweat, muttering in fear. It's over. The surrounding space has been sealed. I'm afraid we can't escape. Does this guy want to destroy everything? The Tiet family's old ancestor and Thien Nyut also turned pale. What the hell? If this golden orb falls, my Tet family will be flattened too. Damn it, Diep Quan Lum. You brought this on yourself, so you should be the one to face it. Why are you dragging us down with you? Standing beneath the enormous stream of energy, the dazzling Diep Quan Lum still looked completely unfazed. He raised an eyebrow. Huh? This blinding golden light is a bit too bright. The crowd below was terrified of Q-dung. Do you really intend to leave no one a way out? Amidst the surging sea of spiritual power crashing down, Q-dung's voice was icy and resolute. Not a single one of you will survive. Facing the terrifying pressure from a void immortal, the system immediately reported. Host detected under attack by a powerful enemy at the early stage tribulation realm. Attack. Activating passive effect. The stronger the foe, the stronger I become. Instantly, Diep Quan Lum was granted the cultivation of a mid-stage tribulation realm expert. A surge of power, many times more terrifying than his opponents, was surging violently within his body. Hong Tianya's jaw dropped in horror. You're a void immortal too? Her mind was racing, constantly weighing the situation. The wave of pressure that had just erupted. It was even more terrifying than the ancient demon god from the demon abyss. The demon abyss. Ye Junlin immediately shot back, his voice dripping with ridicule. Is that all you've got? You're not even worthy of scratching an itch for me. The ancestor of the Yuhua sect, Taoist Zhu Yang, was struck by the counterattack. Caught off guard, he was instantly stunned. What? An earth-shattering aura erupted from him, causing the onlookers to cry out in shock. What is happening? Tian Yi, who was at the mid-stage of the Tribulation Transcendence realm, trembled all over. Cold sweat drenched his body. A void immortal. How could he possibly be a void immortal? Li Wujie was also stunned, speechless. Senior, the crowd of gossiping onlookers began to whisper amongst themselves. No wonder he's so arrogant. Turns out he had a powerful backer all along, so he had nothing to fear. He's clearly targeting all of us on purpose. If it weren't for today's banquet, how much longer was he planning to hide his true strength? Taoist Zhu Yang struggled to dodge the raging storms of energy. His aged face flushed with rage. You shameless villain! To think you'd possess the power of a void immortal and deliberately hide it. Playing the wolf in sheep's clothing? The honor of all true cultivators has been utterly disgraced by you, Kunlun replied nonchalantly, his voice feigning innocence. You've got it all wrong. I only just had my breakthrough. Before this, I really was just at the Mahayana realm. I swear to the heavens. Old man Zhu Yang roared, his voice filled with rage. Nonsense! Do you take me for a 3-year-old you can easily fool? He shrugged and sighed, feigning helplessness. If you don't believe me, then so be it. What can I say? I was born a genius. The old man looked as if he had lost all his patience. His hair stood on end. I have cultivated the Tao for 1,000 years, and I have never seen anyone as shameless and impudent as you. He unleashed his ultimate technique, the mystic sun world annihilating seal, fiercely pressing it directly towards Ye Junlin. But suddenly Junlin revealed a demonic smile. Then let me demonstrate a little something for you. His entire body suddenly radiated a brilliant light. A solid sphere of energy enveloped his body, steadfastly defending against all of the old man's attacks. Ancestor Tiet Ra, standing nearby, snorted coldly. He thought to himself, relying on his profound cultivation to look down on everyone. He deserves to taste suffering at the hands of Taoist Zhu Yang. However, when the mystic sun world annihilating seal touched the sphere of light, it dissipated, completely neutralized. Taoist Zhu Yang was stunned. No. Impossible! His physical body could actually withstand a full-powered blow from me? This scene sent shivers down Ancestor Tiet Ra's spine, scaring him out of his wits, completely unharmed. He must have used some kind of top-grade protective treasure. You are watching on. Ye Junlin arrogantly declared, "Put more power into it." Haven't you had breakfast, old man? Even this venerable one's pecs are tougher than your Yuhua sect's great mountain-protecting formation. He thought to himself, this indestructible tyrant body art, which only tempers the physical body, is truly domineering. Moreover, this doesn't even seem to be my limit. Taoist Zhu Yang's face turned beet red. He retorted through clenched teeth, "Sun's Radiance Wheel. This is the sect-guarding profound artifact that the Yuhua sect spent countless efforts to refine. Even a late-stage tribulation transcendence cultivator would have to be wary of it. This venerable one refuses to believe you're that tough. Or is my mystic energy tougher?" The old man roared, "You've got some nerve! Then face my magical artifact head-on again!" Instantly, a giant gear radiating a dazzling light, carrying a destructive aura, shot towards Ye Junlin. He remained completely unfazed, his expression filled with confidence. "Go on, show me what your limits are." The old man screamed frantically, "Damn it! I refuse to believe you can keep blocking it forever." And yet Ye Junlin simply raised his bare hand to stop it, halting the gear that was spinning at a terrifying speed. He even frowned, looking annoyed. "All this spinning is so damn noisy. Stop for me this instant." That death-like vortex of energy abruptly froze in midair, just inches from his hand. Only then could everyone see clearly the exaggerated and dazzling peak of this terrifying power. The ancestor trembled with fear, horrified. This guy, could he be an ancient beast in human form? If it were me, I'm afraid I would have been ground into a pile of mincemeat by now. But even the ancestor of the Yuhua sect, Taoist Zhu Yang, was utterly astonished. "No, impossible! This is the great killing weapon of the Yuhua sect, specifically used to deal with experts of the tribulation realm. And yet, it can't even break through his physical defense." Junlin frowned slightly, his eyes filled with contempt. "It's useless for you to be jealous of my toughness. Here, take this piece of junk back. I am merciful. I'll give you one last chance to risk your life." With that, he gently pushed the sun gleam wheel back towards its owner. Taoist Zhu Yang caught the magical treasure, feeling the other's unconcealed ridicule. The old man roared in absolute fury, You've gone too far with your insults. Ye Junlin, today one of us isn't walking away from this." Suddenly the old man's entire body erupted in a blinding light. Countless streaks of purple lightning coiled around his body. His aura skyrocketed. The old man was unleashing his final secret technique, the Feather Transformation Ascension Art. Junlin, however, remained unusually calm. "Oh? I know this move of yours. I believe it's called the Chicken Feather Flying to the Sky Art. Something about chicken feathers flying to heaven, wasn't it?" An ancient, mystical symbol appeared on Elder Zhu Yang's forehead. It was profound. His face twisted with rage as he screamed, "Shut your mouth! Who gave you the right to insult the ultimate secret art of the Feather Transformation sect? Die for me!" Countless sharp wheels of light, like destructive flying saucers, shrieked as they shot straight towards Ye Junlin. But at that very moment, his guardian avatar fully materialized. Human King Seal! Instantly, a colossal golden hand, as majestic as a descending deity, appeared in midair. It effortlessly blocked the entire storm-like assault. Those sharp wheels of light crashed against the golden hand, like nothing more than mosquito bites, against a wall of bronze and iron. They couldn't even leave a single scratch. Taoist Zhu Yang frantically pushed his energy. "Break! Break for me!" Two terrifying sources of energy collided violently, creating a horrifying earthquake. The aftershocks shook the entire eastern region. Elder Zhu Yang began to laugh maniacally, as if he had finally found an opponent worthy of him after so many lonely years. "Ha ha ha, I admit you are very strong. But if I use this move, let's see how you'll handle it." Wave after wave of relentless attacks followed, continuously like atomic bombs being dropped from the 9 heavens. Next up is the 9 suns heaven incineration. He controls 9 giant fireballs, each like a sun, unleashing a destructive formation of immense scale. "Ye Kunlin, I shall sacrifice 1,000 years of my life essence to summon the dying sons of the immortal realm. I will make you forever kneel and repent in a sea of solar fire." At this moment, most of the Shui family's buildings and their guests were enduring the terrifying heat from the falling fire meteors. Half of the area was already engulfed in a sea of flames. Countless people were struggling to defend themselves, constantly crying out, "It's so hot! I'm burning to death!" Even from such a distance, I feel like I'm about to melt. This attitude from the great sun false immortal. It seems that old man is really ready to risk it all. Suddenly, Ye Kunlin's expression became unusually serious. Before him, 5 elemental energies, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth began to circulate. He shouted coldly, "Open your dog eyes wide and watch closely. 5-pole samsara great annihilation technique." The 5 elements broke from their original orbits, spinning and fusing together. Then they immediately expanded at a dizzying speed, emitting a destructive light, combining into a giant 5-colored vortex. It contained the endless power of samsara and annihilation. This is the 5-pole samsara great annihilation technique. Old Man Great Sun had completely resolved to fight to the death. He gritted his teeth, his eyes spitting destructive fire as he growled, "Today either you die or I perish." The 2 ultimate powers collided, creating insane shockwaves, shaking the heavens and the earth. But Ye Junlin just let out a soft, contemptuous laugh. "You think you're worthy?" But the flaming meteorites, controlled by Old Man Zhu Yang, didn't even get close before they were crushed into nothingness by the 5-colored vortex. The old man himself was also hit by the power, the terrifying power of the great annihilation art, and thrown into the air like a dry leaf. Then he plummeted to the ground, never to be seen again. Witnessing this disastrous defeat with his own eyes, Old Man Zhu Yang trembled all over. His eyes were filled with disbelief and despair. "It's fake. It's all fake. What invincible void immortal? This great one, cultivated painstakingly for 3,000 years. And yet I can't even defeat a young brat like you." The old man looked up to the sky, spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and screamed miserably, "Ye Junlin, I'll be waiting for you in the 9 springs. The day will come when you suffer the backlash of the heavenly Tao." Hong Tianye stood at a distance, witnessing the entire scene. Waves of horror crashed within his heart. To think that the void immortal from the strongest sect in the eastern region would be beaten to the point of a mental breakdown. Just how much more terrifying power. Is this guy hiding? Ye Junlin, however, casually put on his sunglasses. He chuckled. "Ha, not too blinding after all. Now then, it's time to go complete the mission." "Yeah." He suddenly appeared right in front of Ancestor Ziera, causing the old man to jump in fright and stumble back a few steps. He hurriedly and respectfully bowed his head. "Yeah. Void immortal Yi, your divine powers are immeasurable. This humble one is in complete awe, complete awe. May I ask what your orders are, sir?" He placed a hand on Ancestor Ziera's shoulder. His voice was gentle, but it concealed a chilling, killing intent. "Little Z about me wanting to take on a disciple just now. It seems you had a bit of an opinion on the matter, didn't you?" He was so scared his face turned pale. He immediately stammered, "Immortal Yeshu, it's a misunderstanding. How would this lowly one dare to have an opinion of you, sir? Please, feel free to take them wherever you wish." Just a light pat on the shoulder was enough to make cold sweat pour down the old man's back. His entire body trembled like a leaf. "Immortal Yeshu, spare my life! Spare this lowly one's life, Immortal Yeshu, spare me." Ye Junlin maintained his high and mighty expression. My disciple, Li Wuji, was bullied to this extent by you people of the Shui family. As his master, I am here to seek justice for him. Do you think that's reasonable?" Without the slightest hesitation, the Zhu family ancestor prostrated on the ground. "Reasonable? Extremely reasonable," he asked with a trembling voice. "Then, what exactly does Immortal Yeshu want this lowly one to do?" As if waiting for just those words, Ye Junlin gave a cold command. "I want you personally, to slaughter every single member of the Shui family present here." The Shu family ancestor exclaimed in horror. "What?" Ye Junlin remained as calm as ever. "Is this request too much to ask?" The Shui family ancestor's mind was screaming frantically. This request isn't just too much. This is worse than an animal. The number of Shui clan members living on this floating archipelago is in the tens of thousands, and yet he wants me with my own 2 hands to annihilate my own clan. How could I possibly agree to this? He looked up, trying to reason with him. Immortal Yeshu, could you perhaps lower your demand a little? There are many innocent members of the Shui clan. Hearing this, he glared and shouted, "You only stand to lose your clansmen. But my disciple lost his beloved little sister. Do you have any compassion at all, you old geezer?" The Shui family ancestor's entire body trembled violently. A bitter feeling welled up inside him. "It seems this is the retribution our Shui family has brought upon ourselves." He pleaded miserably, "Immortal Yeshu, please show us mercy. This old one truly cannot do it." "Fine." He let out a soft sigh. He put on a magnanimous air. "Very well, then." The Zhu family's ancestor was overjoyed. "Who told me to be such a reasonable person? Since that's the case, then you shall eliminate the main culprit." The family head, Shui Tianyi, stood beside them. Hearing this, he was indignant. He shouted, "What? Ancestor, if it comes to it, we'll fight him to the death." But surprisingly, the Zhui family's ancestor hurriedly thanked him. "Are you serious, sir? Thank you, immortal Yeshu, for your mercy. The old man thought to himself, from having the entire Zhui clan annihilated, to now only needing to kill one person to atone for our sins. This is an absolute blessing from the heavens. Immortal, Yeshu has truly shown us mercy. That, just as family head Shui Tianyi was about to protest against the ancestor, suddenly, an invisible force like a sharp sword pierced through his father's body, the current patriarch of the Shui family. In that instant, everyone was stunned. Family head Tianyi let out an anguished scream. He rushed forward to catch his father's collapsing body. He wailed endlessly. Father, why? Ancestor, why would you do this? The Zhu family's ancestor pointed at the masterpiece he had just created. He asked Ye Junlin tremblingly, Yeah. Immortal Yeshu, look, are you satisfied with this? Instantly, Ye Junlin's face darkened. Satisfied? My ass. You're a pig-brained idiot. I told you to kill the mastermind. Why the hell did you go and kill his father? Seeing this, the old man stammered, Sir, you? Didn't you say to punish the main culprit? I thought a child's misbehavior is the father's fault. Shouldn't the responsibility fall on his father's head? He was silent for a moment, then waved his hand dismissively and gave the order. All right then, you deal with the pair of them. The Zhu family ancestor immediately replied with deep respect, Understood. Leave this matter to me. I guarantee you will be satisfied. Immediately after, he turned around. His entire body radiated a sky-high killing intent. His eyes, glaring at Shui Tianyi, were filled with resentment. You wretched beast! You nearly caused the entire clan to be buried with you! A withered hand clamped tightly around Shui Tianyi's neck, causing him to suddenly choke, unable to breathe. His pupils constricted as tears welled up in his eyes. Blood poured endlessly from his mouth. He still struggled to utter his last words, in utter despair. Well, why, ancestor? Why? The ancestor's eyes flashed, with a vicious light, veins bulging on his forehead in fury. He roared, You brought this upon yourself! You don't deserve to live! His hand tightened to the point that Shui Tianyi's facial features became horribly distorted. Die! His body shattered into countless pieces. Amidst his final scream, filled with bitter resentment. Only then did Junlin nod, showing his satisfaction. All right, consider the past matter erased. The Shu family ancestor felt as if a 1,000-pound weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He hurriedly bowed his head to the ground, his voice filled with gratitude. Many thanks, immortal Yeshu. On behalf of everyone in the Shui family, high and low, I thank you for your great mercy in sparing our lives. At this moment, Li Wujie stood in the crowd. He looked up at the blue sky and let out a bitter yet relieved laugh. Ha ha! Xiaofei, did you see that, my dear sister, that beast? Finally got what he deserved. Ye Junlin walked over to Li Wujie and asked, Now that your great vengeance has been achieved, are you willing to take me as your master and become my disciple? The moment he finished speaking, Li Wujie, without the slightest hesitation, knelt to the ground and declared loudly, I, disciple Li Wujie, wish to be accepted as your student. From this day forward, this humble life of mine belongs to you. Whatever master wishes for me to do, please just give the command. Even if I must walk through fire and boiling water, I will do so without the slightest hesitation. He solemnly kowtowed 3 times, disciple. Li Wujie pays his respects to master. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the Recruit a Disciple mission. Reward 1. Supreme Fist Art. The Victorious Battle Fist. 1 aptitude test for the host's disciple. Aptitude Peerless. The system has specially provided a free upgrade package for the disciple. First reward, 1 Supreme Saber Art. The Heavenly Chaos Saber Art. Reward 2, 1 Chen Yuan Blood-Burning Pill. Reward 3, activate the Frenzied Demon Bloodline. Lying dormant within the host's disciple, Ye Junlin looked up at the sky, feeling overjoyed. The mission was completed smoothly, and I even got such a promising disciple. Frenzied Demon Bloodline, that sounds pretty interesting. System, give me the rundown. The Frenzied Demon Bloodline is an extremely rare constitution among the myriad realms. Those who possess this bloodline can unleash astonishing combat power in a short period of time. However, at the same time, their minds will fall into a state of chaos, becoming berserk and knowing only slaughter. If the condition is severe, they may even completely lose their sense of self, slaughtering non-stop until their life force is depleted. He was immediately intrigued. Although it sounded dangerous, if used at the right moment, it could create a miracle. He turned to Li Wujie. Li Wujie, since you have performed the discipleship ceremony, then as your master, I will impart a cultivation technique to you. The new way of the blade. He placed his hand on Li Wujie's head. Wujie was incredibly grateful. Thank you, master. but deep down he had some doubts. Master doesn't look like a blade prisoner. I wonder if he's truly proficient in the way of the blade. I don't know if the technique he's teaching is even suitable for me, but no matter what, I will absolutely follow my master's orders. Suddenly, a massive stream of information flooded into his mind. Li Wuji's eyes lit up. His face was filled with shock and utter disbelief. This kind of blade technique, it's called the chaotic heavenly blade art. When you strike, you can sever light and time and cut off the threads of karma. In just an instant, all the blades of the cultivators nearby began to tremble violently. It was as if they wanted to fly out of their sheaths towards him, creating a scene like the 10,000 blades returning to the origin. Li Wuji realized in astonishment, this is no ordinary blade technique. This is the way of the blade itself. Every single move contains the will to split the heavens and open the earth. That sovereign-grade blade art I trained so hard in, compared to this technique, isn't even worthy of carrying its shoes. Master, what kind of divine being are you? Ashamed, he fell to his knees. Your disciple, Li Wuji. Thanks you, Master, for bestowing upon me this peerless technique. I deserve to die. To think I actually dared to doubt you before. Patriarch Xie, who was standing nearby, also felt that terrifying blade intent. He was once again shaken to his core. Just a moment ago, this kid was like a lost dog, but in the blink of an eye, he's made this old man's heart pound and legs tremble. Ye Junlin, what kind of unholy art did you pass on to him? What is this terrifying technique? In Hong Tianya's mind, a storm was also brewing. A saber technique at the void immortal level. If I let this mad dog completely master the chaotic heavenly saber art, then damn it, how can my netherworld true flame lose to a mere crappy saber? Suddenly, Li Wuji coughed violently a few times and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Although the saber technique is incredibly powerful, his foundation was too heavily damaged before. His face showed a look of guilt and self-blame. Master, it is because your disciple is incompetent. Before, I acted recklessly for revenge, disregarding the consequences. I used a secret art, which ruined my body. My foundation is severely damaged. I'm afraid I will fail to live up to your expectations. Ye Junlin took out the Qinyuan blood combustion pill, which was pitch black. It gave off an unpleasant smell. He said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Take this pill and eat it first. You will undergo a transformation that you could never imagine." Li Wuji hesitated for a moment before taking the pill. "Yes, sir." "Master, what kind of pill is this? It looks a little strange." Even Ye Junlin himself was starting to have doubts. He silently asked the system, "You're not messing with me, are you? This pitch-black, chaotic-looking pill? That smells absolutely foul. Can it really help my disciple? Activate his bloodline? The Berserker bloodline? System, host. You actually dare to doubt this system's professional capabilities? This system is so heartbroken, boo-hoo-hoo." Helpless, he could only reply, all right. I believe you, okay?" He turned to persuade his new disciple. "Don't judge it by its appearance. This type of pill can activate the bloodline that lies dormant within your body. Although it doesn't look very appealing and its smell is probably a bit unpleasant, you can rest assured and swallow it." Laveau Keep replied boldly without a hint of hesitation. "Understood. Your disciple will eat this lump." No, I mean this pill right away." He closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and swallowed the pill. The moment the pill touched his esophagus, Laveau Keep's eyes suddenly rolled back. His whole body convulsed and his breathing became ragged. His voice was broken. Master, I feel so sick." Shocked murmurs immediately broke out all around. "Heavens, what's wrong with the blade demon, Laveau Kiep? There's such a strange aura coming from him. It makes you feel incredibly unsettled and terrified." "Everyone be careful! His condition is extremely unstable right now." Quan Lam stroked his chin, observing and muttering. "So, the Feng Mo bloodline has been activated, has it?" System, correct. However, a person who has just activated their bloodline will temporarily fall into a berserk state and lose control, unless there is a power source that is overwhelmingly stronger, and it will be impossible to forcibly suppress him. Laveau Keep, at this moment, had completely transformed into a different being. His two eyes were bloodshot. His entire body was shrouded in pitch-black demonic energy. He let out a ferocious roar. "Die! All of you, just die for me!" Ancestor Tiet Ra witnessed this scene, utterly horrified. "Deep Hu Tien, what kind of heaven-defying technique did you just use? To think you could make your disciple in just the blink of an eye, from the early integration stage, break through straight to the great perfection stage. And what's more, he's only at the integration stage, yet the aura he's emitting is enough to make even this old man's heart An intense feeling of fear surged up. Just what in the world is going on? Hong Tianyi was thinking the same thing. This Ye Junlin guy, what in the world did he feed that guy? How did he suddenly turn into this thing? Even I, back in my day, when I ascended to immortality in the central region, have never seen this kind of growth state, so bizarre and monstrous, before in my life. Just then, Li Wuji let out a furious roar. Chaos Heavenly Blade, the technique activated instinctively. A tyrannical wave of chaotic blade energy erupted from him, so powerful it tore the very space around him apart. Nearby buildings were instantly pulverized into dust. This power, I fear, even an ordinary Mahayana stage cultivator would struggle to withstand it. The sect master of the Absolute Blade Pavilion, a powerful Mahayana stage expert, at the peak of his stage couldn't help but exclaim in shock. He's only at the peak of the integration stage. How can he possibly unleash this level of terrifying power? I feel like, even though I have the advantage of an entire major realm over him, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to take a single one of his strikes head on. This blade of his, he's just too terrifying. Ye Junlin, watching this scene, clapped his hands in praise. Not bad at all. After activating his bloodline, the berserker state is truly like adding wings to a tiger. Li Wuji's blood-red eyes now held nothing but pure killing intent. Without a moment's hesitation, he locked his sights on Ye Junlin and charged forward like a madman. Hong Tianyi, who was standing nearby, screamed in panic, "Master! Watch out!" The chaotic blade, carrying the power of annihilation, flashed directly towards Ye Junlin, but he just smiled faintly, a flicker of interest in his eyes. "In that case, let your master see what you've got. Let's see just how strong this new disciple of mine is, and what level he has reached." Ye Junlin stood face-to-face with Li Wuji, who was in a berserk state. He didn't flinch in the slightest. He immediately unleashed the Celestial Emperor's Dharma form. A giant golden hand, carrying the pressure of an emperor, descended from the sky. Wuji! Even though he was being controlled by the power of the demon-sealing bloodline, he instinctively roared and counterattacked. The two earth-shattering powers collided violently, creating a blinding explosion of energy. A glint of admiration flashed in Ye Junlin's eyes. Not bad at all. He's only at the peak of the integration realm, yet he can withstand one of my Dharma form techniques. If this potential continues to develop, it truly cannot be underestimated. But he also realized he needed to end this quickly. It seems I have to stop this now. Otherwise, this little disciple's fragile body, I'm afraid it won't be able to handle the pressure. Immediately, a deep and majestic voice echoed throughout the space. "Li Wuji, as your master, I command you to wake up this instant." The terrifying pressure hidden within the voice made the frenzied Li Wuji unable to resist. The exploding rage and killing intent were suddenly extinguished. Li Wuji's entire body trembled. The demonic energy around him gradually dissipated. The crimson in his eyes slowly returned to clarity. He looked around in a daze, then stammered, his voice filled with confusion and fear. "Master, what just happened to me? I feel like I just lost my mind. My head was filled with nothing but thoughts of killing. I even acted with great disrespect towards you. Master, please punish me." Junlin gently patted his shoulder to comfort him, his voice gentle. "It's all right. It wasn't your fault. That's a side effect of the bloodline that was just activated. You should check yourself. See if there's any difference from before." A difference? Li Wuji was stunned. Then he seemed to sense something. He exclaimed in astonishment. "My realm, it's broken through to the peak integration realm. More importantly, my previously damaged foundation has not only fully recovered, but it's become many times stronger and more solid. This feeling, it's like I've been completely reborn." He couldn't contain his emotions. He immediately dropped to his knees, his voice choked with emotion. "This disciple! Thanks, Master, for the gift of rebirth." At this moment, Ye Junlin finally explained in detail. "Li Wuji, I just activated the demon-sealing bloodline hidden within your body. Once this bloodline is utilized, it will grant you a power that is unimaginable in a short period of time. However, this state cannot be maintained for too long, and it can cause you to lose control. In the future, you must learn to master this power. Use it wisely." Li Wuji replied solemnly, "Yes, this disciple will remember Master's teachings." Witnessing this impressive scene of a master taking a disciple, old Ancestor Shui hurriedly stepped forward. He forced a smile, but tried to make it look as sincere as possible. "Ha! Congratulations, Immortal Ye, on accepting such a talented disciple. This is truly a double blessing, a day of great joy. How about you all come inside for a chat and a few celebratory drinks?" Junlin glanced at the old man and chuckled coldly. "Oh? Isn't this a case of the guest acting as the host? After all, the grand banquet Today is to celebrate your tribulation transcendence. The old man quickly waved his hands, fawning, "It's no problem. No problem at all. Immortal Yi's joyous occasion is also the Zhui family's joyous occasion." Joy was piled upon joy. The old man even turned to Li Wuji. "My young friend Li," he said, trying to get closer. "Wouldn't you agree?" Whispers once again rose from the surroundings, soft and hushed. They were filled with apprehension and terror. This old ancestor Shui, he just killed his own son and grandson with his own hands. And now he can smile and flatter? Ye Junlin like that? It's truly unbelievable. It seems this white-haired demon is going to be stirring up the eastern domain for a long, long time. Hong Tianye, standing to the side, thought to himself with a complicated feeling, in this world, it truly is the strong who are revered. This Ye Junlin guy, he actually forced a void immortal ancestor to kill his own relatives with his own hands, and that old man still has to act deeply grateful to him. I must become stronger. If not, I'll forever be held in the palm of his hand. Ye Junlin paid no mind to their thoughts. He replied indifferently to old ancestor Shui, "All right. The matter here is settled. Old ancestor Shui, you can continue with your celebration." He turned to Hong Tianye. "Little Hong, call your senior brother, too. We're preparing to leave." "Yes." After speaking, he casually turned and walked away. Behind him, Hong Tianye followed, pulling along Xiaoxi, who was clinging tightly to him. He replied succinctly, "Yes, master." The remaining guests hurriedly bowed their heads, saying in unison to see them off. "We respectfully see you off, Void Immortal Ye." The giant Kunpeng was already waiting in the sky. The members of the Shu family watched the figures of Ye Junlin and his disciples disappear beyond the clouds. Old ancestor Shui even tried to shout after them with a beaming smile on his face. "Immortal. Ye Shu, feel free to drop by again when you're free. The great gates of the Z clan are forever open to us. Welcome." But the moment the Kunpeng's shadow completely disappeared, the smile on old ancestor Z's face vanished. In its place was a look of utter rage and humiliation. The old man gritted his teeth. "That demon, Ye Junlin, is finally gone." He slammed his hand hard on the railing, roaring, "This is infuriating!" Such a joyous celebration was ruined like this. Suddenly a servant was heard running over in a hurry. In his hand he held a severed, blood-soaked arm. "Patriarch, the young master's arm! I finally found it!" The servant looked around in confusion and asked, "Huh? Where is the young master?" All he saw was old ancestor Z, his face purple with rage. He pointed at the arm and screamed, "Take that wretched creature's arm and throw it in the backyard to feed the dogs." The surrounding servants were terrified. Their faces turned pale, not daring to make a sound. The old ancestor spun around. He yelled at the guests who were still standing there, dumbfounded. "And you all, get out, get out, get out of here! Today's banquet is over!" The guests felt as if they had received a great pardon. They hurriedly and timidly bowed their heads, then quickly left. In the vast sky, the Kunpeng shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Li Wuji stood on the Kunpeng's back. He felt the powerful wind rush past his face. An indescribable feeling of euphoria welled up inside him. So this is the feeling of riding on the back of an ancient divine beast? Everything that happened feels like a dream. Not only did I get great revenge for Xiao Fei, but I was also fortunate enough to take a powerful void immortal as my master. His gaze unconsciously drifted towards Hong Tianye, who was standing not far away. He thought to himself, Fairy Hong is truly as breathtakingly beautiful as the rumors say. I've just joined the sect. Maybe I should go over and greet her, get to know her a little. Putting his thoughts into action, he immediately stepped forward. With a sincere smile, he struck up a conversation. Senior Sister Hong, Senior Sister, not only is your talent unparalleled, but your beauty is also truly exquisite. On the path of cultivation ahead, I hope you'll look after and guide this junior brother of yours. Hearing this, Hong Tianye cursed inwardly. Here we go again. Why are all these men exactly the same? After witnessing Ye Junlin easily crush the Ju Yang false immortal, his mood was already incredibly foul. And now, that guy has taken on another disciple with a super wind demon physique. This makes his chances of overthrowing Ye Junlin even more remote. Thinking this, Hong Tianye coldly turned his face away, not bothering to reply. Li Wuji froze, scratching his head in confusion. Huh? Did I say something wrong? Xiaoxi, who was standing nearby, had spoke up to explain. He, senior brother Hong. He often gets mistaken for a girl, and he absolutely hates being misunderstood like that. That's why he acted that way. The little girl tilted her head and asked, By the way, who are you? Li Wuji hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Senior Sister Bai. I am Li Wujie, the new disciple master took in at the Z Manor. You can just call me Xiao Li, senior sister. Xiaoxi clapped her hands excitedly. What? I have a junior brother now? This is great, this is great! Li Wujie said cheerfully. Thank you for the explanation, senior sister. No wonder. He's so cold towards the flattery from all those men. He acts so indifferent to all of it. So he's a man too, huh? He thought back to what he had just said, embarrassed. I just praised him the same way. You are watching on. Xiaoxi giggled and reminded him. Just make sure you remember from now on. That's senior brother Hong's biggest pet peeve. Li Wujie spoke again, his eyes full of admiration. As expected, Master is surrounded by extraordinary people. A man with such stunning beauty. And then there's senior sister. Shushu, who's this adorable? Hearing this, Xiaoxi shook her head. Her voice was a little sad. That's not it at all. Actually, Shushu, who really wants to completely transform into her human form, just like the other senior brothers and junior brothers. But for some reason, she's stuck in this state of being half human, half mouse. Because of that, she sometimes causes more trouble for Master. But Li Wujie scratched his head. Oh, so that's it. Senior sister isn't intentionally keeping this appearance. I think it's quite cute and unique, though. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. His eyes lit up. That's right! If it's about transformation arts, I once, while traveling in the eastern region, happened to obtain an ancient secret art scroll. Perhaps it can help senior sister completely restore her human form. If senior sister doesn't mind, please take it. He took out an old goatskin book. Xiaoxi was so overjoyed she jumped up and down. She hurriedly took it. Really, this is wonderful. Thank you, junior brother Xiao Li. If this works, Shushu won't cause any more trouble for Master. The little girl immediately ran to show it off to Ye Kunlin. Master, look! Junior brother Xiao Li gave Shushu a transformation secret art. Shushu will soon be able to completely turn back into a human. I won't cause any more trouble for you, Master. Kunlin smiled and patted the little girl's head. Oh? So something this wonderful happened? But Master will really miss this adorable, fluffy little mouse. Xiaoxi happily nuzzled into his chest. Rest assured, Master. In the future, Shishi will be able to change my form at will. Whatever Master wants to see, Shishi will transform into that form. The little girl looked up and asked, Master, are we heading back to the sect now? He raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, Back to the sect? Of course not. Who told your master to get such a magnificent mount? Now that I have such a cool ride, I definitely have to take it for a spin and show it off everywhere. Let's go! Kun, speed up and charge forward for me! A few months later, the giant Kunpeng roamed throughout the eastern region. The events that took place at the Zhui family's banquet had quickly spread like wildfire. Countless cultivators in the eastern region, upon hearing the news, were all shocked beyond belief. Yi Kunlin's cultivation level and true strength, to them, had become an unfathomably deep mystery. 3 months later, in Banshi City, located in the Kang prefecture of the Great Zhou dynasty's eastern region. At this moment, an incredibly brutal battle was unfolding. At the foot of the city walls, countless bizarre and hideous creatures, with ashen gray skin and blazing red eyes, were frantically attacking the city gates. A demon clan commander roared, his terrifying roar echoing, Kill! Slaughter every last one of these weak humans! Atop the city walls, the soldiers of Great Zhou, their armor soaked in blood, were determined to defend to the death. Kill! Brothers, defend Banshi City to the death! By all means, do not let these demonic creatures breach the city. Inside the city, the mournful cries of civilians rang out, sobbing. Oh heavens, can anyone save us? Just then, the giant Kunpeng happened to be flying across the sky, above Banshi City. Li Wujie immediately recognized the situation and hurriedly reported to his master. Master, it looks like the demon clan is attacking the city below. But Ye Junlin was engrossed in setting up the game board. He slammed a cannon piece in Hong Tianye's face and laughed smugly. I've captured your general. Ha ha! Hong Tianye trembled with rage, grinding his teeth. Grind! What the hell is your cannon doing? How can it jump over all those pieces in the middle? To capture my general, huh? This is Chinese chess, not flying chess. I've been playing chess for years and have never seen anyone so utterly shameless. To this extent, Ye Junlin took the chance to be cocky. Oh, little Hong, you're just too terrible at this. Your master here has used less than 10% of his power, and you've already lost this badly. Hong Tianye tried to remain calm and explain, Master, for a cannon to capture an opponent's piece, there must be another piece in between to act as a screen. Furthermore, its movement range is also limited. This is a fundamental rule that even a 3-year-old child knows. This is my unique pursuit cannon. Is that not allowed? Ye Junlin replied nonchalantly. Hong Tianye cursed under his breath. Pursuit cannon my ass. This is just blatant cheating. But then he paused. Wait a minute. What did he say? A pursuit cannon? Could it be? Wait. Seeing the doubtful expression on Hong Tianye's face, Ye Junlin immediately put on a stern look. His tone was full of intimidation. It seems you're not convinced, are you? Are you doubting your master's transcendent chess skills? Hong Tianye hastily bowed his head. This disciple wouldn't dare. Ye Junlin turned to Xiaoxi, who was watching from the side. Xiaoxi, tell me, what do you think of your master's chess skills? The little girl, her eyes sparkling with admiration, replied shyly, I feel that master is the greatest chess player in the entire universe. This scene made Hong Tianye's blood boil. He thought to himself, this damn little rat. All she knows is how to suck up. At this moment, Ye Junlin turned to Li Wujie. Oh, that's right, Xiao Li. What was it you just said? Oh, Li Wujie quickly replied, Master, your disciple said that below that city, and there's a group from the Ghost Clan currently attacking it. The situation looks very critical. Ye Junlin frowned slightly, thinking to himself, the Ghost Clan? I've heard that the Ghost Clan is one of the major clans among the dark races, from the ancient Forbidden Land, the Dark Abyss, in the far east of the eastern region. That place is also the den of many other terrifying dark races. It's rumored that in the distant ancient era, the dark creatures from the Dark Abyss once tried to invade the outer world. At that time, countless human cultivators united and waged a life-or-death battle on a massive scale against them. In the end, the creatures of the Dark Abyss were utterly defeated and had to retreat back to their forbidden land. Since then, the two sides have kept to themselves, maintaining a fragile peace for the past 10,000 years. And yet now, the Ghost Clan has openly appeared and is attacking a human city. Doesn't that mean the balance that has been maintained for millennia has been broken? I fear this matter is not simple at all. Junlin shot to his feet. His gaze turned serious. If that's the case, let's go down and take a look at this Ghost Clan. We'll see what's really going on. At the foot of Banshi City's walls, a great Zhou general in tattered armor lay sprawled on the ground. Fresh blood stained the entire area red. With just a single pitch-black long spear, the Ghost General had easily slain General Zhang, the man known as the strongest in Banshee City. The great Zhou soldiers who witnessed this scene trembled, all over with fear. Long as in despair were done for. General Zhang has been defeated too. There's simply no way to win against them. The leader of the demon tribe was riding a war horse. His skeletal body radiated a pitch-black deathly aura. He let out a savage laugh. The demons behind him also laughed eerily. Heh heh. Stop your useless resistance. Capturing this rundown fortress is just the beginning. Very soon, all of your other strongholds will also be razed to the ground by our great demon army. The leader declared with full confidence, this entire rotten Great Zhou dynasty will soon be crushed under our heels. Suddenly, whoosh, 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 whoosh. A series of screaming demon skulls suddenly flew into the air and then fell to the ground like ripe figs. A beautiful figure in deep crimson battle armor, riding a majestic white tiger, charged out from the chaotic battle. It was Wang Huo, a nascent soul stage cultivator. She shouted, her voice clear yet filled with killing intent. Shut your mouths! You beasts will never achieve your goal. Like a blazing red arrow, she shot straight towards the demon tribe's leader. Die! With fierce determination, she growled, Kill! Kill! Suddenly, the demon tribe leader let out a horrifying laugh. The demonic spear in his hand flashed with a deadly dark light. A terrifying wave of dark power struck Wang Huo. It knocked her clean off the tiger's back, sending her flying backward. She only had time to let out a cry of pain. The great Zhou soldiers panicked. Commander Wang! The demon pointed his cold spear at Wang Huo as she struggled. Stand up, he commanded with a contemptuous voice. You lowly humans. Kneel and surrender to me. Although Wang Huo was injured, she showed no fear. She stood up straight. Her steely voice echoed across the battlefield. I am Wang Huo, commander of the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry of the Great Zhou, acting under the Emperor's decree to guard the border. I represent the honor and spirit of the Great Zhou dynasty. How could I possibly kneel before a lowly beast? Like you? If you want to kill me, then come and get me, the demon tribe leader sneered. His eyes were filled with arrogance and smug satisfaction. Very good. Quite the spirit. This general enjoys stubborn ones like you. I will grant you your wish. I will tear your body into 100 pieces. Your head will be hung high on the city gate, so you can watch with your own eyes how your great Zhou dynasty will be annihilated by us, the demon tribe. But just then, the sky above suddenly darkened. Everyone looked up. they saw a colossal beast appear out of nowhere, covering the entire sky. Its terrifying presence was so overwhelming it was suffocating. This sight made even the smug demon tribe leader freeze in his tracks. His gaunt, bony face widened in astonishment. He screamed, "What the hell is that?" At that moment, the giant Kunpeng opened, its massive mouth wide. It was like opening an endless black hole. A terrifying suction force swept across the ground. The entire horde of panicking, screaming demons was sucked into the air. "No!" Their desperate screams rang out and then fell silent. The moment the Kunpeng closed its mouth, the entire battlefield fell strangely silent. The soldiers of Great Zhou stared at each other in a daze. I can't believe my eyes. The entire demon tribe was devoured whole. Is this an illusion? ManHwa also raised her head, looking at the giant divine beast hovering in the air. Her heart was filled with doubt. Is it a divine beast from heaven and earth, descended to protect our Great Zhou? She observed a little more closely, and was shocked to realize, wait, on the divine beast's back? There are people. It turns out, this divine beast has a master. It's a great power from the human race who has come to our aid. She hurriedly clasped her fists towards the sky and asked in a loud voice, "May I ask which senior has lent a helping hand? How should I address you, senior, and where have you come from?" 2. On the back of the Kunpeng, Ye Junlin casually took a sip of his freshly made milk tea. He calmly replied, "Ye Junlin of the Zhuan-Tian sect. Who among you is in charge here?" Hearing the title Zhuan-Tian sect and the name Ye Junlin, ManHwa and all the surviving soldiers of Great Zhou immediately knelt on the ground, clasping her hands respectfully. "This humble one is ManHwa, commander of the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry. Greetings, Senior Yi and all esteemed seniors." ManHwa's heart bloomed with joy. To think it's actually Ye Junlin, the one whose fame has been skyrocketing recently. It's said that he alone caused a huge uproar at the Z clan, forcing their void immortal ancestor to bow his head. He even trampled on the face of the #1 immortal sect of the eastern region, the Yuhua sect. I never thought our Great Zhou would be so fortunate as to be saved by him. Ye Junlin and his disciples landed on the ground. He looked around the battlefield and then asked ManHwa, "Which dynasty does this place belong to? Why did the demon tribe's army attack you?" ManHwa hurriedly replied, "Reporting to you, senior. This is Panchi City, part of the Great Zhou dynasty's territory. This humble one is also not sure why. Why did the demon clan suddenly attack our Great Zhou? But according to that demon general who just died, this is only the beginning. The demon clan seems to be preparing a more comprehensive assault, targeting the entire dynasty. I fear a terribly fierce battle is coming." Junlin frowned in thought. These creatures from the nether abyss? How dare they so brazenly attack the nations of the human race like this? Aren't they afraid that this action will provoke the entire human cultivation world in the eastern region? Wu Dai also added his analysis. "Master, from what I know, the demon clan prefers environments with heavy, damp, and dark energy. Although the spiritual energy in this Great Zhou dynasty isn't abundant, it is still a land of the righteous path. What benefit could they possibly gain from attacking this place?" But Hong Tianye had a simpler and more direct way of thinking. "Why think so much? If they dare to come, we just have to slaughter them all." "Yes!" Hearing this, ManHwa thought Hong Tianye intended to help. He immediately showed immense gratitude, turning to Hong Tianye and saying, This fairy maiden, you wish to help our Great Zhou overcome this calamity. On behalf of all the citizens of Great Zhou, I wish to express my deepest gratitude for your great kindness." Hearing the words fairy maiden and you, feminine, Hong Tianye immediately gritted his teeth. Creak. An invisible killing intent radiated to the heavens. He just let out a cold, faint laugh. Ha ha. Li Wuji, standing beside him, was startled for a moment. He lamented inwardly. Senior brother Hong truly possesses a Shantian saintly body. That's easily misunderstood, huh? And it seems the more he hates being called something, the more often people call him that. But Ye Kunlin didn't think it was that simple. This definitely isn't just a simple Scion. The Nether Abyss race has been in hiding for tens of thousands of years. For them to suddenly appear in so many places at once, it's definitely not a coincidence. Ding, congratulations, host, for activating a hidden mission. Investigate the truth and defeat the great army of the demon race, invading the Great Zhou dynasty. The reward for completing the mission is anything but ordinary, he thought to himself. I had a feeling a mission would pop up when I came here. This works out perfectly. I'll use this place as a temporary base for now. And while I'm at it, I'll see if I can dig up any useful clues from this demon race. But after a moment of thought, he spoke up. His tone was serious. A foreign race is causing chaos and slaughtering the innocent. As a mighty figure of the human race, how could I possibly see death and not intervene? Inform the Xuantian sect that I will take action to help you, the great Zhou, overcome this calamity. Overjoyed to the point of tears, Wang Huo kowtowed in gratitude. Thank you, senior. The great Zhou will forever remember your immense kindness. Li Wuji's eyes filled with admiration. Master is so wise. Only Hong Tianye seemed a bit weary, mumbling, more trouble again. Ye Kunlin waved his hand. Let's go. Take me to see your emperor. Wang Hua immediately complied. Yes! This humble one will lead the way for you seniors. Meanwhile, at the great Zhou army's headquarters, outside the capital city, a general with a contemplative expression gently placed a game piece onto the military map. His deep, steady voice rang out. According to the latest reports, some of the demon army's vanguards have successfully broken through our defense lines, our outer perimeter. This establishes their current route of advance. It shows a clear intention to charge straight for the capital of Great Zhou. They're taking the shortest path. The other generals immediately chimed in, their faces filled with worry. Furthermore, compiling war reports from all over the country. Quite a few demon generals with formidable power have appeared. They are at least at the integration stage. We can't even rule out the possibility of a demon marshal at the Mahayana stage rank, secretly overseeing the battle. Another general said with a weary sigh, for the demon clan to suddenly launch a large-scale war of this magnitude and aim straight for our great Zhou imperial palace. Could it be that this great Zhou dynasty truly possesses some kind of treasure, powerful enough to attract their high-level experts? The young man in imperial robes, though exuding an air of resolution, sighed softly. This prince understands your concerns, but unfortunately, even I, as the Crown Prince Regent, have absolutely no knowledge of this so-called treasure. The general who had just spoken hurriedly bowed his head. Your Highness, this humble general was impolite just now. The Crown Prince's face became unusually resolute. It's all right, now is not the time to assign blame. The great demon army is invading our borders. What we must do is stop them with all our might. At all costs. If we truly cannot stop their advance, then we must strive to protect and help as many of our people retreat from our lands as possible. As long as the people of Great Zhou remain, there is still hope. Just then the sound of hurried footsteps and a loud shout echoed from outside. Reporting, Your Highness. There is an extremely urgent new development outside. I implore you to come and see at once. Everyone in the command tent was startled. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Could the demon tribe be pulling another trick? The Crown Prince's brow furrowed tightly. His mind raced with a flurry of desperate calculations. For the past 2 days, the demon tribe has been harassing us relentlessly. Our soldiers' morale and stamina are already depleted. It's difficult to maintain high-intensity combat. The enemy has 800,000 troops, while our army has a mere 400,000, and we're forced to be on the defensive. The initiative is completely in their hands. How are we supposed to win in a situation like this? Just then, as the Crown Prince and the generals stepped outside, the magnificent sight before them left everyone stunned. The soldiers exclaimed in astonishment, "What kind of divine beast is this? Why would a creature of this level appear here in our great Zhou?" A general hurriedly ordered, "Quick! All troops, prepare for battle! Stop it!" The Crown Prince of Great Zhou quickly raised his hand to stop them. "Don't be reckless. Look closely. That's the legendary divine beast, the Kun Peng. Moreover, I recognize the general on that divine beast's back. It's Wang Hua of the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry." That general's jaw dropped in astonishment. What, Commander Wang? How could she possibly control an ancient divine beast of such a high caliber? As the Kunpeng lowered its altitude, Wang Hua quickly jumped down. She knelt on one knee and announced in a clear voice, "Commander of the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, Wang Hua greets Your Highness the Crown Prince." This humble general was fortunate enough to invite the master of the divine beast, Kun Peng, the senior Ye Junlin, to come here, to assist Great Zhou against the great army of the demon tribe. The Crown Prince froze. He stammered as if he couldn't believe his own ears. What, Ye Junlin? You're saying he's that white-haired god of slaughter from the profound heaven sect? To think that he's the master of a Kunpeng divine beast of this caliber? Seeing the Crown Prince Wang Hua's flustered expression, he quickly leaned in and whispered, "Your Highness, please be careful with your words. Actually, Venerable Yi is a very easygoing and straightforward person. He's not at all as brutal as the rumors make him out to be." Hearing this, the Crown Prince hastily adjusted his attire. He stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "All right. Ji Xuan, Crown Prince of Great Zhou, pays his respects to Venerable Yi." Ye Junlin had just landed on the ground. Hearing the title Venerable Yi, he thought to himself, it seems these people from Great Zhou have been so busy dealing with the demon clan, and that their information is still a bit outdated. It stuck back at the time, and when I casually annihilated those 18 powerful elders from the Yuhua sect. Suddenly a savage laugh from the demon clan echoed piercingly from the distance. KKK, you humans, and you've been surrounded by our 800,000 strong demon clan army. You're surrounded on all sides. If you know what's good for you, surrender obediently. Become a sacrifice for the rise of our demon clan. Crown Prince Jishuan immediately placed his hand on his sword hilt, his face furious. These demons are going too far. Ye Junlin, however, appeared unusually calm. He turned to his two disciples and nonchalantly gave an order. You two, go take care of that noisy swarm of flies. Li Wuji and Hong Tianye immediately replied in unison. Their voices were filled with reverence. Yes, master. Immediately after, two figures, one white and one red, shot off like two shooting stars, charging straight towards the swarming demon clan army. The soldiers of Great Zhou who witnessed this scene couldn't help but buzz with discussion. Their voices were filled with doubt and worry. Who are those two? How dare they charge into the 800,000-strong demon army all by themselves? This is no different from asking to be killed. That's right, the enemy might even have a demon marshal at the Great Ascension level. That guardian is a complete fool. So reckless. 4. In the gloomy space, chilling where the demon army was stationed, the air was thick with the stench of death and bloodlust. The demons were gathered in groups, gossiping. Their tone was full of contempt. How ridiculous. But just to conquer a mere human dynasty, like this Great Zhou. And yet, they needed to mobilize such a massive force? I heard this dynasty has a bit of national destiny on its side. But no matter how you put it, our 800,000-strong army crushing their 400,000 human soldiers, the absolute advantage is still firmly in our hands. This time, the 100 clans of the Dark Abyss have all emerged together. We demons must seize the initiative, gain the upper hand from the start. This is a major affair. It's directly related to the rise and fall of our entire clan in the future. That's right. After all, the collapse of this rotten upper realm is just a matter of time. When the order of this eastern region changes, if we can achieve great merits, we'll also have a say on the new chessboard of power. Just then, Xiaohong and Li Wuji appeared right in front of the army. Tens upon tens of thousands of bloodshot red eyes from the savage demons turned towards the two of them in unison. Look, two human prey have delivered themselves to our doorstep. Shh, keep your voice down. Don't scare our food into running away. Let's wait for them to get a little closer. 2. Laveau Keep looked at the vast sea of ghosts before him. A sense of excitement couldn't help but rise within him, and pride. He thought to himself, the Ghost Clan has a force of 800,000. Among them, those who have reached the integration realm are too numerous to count. If it were the me from before, I'm afraid I wouldn't even have the courage to face this scene, let alone have any. Never mind fighting. But now I can actually stand shoulder to shoulder and fight alongside a peerless prodigy like Senior Brother Hong. He turned to Hong Thian-Deep and said excitedly, Senior Brother Hong, this junior brother's saber techniques are still unrefined. Allow me to perform first and clear a path for you. A cold glint suddenly flashed in Laveau Kiep's eyes. A flame of fighting spirit seemed to ignite in his pupils. He let out a sharp, cold cry filled with an endless saber intent to slash. Instantly, a tyrannical slash of chaotic saber light tore through space. The heads of countless Ghost Clan members in the front row were suddenly and unexpectedly severed from their necks. Black blood sprayed everywhere. They didn't even have time to realize what had happened. They only managed one final horrified scream. Get that human cultivator now! The Ghost Clan members behind them roared and charged forward madly. Hong Thian-Deep didn't delay for a moment. He quickly followed up with the golden crow burning flame art. His entire body erupted in a dazzling, brilliant golden flame like a descending sun. A terrifying heat spread everywhere. The charging Ghost Clan members were engulfed in the sea of fire. They were instantly burned to ash amidst their tragic screams. Terrifying. Flames. These flames. They're actually the inextinguishable heavenly annihilation flames. Quick, spread out! As Laveau Keep unleashed his saber and began the slaughter. Glancing at Hong Thian-Deep, who was rampaging through the sea of flames, he couldn't help but praise him from the bottom of his heart. Senior Brother Hong's methods are truly powerful. Extraordinary. This junior brother is truly impressed. Hong Thian-Deep just let out a smirk, his tone slightly arrogant. Ha ha! Let's end this quickly. Don't give others a reason to laugh at us. But in his mind he thought, Even if that shameless master of mine takes in another monster with a wind demon physique, I, Hong Thien Deep, will always be the senior brother with the greatest strength. The brilliant golden flames raged like a firestorm, sweeping away everything in its path. Wave after wave of the demon clan was incinerated. The great Zhou soldiers, watching from the city walls, couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Strong! So strong!" The crown prince of Great Zhou also marveled to himself. No wonder he's the disciple of the white-haired god of slaughter. In just a few short moments, he's already wiped out nearly half of the 800,000-strong demon army. At that moment, the demon generals commanding from the rear of the army showed expressions of extreme rage. Damn it, who the hell are these two humans? How dare they show up and ruin things at such a critical moment? It seems they are the experts that this great Zhou imperial dynasty has been secretly supporting. We must strike immediately and eliminate them. No matter who it is, they cannot stop. The grand plan of our demon clan. Hong Thien Deep narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp and cold, as he looked towards the powerful auras rushing over. From within the remaining demon horde, several colossal dark figures exuding a dense demonic aura slowly stepped forward, clad in pitch-black armor. They were the demon marshals of the Mahayana realm. They flashed savage, deadly smiles. Hong Thien Deep's lips curled into an excited smile. Oh, finally, some interesting opponents have arrived. The demon marshals had just appeared. He also sensed the extraordinary auras from the two of them. An early-stage Mahayana ghost general sneered. His aura was also imposing. But he's just a guy at the integration stage. And just a puny early-stage Mahayana at that. You're the ones in trouble this time. Yes, you're the ones who are in trouble. Another ghost general with an abnormally tall and large build, whose aura had reached the mid-stage Mahayana realm, quickly rushed forward. He laughed sinisterly and contemptuously. A mere kid at the integration stage and an early-stage Mahayana who's just entered the realm. And you two dare to confront the army of our ghost clan? No need for our leader to even lift a finger. I, a mid-stage Mahayana general alone, am more than enough to crush the both of you. Li Wuji didn't flinch in the slightest. He even appeared strangely calm. Oh, is that so? Perfect. I've got a Mahayana realm expert to warm up with. The mid-stage ghost general roared, brimming with confidence in his own strength. You arrogant brat! Die for me! He threw a punch, carrying with it a surging demonic aura toward Li Wuji. But Li Wuji simply sidestepped lightly and swung his saber in a slash. A single saber strike imbued with the will of chaos and causality grazed past the ghost general. At first, he just smirked. It doesn't hurt, doesn't even itch. Is this insignificant little scratch all the damage you can do to me? He was about to say more, but suddenly he felt that something incredibly important was being torn apart inside his body. His soul felt like it was being ripped in two. The remaining ghost generals watched, stunned. They cried out in horror, "No! Impossible! That saber will... Can it directly strike at causality?" Even the crown prince of Great Zhou, standing on the city wall, couldn't believe his eyes. An integration realm expert killing a mid-stage Mahayana realm expert. Venerable Yi's disciples. Are they all this heaven-defyingly strong? Meanwhile, after Li Wuji killed his opponent with a single slash, a refreshing sensation spread throughout his body. The more he fought, the more excited he became. He laughed out loud. Ha ha ha! Damn, that feels amazing! Another ghost general spoke with disdain. A mid-stage Mahayana, getting instantly killed by some guy in the integration realm. Old Seven was truly a piece of trash, no different from tofu. At that moment, the leading ghost general, the one with the most powerful aura, who had reached the peak Mahayana realm, finally spoke coldly. It was only because Old Nine was careless and arrogant that you were able to kill him with a single slash. Do you really think that with such meager strength, you can stand against so many of our Mahayana realm experts? Is that what you think? After he spoke, the 5 remaining ghost generals, including the peak-level leader, charged towards Li Wuji in unison. Their imposing aura surged to the heavens. Brothers, let's charge! Crush them! Li Wuji's expression changed slightly. This is bad. This pressure is much stronger than I expected. In a 1 versus 5 situation like this, I have no choice but to use my sealed demon bloodline. His eyes began to turn blood red, but just then, a beautiful jade-green flame that concealed an astonishingly destructive power suddenly erupted. It enveloped Li Wuji, and at the same time blocked the advance of the ghost generals. The azure jade glazed flame! Hong Tianyi was calmly controlling the azure flame. This flame had the ability to incinerate even souls. The moment the ghost generals touched it, they immediately screamed in pain and hastily retreated. The leading ghost general roared in fury. He pointed at Hong Tianye. "You damned human woman! I'll make you pay with your life!" With that said, he and the other two ghost marshals ignored Laveau Keep and changed their target to Hong Thien Deep. Laveau Keep watched them charge forward. Hong Thien Deep couldn't help but inwardly assess them. Such immense power. No wonder he's at the peak of the Mahayana realm. The ghost tribe leader sneered contemptuously, eyeing Hong Thien Deep with a greedy and cruel gaze. "It's too late to be scared now. You and that little brat over there, along with that foolish woman of yours. All of you will die here today." Laveau Keep was about to rush in to help, but then he heard the words "foolish woman." He froze and looked over at Hong Thien Deep, sensing an icy and violent aura slowly rising from his senior brother. Laveau Keep gulped as a cold sweat broke out. "It's over. It's all over. You guys have really poked the hornet's nest now." And just as expected, Hong Thien Deep's phoenix eyes suddenly ignited with pitch-black flames. A heaven and earth-shaking killing intent erupted. He let out a roar that made the very world tremble. "You insects! All of you can just die for me!" At that moment, beneath Hong Thien Deep's feet, a complex ancient magic circle appeared. A pure, destructive dark power radiated outwards as the soul-devouring black flame emerged, enveloping his entire body. The ghost marshals who were charging forward suddenly felt their bodies tightly bound by invisible chains of darkness. The demonic energy inside them felt as if it had frozen solid. They cried out in horror. What in the hell is this?" The leading ghost marshal shouted, "Second brother, third brother, be careful!" He frantically tried to counterattack, unleashing his strongest demonic art. But it was useless. In an instant, his power, completely devoured by the soul-devouring black flame. He couldn't believe it. "No, this is impossible." Those seemed to be his last words, because right after that, all three of the demon marshals, including the one at the peak of the Mahayana realm, were completely swallowed by the black flames, burned into nothingness amidst desperate screams. The remaining demon marshals gaped in astonishment. Before they could even process what happened, another jet-black flame swept over them. Hong Thien Deep floated in midair, his entire body wreathed in black flames, his killing intent soaring to the heavens. He uttered an ice-cold, contemptuous remark. "A bunch of worthless trash, courting death." Laveau Keep stood behind him, silently marveling at how senior brother Hong, once angered, is truly invincible within the same realm. No wonder he was the first disciple master ever accepted. But then, a crazed battle intent flashed in his eyes. "This is good too. If I hone my skills just a little more, perhaps one day, I'll be able to have a crazy, all-out fight with him. That'll be a proper fight." Hong Thien Deep seemed to sense the killing intent and battle lust directed at him. He whipped his head around to look at Laveau Keep. But after seeing his junior brother's expression, which was full of admiration and somewhat innocent, he frowned in suspicion. Could it be that I was just imagining things? At this moment, the two disciples had returned to Diep Quan Lam's side. Hong Thien Deep took a step forward and reported, "Master, as per your instructions, the 800,000-strong demon army has been dealt with." Tutik jumped out and chimed in, "Oh, you two are back? Master, I was just saying that you two took way too long." But seeing that Diep Quan Lam still had his eyes closed and wasn't responding, Laveau Keep worriedly asked Hong Thien Deep in a low voice, "Senior brother Hong, is he?" Tutik immediately started shaking Diep Quan Lam's arm. "Master! Master, please wake up. Senior brother is back." But while Hong Tianye appeared a bit irritable, Li Wujie, on the other hand, seemed anxious and scared to death. Could it be that Master isn't pleased with my performance in Hong's senior brothers? Just then, Ye Kunlin groggily woke up. He stretched, let out a long yawn, and sat up. With a look of complete satisfaction, he said, "Oh, is everything taken care of?" Hong Tianye suppressed his anger and replied, "That's right. We've wiped out the entire enemy army," he cursed inwardly. "We were out there risking our lives and shedding blood, while you were just so carefree, sleeping soundly on the battlefield." Ye Kunlin nodded. He reached out, patted his two disciples on the shoulder, and praised them. "Well done. You're getting stronger and stronger." The Crown Prince of Great Zhou hurried forward and immediately bowed deeply. His voice was filled with reverence and gratitude. "Greetings, Venerable Yi. Thank you so much for lending your aid. On behalf of our Great Zhou, you have averted the crisis of our annihilation." Ye Kunlin once again put on the air of an elder and a great master, waving his hand as he replied, It was a small matter. No need for such formalities. However, all that fighting has made us a bit tired. You people of Great Zhou, do you have anything delicious or interesting to treat us to?" Hearing this, the Crown Prince was visibly delighted and said enthusiastically, "But of course, you are the most honored guest of our Great Zhou. We invite you, venerable sir, and your companions, to return to the capital city with us. We will immediately prepare a grand banquet to host you at the Great Zhou Imperial Palace, inside the magnificent and majestic Hall of Heavenly Deliberation. Magnificent. The highest-ranking generals and officials of Great Zhou were all present. They all knelt in unison, shouting loudly, "We respectfully welcome the Venerable Yi." Crown Prince Ji Shen took a step forward, guiding Ye Junlin while informing him, "Venerable Yi, before the banquet begins, my royal father specifically requested to meet you once. He is currently waiting for you in this hall." Ye Junlin casually stepped into the grand hall. His gaze swept across the solemn space, inwardly assessing the situation. This old geezer really knows how to put on a show. He's actually sitting here waiting for me to come see him? Suddenly, an ancient voice, still tinged with authority, echoed down from the throne. "Venerable Ye, please forgive me. I was unable to personally come out and welcome you. It is truly because my health has been poor recently." But as soon as Ye Junlin saw the person sitting on the throne, he was slightly surprised. A mystical energy, powerful yet somewhat faint, was enveloping the man. Could this energy be the national fate? The person sitting majestically on the throne was the current emperor of the Great Zhou, a master at the peak of the Mahayana realm. He narrowed his eyes slightly and asked directly, "Emperor of Zhou, this is—" His eyes never left the emperor for a second, silently analyzing him. "Based on the faint memories I have, the imperial dynasties in this cultivation world seem to be able to wield the national fate, a type of mystical power condensed from the destiny of the nation and the faith of all its living beings, to enhance their strength, heal their injuries, and even aid in their cultivation. The foundation upon which the national fate is built is the very survival and prosperity of the common people of the realm. This Emperor of Zhou, it seems he's using the national fate of the entire Great Zhou to forcefully suppress a certain wound. But the situation doesn't look very promising." But the Emperor of Great Zhou let out a soft sigh. His voice held a hint of self-mockery. "I've made a fool of myself in front of you, Venerable Yi." At the same time, he was also secretly observing Ye Junlin, his heart filled with shock and doubt. How strange. I actually can't see through his cultivation realm, or his level at all. Could it be that he's using some kind of secret technique to conceal his extremely profound cultivation? This person? Is he really just at the venerable realm? Ye Junlin got straight to the point. "Emperor Zhou, can you tell me what exactly happened?" The emperor pondered for a moment before replying. "The Nether Abyss Demon Clan attacked my Great Zhou without any reason. In the court, many of the great ministers speculate that, hidden within this Great Zhou Imperial Palace, is some kind of treasure that the Demon Clan covets. But even I, the Emperor of Great Zhou, have absolutely no idea what this treasure could possibly be." Ye Junlin's voice grew more serious. "That wound of yours, where did it come from?" The emperor shuddered slightly. His eyes revealed a look of fear and indignation. "Sometime before the Demon Clan's army officially attacked Great Zhou, some time ago, my royal family's ancestral tomb was infiltrated and desecrated by a mysterious individual. That person's strength was unfathomably deep. My most elite imperial guards, out in front of him, were nothing more than children being toyed with. In the end, I had no other choice but to risk my life and forcefully wield the power of the national fate. Only then was I able to repel that mysterious person." As he said this, his whole body shuddered slightly again. But what's even stranger is that, although that mysterious person clearly had the strength to crush me, but he seemed somewhat wary, not daring to go too far. In the end, he actually took the initiative to retreat. And just a short time after that, the great army of the Demon Clan began an all-out assault on our Great Chu. Ye Junlin's gaze sharpened, as if he could see through everything. "It seems the crucial point happened inside your ancestral mausoleum." He thought to himself, according to the Chu Emperor's description, it's highly likely that the Demon Clan attacked Great Chu because they received an order, or were instigated by that mysterious figure. Their ultimate goal was to seize the ancestral mausoleum. Behind this, there must be some incredibly huge benefit hidden. Otherwise, there's no way a power like the Demon Clan would mobilize on such a massive scale. He continued to reason, but the strange thing is, if that mysterious figure truly had the power to crush the Chu Emperor, but why did he suddenly stop and retreat? When faced with the nation's fate, could it be that inside that mausoleum, there's something else that he's wary of? Or is there something special about Great Chu's national fate itself? Ye Junlin gently stroked his chin, lost in silent thought. There are so many suspicious points in this matter. Even though I originally transmigrated to this cultivation world and even unlocked a golden finger, a cheat system I had planned to just lie flat and enjoy life, mainly just playing around in the mortal world. There was no need to go through the hardships of cultivation. But this matter holds such an interesting mystery. It really makes one a little curious and want to investigate. Hearing the Chu Emperor's account, Li Wujie couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, something that bizarre actually happened? Hong Tianye, standing to the side, had a thoughtful glint in her eyes. This matter has seemed somewhat similar to some of the mysterious rumors that I've heard in the central region. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Junlin finally spoke, his tone probing the Chu Emperor. If you wouldn't mind, could you perhaps lead me to the ancestral mausoleum for a tour? The Emperor of Great Zhou looked visibly troubled and hesitated. Seeing this, Crown Prince Ji Xuan quickly stepped forward to help his father Emperor out of the predicament. Venerable Yi, please forgive us. The ancestral mausoleum is a sacred place, the final resting place for the ancestors of the Great Zhou imperial family. The yin energy there is quite heavy. I'm afraid that if a person of your esteemed status were to enter, you would be disturbed by the foul aura, which would affect your spiritual purity. The Crown Prince skillfully changed the subject. Venerable Ye, you have helped Great Zhou repel a powerful enemy. Your contribution is immeasurable. The Imperial Kitchen has already finished preparing the state banquet. Why don't we proceed to Tianhe Hall now? The feast is ready, allowing us, your subjects, to express our sincere reverence. The Emperor followed the Crown Prince's lead, showing a sincere look of apology. Venerable Ye, please forgive me. I cannot grant your somewhat abrupt request, but to express our profound gratitude, as the most honored guest of Great Zhou, I will grant you a special privilege. You may freely choose any 3 treasures from the national treasury of Great Zhou. Junlin waved his hand nonchalantly. It's fine. I was just asking casually. Don't worry about it. But inwardly, he thought, the mission the system gave me isn't complete yet. It seems I'll have to stay in this Great Zhou for a while longer. I'll just stay here for now and observe. Let's see how the situation develops. The Crown Prince regained his initial enthusiasm. I knew Venerable Yi was a magnanimous person, full of reason and understanding. Please, Venerable One, this way. Kangzhou, Eastern Region, the Demon King's palace. A gloomy space, filled with the aura of death and the thick stench of blood, a characteristic of the demon realm. The already somber scene was now even more terrifying, with countless human skulls submerged in a pool of thick, viscous blood. A tall, imposing demon king, with a single, sharp horn growing from his forehead, was sitting on a throne made of white bones. One arm held a trembling, terrified human beauty. The other hand held the skull of a newborn infant, from which he greedily drank the bright red liquid within. The liquid overflowed from the corners of his mouth, dripping onto the cold ground, where another cracked skull lay. Fresh blood was still seeping out. He is the one-horned demon king. Cultivation. Early stage tribulation transcendence realm. The blood of these human infants is truly a delicacy of the mortal world. He licked his lips, a wicked smile on his face. His expression radiated the sinister cruelty of a ruler. He muttered to himself, after so many years of patience, the opportunity has finally arrived. If I can succeed this time and conquer the entire Great Zhou imperial dynasty, then my prestige among the demon clan will surely skyrocket. Most importantly, if I can just gain the recognition of those great figures from the nether abyss, then in the future of this eastern region, there might just be a seat for me. He frowned, looking impatient. Why has it been so long without any news? With the strength of Kun Ta and his demon marshals, they should have more than enough power to force that old geezer, the Zhou Emperor, to make a move. The one thing I'm most wary of is the national fate trump card that old man possesses. Suddenly a cold, emotionless voice spoke. As if from the 9 hells, a voice suddenly echoed from the darkness. Dokukaku, you useless trash, still sitting there enjoying yourself? Dokukaku. The Demon King, startled and terrified, tumbled from his throne. He hurriedly prostrated himself on the ground, trembling as he spoke. This humble one greets you, Lord Emissary. That underworldly voice continued, full of menace. Right now, the 100 clans of the Abyss are all waging a holy war in unison, and yet you, a Demon King meant to guard this region, dare to hide in the rear, indulging in pleasure. Are you trying to tell me that the Demon Clan has decided to abandon this holy war? The Demon King hurriedly explained, breaking out in a cold sweat. You've wronged me, Lord Emissary. This humble one would never dare. I have already dispatched an elite army of 800,000 to attack the Great Chu Kingdom. I believe that old geezer, the Chu Emperor, will be forced to make a move sooner or later. When that time comes, his trump card, the nation's destiny, will be revealed, and I will have the appropriate countermeasures ready. The mysterious figure in the darkness roared, "You fool! The 800,000 troops you sent have been completely annihilated." Right outside the capital of Great Chu, not long ago, without causing any significant damage to the Chu Emperor at all. The Dokukaku Demon King screamed in horror. Unbelievable. No. That's impossible! In that army, just counting the integration realm experts alone, there were dozens of demon generals. There were also nearly 10 Mahayana realm demon marshals, with such a powerful force. Even if that old geezer, the Chu Emperor, acted personally, he couldn't have possibly annihilated them all so easily. Whoa. The hidden figure's entire body radiated a chilling, killing intent. The one who destroyed your 800,000 troops was not the great Chu imperial dynasty, but a human cultivator who just happened to be passing by. The people of the Great Zhou respectfully called him Venerable Yi. Venerable One, a demon king, was stunned for a moment, then immediately roared in fury. A mere Mahayana realm cultivator.
There's to ruin my grand plan.
Although I don't know what kind of trick he used to annihilate nearly 10 of my great demon marshals. But below the tribulation transcendence realm, all are mere ants. For this king, crushing him is as easy as turning over my hand. Don't be so blindly confident, the mysterious figure said coldly. A pitch-black medicinal pill radiating, a terrifying demonic aura flew out from the darkness. This nether origin pill is bestowed upon you. Take it. This time you must conquer the Great Zhou for me. I will not accept any more failures. The Demon King looked up at the medicinal pill with a look of greed and awe. He hurriedly kowtowed in thanks and obedience. Thank you, Lord Emissary, for the reward. This humble one will personally lead the expedition this time. I will definitely not disappoint your expectations, my lord. Suddenly, a dark vortex appeared in the space. The mysterious figure in the darkness vanished into the void. Only a cold, savage laughter was left echoing. Ha ha ha! The Demon King let out a sigh of relief, as if a great weight had been lifted. Immediately after, in the sky outside the Demon King's palace, dark clouds suddenly gathered. Lightning streaked across the sky. A giant bolt of purple lightning struck straight down, onto the square in front of the palace. Instantly, countless demon soldiers and demon generals were summoned from all over. The Demon King stood up and swallowed the nether origin pill. His aura surged as he commanded all his officers and soldiers. Follow this king on this expedition! We will raise the Great Zhou to the ground! His subordinates obeyed the order, shouting in unison. Their morale soared to the heavens. Meanwhile, at the Great Zhou's imperial palace, inside the Hall of Celestial Harmony, a grand and lavish banquet was in full swing. Model Luigi raised his wine cup and drained it in one go. Ah, he praised with satisfaction. Good wine, as expected, of the finest imperial purple nectar? Meanwhile, Xiao Shi was engrossed in gnawing on a roasted lamb leg, her mouth glistening with grease. She kept praising, this roasted meat is absolutely delicious. Crown Prince Ji Xuan noticed that Hong Tianye was just sitting there silently, not touching his chopsticks. He asked with concern, Fairy Hong, I wonder if there is anything about the dishes at today's banquet. That is not to your liking? Hearing the two words, Fairy Hong Tianye's exquisitely beautiful face instantly turned cold. A chilling, killing intent flashed and then vanished. Ah, Crown Prince, don't mind him, Ye Junlin said while gnawing on a golden-brown roasted chicken thigh. He spoke as he chewed. He's on a diet to stay in shape these days. Oh, is that so? Fairy Hong is truly a disciplined person. How admirable, the Crown Prince said, looking as if he understood. Diet, my ass! Stay in shape, your sister! Hong Tianye cursed inwardly, but on the outside he had to maintain his cold expression. As a peak-stage tribulation transcendence cultivator, who would care for these mortal foods and drinks? Seeing this, the Crown Prince of Great Zhou stood up and said cheerfully, Well, if Fairy Hong is not inclined to enjoy the fine food, then I invite you, Fairy, and all our esteemed guests to enjoy the zither music of the #1 musician in the eastern region. Elder Jia Xiao announced as an old man with white hair and a white beard, carrying an otherworldly air, walked out holding an ancient guqin. This is Master Nangong Changfeng, known as the #1 musician of our eastern region. The zither pieces he plays are not only melodious and pleasing to the ear, but also contain profound Tao intent. It is a wonderful experience for cultivators like us. I heard that long ago there was a nascent soul cultivator whose lifespan was about to end. It was thanks to hearing and comprehending the Tao's rhythm within his zither music that I was fortunate enough to break through the God transformation bottleneck, extending my lifespan by several hundred years. The old man bowed his head slightly in a salute. I, Nam Kung Trong Fong, pay my respects to you all. The Crown Prince said, "Grandmaster Nam Kung, please begin." Instantly, the sound of the ancient zither rang out. The melodies, at times soft and melodious, at others majestic and powerful, spread throughout the grand hall. The moment the music began, it was indeed melodious and resonant, containing a profound Tao intent. Laveau Keep and Tutik both closed their eyes to savor it. A look of captivation on their faces, Hong Thien Deep remained cold and indifferent. But Ye Quan Lam, leaning back in his chair, had his eyes drooped shut and had nodded off to sleep at some point. Suddenly, with a loud twang, the music came to an abrupt halt. Nam Kung Truong Feng, furious, slammed his hand down on the ancient zither. He turned to the Crown Prince, his voice filled with displeasure. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince, if something like this ever happens again, then please do not invite this old man here. I truly cannot bear this humiliation." The Crown Prince hastily stood up to mediate.
Grandmaster, please calm down.
He turned to Ye Quan Lam, trying to ask as tactfully as possible, "Venerable Ye, could it be that the zither piece that Grandmaster Nam Kung just performed was not to your satisfaction?" Only then did Ye Quan Lam groggily wake up. He let out a huge yawn and casually picked at his ear a few times before delivering a blunt verdict. It was just all right, I guess." The moment the words left his mouth, the Crown Prince's face turned pale and his jaw dropped. As for Grandmaster Nam Kung, he was so furious his hair and beard stood on end, his face flushing red like a fighting cock. "Shut your mouth! What does a crude brat like you know about musical theory?"
About refined music? You are fundamentally incapable of understanding the essence
of this zither's sound. Seeing his master being insulted, Laveau Keep immediately drew his sword, his eyes blazing with fire. Unleashing his Chaos Heaven Saber aura, he pointed directly at Nangong Changfeng's face and roared, "You old geezer, how dare you insult my master? Are you tired of living?" The Crown Prince, horrified, quickly rushed out to stop him. "Senior Li, please calm down." Grandmaster Nangong has always been a straightforward person. Artists tend to be a bit eccentric. He meant no harm, it was just a slip of the tongue. But Nangong Changfeng seemed unable to forgive Ye Junlin's attitude. He pointed a finger at Ye Junlin and shouted loudly, "He's just a crude martial artist, who only knows how to fight and kill. On what grounds does he dare to judge this old master's zither skills as so-so? What right does he have?" The Crown Prince sighed in exasperation, about to speak, but then stopping. In his heart, he could only hope that, before Nangong Changfeng died, he could retain some dignity. Finally, Li Wujie turned to Ye Junlin, as if waiting for his master's command. Just then the system suddenly appeared, displaying a notification in Ye Junlin's mind. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating an optional mission. Option 1. The host becomes enraged and orders his disciple to execute Nangong Changfeng on the spot. After completing the mission, you will receive a reward of 10 top-grade spirit stones. Option 2. The host personally performs a piece of music so heaven-shaking and earth-shattering that it makes Nangong Changfeng feel so ashamed he wants to dig a hole and hide in it. Completion reward: 10 pouches of super-grade pet beast food. Kobe beef milk flavor, special formula. The more they eat, the faster they grow, and the smoother their fur becomes." Ye Junlin raised an eyebrow. "Oh? An optional mission popped up at a time like this?" He silently weighed his options. Option 1 is definitely not suitable. The reward is too pathetic. Plus, it would damage the expert image that I'm trying to build. Although the reward for option 2 isn't some legendary secret technique either. These 10 bags of top-grade pet food, or can be used to nourish Akon. If Akon can break through to the next level, wouldn't it be even more stylish to ride him around and show him off? Even more dazzling? Not bad at all. With that thought, Deep Quan Lum looked scornfully at Nam Kung Truong Feng. He said, "Isn't it just a few broken zither strings? What's so hard about it? All you need is a pair of hands to do it." "A pair of hands is all you need?" Nam Kung Truong Feng was so angry he burst out laughing. He pointed a finger at Deep Quan Lam, his voice trembling with indignation. "You? How dare a brute like you speak such arrogant words? This old man has sought out masters and studied the art since childhood, painstakingly practicing the zither for 1,000 years. You are fundamentally a grain of sand in the desert. How could you possibly understand the value of the ocean of music?" The Crown Prince laughed heartily. He tried to mediate. "Ha ha! Everyone has their own field of expertise, and it's the same for us cultivators. If playing the zither really only required a pair of hands, then why in the world would the concept of a Grandmaster even exist?" But Laveau Keep shouted with utmost excitement, "Master is absolutely right. All you need is a pair of hands." Nam Kung Truong Feng trembled with rage. He couldn't be bothered to maintain his grandmasterly demeanor anymore. He threw the precious Fu Jiao ancient zither in his hands towards Deep Quan Lum and growled, "Fine. Today this old man will lend you this Fu Jiao zither. You play it, go on play. Let's see what kind of heaven-shaking, earth-shattering melody you can produce. If you can actually play something decent, then this old man will believe that pigs can fly. A brute like you who only knows how to fight and kill. What the hell would you know about the art of the zither?" The crown prince, standing nearby, exclaimed worriedly. He was lamenting internally. "Oh, for heaven's sake, this old man. Can't you just tone it down a little? Are you really not afraid of young Master Diep getting angry and starting a massacre right here and now?" Meanwhile, Deep Quan Lam calmly caught the incoming Fuyao zither with one hand. The corner of his mouth curled into a confident smile. "In my past life I was, at the very least, a cultured young man. I dabbled a bit in playing the zither. Playing this thing is a piece of cake. Besides, I have my dear system's overpowered skills. They automatically upgrade to max level. Ding, friendly reminder. The zither skill is divided into the following levels. Beginner's glimpse, greater than entering the hall, greater than outstanding, greater than godlike transformation, greater than pinnacle of perfection. Ding! The host's current zither skill has reached the level of pinnacle of perfection. Deep Quan Lum glanced at Nam Kung Chuangfeng and asked silently, "System, my dear system, what's that old man's skill level?" Ding! This gentleman's zither-playing skill has just reached the adept level. Meanwhile, Nam Kung Chuangfeng started to urge him impatiently. "What are you stalling for? Hurry up and play for this old man." The crown prince, standing to the side, grew even more anxious. "It seems Venerable Deep isn't actually skilled in the art of the zither. Should I try to smooth things over a bit? Maybe I can still save that old man." Nam Kung's life. Ye Junlin placed the zither on his lap. His long, slender fingers gently brushed across the strings. He sneered inwardly. "Just a mere 7th-level practitioner, and you dare to be so arrogant? In that case, you should just obediently kneel and listen to the peak-level mastery of this old master. This is a perfect opportunity to let you people of this world experience a divine melody from my world. This melody that commands the world." The resonant sound of the ancient zither began to ring out. At first, the sound was as gentle as flowing water and drifting clouds, but it quickly became powerful and majestic, sometimes as fast as a tempest, other times slow and deliberate. Every single note contained an indescribable aura of solemn and domineering power. This Xiao Hong Tianye, who was sitting nearby, listened to the zither, as cold sweat unknowingly broke out on his skin. What kind of magnificent melody is this? How could he possibly play something like this? This kind of transcendent, otherworldly mastery of the zither, even if you placed him in the central domain, he would absolutely be a top-tier Grandmaster. Who would dare to challenge him? Nangong Changfeng's jaw dropped and his eyes went wide. He absolutely couldn't believe what his ears were hearing. This zither music, this kind of artistic intent? How? How is this possible? As for Li Wujie, he was so excited his whole body was trembling. The musical intent. I can actually feel a kind of musical intent that is incredibly profound and so domineering. Oh my God, this music makes your blood boil with passion. I feel like my heart is about to leap out of my chest. It really is. Ye Junlin's nimble hands danced across the zither strings, faster and faster. The aura emanating from the melody also grew increasingly intense, resonantly. Little Hong could feel the hidden Tao rhythm contained within the sound of the zither. The spiritual energy in her body began to circulate wildly, continuously breaking through minor realms. The crown prince, standing beside her, witnessed this scene and was utterly horrified. "Fairy Hong Hong, this is the absolute peak of the late-stage Mahayana realm. Heavens, to think she had an epiphany just by listening to the zither for a moment. She's only one step away from the tribulation transcendence realm. And there's more! Senior Li, too! To think he went from the perfection of the integration realm and broke through directly to the early-stage Mahayana realm." The sound of Ye Kunlin's zither continued to echo. It brought immense benefits to those whose state of mind was in harmony with it. But at the same time, it also brought a terrifyingly oppressive aura. To others, Crown Prince Ji Shen had to use the full extent of his mid-stage tribulation transcendence cultivation base just to barely withstand the pressure from the music. He realized with horror that, Venerable Mai wasn't just a venerable one, but a true void immortal. The sound of Ye Kunlin's zither traveled for thousands of miles, like invisible tidal waves, with the Great Zhou Imperial Palace as its center, spreading outwards from all directions. Outside the city walls, the heavily wounded soldiers of Great Zhou were lying scattered across the ground. Upon hearing this divine music, the wounds on their bodies began to close, at a speed visible to the naked eye. They couldn't help but exclaim with joy, "This music!
My wounds, they've completely healed!
It's simply miraculous." Many other generals also felt bottlenecks in their cultivation, which had held them back for so long, shatter, breaking through realms in an instant.
I've actually broken through to the soul formation realm. This is a miracle! A divine miracle has descended upon us. May the heavens protect our Great Joe.
But at that very moment, outside the capital of Great Joe, the formidable army of the Ghost Tribe, led by the one-horned Ghost King himself, had already reached the city walls. He raised his long spear of white bone high into the air and commanded in a bloodthirsty tone,
Tonight,
"We, the Ghost Tribe, will bathe the Great Joe dynasty in blood. All of you, charge!"
my king.
Suddenly, a ghost general pointed towards the strange ethereal lights emanating from within the city walls. He asked in a panic, looking at his king,
What is that?
The moment he finished speaking, the countless Ghost Tribe warriors charging forward with ferocious momentum suddenly let out blood-curdling screams. Their bodies began to dissolve like ice and snow, turning into wisps of fire, and then nothingness.
Ah, what is this?
"Help, my king! Save us! Quickly, save us!" The one-horned Ghost King was seeing red with fury, watching his elite tribesmen vanish one after another amidst the screams. He roared helplessly in anguish.
Who is it? Who's playing these cheap tricks?
"Show yourself to me now! What kind of coward hides like this? Is that all you've got?" The agonizing screams grew more frequent and more desolate.
My king! My king, we have to retreat. The human tribe has an unparalleled master guarding them.
The Ghost King's face contorted with rage. Veins bulged on his forehead as he screamed maniacally.
No, who is it? Who in the hell are you?
He gritted his teeth and took out the nether origin pill that the emissary had granted him. A look of crazed determination flashed in his eyes.
It's come to this. I have no choice but to risk it all.
I'll consume the nether origin pill.
Today I don't care what price I have to pay.
I have to find that powerful expert who's pulling the strings from behind and causing all this trouble. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he put the nether origin pill into his mouth and crushed it. A colossal dark energy, violent and ferocious, instantly flooded his body. He could feel it. The power in his body was burning like a wildfire. His cultivation level was skyrocketing from the initial stage of the Tribulation Realm. His aura leaped to the middle stage of the Tribulation Realm, then continued to rise to the late stage of the Tribulation Realm.
Ha ha ha, you!
This damn zither music can't do anything to me anymore, he shouted excitedly, his killing intent soaring to the heavens. Kill! Kill!
Kill them all for me! I don't care who you are, you're going to die today.
The royal city of Great Chu is about to fall. Ha ha ha, he transformed into a stream of black energy and sped towards the imperial palace, the source of that terrifying zither music. Inside the Tianyi Hall, Ye Junlin was still engrossed in his performance. The zither's music had now reached its climax. The heroic and fervent momentum seemed as if it could shatter the very heavens and earth. Suddenly, in the sky above the imperial palace, a shocking phenomenon appeared. The sun and the moon appeared at the same time, shining brilliantly. Sacred images of a dragon and a phoenix manifested, twining around each other, dancing among the 9 layers of clouds. Everyone in the imperial palace was astonished and ecstatic. They all started pointing up at the sky. Then the sky abruptly turned into a deep night. Countless glittering shooting stars streaked across, illuminating the entire night sky. Oh my God! Oh my God! In my entire life, I have never witnessed such a divine and magnificent sight. Could this be the legendary phenomenon? The sun and moon shining as one, the dragon and phoenix crying in unison, and the stars adorning the clear heavens. The heavens are truly blessing our great Chu. Just as he rushed into the city, the Demon King saw the terrifying phenomenon up ahead. He suddenly froze in midair, wondering what the hell was happening in this Great Joe. Suddenly his eyes widened in terror. An invisible wave of zither music, but one that held destructive power, flew out from within the imperial palace. It pierced through his body before he could even react. All he could do was let out a scream of excruciating pain. Ah! His body, which had just been enhanced by the nether origin pill, began to show cracks. It couldn't withstand the tyrannical power of the zither's sound. Utterly terrified, he screamed frantically. Who in the world is doing this? Who is it? If you have the guts, show yourself to this king. His ferocious face also began to disintegrate. He looked towards the imperial palace where the zither music originated. His eyes were filled with terror and despair. The human race
The human race has such a terrifyingly powerful being, so terrifying. At this point, only a tiny fraction of his body remained. He couldn't accept it, because even in death, he still hadn't seen the face of the one who had attacked him. Who in the world is playing that zither? Those were his final words. Immediately after, the body and soul of the one-horned demon king completely vanished into the void, leaving not a single trace behind. Meanwhile, inside the hall of heavenly deliberation, Ye Junlin had just finished playing the final note of his performance. He smiled faintly, satisfied, and asked softly, "How is my melody of ruling the world?" "Ding, congratulations, host. You have successfully defeated the invading demon army. Mission reward: Immortal Grade 5 elements. Spirit root. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth." Ye Junlin was stunned and thought to himself, "Huh? System, are you bugging out? Since when did I defeat the demon army?" The system explained, "Ding! The demon army had just charged into the vicinity of the Great Zhou capital when they were struck by the hidden power in your zither music. The host's resonance with the Great Tao. It was beaten until its soul was scattered and completely obliterated. This system has always been professional and precise. Please, host, do not doubt the professional capabilities of this system." It was only then that Ye Junlin finally understood everything. So that's how it is. My zither music actually has such a domineering purification effect. Well, that's fine too. This immortal grade 5 elements, spiritual root just so happens to be perfectly suited for my 5 extreme samsara. Great annihilation technique. Shosi ran to his side and cheered happily. "That was amazing, Master. Your music is the best in the entire world." Ye Junlin stroked his chin smugly. "See, I told you. All you need are hands." He turned to look at Nangong Changfeng, who was still prostrated on the ground, and asked, "Wouldn't you agree?" "At Grandmaster Nangong?" Nangong Changfeng's entire body was now trembling, uncontrollably like a leaf in the wind. Tears and snot streamed down his face. He kowtowed repeatedly while saying, "Senna, Senior is absolutely right. It truly is a divine piece, magnificent and wonderful. Peerless and unparalleled. This old one was as blind as a bat. I failed to recognize my own limitations. And I even dared to loudly curse Senior, calling you a crude and despicable person who knows nothing of music theory. This old one deserves to die. I truly deserve to die 1,000 times over." The Crown Prince worriedly came forward, intending to help Grandmaster Nangong up. But Nangong Changfeng held out a hand to stop him, shaking his head vehemently. "No, I am not worthy. I am not worthy of being called a Grandmaster. Senior, he is the true Grandmaster, a living saint of music. As for me, I am nothing more than a clown. A complete and utter performing clown. Ping congratulations to the host for completing the optional mission. I've secured the reward, 10 bags of super-grade, milk-flavored pet beast food." The Crown Prince Ji Xuan turned to Ye Junlin. He clasped his hands respectfully and asked, "Immortal Yi, may I ask how you wish to deal with a Nangong Zhangfeng?" Ye Junlin thought to himself, since the mission is already complete, then there's nothing left that involves that old geezer. With that thought, he waved his hand and said, "Just let him go. Tell him to go home and study harder." Just then Li Wuji came closer. His face was beaming with excitement as he asked, "Master, just now, thanks to your divine music, your disciple was able to have an epiphany. I've successfully broken through to the Great Ascension realm." Hearing this, Ye Junlin just gave a soft in response. He glanced over at Xiao Honghong Tianye, who was standing nearby. He thought, peak Great Ascension already, huh? This guy's results are truly on a different level compared to the others. Others, seeing the scene of the billowing imperial aura, and the kingdom's ascending fate enveloping the Emperor of Zhou, Crown Prince Jishuan was so overjoyed he cried out with tears in his eyes. "Royal Father, you've broken through!" He looked at his father with eyes full of reverence and hope. His heart was filled with boundless joy. "This is wonderful! Father has ascended to the void immortal realm, and on top of that, he is blessed by the kingdom's fate. The power of our great Zhou will soar. Our dynasty's position in this Kang province, and even in the entire eastern region, will surely become even more unshakable." The Emperor of Zhou slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was no longer weary or weak, but had become unusually profound and majestic. Feeling the new power is surging within his body, he showed no signs of arrogance. On the contrary, his expression became incredibly solemn. He stepped down from the throne, adjusted his dragon robe, and then solemnly knelt to the ground. He kowtowed deeply before Ye Junlin. "I, Ji Changtian, on behalf of all the people of Great Zhou, would like to thank Immortal Yi for performing the divine melody, and bestowing boundless blessings upon all living beings. Crown Prince Jishuan, who was standing nearby, witnessed this scene. He couldn't help but to feel shocked and filled with admiration. His imperial father, the dignified sovereign of a nation, and now a great power at the void immortal realm, was actually humbling himself to such an extent. Before Immortal Yi, this mysterious expert from the Xuantian sect, just what kind of terrifying background and strength does he possess? Ye Junlin calmly accepted the Zhou Emperor's bow and spoke gently. Rise. Being able to seize the opportunity to break through your tribulation is a testament to your own ability and fortune. The Zhou Emperor bowed slightly and stood up. His voice was still filled with reverence. Immortal Yi, you are too kind. If not for the divine melody you performed, which contained the profound sound of the great Tao, causing the national fate of Great Zhou to reach an unprecedented peak. How could this old man have taken this chance? To be so fortunate as to break through my bottleneck? Ye Junlin smiled meaningfully. Oh, it seems you are truly grateful to me. The aged monarch didn't hesitate for a moment. He affirmed with conviction, but of course, for the great favor Immortal Yi has shown us. My great Zhou does not know how we could ever repay you. As long as Immortal Yi says the word, no matter the task, as long as it is within our power, my great Zhou, from top to bottom, will absolutely cooperate with all our might. As if waiting for just these words, Ye Junlin smoothly made his proposition. All right, since you've said so, then take me to your ancestral mausoleum now. Let's go take a look. This time, the Emperor of Great Zhou didn't hesitate for even a second. He immediately agreed. Immortal Yeshu, this way, please. I shall personally lead the way for you. His father Emperor's quick and decisive agreement took even Crown Prince Jishuan by surprise. Together they entered a dark, damp passage behind the imperial palace. The Emperor of Great Zhou explained as they walked. Truth be told, inside this ancestral tomb, aside from a few ordinary burial goods that might attract the attention of tomb raiders, there's really nothing of any particular value. After walking for a long time, they reached the end of the passage, which opened into a vast space, where countless spirit tablets and coffins of the previous emperors of Great Zhou were placed. He stopped and said, Immortal Yeshu, this is the final chamber of the royal tomb. And that's it. Ye Junlin's eyes scanned the area. He frowned slightly. Indeed, he couldn't detect anything out of the ordinary. Suddenly, Hong Tianye, who was standing beside him, gently flicked his sleeve. A stream of special netherworld flame lightly brushed against the stone wall at the back of the tomb. Instantly, complex and ancient patterns appeared, and then a mysterious, ethereal gate of light gradually materialized before everyone. The Emperor of Great Zhou was so shocked he stammered, What? What is this? Why is something like this in my Zhou clan's ancestral tomb? I have been on the throne for so many years, yet I had no idea about this at all. Xiaoxi, with her curious, sparkling eyes, looked at the scene before her and exclaimed, Whoa, this gate is so beautiful! But it feels like an illusion. I tried, but I can't touch it. Ye Junlin frowned slightly, analyzing it in his mind. This astral gate is definitely a real entity. It's just that right now, it hasn't fully manifested in this physical world. If I want to fully activate it, I'm afraid it would require a great price, or some kind of special condition. He turned to ask Emperor Chu, your dynasty. How long has this great Chu of yours existed? The Emperor quickly replied, reporting to Immortal Yeshu, Our great Chu, since its founding until now, has a history of 1,200,000 years. Here in Kangzhou, as Great Chu is one of the few immortal lineages that has managed to exist for over 1,000,000 years. Ye Junlin continued to press for more information to get a clearer picture. So before the Great Chu, and on this land, were there any other nations or cultivation forces that ever existed? Emperor Chu thought for a moment, then said, According to the ancient historical records that have survived, before the Great Chu, this land of Kangzhou was home to at least dozens of different lineages and dynasties, both large and small. There were even some brilliant cultivation civilizations that have completely disappeared into the river of time, leaving not a single trace behind. He stroked his chin, speculating to himself. In that case, the origin of this Stargate can be traced back to a much more ancient era. Even before the Great Chu was founded, perhaps there were once records about this Stargate. But later, after going through all sorts of upheavals, wars, and natural disasters, those records were long ago buried in the dust of history. And this royal ancestral tomb was just coincidentally built right on top of the ancient Stargate's location. Even the succeeding emperors of the Great Chu were completely unaware of its existence. They probably just thought that the feng shui of this place was exceptionally good, and that it was simply a suitable place for their eternal rest. He then turned to ask Hong Tianye, "Xiao Hong, if you were able to make this door appear, then you must know something about its origins, right?" Hong Tianye then replied, his tone as cold as ever. Regarding the specific origins of this type of Stargate, this disciple has only heard a few vague rumors from the central region with no concrete evidence. Just now I was merely trying something on a whim. I didn't expect it to actually work. Ye Junlin smiled knowingly. "Oh, in that case, tell your master everything you know. Let's hear it." Hong Tianye closed his eyes, trying to recall his memories. Legend has it that in the extremely distant primordial era, in many places throughout this Kunlun realm, there existed many special teleportation points known as Stargates. Through these Stargates, people could directly teleport to other great thousand worlds in the vast universe. The cultivators of the Kunlun realm back then could rely on them to freely travel among the stars, roaming the entire cosmos. He opened his eyes and continued, but later, for some unknown reason, an earth-shattering event occurred, and all of these Stargates were sealed by the ancient sages of that era, using their great divine powers. From then on, they were never to be opened again. Bali Wuji exclaimed in astonishment, "This Stargate! It actually has such a heaven-defying function? It can take you directly to other worlds?" Crown Prince Jishin also speculated, his expression filled with excitement. "Could it be that the legends of other worlds that I heard as a child are actually real? I heard that our Kunlun realm is just one of countless vast cultivation planets scattered throughout the endless universe." Emperor Zhou also chimed in, his voice filled with emotion. "Cultivators in ancient times could travel freely among the stars. Once you reach the deity transformation realm, you can rely on your physical body alone to fly out of the Kunlun realm and roam the vast, empty universe." He sighed. "But I don't know when it started. It seems some invisible force began to secretly manipulate things, restricting the cultivators of this Kunlun realm. From that point on, we could no longer freely fly into the universe. We can only be imprisoned in this world until we die of old age or ascend through tribulation. The only way to break the limit is to undergo the heavenly tribulation and become a true immortal. After that, you will automatically ascend to the immortal realm. Only by using the immortal realm as a bridge will you be qualified to set foot in other worlds throughout the universe." Hearing this, Crown Prince Jishuan suddenly felt a great ambition burn in his eyes. If the cultivators of the Kunlun realm could break through this limit using this Stargate to travel to other universes, then this is truly heaven helping our great Zhou. He turned to his father, his voice filled with excitement. "Father Emperor!" By that logic, our great Zhou can absolutely use this Stargate to expand our territory outwards. This is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity." Hearing this, the Zhou Emperor couldn't help but be swayed, nodding his head. He agreed, "That's right. With the current strength of the great Zhou, plus my own cultivation at the Void Immortal Realm, if we can control this Stargate, the great Zhou dominating the world and even reaching out into the universe will only be a matter of time." "Fools!" Ye Junlin suddenly whipped around, coldly shouting at the father and son, who were lost in their delusions of grandeur. "What the hell are you two thinking?" Being suddenly scolded, the startled Zhou Emperor quickly asked Ye, "Void Immortal, Ye, what do you mean by that?" Only then did Ye Junlin begin to explain in a serious tone, "Are you all certain that, with the great Zhou's current strength, you have what it takes to expand into the stars? Or will you instead become a juicy piece of prey, luring in even more powerful alien races from the outer realms to invade this Kunlun realm?" He looked Emperor Zhou straight in the eye. If this Stargate truly holds such immense benefits for the development of the Kunlun realm, as you all seem to think, then why back then did the ancient sages go to such great lengths and expend so much effort to seal it away? Ye Junlin sternly reprimanded them. Besides, have you figured out the reason why that powerful, mysterious figure suddenly retreated with such apprehension when faced with your dynasty's fortune? You, the great Zhou, haven't even managed to dominate this entire Kangzhou continent yet, and yet you already dare to dream of conquering the far-flung outer realms? Human greed is truly like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Crown Prince Ji Xuan's face flushed red with shame. He hastily bowed his head, admitting his fault. "Your teachings are wise, Immortal Yi. We were indeed too shallow and arrogant." At this, Ye Junlin's voice carried a hint of contempt. "Of course, there's still one more crucial point. And that is, do you even know how to open this Stargate?" His words were like a bucket of cold water, completely dousing the newly kindled ambitions of the father and son duo, the Emperor Zhou. They could only bow their heads in speechless silence. And finally, To break the somewhat tense atmosphere, Junlin spoke. All right, that's enough. You all just continue to do your best to watch over this place, perhaps as long as this Stargate remains here. The good days for you, the great Joe, will continue for a long, long time. The Chu Emperor and the Crown Prince looked as if they had been granted a great amnesty. They hurriedly kowtowed and accepted the order. We, your subjects, obey. We will definitely guard this place with utmost care, and not allow any mistakes to happen. The four of them, master and disciples, left the ancestral mausoleum. On the way back, Li Wuji was the first to speak, his voice filled with indignation. Master, if things are really as you speculate, then those dark creatures from the nether abyss truly deserve to die 1,000 deaths. To think they would willingly betray their homeland, the Kunlun realm, and willingly become pawns, serving as lackeys for those alien races from the outer realms. Ye Junlin simply replied indifferently. Whether they betrayed it or not is unimportant. What interests me the most right now is, in the primordial era of the Kunlun realm, what kind of earth-shattering event actually happened and that made the ancient sages seal all of the Stargates? He smiled slyly. This invasion by the Nether Abyss race is definitely not that simple. If my guess is correct, then this Stargate is certainly not the only one that exists in the eastern region. It seems that so-called interstellar travel really does exist. Ha ha. Now things are getting really interesting. Li Wujie, with absolute faith in his master, said, if we want to know the full story of what happened in the Kunlun realm back then, perhaps the only way is to go to the upper immortal realm to find out. Only then will we know. With your heaven-defying abilities, master, I believe it will only take you a short time to pass the tribulation and ascend to the upper realm. That's right! Xiaoxi also chimed in excitedly. That's right! I hope that when the time comes, I can also keep up with master's footsteps and go to the immortal realm with you, the place that countless cultivators dream of their entire lives. Hearing the two words, immortal realm, it was then that Hong Tianye spoke, his voice cold. It was like throwing a bucket of cold water on his two junior brothers' excitement. The immortal realm is just a place where the big fish eat the small and the strong prey on the weak. That's all. In fact, it's far more brutal than this mortal world. He couldn't help but recall his own past situation. After I was fortunate enough to successfully pass my tribulation and become a void immortal, I did not choose to ascend to the immortal realm immediately. Instead, I decided to remain in the central region. On one hand, it was to train and solidify my cultivation realm. On the other, it was to help the fire worship sect deal with the remaining aftermath. But the biggest reason was that I had heard the immortal realm has a system of hierarchy that is extremely strict and brutal. People like me, even if we are void immortals in the mortal world who can command the wind and rain, figures revered and admired by countless cultivators. Once we ascend to the upper realm, we can only start over from the very bottom. We're forced to live according to the whims of others. That kind of feeling, the disparity in status, falling from the highest peak to the deepest abyss, is not something everyone can endure. Thinking back on his own situation, he grew even more melancholic. If you have a family background in the immortal realm, a powerful faction to back you, or a senior to guide you, it's manageable. But for me, it's the complete opposite. In the central region, I have offended countless factions, both large and small. If I were to risk ascending now, I'm afraid the moment I set foot in the immortal realm, I would immediately be hunted down by my enemies there and killed. Hong Tianyi turned to look at Li Wujie and Xiaoxi and said with a completely emotionless expression, becoming an immortal and ascending is not as simple as you two think. It's not something that can be achieved just by desperately cultivating. Li Wujie asked back, bewildered. Huh? Listening to your tone, senior brother? Could it be that you've become an immortal before? At this, Hong Tianye simply remained silent, saying nothing more. The Kunpeng resumed its journey, gliding through the layers of clouds. Ye Junlin sat relaxing on the Kunpeng's back, holding a glass of self-made fruit juice. He thought to himself, the Nether Abyss has launched its first wave of attacks, targeting the Great Zhou. This means that other places in the Eastern Domain will very likely have to face attacks as well. Similar attacks from the Dark Races, from the Nether Abyss. 1. I can't even rule out the possibility, and that all 4 of the remaining great domains of the Kunlun realm and will also be dragged into this vortex of war. 2. It seems this great calamity of the Kunlun realm will ultimately have to be handled by yours truly. This handsome and talented savior is stepping in to save you all. 3. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. He said, that's right. I almost forgot about this. He took out a small, shiny golden packet of food from his storage ring. Xiaoxi, who was nibbling on a fruit nearby, the moment she saw the food packet, her eyes immediately lit up like 2 stars. Her cute little nose twitched as she sniffed. It smells so good. Wow, Master, what is this? It smells so good. Can I have a little taste, please? Ye Junlin smiled and explained, this is special food for spirit pets. Hearing this, Xiaoxi immediately transformed back into her little white hamster form, fluffy and adorable. With shimmering, teary eyes, she looked at Ye Junlin acting cute. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A hamster is a pet, too. I'm Master's most adorable spirit pet. Please let me have a bite, Master, please. In the end, Ye Junlin still couldn't resist that pitiful expression. He softened and gave in. Oh, all right, giving it a little something to eat. Shouldn't be a big deal, right? All right. Take this bag. Consider it a snack. Little White jumped up and down with joy. It hurriedly took the bag of snacks. Yes, thank you so much, Master. Master is the best. Hong Tianye, who was standing to the side, saw this scene and thought to himself in anger, this stupid rat. All day long it refuses to cultivate properly. It only knows how to eat and suck up. Its personality is just as rotten as that guy named Yi. What a waste of a God-given Grand Luo immortal body. Such a desecration of a heavenly treasure. The moment Little White took the first bite of the snack, its whole body suddenly radiated a brilliant white light, and it floated into the air. A massive wave of spiritual energy erupted from its tiny body. Even Hong Tianya's cold face couldn't help but show an unconcealable look of shock. Little White's cultivation level began to skyrocket at an unimaginable speed. Mid-stage spirit transformation, late-stage spirit transformation, peak spirit transformation, perfected spirit transformation. With a rumble, it directly broke through the bottleneck, entering the early stage of the body integration realm. Then it continued to rise to the mid-stage of body integration, late stage, peak, and perfected. Finally, with another loud boom, it successfully broke through to the early Mahayana stage. Hong Tianye's eyes were wide open, and his mouth stammered, this... Little White's entire body was enveloped in a spiritual glow. A brilliant and powerful aura spread out. It innocently rubbed its full belly and said, Wow, the snack Master gave me is so delicious. After eating it, I feel so much stronger. The little girl looked at herself in a daze and asked, Huh? How did I break through so many levels? Ye Kunlin thought to himself, his expression unchanging. Who would have thought that just one bag of premium pet food, bought from the system, could have such an insane effect? It made this lazy mouse go from the early stage spirit transformation realm and break through straight to the early stage Mahayana realm. I wonder what would happen if I fed it a few more bags. Would it just turn directly into an immortal beast? Bai Li Wuji, who was standing beside him, was already so shocked her jaw dropped. She stammered, Senior Sister Bai? Sister, did you just, in the blink of an eye by eating a snack, reach the same cultivation level as me? That morning, Hong Tianyi also couldn't help but wonder. That bag of snacks? There's definitely something up with it. Damn it, he was really curious. This guy, Ye Junlin, just what kind of heaven-defying treasure trove did he possess? Why could he always so easily pull out items so incredible that the entire cultivation world would covet them and fight to the death for them? Yeah. Ye Junlin gently patted Xiaoxi's head and asked, Xiaoxi, do you want to eat more? Yeah! The little white mouse's eyes lit up as she nodded her head furiously. Yes, I still want to eat more. All right, here. Take these and keep eating. Ye Junlin took out a few more bags and gave them to Xiaoxi. The little girl looked at the bags of food in her hands, her eyes sparkling like stars. Whoa! Thank you, Master. You still have so many. This is great. Then he took out another bag and gave it to the Kun Peng flying in front. Kun, you've worked hard carrying us around lately. This is your reward. Xiaoxi was sitting in a corner, eating enthusiastically. Nom nom nom. This is so yummy. The Kun Peng happily took the bag of food and swallowed it in one gulp. Immediately after, the aura on its body also began to skyrocket from the early Mahayana stage, directly broke through to the perfect Mahayana stage. This scene made Laveau keep freeze on the spot for the second time today. What is happening? Kun, the mount, also shot up from the early Mahayana stage, straight to the perfect Mahayana stage. Master, you truly are unfathomable. This morning, Hong Thian Deep stood to one side, feeling extremely indignant and annoyed. This kind of cheating method for leveling up one's cultivation? For people like me who cultivate through painstaking effort, is this even fair? I strongly condemn this kind of action that breaks the balance of cultivation. Most importantly, this kind of rapid level-up food must have massive side effects.
Even if you offered it to me, I would absolutely refuse to eat it. Absolutely not. Seeing that Tu Tich had eaten until her belly was full, Deep Quan Lum thought to himself. She ate 3 bags, but the effect compared to the first bag has diminished greatly. Her cultivation only barely reached the late Mahayana stage. It seems that the effect of continuously eating this kind of food is significantly reduced. At that moment, Hong Thien Deep, who was leaning against a nearby tree, had a slight glint in his eyes. He looked towards Tio Tich as if signaling her. "Hey, Tutik, come over here for a second." The little girl heard his call. Understanding his intention, she quickly ran over and asked politely, "Yes? Is Senior Brother Hong calling for Shushu? Could it be that Senior Brother Hong needs Shushu for something?" The little girl tilted her head and asked curiously, "Senior Brother Hong, why are you looking for Shushu? Don't tell me, Senior Brother Hong. You also want to try Master's super delicious snack?" Hong Thien Deep looked at her sinfully innocent face, which was so adorable, that made you want to pinch Bai Xiaoxi's cheeks. He tried to put on the most serious expression he could muster. He said in a low voice, "Little junior sister, I need to tell you something. The food that Master has been giving you is actually poisonous." Bai Xiaoxi froze for a second, then began to shake her head frantically. "No way! That's impossible! Master loves me the most. He would never ever hurt me. Besides, I feel really healthy after eating it. My cultivation level even skyrocketed." Hong Tianyi put on a knowing look, using a tone as if he were lecturing a child. "Everything in this world has 2 sides, good and bad. Those kinds of elixirs, used to forcefully boost one's cultivation in the cultivation world, are mostly overwhelmingly powerful and contain hidden impurities. That's why most cultivators who rely on elixirs to level up quickly all have extremely weak foundations. They're unstable. The thing you've been eating, on the surface, it might seem like it shortens the time it takes to have a breakthrough. But in reality, it's very likely just burning through your potential and forcing your growth. Who knows? If toxins are building up inside your body, if you keep eating more of it, it's no different from committing suicide." Bai Xiaoxi tilted her head and blinked, her big, round, innocent eyes looking up at Senior Brother Hong. "Could you be mistaken? After I eat it, I don't feel uncomfortable at all. In fact, I feel refreshed, and my spiritual energy is much more abundant." Hearing this, Hong Tianyi frowned slightly. Could it be that this food really has no side effects? He placed his hand on top of Bai Xiaoxi's head. "In that case," he said, "let your senior brother check for you." He closed his eyes and circulated his divine sense model, carefully examining the inside of the little mouse's body. A moment later, Hong Tianyi's eyes snapped open. Panicked, he thought to himself, "No, impossible. How could this be?" But all of this mouse's meridians were perfectly flawless. Not only was its foundation undamaged, but it had also become incredibly firm and resilient. Even inside its body, there were hidden streams of extremely pure spiritual energy. There wasn't a single sign of any accumulated toxins. Could it be that this food really has no side effects at all? What? Seeing that Hong Tianyi was silent, Bai Xiaoxi asked with a wide grin, "Senior Brother Hong, is Thuthu okay? So if there are no other problems, then Thuthu is going to go play now, okay?" The little girl was about to turn and leave. Hong Tianyi stared intently at the remaining bags of food in Bai Xiaoxi's hands. An unconcealable glint of greed flashed in his long, narrow phoenix eyes. It can't be hidden. He snapped, "Wait! Leave those bags of snacks here." He tried to maintain a serious expression. "I'm only doing this for your own good. You're always the most obedient to me, aren't you?" Bai Xiaoxi looked at the precious bags of food in her hands, then at her senior brother's serious face. She mumbled in a small voice, But Master gave these to Thuthu." Seeing this, Hong Tianyi lost all his patience. He reached out and snatched the bags of food, then yelled, "Enough talk! Give them to me!" Bai Xiaoxi stood frozen on the spot. Stunned to have her snacks snatched away, she felt incredibly wronged. Clear teardrops began to well up in her eyes. Hong Tianyi gripped the bags of food tightly in his hand. Then, with a stern face, he glared at Bai Xiaoxi and barked at her. "What are you crying for? Look at me, and another thing. You are absolutely forbidden from telling Master about this. Is that clear?" Terrified, Bok Tutik shrank back and answered weakly in a small voice, Yes." The little girl tried to hold back her tears. She turned and ran off to find Lavokip and tell on him. Watching Bok Tutik's panicked, fleeing figure, Hong Thienjiep revealed a smug smile. He muttered in his head, Truly a stupid little mouse, so easy to trick. I can easily hold you in the palm of my hand." He looked down at the precious bags of food in his hands. A greedy and excited glint flashed in his eyes. Next,
is the moment I break through to the tribulation transcendence realm. But Hong Thien Deep didn't hesitate for a moment. He immediately found a hidden corner and poured all those bags of food into his mouth, chewing greedily. These snacks even have a faint milky scent, huh? The flavor is also pretty amazing. After finishing all the bags, Hong Thien Deep frowned. A look of doubt and confusion appeared in his eyes. He thought to himself, why is this happening? Why does my stomach feel so bloated and uncomfortable? The spiritual energy in my body is in chaos. This is bad. If this continues, if I let this enormous energy get out of control and run rampant, then my physical body will surely be destroyed. Why? Why was that stupid little mouse fine after eating it? Her cultivation even soared. But when I eat it, this happens? I'm done for. I think I'm really done for this time. A loud, long, and ominous sound echoed out. A powerful stream of energy, carrying a peculiar scent, exploded from behind Hong Thien Deep, launching him high into the sky like a rocket. Deep Quan Lum, who was meditating, heard the strange noise. He opened his eyes in surprise and asked, What was that sound? Why did little Hong suddenly fly so high up into the sky like that? Lu Wuji, standing beside them, also looked up. He frowned, pinched his nose, and said, Master, why do I smell something strange? Ye Junlin glanced at Bai Xiaoxi, who was standing dejectedly, with red swollen eyes behind him. He then noticed the way she was bracing herself with her hands on her knees. He immediately understood the problem. He looked up angrily at Hong Tianye, who was floating limply in the sky. He muttered, So that's what happened. That wretched disciple of mine. Ye Junlin raised his hand. Channeling his spiritual energy, he released a terrifying pulling force. It directly yanked the out-of-control Hong Tianye down from the sky right in front of him. Hong Tianye staggered and fell onto the deck of the ship. His face was pale. Clutching his stomach, sweating buckets, he spoke uncomfortably. Master? Ye Junlin stood with his hands on his hips. He looked at Hong Tianye with an extremely serious expression. He asked, Little Hong, tell your master what in the world happened. Ye Junlin stood sternly, looking down at Hong Tianye, who was prostrated at his feet, awaiting for his answer. But after a long moment, Hong Tianye still hadn't said anything. There was only a gurgling sound coming from his stomach. Ye Junlin's eyes flashed as he roared, Are you deaf? Your master is asking you a question. At this point, Hong Tianye completely broke down. He instinctively dropped to his knees, pressing his forehead to the ground. His voice filled with regret and fear, he cried out, This disciple knows his mistake. Please forgive me, master. Ye Junlin shouted angrily, Tell me! Why did you steal Xiaoxi's food? Seeing her senior brother being scolded, Bai Xiaoxi, who was standing nearby, hurriedly scratched her head and chimed in with a nervous laugh. Master, that's not it. I gave it to senior brother Hong willingly. He said he also wanted to have a taste and see what it's like. Deep Quan Lum glanced at Hong Thien Deep, who had his head bowed low, and immediately guessed what this disciple of his was thinking. He sighed, raising a hand to his forehead, and said, I know you've always wanted to do whatever it takes to raise your cultivation level, to prove yourself. But Tutik is your junior sister, after all. How could you? Terrified, Hong Thien Deep hurriedly kowtowed repeatedly. Master! This disciple is truly guilty. I beg you, master, please grant me mercy and spare me this one time. However, just as Hong Thien Deep finished speaking, another sound echoed out, even louder than the last one. He couldn't hold it in again. Like a reusable rocket, he once again shot straight up into the deep blue sky. Deep Quan Lum waved after him helplessly, shouting up, Have a safe trip. Remember to come back soon. This isn't over yet. When you get your ass back down here, you'll obediently accept your punishment. At that moment, as Hong Thien Deep was soaring high in the sky, he gritted his teeth, thinking to himself in pain and utter shame. Oh heavens, thank goodness this humiliating scene wasn't witnessed by my old enemies in the central region. If they saw this, I truly wouldn't have any face left to live in this world anymore. In a small, peaceful village not far away, called Key Village, the villagers were working in the fields. Suddenly, they saw a figure soaring across the sky. They looked up and exclaimed excitedly, Hey everyone! Look quickly! A fairy is descending to the mortal world! A stunningly beautiful fairy. That's right, the fairy is so beautiful. And it seems like she's making some kind of strange sound. An innocent cowherd boy said, Huh? Why do I feel like that sound? Sounds like a fart. The old village chief immediately scolded him. Nonsense! How could that be? Such a beautiful fairy. How could she do something so worldly? This is clearly the fairy descending and bestowing her immortal energy. Blessing us villagers, the old man shouted. Everyone hurry up and absorb the immortal energy. This is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. Oh, so this is immortal energy, huh? No wonder I thought it smelled strangely fragrant. You are watching on. Hurry, hurry, quickly absorb the immortal energy, folks. At this, all the villagers of Kiba village erupted in a frenzy. The old, the young, everyone, one after another, ran in the direction that Hong Tianye had just flown past. Every face was filled with excitement and reverence. Come on, everyone. Breathe it in. Get as much as you can. If you miss this chance, there won't be a next time. An unknown amount of time passed. Finally, Hong Tianye had finished purifying the chaotic energy inside his body. He returned looking completely drained and flew down onto the back of the Kunpeng. Then he obediently knelt before Ye Junlin and said in a weak voice, "Master, I have finished purifying the energy in my body. I await your punishment, Master." That morning, Ye Junlin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at his pathetic disciple before him. He said calmly, "I know you have a great deal of pride. You always want to prove that you are the strongest. But in this matter, you were completely wrong to bully your junior sister. To atone for your mistake for the next 3 months, you must do everything that Xiaoxi asks of you. You will follow her every command. You are not to talk back, not even a single word. Do you hear me clearly?" Hearing this, Hong Tianya's face went pale. Inside he was screaming, "Oh my God! I am a dignified, reincarnated, void immortal, proud my entire life. And now I have to be a servant. For a damn rat? Is this for real?" But on the outside, he still had to force the pained smile, and replied, "This disciple understands. Thank you, Master, for your grace." 3 months later, dark clouds swirled in the sky. A colossal treasure ship, luxurious and grand, was flying in a certain direction at an incredible speed. On the deck, there were many cultivators from all over the eastern region. Cultivators of all realms were gathered, chatting excitedly. "Ha ha, I heard Medicine King Valley is about to open. This time, I absolutely cannot miss this rare opportunity." That's right, Medicine King Valley. It's a supreme blessed land, filled with opportunities. I heard that place was originally established by a divine medicine sovereign from ancient times. That medicine sovereign's medical skills were heaven-defying. He was revered by all the cultivators of that era. He planted countless types of spirit herbs and rare immortal grasses inside Medicine King Valley. He even set up a colossal spirit-gathering formation, directly drawing the spiritual energy from half the martial continent to nourish the medicinal garden. Any single treasure herb in there, even an ordinary one, if thrown out into the world, would be enough to cause a storm of conflict. I heard Medicine King Valley only opens once every 100,000 years. The opening time is also limited, and the number of people allowed in is restricted too. We can consider ourselves lucky to have made it in time. I'm just afraid the competition will be incredibly fierce. What do you mean, fierce? I heard the first-rate sects have already claimed all the spots. They're all big shots at the spirit transformation realm or higher. We're just a bunch of small fries at the Foundation Establishment and Golden Core realms. How could we possibly have a chance to squeeze in? We're only fit to stand outside in the wind and watch the excitement. That's all. Another person immediately replied, "That's nothing. I heard that the powerful experts on the upper decks of this treasure ship, there are even a few integration stage heavenly lords there. But who cares? Let's just go there and try our luck. Who knows, we might be able to pick up some scraps." Suddenly, at that moment, an old yet cold voice, carrying a faint pressure, came from ahead, reverberating throughout the entire treasure ship. "Fellow Taoists on the ship, pardon the interruption, but stop where you are. Please voluntarily hand over everything of value that you possess. Don't force this old man to take action myself." Inside the treasure ship, a panicked uproar immediately broke out. Panicked? What? Someone actually dares to block our path and rob us in broad daylight? On our ship? We even have an integration stage heavenly lord presiding over us. Hey, who the hell is so audacious? That's right, who's so reckless? How dare they commit robbery so close to the Medicine King Valley's territory? Let's go! Let's get out there and see what kind of big shot this is. At this moment, the master of the treasure ship, an old man at the late-stage nascent soul realm, hurriedly ran to the bow of the ship. He cupped his fists in a salute, asking with a tone full of respect and apprehension, "May I ask for the esteemed name of the fellow Taoist ahead? Why have you blocked our treasure ship's path?" In the distance, atop a black cloud, stood an old man in black robes with silver-white hair. He had an ethereal and otherworldly aura. He stood with one hand clasped behind his back, while the other stroked his long beard. His gaze was as sharp as lightning. He spoke calmly, Ye Junlin of the mysterious heaven sect. Beside the white-haired old man were 3 other figures. A tall, slender girl wearing a dress as fiery red as flames. She stood with her arms crossed in front of her chest. her posture incredibly arrogant and cold. A tall young man wore a conical hat that hid most of his face. His hand was always resting on the hilt of the saber at his waist, exuding a sharp saber intent. And finally, there was one last small figure. On his head was a large, baggy brown hood, completely covering his face, making it impossible for others to see his features clearly. The moment the name Ye Junlin was uttered, the crowd of cultivators on the treasure ship immediately erupted into even more fervent discussion. Oh my God, is it really him? The white-haired god of slaughter, Ye Junlin? I feel like this person has the aura of a great master. He wouldn't stoop to something as low-class as robbery, would he? He must be an imposter. Are you blind? Don't you see the three people standing next to him? A proud woman in red, a swordsman in a conical hat, and a mysterious hooded figure. They're exactly like the rumors about Ye Junlin's disciples. What else could it be? Another cultivator then spoke up. But there are also rumors that Ye Junlin's mount is the divine beast, the Kun Peng, from the legends. So why don't we see it? Another person immediately retorted, "Damn it! You actually believe that ridiculous rumor? That kind of ancient divine beast disappeared from the Kunlun realm for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. How could it possibly be his mount?" Another person immediately chimed in, "That's right. It must be that some busybodies who like to meddle in others' affairs just exaggerated and spiced up the story. No matter how powerful Ye Junlin is, there's no way he could use a Kun Pong as a mount. Enough, stop talking. Whether they're real or fake, their aura is anything but ordinary. Right now, we can only obediently hand over our belongings to save our own skins." Seeing the chaotic and fearful scene on the treasure ship, the white-haired old man impersonating Ye Junlin, he gave a sly and triumphant smile. Heh, he thought. Looks like these idiots have fallen for the trap. He let out 2 dry coughs, putting on a serious and dignified expression as he said, "Levo Kiep, what are you waiting for? Go and accept the sincere offerings from our fellow Taoist friends." The young man in the conical hat, impersonating Levo Keep, immediately replied in a fierce tone, "Yes, master." Then a wicked smile appeared on his face. He drew his pitch-black greatsword and rushed towards the group of cultivators on the deck, roaring, "If you know what's good for you, hand over all your valuables now. Don't make this old master resort to cutting you down." The cultivators on the deck could only be furious on the inside, but they didn't dare to resist. One by one, they could only grit their teeth and take out their storage rings. The Levo Keep impersonator pointed his sword straight at the luxurious rooms on the upper deck of the treasure ship. He shouted, "You people upstairs, all of you get your asses out here now, and hand over your rings to this great one. Otherwise, don't blame my sword for being merciless." At that moment, the people from the rooms upstairs remained silent, not making a sound. This made him even angrier. He shouldered his sword, intending to head upstairs, cursing as he walked. "Are you cowardly turtles up there pretending to be deaf? Do you want this old master to personally come up there and collect from you myself, is that it?" Seeing this, the ship's owner hurriedly ran over to stop him, forcing a placating smile. "Sir, please calm down. You absolutely shouldn't do that." Inside those rooms are all esteemed guests from Kong Province. Their statuses are extraordinary. They are all major figures. The Levo Keep impersonator snorted coldly, his expression growing even more ferocious. No matter how big a figure they are, they still have to show some respect to my master, Diep Quan Lam. If they know what's good for them, they'll obediently get out here. If you don't wait until my master personally makes a move, all of you will die without a proper burial." Hearing these words, the restaurant owner was terrified, his face drained of all color. He stammered, unable to form a single word. Suddenly, a clear yet cold voice rang out from a room upstairs. "Fellow Taoist, we are from the Wen Dao sect of Gong Province. I wonder if you could give the Wen Dao sect some face and let this matter go? In the future, we will definitely pay a personal visit to the Xuantian sect to call on Ye Shushian." The Wen Dao sect? The fake Li Wuji was startled. He thought to himself, that's one of the top 10 immortal sects in the eastern region. Their strength is second only to the Yuhua sect. Rumor has it that since ancient times, the Wen Dao sect has produced several true immortals who ascended. But so what? Even the mighty Yuhua sect, in front of Ye Junlin, is absolutely nothing, let alone a mere Wen Dao sect. At this thought, he became even more arrogant. He snorted coldly. "Give you face? What face is there to give? As for that visit, we can talk about it later. For now, all of you get the hell out here for me." Just then, the door into that room suddenly opened. A middle-aged man walked out. He had an extraordinary aura, radiating the powerful presence of the Mahayana realm. Beside him was a young woman. Her beauty was exquisite, with skin as fair as jade, and a graceful, slender figure. but her pretty face was filled with anger. These two were Elder Fanda and the current Saintess, An Miao Yi of the Wen Dao sect, the fake Li Wuji. Seeing the angry expression on An Miao Yi's face, immediately pointed his saber at her, aggressively yelling at that damn brat. "What's with that look on your face, huh? Are you trying to defy my master?" And Dewey has always had a fiery temper. Being humiliated like this, her face turned purple with rage. She clenched her fists, about to rush towards the imposter. "Who are you calling a wretched girl?" At that moment, Pham Duc Chin hurriedly stopped the young miss. "Don't be rash. Just leave this matter for this old man to handle." He secretly observed the group of four in the distance. In his heart, he was also a bit wary of this group. They really do look a lot like Deep Kun Lum's group from the rumors. Although this old man can't discern the cultivation level of that white-haired old man to tell if he's a void immortal or not. I've heard that Deep Kun Lum is very skilled at concealing his true strength. I cannot be careless. It's better to be cautious. Then Pham Duc Ching took out a storage ring out from his sleeve. He forced a reluctant smile and said, "Ha ha, this is a storage ring that this old man carries with me. Inside there are about 1 million the high-grade spirit stones and a few spiritual artifacts that could be considered somewhat valuable. I respectfully ask this fellow Taoist to accept it. Consider it a humble gift. Please convey a message to Void Immortal DP that this is a small token of sincerity from our Wen Dao sect." The storage ring flew towards the imposter Levokep. He caught the ring. His divine sense swept over it, and his face immediately filled with excitement. He laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha! Well, it seems you know your place. I'll go back and report this to my master." And Dewey, standing at the side, stomped her foot in anger. She demanded, "Uncle Pham, how could you do that? We are the proud members of the Wen Dao sect. Why should we be afraid of these robbers?" Just then, with that, the fake Liu Jai slung the saber onto his shoulder. He swaggered off. He thought to himself with great satisfaction, "Now that the act is over, it's time to scram." What a thrill! Facing a Mahayana realm expert really puts you under some pressure. Fortunately, my performance was outstanding. At that moment, the fake Ye Junlin put on a solemn and dignified air. He slowly said with a profound look, "This seat has received the kind intentions of my fellow Taoists. The mountains are high and the rivers are long. We shall surely meet again someday." Just then, An Miao Yi put her hands on her hips. Her pretty face was flushed red with anger. She started reprimanding Uncle Fan. "You have disappointed me so much." Fan Dezheng frowned slightly, sighed, and explained, "Young miss, I did that only to ensure your safety. If we hadn't backed down just now, with the cruel and bloodthirsty nature of the Ye Junlin who kills without batting an eye, from the rumors, it's very likely he wouldn't have hesitated to kill every single one of us on this ship. Yes, and you saw it too. That disciple of his showed no respect for our asking Dao sect at all. If something had happened to you here, how could I have explained myself to the sect master? How could I possibly bear that responsibility? Wouldn't I have become the eternal sinner of the asking Dao sect?" And Miao Yi was still very angry, pouting as she said, "It's true what they say, a fish rots from the head down. This Ye Junlin is just too much. What gives him the right to be so tyrannical and lawless? Wreaking havoc all over the eastern region like this?" Uncle Fan Dezheng shook his head and sighed, his voice full of helplessness. "Who can blame him when his cultivation is unfathomably deep? I heard that not long ago. He single-handedly killed a void immortal from the Feather Transformation Gate. Right on the Shu clan's territory, no less. You should know. The man who was killed was known as Taoist Master Zhu Yang. He was the master of the current holy son of the Yuhua sect. That void immortal Zhu Yang had such a pitiful end. He traveled all the way to Xieyue, thinking he could act alone, and kill Ye Junlin to avenge his disciple. Who would have thought that bastard Ye Junlin was intentionally hiding his cultivation level, playing the sheep to prey on the wolf? In the end, not only did void immortal Zhu Yang fail to get his revenge, he was brutally killed in return. Hearing this, An Miao Yi gritted her teeth in anger. How despicable! How can such a wicked and corrupt person exist in this world? I will definitely train as hard as I can. In the future, I'll personally eliminate this scoundrel and rid the world of this evil. Pat. Fan Dezheng looked at the furious young woman in yellow before him, as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, he just offered some solemn encouragement. Young miss, you must focus on your training. With your exceptional talent, sooner or later you will overcome the tribulation. It's not even impossible for you to attain the Tao and become an immortal. It's not impossible at all. Don't forget, you are the possessor of the spirit immortal physique, a constitution rarely seen in 10,000 years. This kind of physique, in terms of potential, is in no way inferior to the sun, immortal physique of the Yuhua sect's holy son. Hearing this, and Miaoyi's eyes filled with determination and resolve, "You can rest assured, Uncle Fan, I will absolutely train with all my might," she thought to herself, clenching her small fists. "Ye Junlin, you just wait for me." The scene changes to a remote, desolate mountain. At this moment, 4 figures, an old man with white hair, a young man in a conical hat, a woman in red, and a mysterious hooded figure, were sitting cross-legged on the ground. On the ground, gleefully, they divided the spoils they had just plundered. One of them spoke up cheerfully, his voice filled with excitement. "Ha ha ha! This title of Ye Junlin is truly the most useful thing ever. These past few days, we've relied on it to successfully rob and plunder wherever we went. The harvest has been absolutely magnificent." The man impersonating Li Wujie was just as excited. He slapped his thigh hard. "Damn it! A moment ago I was so scared I almost blew my cover." Luckily, that old venerable from the Wendao sect, and out of fear of Ye Junlin's reputation, obediently bowed his head and then submitted. "Ha ha! Even a Mahayana venerable, and someone who's usually so high and mighty, I never thought there'd be a day he'd have to respectfully give me face." The woman in red sitting beside him heard this and immediately scoffed. Her voice was dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, really? Why don't you look at the way you were trembling like a leaf just a moment ago? And you still dare to say he respected you? He was afraid of this reputation of the real demon blade Li Wuji. As for you, what the hell are you? Just a nameless, insignificant nobody? Borrowing a tiger's might, that's all." The Li Wuji imposter's face turned beet red with anger. He glared at the woman and growled, "You bitch! Who are you talking about, huh? You think you're so much better? Aren't you just some cheap prostitute who's been ridden by who knows how many men? Have you forgotten all those years you spent rolling around in the Phoenix Spring Pavilion? And you still delude yourself into thinking you're some noble fairy Hong? I spit in your face. You! The woman in red let out a piercing shriek of fury. She immediately shot to her feet and lunged towards the Li Wujie imposter, like an enraged she-panther. "Today I'm going to tear that filthy mouth of yours to shreds." The fake Laveau Keep wasn't one to be trifled with either. He immediately drew a pitch-black broadsword. With a menacing aura, he shot back, "Bring it on!" "You think I'm scared of you? Both of you shut up!" Just as the two were about to clash, the old, silver-haired man sitting in the middle suddenly roared. His ice-cold gaze swept over the two of them. "Do you two really think you're so skilled? You don't even know your own worth, your own weight. Let me tell you something. You are not irreplaceable. At any moment, I could just kill the two of you and find 2 more suitable replacements. That's all it would take, so if you know what's good for you, you'll watch your mouth. Understood?" The pressure and killing intent radiating from the old man made the fake Laveau Keep and the woman in red tremble with fear and awe. Both of them immediately fell silent, not daring to utter another word. The 4 silver-haired old men reined in their auras and spoke coldly. "Lately, the number of cultivators flocking to Vo Chao has been increasing. This is a golden opportunity for us. We must seize this chance quickly. After we finish this last job, everyone will go their separate ways. But before we disband, we're going to pull off something even bigger." Rumble, 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 rumble. Suddenly, from the distant horizon, an indescribably colossal black shadow, tens of thousands of meters long, streaked across the sky at a terrifying speed, dragging along a powerful airflow and a terrifying pressure so immense it was suffocating. The white-haired old man looked up, his face a mask of absolute horror. What is that aura? It's too terrifying. What kind of ancient demonic beast could that possibly be, model? The fake Li Wuji was so scared he gulped audibly. His face was as pale as a corpse. The woman in red was trembling uncontrollably. She was so frightened she nearly fainted. The mysterious hooded figure also looked up. Although their face couldn't be seen clearly, you could feel the shock in their heart. Not until that giant silhouette had completely vanished from sight did the group of imposters dare to breathe a sigh of relief. It felt as if they had just returned from the dead. One of them spoke with a trembling voice. "Thank goodness. It's a good thing it just flew by and didn't stop. Otherwise, I'm afraid all of us combined wouldn't even be enough to get stuck in its teeth." Meanwhile, on the back of the giant kun, ping soaring through the sky, Votrao, Ye Junlin was lounging on a comfortable reclining chair. His expression was pensive, yet it still exuded a sense of leisurely enjoyment. Beside him, Hong Tianye was reluctantly sitting and holding Bai Xiaoxi, who had transformed back into her fluffy mouse form, in her lap and using a cute little comb to patiently brush its fur. Ye Junlin suddenly spoke up, breaking the quiet atmosphere. "Little Hong, your 3-month punishment is almost over. as a reward for your good behavior during this time. Today, I, your master, will specially give you a wonderful gift. He turned to Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, go get the super-duper giant chocolate swirl ice cream cone that I prepared in the fridge. Hearing there was delicious food, Bai Xiaoxi's eyes immediately lit up. She quickly ran to get the finished product that Ye Junlin had just finished making. She excitedly ran over and presented it to Hong Tianye. Here it is, senior brother Hong. It's a super-duper yummy swirl ice cream. At that moment, Hong Tianye looked at the strange-shaped, brownish-black ice cream that little Shi was holding out. His heart was filled with wariness and suspicion. What kind of trick is this guy Yi pulling now? Just looking at this brownish-black thing, I can tell something's wrong. Seeing Hong Tianye just staring intently, not daring to accept it, Ye Junlin spoke up. In a sincere voice, he said, Little Hong, don't be shy. This is the most delicious snack in the entire world. I know that for the past 3 months, you've had a very hard time taking care of little Shi, so I specially prepared this gift to reward you. Don't you dare disappoint your master's good intentions, you hear? In the end, under the expectant gazes of his master and junior sister, Hong Tianye had to try his best to suppress the suspicion and wariness in his heart. He reached out his hand and took the ice cream. He forced a strained smile. Many thanks, master. But internally he was screaming. This damn guy, yeah, even after the punishment is over, he still wants to keep messing with me. This pitch-black thing. How am I supposed to swallow this? Ye Junlin spoke up again, urging him on. What's wrong, little Hong? Are you not satisfied with your master's reward? Hurry up and try it. After that, Hong Tianye closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and took a tiny lick. The moment the ice cream touched his tongue, Hong Tianye's phoenix eyes immediately lit up. It was cool and refreshing. The sweet, creamy flavor melted instantly in his mouth. The rich chocolate aroma blended with the fragrant taste of milk. It's truly delicious. He couldn't believe it. It seems, this time that Ye guy didn't have any ill intentions toward me. Thinking this, he happily continued to eat. Just then, Li Wuji came running excitedly from the front to report. Master, we have entered the territory of Wuzhou. I heard that the Medicine King Valley will officially open in just a few days. Li Wuji's gaze immediately shifted to Hong Tianye, who was happily eating ice cream. His expression became a little strange. He thought to himself, oh, senior brother Hong. Look at him, he seems to be enjoying that so much. Is this the final punishment that Master gave him? And yet senior brother Hong can pretend to eat it with such relish. This is really too hard on him. At this moment, Ye Junlin turned to ask Li Wuji, what kind of place is this Medicine King Valley? Li Wuji quickly replied, Master, it is a blessed land, famous throughout the eastern region. It is said that inside there are countless heavenly treasures and earthly artifacts, where rare spiritual herbs grow. It's a place that all alchemist cultivators and cultivators seeking opportunities dream of setting foot in. Just then, the familiar sound of the system rang in Ye Junlin's mind. Ding ding! Detected that the host has entered the territory of Wuzhou. The next check-in location has been refreshed. Medicine King Valley. Complete the check-in at Medicine King Valley to receive an incredibly wonderful reward. Ye Junlin raised an eyebrow. Oh, that sounds pretty interesting. We've been wandering outside for several months now. It's about time we found an interesting place to stop. This time we'll go to that Medicine King Valley and see what's so special about it. Scene changed to Wuzhou Eastern Region. In front of the Longmen Inn, 4 figures in cloaks that concealed their faces stood before the entrance of a large inn. They looked up at the wooden sign carved with the 3 words, Longmen Inn. The inn had an imposing aura. Li Wuji said respectfully, Master, this is the largest and most famous inn within a 100-mile radius. We can rest here for a few days and wait for the Medicine King Valley to officially open. Then you can go right in. Ye Junlin nodded. All right, let's stay here then, he thought to himself. But still, this name, Dragon Gate Inn, why does it sound so familiar? I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. 3. The moment the 4 of them stepped through the door, a nimble attendant immediately ran out to greet them. He greeted them with a bright smile. 4 esteemed guests, please come inside. Come inside. Ye Junlin and his 3 disciples stepped inside. The inn was bustling. He spoke up, his voice altered to be a bit hoarser. Attendant, give us 2 of your best top-class rooms. The attendant quickly replied, Yes, sir, 2 top-class rooms. If our 4 esteemed guests would please follow this humble one upstairs. 4. As the group was heading up the wooden staircase, Hong Tianye suddenly used voice transmission to ask Ye Junlin, Master, why do we have to dress and hide our identities like this? With your strength, why is this even necessary? Ye Junlin let out a weary sigh. He also replied via voice transmission, Oh, honestly, You just don't get it. Your master's reputation is so great these days. My fans are as numerous as a Mongol horde. If my true identity were to be revealed, countless people would undoubtedly come flocking to find me. Asking for autographs, for photos together, for cultivation pointers. Wouldn't that be incredibly troublesome? It would be such a pain for me. Hearing this, it was as if Hong Tianye had been struck by lightning. His face twitched uncontrollably. I really shouldn't have asked. This guy... As expected, you can't use the logic of a normal person to figure him out. Afterward, Ye Junlin chose an empty table by a window on the second floor and sat down. He casually asked the attendant waiting nearby, "Attendant, do you have any famous or special dishes here?" The waiter quickly rushed over. He said with a cheerful, smooth laugh, "Esteemed guest, you've certainly asked the right person. Allow me to introduce to you all a few of our restaurant's most special dishes. We guarantee their flavor is absolutely supreme. One bite and you'll remember it forever." After speaking, he opened a menu made of animal hide and enthusiastically introduced, "Take a look, sir. This dish is the pepper-braised lion's head. The lion's head meat here is taken from a lion demon beast. At the nascent soul realm of cultivation, its head is marinated in a secret blend of spices, then grilled repeatedly over charcoal embers. The outer layer is crispy and melts in your mouth, while the meat inside is tender, sweet, fresh, and rich. Additionally, there's the carp transforming into a dragon dish in a sweet and sour sauce. This is also a masterpiece. This carp is no ordinary fish, you see. It is said that its body contains a faint trace of a true dragon's bloodline. Eating it helps to nourish your chi and blood and strengthen your foundation. And then there's the azure beef, stir-fried with satay sauce. The main ingredient is taken from the tenderloin of an azure demon beast bull at the spirit transformation realm. After eating it, your whole body will feel brimming with strength. It has an excellent effect of enhancing your chi and blood." At this moment, Bai Shaoxi pointed to a dish with a rather strange name on the menu and curiously asked, "Brother waiter, what about this one? Snowflower jade meat. The name sounds so beautiful. I bet this one must be really delicious." Hearing this, the waiter laughed and said, "Ha ha! This young esteemed guest truly has a sharp eye." A sharp eye? The main ingredient for this snowflower jade meat dish is taken from the meat of the rare Arctic ice rat. This type of rat only lives in the far northern regions, which are frozen all year round. They like to burrow deep into the ice and snow to live. Their meat is as white as snow and as tender as jade. It's also extremely nutritious. Thanks to the skillful and professional preparation by our chefs, every slice of meat when cut is as transparent as ice and snow, and shimmers like jade, which is how it got its name. I recommend you have this dish with hot pot. It's a perfect match. Bai Shaoxi was listening to the introduction with excitement. But when he mentioned the extreme ice mouse meat, her face suddenly turned deathly pale. She was so scared she nearly fainted. She hugged her head with both hands and screamed, "I don't want it! I don't want it!" Squeak? I don't want to eat my own kind. Boo-hoo-hoo. At that moment, Ye Junlin finally spoke up to defuse the situation. "All right, other than that snowflake jade meat dish, all the other dishes you just introduced, bring them all out for us." The waiter was startled, his heart pounding. He thought to himself in astonishment, ordering so many signature dishes at once? It's been a long time since anyone ordered these. "I've really run into a big shot." He hurriedly bowed and replied, "Yes, of course. Esteemed guests, please wait a moment. This humble one will immediately inform the kitchen to prepare." Bai Shaoxi was still hugging her head, her eyes welling with tears as she said pitifully, "Boo-hoo-hoo! Mice are so cute! How could you eat mice? That's so cruel!" Just then, Li Wuji asked curiously, "Master, why don't we just stay on Akun's back and wait for Medicine King Valley to open, then fly directly in? Why do we have to come down here and stay at an inn? It's so complicated." Ye Junlin smiled faintly and took a sip of tea, calmly replying, "Ha ha! This is something you wouldn't understand. Think about it. With Medicine King Valley about to open, this place will surely be where the winds and clouds gather. Heroes from all over are gathering. They're already here. Of course, we have to come down here ourselves, go incognito and blend in with the crowd, to experience this lively atmosphere for a bit. Who knows? We might even run into some interesting, unexpected events." Hearing this, Laveau Keep immediately showed an expression of admiration and praise. "Ah, so that's how it is. Master is still the most thoughtful one. Your disciple is truly impressed." Truly impressed. Suddenly, Hong Tianya's eyes narrowed slightly. He used a voice transmission to whisper, "It seems like some people at the surrounding tables are discussing us." Deep Quan Lam looked smug and replied with a voice transmission as well, "That's only normal. Who told your master to be so famously handsome? My fans are countless. Let your master listen in and see." Which one of my majestic, awe-inspiring achievements they're talking about? After that, he pretended to close his eyes and meditate. But in reality, he was using his spiritual sense to listen to the bustling discussions in the inn. What a damn disaster. A few days ago on the way here, I ran into that bastard impersonating Deep Quan Lum. All the spirit stones I worked my whole life to save up were all stolen by him. You're damn right, me too! Not just the spirit stones, but also 6 7th grade treasured artifacts, 30 mystic grade talismans, and 5 earth grade pills. All of it was stolen by that pack of beasts. I don't have a single coin left. Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo, it seems all you fellow Taoists here share the same fate of being robbed, huh? I thought I was the only unlucky one, unfortunate enough to be stopped and robbed by Deep Quan Lam and his gang. Hearing these words, Laveau Keep's face immediately filled with killing intent. His hand gripped the hilt of his chaos heavenly blade, and he was about to stand up. He muttered angrily, "These people! You're spouting complete nonsense! How dare you slander and insult our master?" As for Hong Tianye, he lowered his head, his shoulders trembling slightly, as if he was trying his absolute best to hold back his laughter. "Ha ha ha, Ye Junlin, oh, Ye Junlin, to think you'd see a day like this." Spat on and cursed by thousands. "See? This is what you call the will of the people." Ye Junlin raised a hand to stop Li Wujie. He shook his head and said, "Don't get worked up. Listen to what they're saying. It's obvious that someone is using my name to go around scamming people and robbing them. It seems they are just victims." The corner of his eye glanced over at Xiao Hong, who was bowing his head and snickering. He then spoke up, teasing, "Xiao Hong, if you want to laugh, just laugh out loud. Don't hold it in like that. Be careful, you might get an internal injury and affect your cultivation." Hearing this, Hong Tianye suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He hurriedly composed himself and immediately lifted his head. His beautiful face was filled with genuine-looking anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it! How dare these disgusting flies impersonate Master? They deserve to die 10,000 times. Master, just give the word and your disciple will act at once. I guarantee that not a single one of them will leave this place alive." Ye Junlin gave a forced smile. You're overacting a bit, Xiao Hong." At that moment, someone else at a nearby table started to gossip, and I heard that Hong Tianye, Ye Junlin's first disciple, has unparalleled beauty and an unmatched cold aura, making countless men admire and fall for him. But the other day, when I saw her with my own eyes on that treasure ship, I realized she was nothing like the rumors. I don't get it, she's really beautiful, but she gives off this scent, kind of like the girls from the brothels. Another guy immediately spoke up, chiming in, "My friend, you're absolutely right. With my many years of worldly experience, that Hong Thien Diep's beauty is only worthy of being ranked as slightly above average at best. I just don't understand why the rumors outside exaggerate and hype her up so much. It's true what they say, seeing is believing." Yet another guy chimed in, his tone full of regret and despicableness. "My fellow cultivator, that assessment of yours is far too generous. Let me be honest. The first time I saw that fairy Hong, I nearly started drooling. Especially that place, ooh la la! It's truly magnificent to behold. It makes me... I really just want to use these little hands of mine to play with it to my heart's content." Laveau Keep, hearing this gossip that was getting more and more out of hand, his expression turned extremely strange. His gaze unintentionally swept over the flat chest of the Hong Thien Deep sitting across from him, which was as flat as an airport runway. This unintentional gesture was immediately caught by Hong Thien Deep. Hong Thien Deep gave a smile that was both extremely friendly and terrifying. "Junior brother Li, what are you looking at, Laveau Keep?" It felt as if he was being stared down by a great demon king from ancient times. He hurriedly rubbed his eyes, pretending like nothing had happened. "Ah, senior brother Hong, it's just that a speck of sand flew into my eye just now. Please don't misunderstand." Just then, Deep Quan Lum let out a few dry coughs to draw everyone's attention. His tone was full of mockery. "Ahem, ahem! Little Hong, you should learn to be a bit more magnanimous." Besides, they were clearly talking about that imposter. And she's a woman. You're a man through and through. Why get so angry over those words? An ugly expression crossed Hong Thien Diep's face. The corner of his eye twitched violently. Deep Quan Lum continued to add fuel to the fire. "Little Hong, or could it be that you've secretly accepted that fairy Hong title? Otherwise, why would you have such a strong reaction to it?" Hong Thien Deep's face was as stiff as a stone statue. He shook his head frantically, firmly asserting, "I have not." Deep Quan Lum nonchalantly replied with a long, drawn-out "oh" full of hidden meaning. By now, Hong Thien Deep was about to leap up in anger. He vehemently denied it. "I really haven't." At that very moment, The waiter skillfully brought in the food at just the right time. He announced cheerfully, "Honored guests, here are the dishes you've ordered. Please enjoy." Then a table full of fragrant delicacies from the mountains and sea was served. Seeing the delicious food, Bak Tu-Tich immediately forgot about everything else. Her nose twitched and her eyes lit up. "Wow, it smells so good." The waiter bowed and backed away, saying, "Please take your time and enjoy your meal, honored guests. I shall take my leave for now. If you need anything else, please just call." Deep Kwanlum urged everyone, "Come on, let's eat, let's eat. Take your time." As for that group of imposters, they'll reveal themselves sooner or later. On his way out, the waiter kept looking back as he walked, glancing into Deep Kwanlum's group's room, muttering to himself, "Why do these people look so familiar?" On the other side of the corridor, at another dining table, two people were sitting and having a meal. These two were none other than Elder Fan De Jeng and Saintess Anne, Dewey of the Wendao sect. And Dewey was eating while listening to her surroundings. She whispered to Fan De Jeng, "Uncle Fan, do you hear that? Everyone around us is cursing that Ye Junlin guy. See? That's what people really think. What goes around comes around." Fan De Jeng sighed, shook his head, and said, "Young miss, they only dare to say such things behind his back. For top-tier experts like Ye Junlin, these rumors and curses from the outside are nothing more than passing wind and clouds. They can't be swayed by them at all. So what if 1,000 people criticize him, and 10,000 people curse him? Absolute power is the eternal truth in this world." Hearing this, Dewey immediately became angry. "Uncle Fan, why do you keep defending that bastard?" Fan De Jeng gave a bitter smile. He quickly waved his hands. All right, this old man was wrong. This old man won't say any more. Young miss, please eat, it's getting cold. The dishes here at Long Men Inn, their flavor is in no way inferior to the imperial cuisine of our Wendao sect. Go on, try some." After the sumptuous meal ended, Bai Shaoxi patted her full belly, completely satisfied. "Wow, that was so delicious. I'm stuffed to death." Ye Junlin's group stood up and left the table. They happened to walk past the table of Fan De Jeng and Andieu. "Why?" Fan De Jeng casually looked up. He watched the backs of the cloaked figures as they walked away. An indescribable feeling of unease suddenly rose in his heart. Seeing this, Dewey looked up and asked Uncle Pham, "What are you looking at, sir?" Father Pham Duke Chin said in a low voice, his expression grave. "This old man can sense that the power of those people who just passed by is unfathomably deep, especially the young man leading them. His aura is so profound that it makes this old man feel helpless, a fear that comes from the very bottom of my heart." And Dewey's eyes widened. With a look of disbelief, he asked again, "Impossible! Could it be another Void Immortal? We just had the bad luck of running into that Ye Kunlin guy. And now another powerful expert appears. Another Void Immortal in this very inn?" But Pham Duke Chin gave a bitter smile. "It's not that strange. After all, the day Medicine King Valley opens is approaching. And this Long Men Inn is the largest resting place. Nearby, there are bound to be many powerful cultivators flocking here from all over. When we go outside, we should be even more careful." Scene changed to outside the Long Men Inn, under the quiet night sky. At this moment, several bizarre, shadowy figures appeared. Half human, half snake, they emerged silently from the darkness. A snake-bodied subordinate respectfully asked their leader, the priest, "My esteemed lord, are you certain that we should act now?" The one called Lord Priest was none other than Jialu Gu, a high-ranking priest of the Left Serpent clan from the Nether Abyss. He wore a black cloak, embroidered with the image of a venomous snake. In his hand he held a staff made of white bone. The top of the staff was inlaid with a 6-colored gem, emitting a gloomy green light. A cold, raspy voice echoed from beneath the cloak. "To weaken the resistance of the human race. The foolish human race, say. Tonight's illusory dream massacre will begin at this very Long Men Inn. Move out immediately! Begin setting up the great endless illusionary dream formation." He raised his magic staff high. "Everything for the great holy war of the Dark Abyss." Over 10 other members of the evil snake tribe immediately followed his command. They quickly dispersed, taking up key positions around the Long Men Inn. They used sharp bone daggers to slit their own wrists, letting the foul black blood flow out. They then used that blood to draw the ancient, complex patterns of the formation on the ground. The priest Ralat Ko spoke again as a reminder, his voice filled with caution. "Be extremely careful. Make sure the great formation covers this entire Long Men Inn for me. There can be absolutely no mistakes. If even a single one of those humans escapes, our entire plan will be ruined." He let out a sinister laugh. "Our evil snake tribe yet it has relied on this very great endless illusionary dream formation to annihilate countless powerful human experts in the past. Any human cultivator below the void immortal realm who falls into our endless nightmare will be forever lost in its illusions, never to awaken again. He declared confidently as the great formation was completed, even if a Grand Luo golden immortal were to descend upon us, they wouldn't be able to break this formation. Ha ha ha! The foolish humans in this inn will be forever trapped within their own most beautiful nightmares. Once this great formation is complete, not even a Grand Luo golden immortal descending in person could ever hope to break it. At that point, the human race will be forever lost in an endless nightmare, trapped within the illusionary realm of Lavo Kiep, at the Kunlun realm's holy war battlefield. It was filled with scenes of demonic creatures slaughtering humanity. Everywhere blood flowed like rivers. Bones were piled up like mountains. Amidst the ashes and ruins, an old man with snow-white hair, his frail body stood amidst the desolation. He looked up to the sky, a choked, mournful cry, "Oh, high heavens! Do you truly wish for my Kunlun to be annihilated?" In that very moment of despair, a flash of sharp sword energy tore through space, slicing off the head of a roaring demon soldier. The demon marshal who was in command was terrified when he saw this. He raised his head and shouted, "Which powerful expert has made a move? Please reveal your identity." From the distance, a heroic figure appeared. Lavo Kiep. His hand gripped a treasured sword, his aura soaring to the heavens. He pointed his sword forward and declared resoundingly, "It is I." The despairing villagers suddenly saw that familiar figure, as if grasping a life-saving straw in a flood. Their eyes lit up with hope as cheers erupted. "It's him! It's really him! The blade god Lavo Kiep! The #1 blade cultivator of the Kunlun realm! The successor to the greatest blade arts of all time! We're saved! We're saved!" A cold glint flashed in Lavo Kiep's eyes, resolute to the extreme. "Those who invade my Kunlun die!" As he finished speaking, he swung his sword. A powerful wave of sword energy swept out like a flood. The demon marshal, who was so ferocious, was instantly decapitated. He stood majestically on a high mountain peak. Raising his long sword high, his voice echoed across the heavens and earth. "This Kunlun below is under my protection!" Below, the people raised their hands in unison. Their cheers thundered like lightning. "Blade god Lavo Kiep, you are our great hero! Long live Lavo Kiep, long live!" But meanwhile, in another illusionary realm, Hong Tianya sat majestically in the great hall of the fire-worshipping demon sect. With a domineering aura, he declared, "I, the sect master of the Zoroastrian demon sect, hereby officially announce that the era of the Zoroastrian demon sect's reign has arrived." The demon followers below roared with fervent cheers. "The sect master's magical power is boundless. The sacred flame shall burn the heavens. The Zoroastrian sect is supreme. For 1,000 autumns and 10,000 eons may the fire be eternally glorious." Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoxi, she was lost in a sweet dream. The little girl lay amidst a sea of colorful candies and pastries. Her face glowed with boundless happiness. Her mouth never stopped murmuring, "So delicious. So delicious. This place is truly a wonderful paradise." But Ye Junlin stood alone and silent by the window, letting out a heavy, sorrowful sigh. "Damn it all." He thought to himself, "I thought my title as a hero would resonate throughout the Eastern Domain. Who would have thought it would become a stain like this? Times have truly changed, and people's hearts have become unpredictably corrupted." He gently touched his chin, his gaze fixed on the empty space, where the system interface materialized. "It's been a long time since I last logged in. Let's see, maybe I can get some catch-up logins?" Ding. Of course you can. Now distributing supplementary login rewards. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving 1 million Supreme Grade as Spirit Stones. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving 5 top-tier Flame Burst Talismans. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving 10 bags of Supreme Grade pet food. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving the premier flute of all the heavens and myriad realms. The Flute of Longevity? Ye Junlin asked in surprise. The Flute of Longevity? System, what grade is this thing? Ding. It has no grade. The power of the flute depends entirely on the level of your flute-playing skill. With the same cultivation level as the host, Ye Junlin looked at the Flute of Immortality, exquisite in his hand, and let out a soft "oh." If I remember correctly, my flute-playing skills have already reached the pinnacle of perfection, haven't they? It would be nice to play a tune to ease my mind. With that thought, he brought the flute to his lips and began to play. The sound of the Flute of Immortality clear and melodious, rose and spread throughout the space. Baralugu, who was monitoring the great array, was a bit surprised when he heard the flute. He looked around in confusion. What is that strange sound? The snake tribe member beside him, upon hearing the flute, and couldn't help but start writhing his entire body, dancing with joy. This music is wonderful. It reminds me of my childhood. Back in the tribe, Baralugu was startled and snapped, "You old fool! What do you think you're doing? Maintain the illusion dream array for me!" As he finished speaking, he turned around, only to see the other snake tribe members also swaying and dancing to the music. "You, all of you!" he roared in fury. "Who on earth is playing these tricks? Get out here for this priest!" However, the flute's melody grew more and more captivating. Before long, even Baralugu himself couldn't resist. His body began to sway. He even started grooving more enthusiastically than his subordinates. But in another room, Fandajang suddenly woke up. Drenched in sweat, he took a few gasping breaths and muttered, "Was I just caught in a trap? For tens of thousands of years, this old man hasn't had a single dream. Who on earth could have pulled me into such a deep and immersive dream?" Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed to On Miaoyi's room. He shook her awake. "We're in danger, young miss. Wake up!" He pressed a finger to her forehead and softly chanted a dispelling spell. On Duwai slowly opened her eyes, still a bit dazed. Startled, she asked, "Uncle Fan, why are you here?" Pham Dukching sighed grimly. "We've fallen into a trap," and Duwai was surprised. "A trap? No wonder I didn't feel like waking up. In fact, the deeper I fell asleep, the more exhausted my spirit became." "Yes." Pham Dukching turned his head to look outside. On high alert, he speculated, "If I'm not mistaken, the enemy has set up the legendary Grand Illusionary Dream Array. This is one of the ancient formations, and it's incredibly evil. It can make people fall into a deep sleep, completely unaware, until they die in their dreams." But silently, without a sound, yes. Hearing this, On Duyi's face couldn't hide her panic. What a vicious plan. What is their purpose for doing this? Could it be they want to rob and kill us? Pham Dukching turned around, pondering. The Medicine King Valley is about to open and the situation is turbulent, so anything can happen. Besides, I heard the sound of a flute just now, but it has stopped. "Young miss, don't wander off. I'm going out to check on the situation." With that, he leaped out of the inn. Meanwhile, the members of the Serpent Clan were still entranced, dancing wildly to the sound of the flute. The long-lived Pham Dukching appeared, shouting loudly, "Those are creatures of the abyss! The legendary evil Serpent Clan!" A dancing Serpent Clan member froze, bewildered. He asked Jia Luatko, "High Priest, Jia Luatko tried to compose himself and said, "Although we were just interrupted, most of the human cultivators will still choose to remain in their slumber, because I was having a sweet dream. As long as we reinforce them in time, there's still a chance." The moment he finished speaking, Pham Dukching descended from the sky. A flash of sword light gleamed. A powerful spiritual energy surged forth. "You wretched beasts of the dark abyss! How dare you lay a hand on our human race?" Julot Koving retorted. "So what if we did? My lord, my dark abyss will surely sweep across the entire eastern region. Killing a few cultivators like you first is hardly a big deal." "It is a big deal!" Pham Dukching pointed his sword straight at him. He shouted threateningly, "You lot have some nerve! This is the territory of my human race." Jalutko was not only unafraid, but he even replied with arrogance, "You and I are both cultivators of the Mahayana realm, and behind me I have more than 10 elite warriors of the integration realm. What do you possibly have to fight against us?" Suddenly, two figures rushed in from the distance. Laveau Keep snorted coldly, his killing intent radiating outwards. I was wondering who it could be. Turns out it's just you creatures from the dark abyss. Last time I slaughtered tens of thousands of you. My hands are still itching for a fight. Hong Thien Jeep stood at the front. He said with an angry expression, "So it was you filthy and lowly creatures who tried to ambush me, huh?" Jialutko exclaimed in shock. "Two more Mahayana realm cultivators?" Pham Dukching gritted his teeth and turned to look at the two newcomers. His heart felt a little heavy. He thought to himself, what a terrifyingly powerful sense of oppression. This is not an aura that an ordinary Mahayana realm cultivator could possess. But the most important thing is the sense of familiarity from this nameless person. Shh, what could it be? The snakekin behind him trembled and asked, "Lord Priest, what do we do now?" "The enemy now has 3 Mahayana realm experts." Elder Jarut turned his head and tried to reassure them. "Don't panic. Give me all of your power. Transfer it into my body. Hurry!" The entire snake clan responded in unison. "Yes, sir." Then they all channeled their energy at once. taking all of their power and sacrificing it into Elder Jarut's staff. With the nether bone, I shall transcend without a trace. The three of them, Lavo Keep, Hong Thien Deep, and Pham Duc Chin, saw this. They immediately rushed forward, shouting, "This is bad! They're trying to escape! Don't even think about it!" Elder Jarut slammed his staff on the ground. A powerful surge of energy erupted, pushing all three of them back. He laughed arrogantly. "It's useless. This staff is a sacred artifact that the clan leader bestowed upon me back then. Even if an expert at the Tribulation Transcendence realm were to act, they would have a hard time stopping us, let alone the likes of you." Ha ha ha! Suddenly, Deep Quan Lum's flute music once again rang out, melodious yet bewitching. Lavo Keep, who was charging forward, froze in astonishment. This flute music? After hearing it, why do I suddenly feel the urge to dance? Hong Thien Diep gritted his teeth, his entire body frozen stiff. He couldn't move. Even Elder Jarut broke out in a cold sweat, crying out in panic. "No, it's that damn flute music again!" He and his subordinates, once again, lost control of their bodies and began to dance to the melody. "Stop! Stop it!" Hong Thien Deep's face flushed red as he watched the Snake Clan dancing bizarrely, completely bewildered. What the hell are they doing? Lavo Keep was also stunned, cursing under his breath. "Damn it! Are they trying to provoke us?" Pham Duc Chin looked towards the window, where the sound was coming from. He thought to himself, so it was the sound of this flute. Just now, it was this same flute melody that woke me up. Just as I thought. This inn is full of hidden masters, and Duai felt as if she was drawn by an invisible force, following the melodious sound of the immortal flute. Who could be playing the flute? It sounds so beautiful. She gently pushed open the door to the room where the sound was coming from. Em stepped inside and looked directly at Deep Quan Lam, who was engrossed in playing his flute. Her pupils constricted slightly, and her heart suddenly began to beat erratically. "Senior, I'm so sorry for disturbing you." Deep Quan Lam stopped playing and turned to look at her. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Could it be that my identity has been exposed? But to finally have a die-hard fan show up right at my door? He hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed on Duai's wrist, his voice full of enthusiasm. "Since my identity has been exposed, then I won't hide it any longer. Let me give you my precious autograph." And Duai was startled by his sudden behavior and let out a loud cry. Deep Quan Lam raised his hand and said with a smile, "So where would you like me to sign?" On Duai, blushing and flustered, stammered, "This guy, why would he just drag me into his room without a word, and then demand to give me an autograph for no reason at all? What am I supposed to do now?" She quickly pushed Deep Quan Lam away, saying, "Sir, please let me go. I went into the wrong room. I don't want your autograph." Deep Quan Lam pointed to himself, bewildered. "Huh? What do you mean? You don't want my autograph? Then why? Were you standing in front of my room?" Caught off guard by the question, On Duai froze. She cupped her cheeks with both hands and stammered an explanation. And Duai was just drawn in by your flute playing, sir. That's why I stopped. In front of your room. I didn't expect to disturb your flute playing, young master. So I don't know you, young master, and I don't want your autograph either. May I ask for your esteemed name, young master? Could it be that you are not very famous in the eastern region? Is that why this humble girl doesn't know of you? Ye Junlin finally understood. He breathed a sigh of relief. So that's how it is. I was being presumptuous. My name is Ye Fan from the Barren Continent. As for my reputation, I guess it's just so-so. An Miaoyi asked in surprise. You're from the Barren Continent? Ye Junlin crossed his arms and nodded. That's right. Is there a problem? An Miaoyi replied, Young Master Yi? Actually, I used to have a very bad impression of the Barren Continent. The seniors said it's a barren land, the weakest Dao continent in the eastern region. It doesn't even have a single spirit transformation cultivator. She clenched her fists, her voice growing more excited. But now, with the appearance of the Xuantian sect, it has made me aware of the barren continent. I suddenly realized this place has been underestimated, severely. Ye Junlin's eyes widened as he asked, So you have a good impression of the barren continent now? An Miaoyi put her hands on her hips, her attitude suddenly changing completely. Her voice was filled with indignation. It's gotten much worse. That Ye Junlin guy, the Peak Lord of Misty Peak from the Xuantian sect, just because his own cultivation is profound. There's no crime he won't commit. Recently, he even brought his disciples to the Martial continent to rob other cultivators on the road. Even Uncle Fan and I became his victims. A dignified void immortal at the Tribulation Transcendence stage, and yet he does such despicable things. He's truly a disgrace to the cultivation world of the eastern region. Hearing her say this, Ye Junlin coughed a few times, trying to explain. Young lady, I think there must be some kind of misunderstanding here. But in the eyes of us, the people of the barren continent, Ye Junlin is a perfect godlike figure. He's one of a kind in this world, second to none. Not only is he incredibly powerful and of upright character, but he also has a handsome, flawless face with no bad angles. Even a man like myself was almost captivated upon seeing him. How could such an outstanding man possibly do something so disgraceful to ruin his reputation like that? It's just impossible. An Miaoyi lowered her voice. With a serious expression, she looked around and whispered, "Young Master Ye, there's no one else here. You can tell me the truth. You don't have to worry about what you say being leaked, and then having that old white-haired demon take revenge on you." Yet Junlin was completely stunned. He looked at her, denying it. "Miss, and your imagination is truly something else." An Miaoyi clenched her fists, still insisting on what she believed. "I know. Ye Junlin used cruel methods to oppress the people of the barren continent, forcing you to lie through your teeth. But in reality, your fear of that white-haired fiend has already seeped into your very bones. You must be living a very difficult life, every single day, aren't you? Don't be afraid. Justice will ultimately triumph over evil. I will do my best to become stronger, and then I will kill that old white-haired demon, saving the suffering people of the barren continent." Ye Junlin covered his face in exasperation. An Miaoyi pointed and asked, "Young Master Ye, judging by your expression, am I wrong?" Ye Junlin gave her a thumbs up and replied with a look of resignation, Right, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right, keep it up. I have high hopes for you. You must defeat Ye Kunlin, save Huang Chou." But An Miaoyi, feeling encouraged, was overjoyed. "Don't worry, young Master Ye, I will definitely succeed." She turned and said, "Uncle Fan seems to be outside." Then she ran outside, calling out loudly, "Uncle Fan!"
"I'm over here."
Fan Dejong quickly walked over and asked, "Young miss, why did you run all the way out here? Didn't I tell you to wait in your room?" An Miaoyi smiled brightly and explained, "Just now I heard someone playing a flute. The melody was so beautiful, so I followed the sound of the flute and found my way here." "Ah!" Fan Dejong exclaimed in surprise. "Wait a minute. Are you saying you found the person who was playing the flute?" An Miaoyi pulled Ye Kunlan forward to introduce him. "That's right, it's him right here. His name is Ye Fan." Fan Dejong clasped his hands in a salute. "Young Master Ye, this humble one is truly impressed by your methods." Ye Kunlin replied generously, "It's nothing. I just happen to have a few special skills up my sleeve." At that moment, Li Wuji and Hong Tianye were about to call him Mass when Ye Kunlin quickly used sound transmission to warn them, "Don't expose me. Just call me Brother Ye." Hong Tianye's face darkened, but she still forced out the words, Brother Yi, the problems outside have all been taken care of." An Miaoyi looked at Hong Tianye and blushed once again. She thought to herself, "She's so beautiful. She looks just like a fairy." She spoke up and asked, "And these two are?" Ye Kunlin casually introduced, "Ah, this one in the red clothes. It is named Wang Hua. And this one holding the saber is named Li Tieden." Hong Tianye's face fell. She cursed him under her breath. "What the hell kind of trick is this damn name? Why on earth would you give yourself such a disgusting name?" Laveau Keep had no choice but to go along with it, saying, "That's right. My name is Lai Thiet Dansang." And Yu Ai felt a twinge of regret. She thought to herself, "He's so handsome, with such an extraordinary aura. But his name is Wang Hua. What a pity." She clasped her hands in a salute. "Greetings to you two. Then we won't disturb you any longer. We'll meet again, young Master Yi." Laveau Keep watched their retreating figures. Then he turned and asked, "Master, what you did just now was—" Deep Quan Lum said calmly, "This is what I think. That imposter will definitely make another move. So for the next few days, we shouldn't let anything slip. We must avoid beating the grass and startling the snake." Laveau Keep raised his index finger. He praised, "Master is brilliant." Hong Thien Deep, standing behind them, looked extremely annoyed. He thought to himself, this guy is such a suck-up. Just like that other little white mouse. He gritted his teeth, forcing out each word. "Besides, on what grounds do I have to be called Wang Hua?" Meanwhile, Pham Duc Chin was walking and muttering thoughtfully. This young Master Yi is truly no simple man. Although he didn't appear directly tonight, he was able to defeat the enemy with just the sound of his flute and resolve the crisis. He toyed with those creatures from the abyssal underworld as if it were child's play. Impressive, truly impressive. And Dewey strode behind him. She asked, "Uncle Pham, do you really need to exaggerate that much?" Pham Duc Ching stopped walking. He explained, "Those two are so powerful, and yet they treat him as their leader. But more than that, I don't know why. When those people are together, they give me an incredibly familiar feeling. In short, these people are acting very strangely. So it's better for us to be a little more cautious. Young miss, you should go back and rest. The Medicine King Valley is about to open." And Miaoyi nodded, "Yes, Not long after, an earth-shattering power suddenly descended. People from the inns rushed out in droves to witness the astonishing phenomenon that was unfolding. It's happening! The Medicine King Valley is opening! Look, the Medicine King Valley is opening! How strange. The timing doesn't match the predictions. To think it would open so suddenly this time. Fan Dezhong flew into the air and called out, "Young miss! It's time for us to depart." Ye Junlin took a bite of cake. He smiled and said, "Xiaoxi, thanks for your tiramisu. It's actually not bad at all." Bai Xiaoxi replied happily, "As long as you like it, master. If you wish, I can make it for you every day, master." Ye Junlin urged as he started walking. "I didn't expect the Medicine King Valley to open so quickly. Let's go." Wuzhou, Eastern Region, outside the Medicine King Valley. Bah ha ha ha, I can feel it. Countless heavenly treasures are waiting for me inside. If I can just get my hands on one treasured herb, a top-grade one, and then I'll be certain of breaking through from the integration realm to the Mahayana realm, becoming a venerable one with a lifespan of 10,000 years, free to roam the world as I please. Is that all? A top-grade treasured herb? Just getting the Medicine King is enough, if you can obtain a Medicine King. Then breaking through to the Tribulation Transcendence realm would be more than guaranteed. The Medicine King? I'm afraid even the great masters of the Tribulation Transcendence realm would have to fight a bloody battle for it. Battered and bruised, so for small fries. Like us, what can we possibly do? An Miaoyi asked curiously. Uncle Fan? Uncle Fan, what is this Medicine King? Fan Dezhong explained. Medicinal ingredients are also divided into 3, 6, or 9 grades. They are respectively called spirit medicines, treasure herbs, king herbs, and immortal herbs. And within each type, there are further subdivisions, from low grade to supreme grade. In the cultivation world, everything is based on spiritual herbs. Whenever a medicinal ingredient reaches the level of a treasure herb, a national-level battle or a grand auction will be held to gather them, attracting various powers to fight over them. If you were to casually toss just one of them out, it would make everyone's head explode. As for king herbs, they are even more incredibly rare. For the last several tens of thousands of years in the eastern region, any trace of a king herb has been extremely scarce. This kind of famous herb, even for those in this tribulation realm, they would have to fight an earth-shattering battle if they wanted to obtain one. An Miaoyi said in confusion, "The competition is that fierce? With so many people here, how can the Medicine King Valley possibly accommodate all of them at once?" Fan Dezhang replied, "The Medicine King Valley has limits on the number of people and the time they can spend inside. If a cultivator's life is in danger, they will also be teleported out by the Medicine King Valley's formation." All in all, the arrangements made by the Medicine Sovereign back then were all very reasonable. We juniors are incredibly grateful for his kindness and are truly indebted to him. I can't believe it. Great Master Randang of the Xuankong Temple is here as well. He's also a powerhouse at the Tribulation Realm. It seems the fight this time is going to be truly intense. After we go inside, you are not to act on your own. You must stay by my side at all times. Do you hear me? A monk from behind cheerfully chanted, Amitabha. With Great Master Randang leading the way this time, we will surely be able to obtain enough famous herbs. That's a certainty. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, Great Master Randang once entered alone into the Medicine King Valley. He received a great fortune, and his strength increased by a whole level. Excellent, excellent. If Great Master Randang takes action, then the treasures in the Medicine King Valley will be in the bag for our Xuankong Temple. But at the Xuankong Temple, Great Master Randang, at the peak of the Tribulation Transcendence stage, he thought to himself, the Medicine King Valley is not as simple as it appears on the surface. The mysteries hidden within are unimaginable for people like you. Even I myself couldn't withstand it back then. My Tao heart nearly collapsed. He opened his eyes, a cold, killing intent flashing within them as he thought again. Returning this time, this old monk has cultivated even more arduously. Although it's a bit shameful, I must be even more courageous. After all these years, this old monk has made up for my shortcomings. My strength has soared. Even if I have to face those little creatures in the Medicine King Valley this time, I believe I can handle them with ease. I might even be able to annihilate them all. Meanwhile, Ye Junlin's group had also arrived. Li Wuji looked around and said, Master, is this the Medicine King Valley? I heard that within this immortal valley there's an immense amount of heavenly treasures. A precious herb that's incredibly hard to find in the outside world is said to be countless in here. Hong Tianyi smirked. Interesting. Ye Junlin hummed softly and thought to himself, although the medicinal ingredients inside are said to be miraculous, they can't possibly surpass the rewards that the system gives me. But since I'm already here, who knows? Perhaps I might just run into something interesting after all. The gate to the Medicine King Valley slowly opened. A deep, unfathomable aura surged out from within. The cultivators all cried out at once. It's open! It's open! Look, it's finally open! Hurry, let's get inside! Everyone charged forward eagerly. Pham Duc Ching also quickly called out to his young miss. Let's go. Grandmaster Dang Nian also gave an order. A few of you stay behind to provide support. The rest of you follow this old monk inside. Deep Quan Lum's group also looked up, their eyes filled with excitement. They then leaped into the air and flew into the Medicine King Valley. They landed on a precipitous cliff. So this is what the inside of the Medicine King Valley looks like. It's like this, huh? This is truly magnificent. Hong Thien Deep's eyes suddenly flew wide open. He stared at his own hands in astonishment. His face was filled with bewilderment. Well, why is this happening? My cultivation level has been suppressed to the 9th level of chi refinement? Laveau Keep also stammered as he looked at his own hands. Me too. Deep Quan Lum looked at them, finding it a bit strange. Huh. Why hasn't my cultivation level changed at all? It seems the Medicine Sovereign's restriction. It doesn't apply to me. He gently touched his chin. A flicker of amusement appeared in his eyes as he thought to himself, but I suppose I can pretend to be at the 9th level of chi refinement too. After all, the old pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger routine is what I'm best at. Deep Quan Lum observed his surroundings and deduced, it seems this Medicine Sovereign has cleverly suppressed the cultivation levels of everyone down to the same stage. This way, it not only ensures fair competition, but also prevents those with excessively high cultivation. And from damaging the Medicine King Valley, a truly brilliant design. Laveau Keep fiddled with the old, worn knife in his hand. It's just a shame my cultivation level was suppressed so heavily. My beloved ink saber is now unusable. I'll have to make do with this old kitchen knife for now. Looking at the knife, Deep Quan Lum couldn't help but be surprised. Oh? Even after all this time, you still keep this kind of extremely common magical weapon? Laveau Keep smiled gently, his gaze distant. Although this kitchen knife is old, it's the knife I first used when I started cultivating. My blade techniques. It was my companion from the days when I was at my weakest. I never expected to have the chance to stand shoulder to shoulder with it again, and fight side by side. No longer curious, Ye Junlin nodded. So that's how it is. Ding detected that the host has arrived at Medicine King Valley. Do you wish to proceed with the check-in? Ye Junlin happily replied, check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving the Supreme Grade Enlightenment tea. I can drink tea when I'm free, Ye Junlin thought to himself. Then he looked like he was about to fly into a rage. He questioned the system in his mind. What is this crappy reward? You clearly know I don't need to cultivate. Whatever, I guess I can just use it as a refreshing drink. Seeing Ye Junlin's unhappy expression, Hong Tianye laughed to himself. He guessed to himself, it seems that guy, surnamed Ye, is worried about losing his cultivation. If we're at the same realm, I just need to find the right opportunity and attack with all my strength. He will definitely be defeated by my hand. He smirked wickedly, gloating to himself, just you wait. I will torture you in many different ways. Laveau Keep looked at the knife in his hand. He suddenly remembered something and said, oh, that's right. I heard that when cultivators fight in Medicine King Valley, if their lives are in danger, they will automatically be teleported out. So we don't need to be too worried. We just need to do our best. When Hong Tianye heard this, his face darkened and twisted completely with anger. Damn it, why does this crappy rule even exist? If I can't kill that bastard Ye here, he'll definitely come after me for revenge once we're out. My plan failed before I even had a chance to execute it. Damn it! Ye Kunlun smirked. He thought to himself, this guy must be thinking of taking advantage of my suppressed cultivation level to get his revenge. Too bad. I really want to know what his expression will be like when he finds out my cultivation hasn't changed at all. Ai Xiaoxi suddenly pointed and exclaimed, Master, look! These medicinal herbs have spiritual intelligence. They can move. Li Wuji's eyes lit up. He rushed excitedly towards the patch of herbs. Ha! The heavens are helping me. To think there would be so many medicinal herbs serving themselves up to me like this. Hong Tianye flew in after him. He warned cautiously, don't be reckless. These spiritual herbs are also at the 9th level of chi refinement, just like us. A ferocious 3-leaf spirit grass cried out, its voice full of mockery. Hey, everyone! The old master medicine saint has given us new toys to play with. Now we can capture these humans and torture them brutally just like before. Another foxtail spirit grass also charged forward excitedly, its voice sinister. I'll strip them all naked and make them run around the valley like dogs. Li Wuji channeled power into his frost void blade. Since when did mere medicinal herbs dare to be so insolent? He prepared to unleash a fatal blow. Hong Tianye also gathered his firepower, his face filled with killing intent. You things truly don't know your place. He unleashed a terrifying wave of fire, intending to roast the patch of three-leaf grass, but the herbs were no pushovers. They simultaneously used their power to protect themselves, resisting the attack. Hong Tianye was shocked, thinking, "What? I used 40% of my power, and I still couldn't burn it to death? That thing? If we were outside the Medicine King Valley, this one move would be enough to take down a cultivator." At the same level, the dog-tail grass cursed angrily. "You filthy bitch! How dare you touch me? Just watch, I'll strip you naked, hang you from a tree, and beat you mercilessly." Hong Tianye's eyes turned ice-cold, a vein popping on his forehead. He glared at the patch of grass with utter contempt. "You're courting death." He madly unleashed a continuous barrage of the Crimson Soul demonic flame. Its power was incredibly immense. The dog-tail grass also released its power to block it. The dog-tail grass cackled. "Haha, coming at me again, you rotten woman? I'm not gonna go easy on you." But the power of the crimson flame grew stronger and stronger, causing it to panic. It quickly turned to cry for help. "What are you all just standing there for? Hurry up and help me! This rotten bitch is about to burn me to a crisp." The nearby sunflowers immediately sprang into action, spewing out powerful streams of energy, and pushed back Hong Tianye's Crimson Soul demonic flame. He was even more shocked, thinking to himself, "Impossible. My cultivation technique, combined with the enhancement from my immortal-grade spiritual root, should be at least equivalent to the foundation establishment stage. This bunch of rotten grass is only at the chi refining stage. How can they possibly be my opponent? And yet I can't burn them to death." Just then, Li Wuji spoke up. "Senior Brother Hong, I'm here to help you." He unleashed a powerful strike from his chaotic heavenly blade art. The two powers combined, their might increasing exponentially. Charging straight ahead, Bai Shaoxi enthusiastically cheered from the side. "Go, Senior Brother Hong! Go, Junior Brother Li!" Ye Junlin watched the formation with a serious expression. He thought to himself, "So this is the Medicine King Valley, and the place where medicine is king, huh? How interesting." He closed his eyes and analyzed it carefully. With the talents of Hong Tianye and Li Wujie, they should have more than enough power to defeat cultivators of the same level, or even those a level higher. And yet they're only evenly matched. With these medicinal herbs of the same rank, there's definitely something strange about these herbs. He opened his eyes, a glint flashing within them. "I see now. These medicinal herbs are able to display such power because of the enhancement formation here. And this must be the medicine sovereign's doing. But what is his purpose for doing this? If Hong Tianye's group wasn't so strong, I'm afraid they would have been defeated by these herbs long ago." He looked up. It seemed he had seen through the medicine sovereign's intentions. "At first I thought that suppressing our cultivation levels was for the sake of fairness. But in reality, he deliberately strengthened the medicinal herbs to suppress the human cultivators. Clearly the medicine sovereign is protecting his own kind. Moreover, this isn't the first time the Medicine King Valley has been opened. The previous participants had never revealed a single thing about the truth of this place. What a twisted mentality. Just because they got caught in the rain themselves, they want to tear up everyone else's umbrella." He gave a faint smile as an idea flashed in his mind. "If you want to protect them, and then I can't be outdone." He flicked his finger and an invisible ripple spread out, shattering the Medicine King Valley's enhancement formation. "Let's just see. Without the enhancement formation, you weeds, how long can you all stay so arrogant?" The moment the formation was broken, Crimson Soul, Hong Tianye's demonic flames immediately erupted with ferocious intensity. The intensified heat scorched the medicinal herbs. He laughed arrogantly, his aura overwhelming. "Look, it seems like they can't hold on any longer. Suppress them! Burn them to a crisp!" The foxtail grasses shrieked miserably in pain. "What's happening? Why can't we suddenly hold on anymore? Wait a moment. Wait, please, fairy sister, stop burning us. We were wrong. We were really, truly wrong." Hearing this only made Hong Tianye even more furious. Unleashing another attack, he roared, "All of you die for me!" He mercilessly launched a frenzied, burning assault. "Don't even think about escaping my grasp. All of you will turn to ash for me." Meanwhile, Li Wujie was no slouch either. The kitchen knife in his hand was now unusually sharp. He relentlessly sliced through the herbs, making them scream and beg for mercy. Seeing this, he spoke up. "Senior Brother Hong, please show some mercy. They no longer have the strength to resist. Why don't you let your junior brother here harvest them? They're all top-grade medicinal herbs, you know." Hearing this, Hong Tianye snorted and withdrew his hand. Ye Junlin smiled and praised. "Not bad at all, huh? It's finally over." Little Lee, gather them up carefully. When we get back, we can use them to make soup. Hugging a large pile of herbs, Li Wujai happily replied, "Yes, master." Bai Shaoxi used a dry branch to poke at a charred herb, muttering, This one's still moving." Suddenly, a nearby root twitched slightly and then shot a signal high into the air, transforming into the shape of a giant axe. Bai Shaoxi was startled. She quickly hid behind Ye Junlin, stammering, That scared me to death." Deep Quan Lum looked up at the signal, his brows furrowing slightly. "I wonder what this is. Could this be a distress signal from the Hammerhead gang?" Hong Thien Deep channeled his spiritual energy, his voice filled with killing intent. "No matter how many more helpers show up, I'll burn them all to ashes." Deep Quan Lum interrupted sternly. "Bragging again, are we? If it weren't for Little Lee's help just now, you'd have been in real trouble. Haven't you all noticed that something is wrong?" "What is it?" Laveau Kep replied. "I've noticed it too. This isn't the kind of power that these medicinal herbs should be able to unleash. If this keeps up, I'm afraid the ones that appear later will be even stronger. At that point, most of the cultivators who entered the Medicine King Valley will probably," Hong Thien Deep said with contempt. "This so-called medicine sovereign suppresses the cultivation of the human race, but enhances the medicinal herbs. He's a complete hypocrite. Everyone thinks he's some kind of sage of the human race, but in the end he does things like this. And he even designed it to open only once every 100,000 years, making it so that the outside world thinks he's so generous and magnanimous. Please." Hearing this, Laveau Keep immediately retorted, "That's impossible. I've heard that the medicine sovereign is a kind person, generous with extraordinary medical skills, a great power praised throughout the entire eastern region. Perhaps it's because he loves these medicinal herbs that he treats them so favorably in this place?" Hong Thien Deep scoffed. "Ha! If he truly loved medicinal herbs, then why open the Medicine King Valley at all? Why not just seal it off forever, instead of pulling a stunt like this? What a hypocrite." Deep Quan Lum picked up a branch of a medicinal herb that had been burned. He said, all right, let's just take it one step at a time. I'd also like to see what kind of tricks this medicine sovereign is ultimately trying to pull." Meanwhile, at the lair of the Axe Gang leader, the Ginseng King, the Golden Medicine King's majestic voice echoed. "Who was it that sent out the distress signal? Who dares to provoke our Axe Gang, huh?" Several large, ancient medicinal herbs took turns reporting to the Ginseng King. "We haven't been able to find out yet. Could it be some other faction hiding in the Medicine King Valley? No, that's impossible. We've been at peace for many years. Who would possibly attack? Our Axe Gang? Could it be those humans? After all, according to my calculations, today is the exact day that the Medicine King Valley opens. Impossible. The humans are so weak. How could they possibly threaten our noble medicine tribe?" The Golden King rose to his feet. The Medicine King's overwhelming power pressed down from all sides. He growled, "All of you be silent for this king." He grabbed his giant battle axe and raised it high. His presence was overwhelming. After so many years, the Medicine King Valley has opened once more. This king will see for himself exactly who is so audacious as to lay a hand on a member of our Axe Gang. Not far from the entrance to the Medicine King Valley, countless human cultivators were being thrashed by medicinal herbs. Their desperate cries for help echoed endlessly. "Stop! Help! Somebody save us!" Another group was running for their lives, pursued by several giant medicinal herbs. As they ran, they wondered in despair, why are these herbs so powerful? I'm a prodigy of my sect, but I can't even defeat a single common medicinal herb? Run! This Medicine King Valley is a huge trap. Those seniors deliberately kept quiet and tricked us. There must be some kind of deep conspiracy deep inside the Medicine King Valley. A powerful hand imbued with a Buddhist seal technique struck out, stopping a horde of aggressive herbal plants in their tracks. But as Great Master Ron Deng fought, he thought to himself, last time my cultivation level was suppressed, revealing all my weaknesses. This bunch beat me to a pulp. But it's different now. It's time for revenge. The monks behind him were collecting the defeated medicinal herbs, while praising the Great Master profusely. "Randung is so powerful! These things are no match for the Great Master at all. I'm sure this time we'll definitely have a bountiful harvest. That's right, on our way here." Those princes and nobles and the powerful experts from the great sects were all being oppressed by these herbal plants, treated and ordered around like slaves. But we are completely different. It truly makes one hold their head high with pride. One of them suddenly pointed and shouted, "Great Master, be careful! Another group of herbal plants has arrived as reinforcements." Great Master Randeng's eyes lit up when he saw them aggressively, swarming towards him, yet he remained very calm. He chanted Amitabha Buddha and said, "You've come at just the right time. Saves this old monk the trouble of having to find you myself." The herbal plants cursed in anger. "How dare you lay a hand on our noble and precious herbal plant clan? You treacherous, bald-headed donkey, you're asking to die." Grandmaster Randung formed a hand seal. Lightning struck down from the sky, paralyzing them for a moment. The leader of the herbal plants braced itself and reassured its comrades. "Everyone, don't be angry. Focus your attacks inside this Medicine King Valley. We are the ones in charge. That old man can't hold out for long." Dozens of sharp roots attacked in unison, as shattering Grandmaster Randung's shield of Buddha's light. The leader of the herbal plants excitedly gave the order. "We've finally broken his shield. Kill him!" But Grandmaster Randung just laughed. His eyes flashed with the strange light. "You all think you've broken through my defenses? How ridiculous! To deal with the likes of you, this old monk has spent a very long time, traveling across famous mountains and great rivers. I used every method imaginable, sparing no amount of resources, to diligently cultivate my body-tempering arts, and overcome every single weakness." He clasped his two hands together, then with a great roar, ripped the monastic robe from his body. His muscles bulged. An aura of the indestructible Vajra radiated outwards. By now my indestructible Vajra body has reached the stage of absolute perfection. I am only one step away from the legendary deity transformation realm. So what if my cultivation is suppressed? As long as I have this Vajra body, none of you can do a thing to me! He channeled a ferocious power into both hands, and easily sliced the approaching roots to pieces. I'd like to see what else this Medicine King Valley as that can possibly threaten me. The medicinal herbs began to feel fear in the face of the terrifying power of Randung. After that, Grandmaster, all that remained were echoing tragic screams. After a moment, he retracted his aura and instructed his disciples, "Clean up all these herbs. We're preparing to move on." The disciples replied in unison, "Understood." Not far away, Famduk was sitting, panting and drenched in sweat. He thought to himself with relief, "Thank goodness the young miss has a spirit-immortal body. So even though her cultivation is suppressed, she can still unleash immense power. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to resist the siege of these medicinal herbs." But why? Why do these medicinal herbs have such terrifying power? Could it be that the medicine sovereign did this on purpose? And Miaoyi, standing beside him, shouted with an angry expression, "I used to think that old medicine sovereign was a good person. Now it seems he's nothing but a vicious, sinister old man." "4. Fan Dezhang sighed. "And we're only at the edge of the Medicine King Valley. I can't imagine what's deep inside. What other more dangerous things are waiting for us? Right now, on the contrary, I'm hoping the Medicine King Valley closes soon and teleports us out of here. Otherwise, being humiliated by these herbs, it might just shatter my Tao heart." Suddenly, a branch from a medicinal herb shot down from above, aiming straight for An Miaoyi. She had just turned her head, and before she could react, it had wrapped tightly around her leg. Her face paled in terror as she screamed. She struck the vine with her spiritual power, but was immediately hit by a bolt of heavenly lightning from the branch. She cried out in pain. Then she was hoisted upside down into the air. A panicked Fan Dezhang yelled, "Young miss!" He unleashed a powerful attack, roaring, "Let her go now!" But he was struck hard by another vine from a different direction and sent tumbling to the ground. He looked up, utterly astonished. Isn't this the Mid-grade Medicine King? The 9 Tribulations lightning vine? An Miaoyi was terrified beyond belief. She struggled, reaching out her hand. "Let me go! Hurry up and let me go! Uncle Fan, save me!" Even as Fan Dezhang continued to unleash his attacks, striking the vine's main body, the 9 Tribulations lightning vine just laughed with glee. "Ha ha! This is so fun, so fun!" Fan Dezhang was panting heavily, his voice filled with helplessness and despair. "Young miss, please forgive this useless Uncle Fan." This mid-grade king of herbs is equivalent to a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. But Uncle's cultivation is currently only at the Qi refining stage. He's completely powerless. And Miaoyi burst into sobs. "Uncle Fan?" "It's all right. You've done your best." Fan Dezhang slammed his head to the ground. "I beg you, 9 Tribulations Thundervine, you great king of herbs, please have mercy. Spare us. Or at least spare this child. I'm willing to suffer in her place." The Thundervine let out a ghastly laugh. "I've waited so long for you all to arrive. Did you really think I would let you go so easily? You humans are so naive. Look at this woman. See how much she's enjoying being electrocuted by me?" After saying that, it released even stronger currents of electricity, causing An Miaoyi to scream endlessly in agony. Fan Dezhang reached a hand toward An Miaoyi. Choked with rage, he gritted his teeth. You! Just then, a voice rang out. Oh? What kind of game are you playing? Ye Junlin gently touched his chin. With a curious yet teasing expression, he said, Playing a little tentacle game, are we? How utterly shameless. Sirs! Fan Dezheng turned his head. Seeing Ye Junlin's group was like finding a lifeline in a storm. He was overcome with joy. Fellow Taoists, it's you! I implore you, please lend us your aid. If you help us succeed, the Wendao sect will certainly repay this great kindness. Hong Tianye let out a soft "oh." He recognized it as the 9 Tribulations Thunder Vine. Li Wuji added with interest, Heavens, that's a mid-grade king of herbs. Ye Junlin raised his hand and gave a magnanimous order. Miss Anne and I are bound by fate. How could I possibly stand by and not help? Go, Wang Suihua and Li Tiden. Hong Tianye's face darkened, on the verge of exploding with rage. He cursed inwardly, Damn it! Why is he ordering me around like a dog? Have you no shame? But I still have to follow orders. Li Wuji charges forward, not forgetting to remind Wang Suihua, I'll go first. Remember to cover me! Hong Tianye replies gruffly, Got it. Li Tiden, I'll cover you from here. The Thunder Vine sees the newcomer and gets even more excited, laughing, Ha ha! It looks at Hong Tianye with a greedy expression. Someone else has brought a new toy for this great one. Hong Tianye unleashes his flames, fury burning in his eyes as he growls, When you're roasted to a crisp in a moment, let's see if you can still laugh then. He and Li Wuji perform a dual sword technique. Sword light and flames intertwine, striking relentlessly, severing countless vines. The Thunder Vine cries out in pain, Ah! That hurts. How dare you humans injure this great one? Then Hong Tianye unleashes another move, the Ice Soul Demonic Flame. This makes the Thunder Vine grit its teeth. Give you an inch and you take a mile. It violently yanks on Miaoyi backward. He hurriedly catches her. Young miss, let's retreat for now to save our lives. Let them deal with this damn medicine king, Fan Dezheng says quickly. But An Miaoyi is still in shock. She mutters, We're all at the 9th level of qi refinement. I possess the Star Spirit immortal body, yet I'm completely no match for this medicine king. But they can actually fight it on even terms. She looks at Fan Dezheng, her voice filled with doubt. Uncle Fan, have you and Father been lying to me all this time? I'm not a genius at all, like you two always said. Fan Dezheng sighs and explains, It's not that you're weak, young miss. It's just that the world is vast. There's always a higher mountain. I really don't know where they come from. To possess such immense strength, it's impossible that I've never heard of them. And Miao Yi watched the battle. While replying, young Master Ye once told me, they come from the desolate continent. Fan Dezheng's eyes widened in shock. He asked again, the desolate continent? He frowned, lost in thought. Impossible! Just then, the Thunder Vine roared. Countless vines carrying powerful electric currents surged forward. This great one will tie all of you up, and then zap you with the powerful shock. So powerful you won't even be able to breathe. Li Wuji and Hong Tian, you were quickly surrounded by countless vines. An Miaoyi cried out anxiously, Oh no! Even they can't handle it? Fan Dezheng was sweating profusely, at a loss for words. Ye Junlin frowned slightly, thinking to himself, Looks like they've reached their limit again. I guess I'll have to give them a hand. Bai Shaoxi clenched her fists, her face filled with worry. Senior brother Hong and junior brother Li are in danger. Shushu has to go save them. With that, she